This audiobook contains 128 censored sentences and 381 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. After putting a suggestion to add a mercenary in a bad Muram novel he read, Leo would finish a mission with his NPCs before sleeping. Or so he planned. For some reason, he was transported into the said novel as the extra mercenary added by the author. His loyal NPCs, a Yandra's secretary, a happy-go-lucky assassin, a charming puppeteer, and two weapon maniac guys start to become sentient. He leads his mercenary band hallowed insects toward an unprecedented future in a Muram most turbulent era while enjoying his time. Fortunately, they still have their futuristic equipment with them. Tang Clan have a poison dagger, they have a photon sword. Shaolin Sect has a chi blast, they have a railgun. And of course, how much are you willing to pay to employ us? By the way, Demon Sect pay us 50,000 golds to join their side in the upcoming war. He always sided with the highest bidder. Chapter 1. Transported into the Muram world, Leo frowned as he read the latest chapter of Reincarnated in a Muram world. I became the heavenly demon's disciple. His legs, positioned on the table, twitched slightly as he read the latest update. What is this novel even about? He frowned. This is like the fourth time the author introduced a new bandit faction in a single arc. The world in the story was the standard Muram fantasy type. The protagonist, an orphan, was chosen to become a disciple by an influential figure. Leo had no idea why he would be chosen out of all people, but the author glossed over the whole thing with heavenly demon body or whatever. Usually, such a setting wasn't a problem. Rather, Leo was looking forward to the next chapter to see the protagonist struggle and overcome the powerful forces of Muram. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken. The novel was a mess. It was a mishmash of dozens of tropes from every single web novel Leo had ever read, and every time the story advanced, the author introduced a new group of enemies. Orthodox and unorthodox sects existed just like usual, but the authors thought they were not enough as the protagonist's enemy. So he introduced yet another faction. The latest update introduced an evil cult that opposed the main faction the protagonist joined. As a result, many small factions were already introduced and forgotten, with the story lagging behind. What was more, the antagonist changed constantly. First, it was a band of bandits, then a certain sect, lastly an evil cult. It's a good story if it's only that much, but the author has to nerf the protagonist many times because of injuries. Why? Leo asked, exasperated. Not only that, but he also included a time skip of 6 years. Then, he resurrected a character that the protagonist thought dead. The story itself had quite the potential. Many interesting characters existed. It was just too frustrating to read. What I don't understand is, even in such a chaotic world, why is there no mercenary band? He could just introduce it and make everything make sense. War constantly happened between factions in the novel. Mercenaries' existence wouldn't be that strange. And due to the protagonist's nature, where he always got into a problem and involved in a war, it would be more appropriate for him to hire a mercenary band who could help his Demon Sect faction to win, as they had a number disadvantage compared to the Orthodox sect. Of course, all of that was Leo's personal opinion. He closed the hologram screen he used to read the novel and heaved a sigh. Looking around, he saw 5 people sitting around a long table. They were in a state of boredom, either fiddling with their hair or just resting their head on their hand. 3 of these people were beautiful women, while the other 2 were guys. If one looked closely, they only moved with a certain pattern. No one moved outside the motion program they were given. The reason was simple. They weren't human, but a VR game's NPCs, created solely to assist him in this game. They were all wearing a combat bodysuit underneath their suit, making them look like they were models from an advanced sci-fi movie. Mercenary? Yes. If my mercenary band is there, the story would be different. Heavenly Demon Palace, where the protagonist was raised, wouldn't fall. And the protagonist wouldn't struggle for years. Maybe he could give a suggestion to the author? That thought flashed into his mind, and he smiled. He lowered his legs from the table and opened the hologram screen again using. His eyes, embedded with smart contact lenses, stared at the brightened hologram screen in front of him. He pressed the review section, which was devoid of people for some reason, and a form where he could make a review appeared. He tapped the blank text box, then began to type his review. Leo frowned. He didn't want to criticize the novel by telling him to change the story's plot. But seeing how low the view on this novel was, he probably had to point it out clearly so the author would understand him. So, after a bit of hesitation, he typed the suggestion and the critique of the novel that he thought was lacking. Review: you should include a mercenary band in your novel. That way, the story could proceed smoothly and maybe the protagonist could be more awesome. There are many factions in the story and your plot is all over the place. You need to focus on one and develop it instead of adding more. Also, maybe you should more. Having finished typing, he added 1 star in the rating and closed the hologram screen. He felt good after that, like he just solved a huge problem plaguing his society. Maybe I should wind up by taking a mission? He muttered. First of all, let us check what's inside my base first. Smart lenses was a term used for high-tech lenses that can be controlled remotely, which he equipped as one of the items he bought from the capsule shop. It allowed him to use his eye as a switch to open a hologram screen without having to take out the main cube all the time. It operated by using nanites in his body, and one of its functions was to see his condition or monitor the inventory in the base. Show my status. Status window, individual name, Leo, status, healthy. Nanites, 100 base condition, 100 manage base. Show the condition of each room. He commanded, and the list appeared. Base management warping room. Functioning normally, click for details, weaponry. Level 5, click for details, infirmary. Level 5, click for details, cafeteria. Level 5, click for details, armory. In a lock condition, need a master key to unlock. Display the condition of my personal belongings. The system scanned his body and listed his equipped items and accessories in his profile. It even displayed his equipped clothes and enhanced his nanites infused into his body. Nanites were incredibly useful nanomachines created by combining science and magic from another world, and Leo could freely command them to enhance or heal his body. With nanites, even magic was possible. However, Leo would run out of nanites if he did too many unreasonable things. Photon sword, it's there. Main cube, I have it with me. Everything is fine, he muttered, reading the status of his equipment one by one. Prepare the warp gate. Affirmative. With that done, he stood up and commanded his NPC. Follow me. Everyone stood up at once. They looked at him with excited smiles. It was something he programmed to make the game feel barato exciting. As he walked, the NPCs followed him in formation. A woman with ponytailed black hair walked beside him as if it was natural. The suit she wore fit her well as she moved confidently alongside him. Combined with an intelligent look and pink-tinted glasses, she was a perfect secretary character. She was Jessica, Leo's second-in-command. Trailing just right behind them were a blonde-haired girl wearing a clawed gauntlet on her right arm and a short black-haired girl with a strange metallic toy on her shoulder. The toy looked like an alien, with an open mouth that showed its row of sharp teeth. The blonde girl was Anya. She didn't bother wearing a suit, only a cropped white jacket on top of her black bodysuit, because it disrupted her movement. The short-haired one was Chiaki, and she was wearing the same outfit as Jessica. Behind them were 2 people. A man wearing an Asian-style robe was Shui, and another who appeared charming and was wearing a sleeveless jacket on barato of his bodysuit was Jack. Shui was holding a katana in his hand, while Jack was gently cradling a photon sniper with great care. These 5 people, or NPCs, were members of his mercenary band called Hallowed Insects. A cringe name, but something that he liked. Leo took them to the warp gate located right before their meeting room. The base was small and only had 7 rooms, including the meeting room. It wasn't befitting of a mercenary band's base, but he only cared about its function rather than design. In fact, from the outside, it just looked like a normal house. Entering the warp room, he saw the gate was humming with power and ready for use. He also saw his reflection on the dark obsidian gate's surface. Without hesitation, he stepped into it and passed through with his NPCs trailing behind him. Leo expected to see a grand city where all players could gather after the tutorial, but reality was different. When he passed through the gate, he appeared in a barren land. The area around him was flat and barren of trees, only a few rocks and boulders here and there. Forests were in the distance, and a large mountain that pierced through the clouds could be seen not too far away. Where is this? It wasn't the center of Hub. Rather, it looked like an isolated wilderness with no people in sight. The sky was cloudy and the sun was weak, creating a dark ambience that gave off an image of desolation. "Leader, what's wrong?" Jessica asked him with a smile on her face. "Aren't we going to take a mission?" Leo thought for a moment and realized something. His eyes widened as he turned around. He saw Jessica look back with a slight frown on her face and some worry reflected in her eyes. He looked behind him and saw that his band was waiting for his order with an eager expression. "Joe, leader, where are the people I should shoot?" "Stupid gun lover. Look at the situation. This isn't normal." "Huh? What do you mean by that, you sword maniac? Don't you dare call my foe Snee as a mere gun." "Exactly what I meant." Shui and Jack bickered loudly, and Anya laughed loudly while pointing at them with her sharp claw. "Hi ha ha. Both of you have never stopped bickering since we started. It's not like you're any different in battle. This is why men other than leader are." Chiaki muttered in a low voice, looking at everyone with a scowl. But she didn't say anything more, probably because she wasn't interested in this conversation. "All of you, stop it at once. If our leader is troubled by something, it must be very important," Jessica said sharply as she glanced at Leo, who was still in confusion. She smiled and looked at Leo. "Is there a problem, leader?" Leo was still confused. "They're talking?" he thought. NPCs shouldn't be able to talk freely. NPCs were nothing but background characters designed by players and made by the game itself. Even if Leo could program them with AI and use them in combat, it would only follow a set pattern and never exceed it. Even the backstory and personality written for them was just that, a mere story. At that moment, Leo heard a message from the nanites inside him, sending it from his smart lenses. "You have a message." A hologram appeared in front of him with a message. Surprisingly, it was a reply for his review. From Reincarnated in a Murim World author, "I think your suggestion is quite interesting. It would be amazing if you can explain in detail. As for your criticism, I'm trying my best. Please understand. Thanks for your review. Here's an invitation to my new story. I implemented your mercenary band at the start of the story as you requested. Best of luck in joining the story." Oh, that was his only reaction as he rubbed his temple with his finger. He understood what happened now. I got transmigrated into the novel, and at the start of the story, which means, boom, it was the start of the Murim's turbulence age. Chapter 2.2 Demonsect jeden explosion. Jack the sniper muttered in interest as he looked around. Based on the sound, it seems to be several kilometers from here. Enemy? Oh, I hope we get a fight. Anya muttered excitedly, cracking her neck. "Leader, we're waiting for your order." Jessica and Shui looked at Leo expectantly, bowing their heads slightly as they waited for his order. Leo sighed, thinking that this world would be quite troublesome. The warp gate was gone, and his base might not be in this world. Without it, he wouldn't be able to create weapons or energy for his sword and Jack's bullet. Fortunately, he still had the main cube with him, which he always brought in emergency. As long as I have this, I can reconstruct my base. What is important right now is to figure out our situation and tell my subordinates about this world. Let us set Murim as a keyword in the database right now, so Jessica can find it easily. Surprisingly, he was still able to act calm and think rationally. He looked at the smoke rising in the distance. Trusting the message, he was at the start of the novel. Based on his memories, this place should be located near the initial location of the protagonist's faction, Heavenly Demon Palace. There were many enemies lurking around this area and would attack the protagonist if it didn't reach the location safely. And that explosion might be because of the attacks. "Okay, everyone listen up." He raised his voice and called everyone's attention. Our current situation is not normal. We're in an unfamiliar place, and we don't know the exact details yet. Leo's serious tone and expression made everyone listen attentively. They looked at him without doubt, and fear reflected in their eyes. Their absolute trust in him made him a little happy. That being said, I will share my speculation with you for now. He continued and paused for a moment before continuing. We're probably stranded due to a warp gate malfunction. Our first priority is to investigate our situation and figure out how to contact our base. Understood. The band responded at once. Our clue to an immediate answer is located over there. He pointed at the black smoke in the distance. A battlefield might wait for us, but I hope you're ready. We want to join the battle unless a side is asking for our service. We're mercenaries, not ruffians. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Leo smiled and patted his chest. It seemed that their loyalty was as deep as ever. He could count on them. No one here was weak enough to fall against a martial artist from this world. They were all his prized NPCs. Jack, scout the area first and send communication to Jessica every 30 seconds. Anya, go and determine if there is a hostile individual around. I am counting on Shui and Chiaki to watch our backs. We will move with that formation until we know our situation. Scouting is easy since it's my specialty. Jack grinned widely and ran his hand over his sniper rifle. Let's go, my babies. He ran to the side and vanished from their view. It was something that only a person with a specialized bodysuit like him could do. Got it, leader. I will deal with any hostile enemies. After saying that, Anya suddenly leaped high up with a single jump as if she was thrown by a catapult. She disappeared into the distance and left only her afterimage behind. Shui and Chiaki didn't say anything, but they walked toward the other side of the formation and began their patrolling. The latter fiddled with her small metal device all the time, tapping its surface playfully. Leader, just tell me if there's something I should do. Jessica smiled brightly. Seeing that, Leo nodded at her. He maintained his stern expression as he gave out another command. Let's head toward the explosion. Heavenly Demon Palace was where the demon sect lived and trained the next generation of disciples. It was an old and gloomy fortress located in the mountains of Icheng region. The place was hidden perfectly by the thick forest and treacherous landscape that prevented people from entering or finding it easily. After passing the test to join the sect, each disciple would receive a bracelet and a guide that would show them how to enter the main sect's location. Outcasts gathered in this remote area to live in seclusion and developed their art in peace. Or at least, that was how it was supposed to be. But this place was different now. The attack a few weeks ago shattered the peaceful tranquility of the sect and changed its fate forever. A strange group of people suddenly appeared and attacked the sect without warning. These groups had no sect symbol or anything, but they were skilled and unafraid of death as they rampaged in the sect. Many people lost their lives in that chaotic battle, leaving behind corpses that were littered on the ground. After a few days of constant attack by unidentified martial artists, the sect was finally on the verge of destruction. The remaining survivors tried to maintain their defenses against the relentless assault from the other side. But unfortunately, they didn't have any means to heal those injured anymore, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before they were defeated. Sect leader, please, at least escape by yourself. As long as you survive, you could rebuild the sect again. A tall, muscular man shouted desperately at an old man in front of him. Standing behind him was a group of people who looked to be in their 20s. They were all disciples of Demon Sect, and some of them were injured but still hanging on just so they could defend their home. These people were the last line of defense that tried to protect the most important building in the sect, the Hall of Scripture, which contained their important art and resources. Among them, a boy with long dark hair stood out. Tears dripped from his red eyes as he saw the sect leader's old appearance. Sect leader, you have used your chi too much. You have to live for us. The boy shouted desperately as he wiped away his tears. The old man shook his head and chuckled bitterly. No, you should live. It was my mistake to think that I could leave this place because my enemy is dead, he said helplessly. This is just punishment for my arrogance. I wish I could have lived longer so I could witness my students grow up. However, this is my end. Run away and rebuild the demon sect. Find my treasure. Kim Mingu. No, you have to live. Kim Mingu shouted desperately. His throat hurt and his whole body trembled due to anger and sadness. He wanted to destroy everything in his sight, but he had no enemy to vent his rage upon. However, the sect leader ignored him. He looked at the oldest man among the group. First elder, the rest is up to you. Teach the students well, he said with a chuckle as he left the group and exited the Hall of Scripture, locking it with the seal only he knew. I will try my best to delay them for as long as possible. So go right now. Chapter 3. Demon Sect 2. The previously grand heavenly demon palace was now in ruins. Wreckage of broken walls and collapsed buildings were everywhere. Corpses of the sect members were scattered on the ground, along with the destroyed remnants of the battle. The place was a scene of utter devastation, filled with broken stone debris, scattered debris from fallen figures, stained weapons, and panicked people. As soon as the old man walked away from the building, he saw many people in dark clothes emerging. They were all holding daggers coated in poison. Even if the students didn't know their identity, he knew them. Poison Sect. Why did the Tang clan attack us? We have nothing to do with your business, and we never will. The sect leader, often known as Heavenly Demon Makrang, asked with a hoarse voice. But all he heard was a mocking laugh. Do you think we can just let you off after seeing that kid? I'm sorry to say that it is impossible for you to raise such a monstrous talent. The Murim Alliance refuses to let another demonic human to be born. A bearded man in his 40s with a dangerous aura answered him with a grin. Oh well, it doesn't matter if he is not here anyway. The demon sect will be gone from the continent after this. Makrang frowned when he heard that. He didn't want to admit defeat, but he already saw his entire sect half destroyed in front of him. No one could imagine that his enemy would be so vicious to come to this extent. A purple aura gathered in his palm as he channeled his chi. He clenched his fist and felt the chi flowing inside his body, warming him up and giving him strength to fight once again. The group of dark-robed people also prepared themselves. They spread out and surrounded Makrang immediately. In a normal situation, Makrang wouldn't be afraid of them. He could easily defeat them with a flick of a finger. However, after fighting for a few weeks straight without rest, dealing with ruffians harassing his sect without rest, and using a large amount of chi and life force to create a seal so no one could follow his disciples, he was at his limit. His chi was almost depleted. His barato was poisoned to the core. He was broken beyond saving. In fact, being able to channel his chi alone in this condition was impressive. That being said, he was one of Murim's strongest. An 8 stars martial artist, someone who was about to reach the apex. Only by getting attacked by all sides that he was rendered to this condition. And he wouldn't go down without a fight. As he was about to make the first move, he suddenly felt a new presence. The bearded man also felt it, and they looked in the same direction. This is such a mess. A group of 4 people appeared from the destroyed gate, walking carefully toward them. Their clothes were strange, at least for this world as standard. The one leading them was a young man with a ponytail black hair and a woman wearing strange pink-tinted glasses. Makrang's focus was on them for some reason. There was something wrong with them. It wasn't as simple as their strange clothing. Rather, it was something that had to do with the way they carried themselves. And more importantly, they had no chi in their bodies. What are civilians doing here? The bearded man asked with a frown as he pointed at the group approaching them. Stay out of here. This is Murim business. Even if he led a group to attack the demon sect, the man was still a member of Poison Sect, one of the neutral factions within the Murim Alliance. They had rules not to attack civilians, as it would only lead to trouble for the Alliance itself. But surprisingly, the young man turned his attention to him. A pair of intelligent eyes stared at the bearded man, who flinched a little, as if he was an insect being stared down by a predator. Gugbo from Poison Sect, he muttered under his breath. Don't worry, we're no civilians. If you have to call us, then we're mercenaries. We will work with whoever has the highest bid. That being said, old man, he turned his attention toward the heavenly demon. A sly grin formed on his face as he extended his hand. If you need help, just say how much you are willing to pay us. Makrang fell silent when he saw the grin on the young man's face. It was so innocent, yet at the same time so sinful. Then he saw how confident these people were as they walked, as if they didn't care about Poison Sect or him at all. However, just extending a hand to offer Demon Sect something was a mistake. The bearded man, Gukbo, realized their intention and exploded in anger. You're trying to help the Demon Sect? No, no, no. Leo shook his head as he placed a finger on his lips as if he was hushed. We're mercenaries. We just take whoever has the most money. If you offer something to us, we'll even help you take down the old man over there. From the look of it, he will sweep the floor against you before falling. In short, both sides need a variable to win, and we offer our services. He made a confident smirk that irked Gukbo more than it should be. Even Makrang, who listened to them, didn't know how to react and remained silent. He could feel the extreme confidence radiating from these people, and that made him confused about what to do. We don't need your help. Dealing with a dying heavenly demon is easy. Gukbo snarled at them. Now stay out of here if you don't want to get hurt. Is that so? What a shame. Leo shrugged his shoulders. What about you, old man? You want to hire us to save you? Pride or not, Makrang knew that his sect couldn't afford to lose any more people. If they all died here, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Demon Palace would be rebuilt by someone else. Even if they are weak, they will be able to at least stall the Poison Sect and let my disciple escape further. As a proud sect leader of a martial arts world, Makrang didn't like using others to fight for him. However, he had no choice but to do so. He couldn't let his hard work be destroyed just because of some unfortunate circumstances. I will give you 500 gold if you help me fight against the Poison Sect. 50 gold extra for each enemy defeated. It was an extraordinary amount of money, especially in this world where normal people rarely saw Barato than 1 gold in their lifetime. But he decided that it was necessary to keep his sect from annihilation. Leo's eyes brightened when he heard the money. Look at that. He is desperate, but doesn't trust our ability. Poor heavenly demon. He should died here if it went according to the story. But he offered such a nice pay. To establish ourselves, taking that gold is necessary. A first job in a new world. Even though it was given to him without expecting much, he would make sure that he completed it to the best of his ability. And this would be a good test to compare his group's abilities against these martial artists. Gukbo are at least 4 stars martial artists. He is quite strong in this world and is able to make a name for himself. If we complete this job, there might be problems, but our abilities will also be known. No risk, no reward. After thinking for a while, Leo had finally made his decision. It's a deal. You're dead, young man. You have chosen a grave mistake. Gukbo spat to the ground before shouting at his subordinates. Defeat them. Chapter 4. First job, 3 Poison Sect members immediately leaped at Leo and his group with daggers in their hands and fierce hostility reflected in their eyes. Green chi moved like a liquid around their weapons, reflecting how dangerous they were. However, Leo didn't move at all. He saw no point of moving from his position. Jack! He just called out a name while holding a small toy similar to the one in Chiaki's shoulder, and 3 silent shots pierced through the head of Poison Sect's attackers. Centurado. They took out my people before they could even respond. Gukbo's mind went blank when he saw his subordinates fall without warning. He quickly circulated his chi and tried to suppress his anger by closing his eyes. Even if he was calm, it didn't stop him from trying to eliminate this group in front of him. There were still 20 members of Poison Sect here. All were 3 stars martial artists. He should focus on his main target instead of these mercenaries. But he still couldn't help but feel anger welling up inside him. I must admit that your strength is stronger than I thought, he said as he tried to suppress his anger. Ignore them and kill the heavenly demon. Immediately, all members of the Poison Sect rushed at the old man. Their daggers were aimed at him without any hesitation. The chi coating their daggers hummed violently as if they were excited to kill. Still, they made a mistake. Rang was able to gather his chi when the three poison sect members attacked Leo and his group. A violent aura manifested itself around him. Rang deflected one dagger using his hand while sweeping his leg to knock over the other attacker. Censurado, censurado, censurado. The clash barado as fighters fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden blow. Only he survived. He gritted his barado as he stared at the new enemies coldly. Everything went wrong when the strange group of people appeared. "You're dead." The bearded man rushed toward Leo with two daggers in hands. He didn't even care about Heavenly Demon again. The chance to kill the old man was gone already. All he had in mind was to kill Leo, who made a mess in the plan that was about to succeed. A green aura barado from his barado as he ran toward Leo while slashing down at him with his dagger. A single cut could easily overpower a normal person instantly. But when the blade almost reached Leo, it suddenly stopped. "Coco, strike him down." From Chiaki's barado, the metal creature suddenly moved in front of Leo and grew larger. It released a sharp mechanical hiss, sending Gukbo scrambling away to safety. Gukbo didn't even get to scream or let out any sound before he vanished from his sight, leaving only the green aura he let out behind him. Even that disappeared into thin air when the companion, Coco, returned to its small form and perched beside Chiaki again. Burp's silence descended upon the battlefield as Rang looked at them. The Heavenly Demon had lived for a long time, more than 100 years to be exact. He had seen everything in this world, but for the first time since he was born, he couldn't help but feel deep awe toward these strangers. "We have finished our job." Leo's voice resounded in the ears of everyone present, bringing them back to reality. He glanced at Rang as he grinned devilishly. "I hope you have the money with you." Rang's ability to think returned. He saw the swordsman who saved him already standing behind the young man again like an aide. He looked at them and cupped his hands. "You have my gratitude," he said with a sincere smile. "And of course, I will pay you for your service." Leo's band was able to beat the poison sect that was trying to finish the demon sect in less than a minute. Their abilities were genuine. "We will look forward to the pay. But before that, should we get you treated?" Leo suggested while glancing at his condition. "I don't think you're in a good shape." He joked lightly, as if this place wasn't full of corpses. "Right?" Rang nodded and placed his hand on the building behind him. "But don't worry about me. I will recover quickly after resting." "Impressive," Leo responded with a slight nod, as he was feeling both happy and impressed right now. They talked about a few more things before Rang brought them to one of the intact buildings in the sect. Leo and Jessica followed him while he asked Chiaki and Shuei to check the bodies and found anything valuable from them. Anya and Jack stayed outside to watch over the surroundings, just in case someone else decided to attack them again. The Heavenly Demon didn't know about them yet. Leo was sure of that. Once inside, Rang began speaking at once, as if he didn't want to waste time anymore. "Once again, I offer you my gratitude. I am the Heavenly Demon, the leader of the demon sect, Rang," he said as he sat down in front of them. The hall was surprisingly well-maintained and had several papers and scrolls arranged neatly in rows on the shelves. Leo was looking around for a while and answered Rang immediately after the old man introduced himself. "I am Hallowed Insect's mercenary band leader, Leo, and this is my secretary, Jessica. It's my pleasure to meet you." Jessica smiled as she bowed slightly, taking the lead immediately. "Shall we talk about the pay immediately? I apologize, but we need to fulfill our job and contract first." "Of course. Let's talk about it," the Heavenly Demon responded. Leo smiled silently when he saw her handling the conversation like this. As expected from a secretary like her. In the game, the negotiation will always end in a flash. It's nice to have a proper conversation for once. Chapter 5. First contract as promised. I will give you 500 gold as well as the extra golds. Rang replied and pulled out several gold coins from his storage ring on his fingers before handing it over to Jessica. Looking at what happened, Jessica's eyes widened slightly before it returned to normal. She was surprised by the storage ring, but not for Leo. He had read about it before. "Please allow me to count it first." She pushed her glasses and began counting, eliciting a wry smile from the old man. No one had dared to show such disrespect in front of him before, but he didn't get angry at her. He watched her count the money before giving him an answer. Please get used to this. Leo decided to explain it to the heavenly demon. We mercenaries love money very much. That being said, we are satisfied with your pay. No, it's fine. Mokrang shook his head. In fact, I think that I am lucky to have met you. I was sure that I would perish here today. He chuckled, amused. He looked at the group once again and narrowed his eyes. But you put yourself in a dangerous situation by helping me. Now, the poison sect will see you as their enemy. About that, I think we're okay. Leo responded calmly, as if he was not in a life and death situation anymore. As we said before, we're on the side of those with higher offers. Meaning, if the poison sect paid him more than what Mokrang was able to afford, he and his subordinates would immediately change sides, like insects that smelled food. I see. Mokrang paused for a moment, understanding what Leo was trying to say. And if I cannot afford it, then we'll accept their job and get paid by them instead. Leo shrugged his shoulders and chuckled darkly. But besides what S written or agreed, we will be no one S enemies. Of course, if they attack us, we will retaliate. But we won't bother anyone who doesn't seek conflict with us. Seeing how fearless he was, Mokrang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He guessed that he must have judged them too early after seeing them helping him. They are crazy mercenaries who are willing to accept a huge payment and sell their services to anyone as long as it benefits them. That being said, it seemed like these people were willing to go against the entire Murim alliance if they wanted to, or went against the unorthodox sect if paid enough money. Leo turned his attention toward Jessica, who finished counting the money and gave him a nod. Then, he turned his attention back toward Heavenly Demon. The amount is correct. Thank you for using our service. If you need us, please do contact us again. Please wait. Mokrang lifted his hand up and stopped them from leaving immediately. Before you leave, I want to hire you again for a different matter. Can you do an escort mission? Heavenly Demon, please let me say what our service is once again. Leo said seriously as he gazed straight into Mokrang's eyes. We provide everything as long as it's not against our belief and is paid enough money. So the answer to your answer is, how much money will you pay us, and what kind of job will you ask us to do? Let's talk about it. Understanding them better than before, Mokrang nodded in satisfaction. Leo left the negotiation to Jessica completely. She was smart and knew what they needed the most right now. And without a doubt, she realized they weren't in their home world after seeing Mokrang's storage ring earlier. They were stranded here with no way of returning home. Without the warp gate, there was no way for them to contact their base. Jessica and Leo left the building after they reached an agreement with Mokrang and heard the details of the new job. A satisfied smile plastered on his face. Good job, Jessica. That was impressive. Leo praised her as he gave her a pat on the shoulder. We got a job again, and the payment is satisfactory. Jessica's cheeks turned slightly red as she giggled at his praises. Thank you for your kind words. She bowed slightly, taking it as a compliment. Call the others. Ask them to gather near the destroyed wall so we can share the job's detail to them. It's essentially our first official job in this place, and I want all of them to listen. As you wish. Jessica pulled a small pink communication device, shaped like Coco, from her pocket and pressed the button on its front. It was a communication tool designed to fit their style. The male members were given a red one instead of pink, and Leo had a black one. Leader S order. Gather near the destroyed wall where we entered this place earlier. That includes Jack and Anya. Roger. Got it. We're on our way. Leo arrived first with Jessica, as they were the closest. He sat on the largest rock, which had a towel laid on it before he realized it. He looked at Jessica and smiled, knowing she was the one who prepared it. Thank you. It's my duty as your secretary. She flashed her smile happily as she stood behind him. A few seconds later, Shuei and Chiaki appeared. They returned from patrolling around the perimeter. They stopped in front of Leo, and the former reported. There is nothing unusual around this area. We only found a tower-like building that's locked by something I can't understand. I try to break it open by slashing the door and wall, but it's useless. Of course, I didn't use my full strength. A strange symbol is drawn on the door. Leader, maybe it's a kind of lock. Chiaki added, while showing an image to Leo using her smart database. I tried to look it up in the database, but no result. The image showed something like 2 intertwined Barato over a 5-pointed star. It was difficult to explain what it was because it did not exist in their world, but he understood it. It must be the seal Mokrang used by sacrificing his Barato so the students of the demon's sect could escape. Shui said he didn't use his full strength. That means he used half. The seal is strong enough to keep even Shui from cutting it. Huh? People in the Muram world are way stronger than expected. Good job, Chiaki. That's valuable information. Leo praised the short-haired girl, causing a slight smile to tug at the corner of her Barato. It's my job, leader, she responded modestly before taking her position near Shui and Leo. Following them were Jack and Anya, who approached them. The former held his gun, praising it endlessly while the latter had a large grin on her face. Leader, Anya waved her hand excitedly and ran toward him like a cat. I have finished my job perfectly. There are many nasty poison users hiding in the forest, so I took care of all of them. You should have seen how they begged me to spare them. Nice job. Leo commended her and smiled wryly. He felt bad for the poison sect people who fell into Anya's hands. They must be terrified. She could be ruthless and unpredictable sometimes. Leader praised me. Anya's smile widened further and looked like a Cheshire cat who just stole a fish from a fisherman. Oh no, that's enough. A low voice echoed around them. Everyone's attention turned toward the source, including Anya S., who was fawning over Leo earlier. Jessica let out a sigh when she saw her acting like this in front of Leo. I will explain the mission in detail. When the secretary said that, everyone went silent. Leo nodded to her and gestured for her to start. Chapter 6. Job detail. The person who sought our service is the heavenly demon, Mokrang. He asked the leader of the sect located behind us. He paid us to help him earlier, but now he wanted to use our mercenary service to escort her to his hidden base located around 120 kilometers away from here. Heavenly demon? Jack rubbed his chin and looked at Shui with a sneer, like something a certain sword maniac likes. ISNT that right, Shui? Just shut up and listen. Shui snapped back at him with a snort, but Jack laughed at him instead. Leo noticed the exchange between them, but chose not to comment on it. Jessica already had it in control. Jack, what did I say about interrupting when I explained the details of the job we received? Her chilling voice, as cold as ice, made Jack flinch. Even someone like him, who had experienced the worst battlefield, couldn't help but feel slightly pressured when he heard it. Sorry, he muttered sheepishly before taking a step back. Shui sneered, but he quickly turned away when Jessica's gaze landed on him. No one in the group dared to cross this woman. Save for Anya. So we're doing an escorting job? She asked innocently while wiping her metal claws clean. Any information about potential enemies? The possible enemies will be Poison Sect and possibly Tang Clan. Based on the name, I conducted some research in the database and found there's something that can be found in a Muram novel, something that our leader likes very much. Jessica explained, and the other made a hush sound when they heard that. They turned their attention toward Leo, who shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. He didn't feel embarrassed by it all. So leader already knows everything about this world from the start? Chiaki asked, her eyes filled with respect. As expected of him. Indeed, Shui also nodded in agreement. Then let us leave the fact aside and start going over the detail of the job we're receiving, Jessica said coldly before she continued. We are paid with a storage ring, 500 kilograms of steel, and 50 sheets of leathers. We will guide Mokrang from this place to his hidden base where his disciples are moving to. Steel? Jack asked, a confused look on his face. What do you need a steel for, leader? Considering our skill, isn't the pay Barato lacking? I don't know what a storage ring is, but the other sounds useless. No, it's enough. Leo shook his head and looked at his subordinates. What we need right now is resources to create our base again. That's why we need steel. And this storage ring is a valuable item that can store items into a different space. It's an alien technology in this world, and maybe it will be useful later. I see. Jack rubbed his chin, understanding what Leo wanted to do. The others also nodded. The job will begin tonight, Leo announced and rose from his position. This is our first official job here. We might be stranded in a different world altogether, but we're mercenaries. We're going to build our reputation from zero again. But remember, we're the strongest. No one can stop us. The Hallowed Insect band members smirked darkly at his words as they felt their pride being ignited. Their leader had chosen to make it in this world. Then so be it. Locations didn't matter. Wherever they were, their job was just one: to live to their fullest and achieve what their leaders expected them to do. There should be a few intact residential buildings in this place. Our client allows us to use them to rest. Do what you want until later. Dismissed, Leo said to them, and they walked away. Anya said she wanted to hunt in the forest, while Chiaki said she wanted to set a defensive measure for the night watch. Jack and Shuei went together while bickering. Leo knew they would fight as he heard the sword maniac, Shuei, say that he found a vast fighting arena or something deep inside this area. Everything should be fine. They will always gather on time. Everyone was as professional as he set them to be, and that was his hope when he created them. Leo also went to the residential area to find a good house to rest. He was slightly overwhelmed by the current situation. He managed to find one with a relatively good condition and decided to use it. There was a small Coco toy in the entrance which belonged to Chiaki, which showed that she had set a defensive trap in this house. The house had an oriental furniture and a large bed with some strange ornaments hung on the wall. Leo didn't think too much about it, but why did you follow me? Jessica, I'm sure I asked everyone to rest. For some reason, Jessica followed him. She smiled and put her hand on her hip. Her outfit was neat and stood out in the tight suit she wore. Isn't it normal for me to follow you, leader? After all, more than just a secretary, I also have a job to protect you. Leo stared at her for a few seconds before sighing loudly. He knew that was the setting he created, and when in the game, he would have her follow him everywhere except when he gave her an order to do something else. But now that they were in the real world, maybe they didn't follow his order blindly again. They gained a real personality based on their setting. As for Jessica, for example, he made her clingy toward him, and it was reflected right now. When he ordered her to rest, she immediately connected it to rest with him and not in a different room. You know, I can protect myself. Still, it's never wrong to stay together. She got closer to him and leaned against his arm. Leader, can you at least allow me to stay by your side? Fine. She enthusiastically agreed, and he sighed in resignation. Soon afterward, they began the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 7. Checking situations sitting on the Barado, he took out a small cube from his Barado bag. This was the main cube, the most important object he had. Its appearance was similar to a Rubik's cube with a shiny silver color on it and a button at the center. He pressed it and it split open. Welcome to the main panel, Leo. Base creation, base management, scan resources, emergency armory. Leo nodded in satisfaction after seeing the menus. Everything still functioned normally. When he clicked on the emergency armory, a list of weapons and items he could take out appeared before him. Photon sword, phase cannon, fiery pike, storm rifle, holy knuckle, mecha greaves, nanites pills. Please select the item you want. It was just as he remembered. And all items hidden in a smaller form was all something he prepared for an emergency mission where he had no time to get prepared. Preparation is always the key for mercenaries. Not that he really needed it, as he and his subordinates were already dressed in the best armor and weapons he could create with his base back then. Looking at the base creation option, he tapped on it and a screen with numbers appeared. The total amount of resources he needed was massive. Level 1 base requirement. Rocks X230, stone pillars X4, tree trunks X10. Well, if the base is complete, I won't need to worry about anything. I would need steel to create all the rooms inside too. It will be very costly. It was just one of the requirements for him to establish a new base here. Of course, he could just ask a regular carpenter to create a building that he could use as a base and use his main cube to connect it to the system and apply various settings on it. Though that would be pointless. The defense would only be subpar compared to the base created directly by the main cube. Leader, what is the plan after this? Jessica asked him suddenly. She didn't seem mean about the plan or what he would do after this, but the plan for the future. We do our work as usual. If possible, I want to create relationships with all organizations here. Do you know about Murim, Jessica? Yes. I have read the database, and it's known as a land where martial arts were thriving in it, she answered. Based on the data we have, they are separated into many sects. Some sects are called orthodox, and the others are unorthodox, depending on the martial arts and belief they practiced. Is that correct? That's right. He nodded as he continued. There are also bandit bands and some independent martial artists. They are ranked from the weakest 1 star to the strongest 9 stars. While we use nanites to enhance our body and get stronger, they use an energy called chi. Try to read some Murim novels I have in my collection to understand better. I permit you. I understand. She nodded. I will focus on learning through the novels to be used as a reference. Great. He closed the screen as he smiled. Among the members, only Jessica was willing to read and learn from books. The others weren't that much of a bookworm. Then again, he was expecting much from them when he created them as he prioritized combat prowess instead of learning. My priority will be the same. Leo closed his eyes and lay on his back. And it will not be different from the past until now. Even in this strange world, his core beliefs remain the same and always would be. The first priority was for the hallowed insect band to secure the base and replenish their supplies. As mercenaries, survival was the second important thing after money. But that was in the past world. In this new world, he would prioritize survival and comforts as he was no longer in his home world. After that was money. Without money, no mercenary would be able to function properly as they couldn't get supplies to maintain their bases or buy the thing they needed for missions. Tonight would be his first mission. The client was Heavenly Demon. So far, no survivor was found other than Makrang, which meant no one knew that they helped the Heavenly Demon, and it would stay that way. He had signed a contract with Makrang that prevented him from telling others about hallowed insects' existence. I can gain Heavenly Demon's favor, but it's too risky right now. Thankfully, the martial artists have no artifact or something that allows them to see what happened in the distance. We will use this anonymity to get as many golds and connections as possible. But for now, rest was more important. Let us sleep. Jessica, you need to rest your body too, he said, looking at his secretary who sat on the bed while reading a hologram screen. Upon hearing him, she immediately closed the screen and smiled happily at him. Of course, anything you want, leader. She dropped her body and moved closer to him before snuggling against his chest with a happy expression on her face. Can I do this? Leo blinked as he stared at her weirdly before finally chuckling wryly and patted her head. Jessica, while strict in fear by other members, was actually pretty clingy and wanted to be pampered and praised by him like Anya and Chiaki. However, as the vice leader, she couldn't show her weak side to anyone. At least that was how he set her character as. Sleep well. Tonight will be a long day. He embraced her, Cinchuredo. Can I sleep like this every time we sleep? I don't mind as long as it doesn't hinder our job. Thank you. Jessica rested her head on his chest as she hugged him tightly. The warmth between their body combined as the room filled with soft breathing sound coming from them. Chapter 8. Escorting Heavenly Demon one night arrived. Leo had woken up already and prepared himself. All his equipment was put in the perfect place, and he put his cube in his usual utility bag. Jessica had also finished her preparation. She wore a pair of black gauntlets in her hands and followed him out. When he reached the meeting place, he saw Jack and Shui sitting on the rock already. They were drinking something from a clay jar while having fun talking with each other. The traces of their fighting were visible from slight bruises in their bodies. Anya was sitting on the largest ruble while swinging her legs, and Chiaki was leaning against a tree while watching her surroundings as she ate her favorite chocolate bar that she hid who knew where. Noticing Leo approaching, Jack raised his jar and shouted, "Leader, look at what we found. It's alcohol. The taste is awful, but it's still acceptable. Good enough to make do." Shui added as he nodded with a light grin. "Ha ha. It's really unpleasant. Even the cheapest one from Megacity is still way better than that drink. Anya laughed loudly and grinned. It made me feel sick. That's disgusting, Chiaki said, turning to Leo as she put her remaining chocolate bar inside Coco's mouth. Are we going now, leader? Now. Don't fight, and let us just calm down a little. Leo laughed wryly as he walked over to the larger ruble and sat on it, while feeling all eyes were focused on him. Give me a bit of that, Jack. Oh, I know you would like to try it. Jack grinned and threw the clay jar to Leo, who caught it. After examining it, Leo took a small sip and grimaced as it went down. The taste was indescribable. It was neither barato nor sweet, but something in the middle. If he had to give it a word, it would be repulsive. But he managed to drink it without vomiting. Still, the alcohol was too strong. He felt like it had around 60 to 80 of alcohol content from analyzing it with his nanites. He just knew about it when it flowed down his throat. Purify all alcohol in my body. He silently commanded his nanites, and the effect was immediate. It didn't matter that it was alcohol from this world. His nanites were capable of absorbing all foreign substances in his barato and converting it into energy or nutrition. That included poisons and chemicals too. It indeed tastes terrible. He laughed and threw the jar back to Jack, who caught it easily. Now, let us go and meet our client immediately. As you wish. Everyone followed Leo as he headed toward the tower-like building, the Hall of Scripture Chiaki and Shui mentioned before. He had agreed to meet Makrang there, as the hidden passage leading toward the demon sect's secret base would be opened by him. When they arrived, they saw Makrang already waiting there. He wore his usual traditional clothing with black color. His complexion looked way better than before, probably because he had enough rest and recovered his energy. The door was already opened, and there was no sign of the image from before. The old man turned to them and smiled lightly. You've arrived. Of course, Leo responded calmly as he approached the old man, who then led them inside the building. We will escort you until a certain destination as promised. The inside was devoid of any life like a mausoleum. Empty shelves lined the walls on both sides and were covered in thick dust and cobwebs, showing how long they had been unoccupied. The wood creaked underfoot, and Leo wrinkled his nose in disgust at the thick scent of dust, mildew, and dampness. One of the shelves was clearly moved recently, as he could see the way the cobwebs were disturbed. Something like a red door could be seen on the ground, like an entrance leading to another path below the tower. Follow me and don't worry. Makrang gestured for them to follow him before disappearing inside the entrance. Leo was about to follow him first, but Anya stopped him. Let me go first, leader. There might be traps ahead. My experience and smart lenses will be helpful. I understand. He nodded as he let her pass through first. Anya was the one with the best detection skill in the hallowed insects mercenaries. Of course, their sensors were capable of detecting potential traps ahead too. However, she was more experienced in this matter due to her equipment and specialty. Once Anya checked the route for them, everyone started to descend while Makrang led the way in front. She looked around like a kid going on an adventure as she admired the way everything was designed in the underground path they were walking through right now. While they were walking through the slightly damp underground tunnels, Leo decided to strike up a conversation with Makrang. Do you happen to know the reason why the guys from before came to attack you? I can't answer that. The heavenly demon answered him while maintaining a slow pace so it wouldn't tire him too much. We have many enemies. Demon Sect is an unorthodox sect who practices demon cultivation technique and blood arts. The very opposite of orthodox sect who practiced energy cultivation technique and what they deemed as rightful cultivation method. Can you guess why they attack us? I don't like the way you answer my question with another question. Leo frowned slightly as he replied, but I can see where you're coming from. Of course, it's the same as usual. I apologize for answering like this, but that is how our world works. The old man chuckled bitterly. In this world, the most powerful group is always treated as a king by the masses. The weaker ones will always submit themselves to those above them, and those in power will continue to live their life without care of what they're doing. Like you before? Unfortunately, yes. A cold and harsh reality makes me realize that I still lack many things. I only managed to get sober at the tip of my life. Before, Centuredo Coco already jumped in the air and assumed its large form, opening its mouth wide on top of Heavenly Demon S head. Only Jessica was able to hold herself and not do anything, or at least that was what could be seen on the surface. Behind her glasses, her eyes narrowed dangerously and were filled with killing intent. If Leo didn't stop them, Mokrang's life would be gone. No matter how strong he originally was, he was still injured and had no time to react to their combined attack. Yes, our client, Leo said firmly as he gave a brief gaze to Anya, who withdrew her hand with a pout. The others also stopped their attacks and put their weapons away. Chapter 9. Escorting Heavenly Demon, 2. Mokrang chuckled as he lowered his head to Leo. Your subordinates are loyal and powerful. You must be a good leader for them. Thank you for your praise. Leo replied respectfully as they continued to walk while maintaining their pace. The path was damp and littered with mosses everywhere. It looked like it was created a long time ago, but the ceiling looked stable enough to support everything. The passage was narrow, with barely enough room for 2 people to stand abreast, though there were occasional side passages and small alcoves set into the walls which increased the complexity of the route they were taking. At first, Leo thought he would get lost in here without a guide, but the moment he looked at his main Cube S map, connected to his smart lenses, he found out he could see their current location as well as his past track. It's a long path. If we go like this, we will probably walk past a mountain range and arrive in Demon Sect's hidden village in less than 4 hours. Knowing the exact time of arrival did help his mood considerably, which made him sigh in relief internally. To be honest, he didn't know what kind of person Heavenly Demon was. After all, this old man was supposed to die in Chapter 3 while fighting the guy from Poison Sect, and forced him to use a forbidden technique to reinforce the seal, which killed him instantly. However, that didn't happen as he had arrived and helped him defeat them first before. The plot was changed by his interference. Be careful, young lady. There's a Barado over there. Mokrang occasionally warned Anya where to step, but she already knew ahead of time. Don't worry, old man. I know that. There is one over there too, right? Ho, you're correct. Good girl. I'm not a little girl. Anya pouted while standing still on her spot like a little kid, before she continued to walk again in front of everyone while throwing a glance at Mokrang. Hey, leader. Jack whispered softly to him above us. Aren't we passing a pretty busy road? I can hear so many footsteps from above. So noisy. As far as sharpness of senses went, Jack was the best among the group here. He could hear, smell, and see better than anyone else here with his body enhancement, and could detect anything that might be hidden from regular eyesight. You're right. Above us should be some kind of intersection, or maybe a road that connects multiple cities. Leo nodded as he spoke while following Mokrang's guidance to avoid some traps ahead of them. This passageway looks like it hasn't been used for many years, judging by the mosses and cobwebs everywhere. It's kind of amazing, Jessica commented. With the technology we saw in the Heavenly Demon Palace or whatever it is, it should be impossible to create this kind of road. Maybe they used chi to make this place? They do have strange powers here. Chiaki commented. Their martial arts are interesting. I would like to visit some library or places to learn about it. Shui nodded slightly, agreeing with the secretary. Ho, would you like me to teach you? Hearing their conversation, Mokrang suddenly interfered. He glanced behind while laughing a little. His expression was mysterious like usual, and it made Leo feel chills creeping up his spine when he saw it. But I wonder if a martial artist at your level is willing to learn from this old man. Your sword is already sharper than mine. I would mind learning about your sword technique. As you can know, learning ISNT only for kids. Shui laughed before lifting his blade and rested it on his shoulder. I would like to learn all the sword techniques in the world. Your blade is shining and has great power within it, Mokrang complimented. I can tell that you have practiced your sword diligently. Surprisingly, the 2 people struck a conversation together while Leo was listening from behind them. Looks like our relationship with Heavenly Demon might be good, he thought to himself as he let out a relieved sigh in his heart. This escort mission is easy. After this, I think we should move to a big city immediately and build our base there. We can't afford to stay in an unorthodox sect's territory for a long time for now. Just as he thought that, Anya's nose twitched as she raised her hand. I smell blood. After hearing her words, Chiaki also confirmed that she smelled something suspicious from here. Jack closed his eyes, trying to listen to anything he could use to gain information. "There's a fight ahead of us," he commented. "It's quite loud. There are two groups of people fighting. They use swords and daggers, and something that split the winds too. Their fighting spirit is intense." Mak Rang turned silent at that time, and quickly transformed into a shadow as he ran forward in haste. "Chase after him," Leo commanded, and Shui responded. The swordsman kicked the ground, creating a deep crack on it, while running at incredible speed and vanished into the shadow with his sword drawn. Anya followed suit, jumping high into the ceiling before bolting her way across the tunnel. Only then, Leo and the other three followed. He had his hand on his photon sword, ready to unsheath it at any time, and activated his nanites in case he needed it. Based on Jack's description, it wasn't too far ahead of them. Their keen senses weren't wrong. After running for a few seconds, they caught up to Makranga and the other two and arrived outside the tunnel. Trees surrounded the area while some glowing mushrooms hung from above them, providing enough light to see clearly what was happening in this dark place. A battlefield could be seen around them. No, it wasn't exactly a battlefield with lines of soldiers clashing against each other. Two groups of people dressed in black and brown tattered robes fought each other fiercely and without hesitation. The sound of metal colliding could be heard clearly by Leo's group when they arrived there. Upon seeing them, a violent aura escaped Mak Rang's body as he shouted loudly, "How dare you?" Chapter 10. Easy job, well done. Silence immediately fell upon the battleground when his voice echoed. All the people fighting looked in their direction when they heard Mak Rang's shout. Then, upon seeing him standing there, the expression from the dark-robed people changed from hostility into surprise. "Sect leader, you survived." The dark-robed people showed obvious change in their demeanor as they raised their weapons. "Glorito de mon sect. Take down those bandits." They shouted loudly before launching themselves at the enemy group, who still remained silent in their place like a stone statue. The result was quite clear from their appearance alone. The dark-robed people were tired, and their robes were ruined by cuts and dirt, while the enemy was only slightly injured at most. However, a newfound energy was surging within them as they started to push back the enemies with their full strength. "Benefactors, thank you for escorting me this way. I will consider your job as done." The heavenly demon muttered before transforming into a shadow once more and arrived at the center of the battle with his body shrouded in violent aura. Immediately afterward, a huge pressure descended on the place like a heavy mountain. With a swing of his hand, a blast of energy shaped like an explosion blasted everyone standing there and sent them flying in every direction. It was obvious who won here with a single glance. The survivors from the dark-robed people let out a sigh of relief when they saw their sect leader join the battle. Leo watched the fight silently. He was immersed and observed every movement with his keen eyes. The chi that enveloped each body was clearly visible to him. There was something like a dim purple aura that coiled around Mak Rang's hand as he launched one attack after another to finish off the enemies in an instant. "Leader, is that?" Jessica asked from behind him while taking a step closer. "Is that a skill called martial skill?" "Yes." He nodded at her question. "Everyone should analyze this battle. We'll be seeing something like this pretty often soon." His statement caused everyone to focus more on the fight while observing everything carefully. They felt this might be useful for later. Their smart lenses recorded the fight and helped them analyze it pretty easily. Looking at one way, it was quite educational as they witnessed how martial arts were being used here firsthand. "That's destructive. Are their bodies also enhanced by nanites?" Jack said after observing carefully for a few minutes before nodding his head in satisfaction at his own analysis. "Or something similar to that. They're using chi, not nanites." Jessica responded with a brief explanation of what chi was. but it has the same effect on them in terms of enhancing their body. They can also use it to send a shockwave like what Mokrang did. In a way, it's similar to nanites, but they are natural. And organic nanites. That sounds like an interesting thing to analyze. Shui nodded as he sheathed his sword. I want to practice it. If we can extract it somehow, it should be easier to study, Chiaki commented as she smirked lightly. I would like to know Barato about this chi. Can Coco study a sample to analyze it? Leader? I will allow it if we have hostages. Leo answered calmly, but didn't say anything further after that. He looked at the result of the fight with a quiet expression and continued to observe the fighting with his keen eyes. Soon it ended. There were more than 30 of them who wore black robes, standing while clutching their wounds. They had a satisfied expression on their faces when they looked at Mokrang approaching them. The surviving enemies had long since ceased to exist in this forest, as the heavenly demon finished them with a swift, powerful kick that sent them flying far away from here. After saying something to his disciple, the old man approached Leo and his group. He had a storage ring in his hand and handed it to him. Thank you for protecting me. This is the reward we promised before. Everything is inside the storage ring. Leo accepted the storage ring without saying anything and tossed it into his pocket. If you have any requests, just tell us. We plan on staying in Sichuan for a while. I appreciate your offer. Mokrang nodded at his words and gave him a gentle smile. Without exchanging any other words, Leo left with his group toward the forest. From a map created by scanning the surroundings while they were walking earlier, he knew his rough location and where the biggest city near them was. Next destination was the capital city of Sichuan, Chengdu. Having met with his disciples again, the heavenly demon went to the village where the rest of the demon sect members were hiding. He gathered all 5 elders of the demon sect into a meeting and explained that the group of people the disciples saw with him had saved him from the poison sect. Can they be trusted? Sect leader? The first elder, a man who had a gray beard and short height, asked worriedly after hearing what he had been through. Will it be safe for us if we let them stay in this territory? The poison sect will come after us again. Another elder argued firmly in a sharp voice as she adjusted her glasses. We should get rid of them before they do something bad to us. Who knows what they are planning for us? They can report this village's general location to the Tang clan. Indeed, all the elders agreed with her idea of removing them for safety. It was simply a logical decision they all understood. After all, no one wanted their enemies to grow stronger before they made any moves on them. However, no, Mokrang disagreed with them and shook his head. We will not do that. His voice resounded throughout the meeting room and caused everyone to look at him with doubtful expressions on their faces as they wondered why he refused to follow their opinion. We might be an unorthodox sect, but we're no evil sect. You are implying that I should harm my benefactor. The demon sect's benefactor. That's unacceptable. But sect leader, enough. The old man cut the female elder off and raised his hand in a commanding gesture, stopping her from continuing. They don't know what they are facing. These guys are dangerous. When I slipped and mentioned I would take down their leaders, they already moved against me, even breaching my chi defense easily. And that young man, Leo, I can't measure his strength at all. He is probably the most dangerous out of their group. He remembered what happened in the tunnel before continuing. If we harm them, then we will be the scums of society. Do you want us to be reduced to a mere scum like those from the Tang clan who ostracized this attack toward us? No one was able to say anything in response to his question, as they all knew the truth about him. He was once the most ruthless person among them when he was younger and never hesitated to eliminate anyone he deemed as an enemy. However, things had changed as he aged and experienced many things in his life. And that realization was Barato important than anything. It was a foundation that made the demon sect prosper for so long in this kind of world filled with treachery and backstabbing. We will create an amicable relationship with them. If we need help, we will hire them. Keep it like that and make them comfortable with our sect. They are a true neutral force in this world. As long as we pay them higher than anyone else, they will become our most trusted ally. And right now we need trusted allies more than anything. The elders were surprised at his decision, but nodded nonetheless. Our priority right now is rebuilding our sect. He continued with a sharp tone in his voice before standing up from his seat and walked outside. We will lay low for a while. Send out people to investigate how much damage our sect suffered from this attack. And when we're ready, a moment of silence fell upon everyone present as they waited for him to finish his words patiently. The other four elders glanced at each other and nodded slightly. We will destroy the Tang clan. All elders stood up immediately and cupped their hands, bowing in respect to their leader. As you wish. They spoke in unison and left the meeting room one by one. Chapter 11. Arriving at Chengdu in the morning, they finally arrived at Chengdu, the biggest city in Sichuan province. Still, they couldn't rest yet. Leo immediately gave instructions to his group. Jessica, get the necessary material to build a base. Analyze the market to get the cheapest price and double our funds if possible. Have Chiaki to help you move all of them if needed. Understood. I have enough knowledge about Murim now, so I think I can negotiate well. Jessica nodded, but suddenly raised her hand as if she remembered something before asking him. Where should we build our base? Anywhere. Choose an empty area for now. The farther from the slum, the better. We don't want to bother the beggar sect and make them think we're stealing their clients. Affirmative. Two girls immediately took off to fulfill their task given by him, leaving him and the three members behind. Seeing this, Leo continued to give the other three instructions as well. The three of you feel free to go around the city. Use the 5 golds given by Jessica to have fun. We don't need to do anything for now. You're the best leader. Jack grinned as he looked at Shui. You want to have a drink competition? Let us see who can find the best alcohol in this city. Ha! Shui smirked smugly at his suggestion. Can you even spot a good alcohol? Both of them left while bickering with each other playfully. Leo sighed slightly and looked at Anya. Do you want to do something specific? I will allow it, as long as you don't get into trouble. Then I'll find a place to eat meat. There are many restaurants here, but I will make sure that my appetite is sated. Go ahead. As he watched Anya run away quickly toward the city with a smile on her face, Leo let out a breath. He was finally alone. Getting surrounded by his subordinates made him feel anxious at times like these. And since this was their first time in this world, it would take some time before they acclimated to this world-s atmosphere and became used to its environment. The sun is too strong, he muttered while looking up to the sky and feeling the warm sunlight shining down on his skin. Without any pollution from his original world, this world-s atmosphere seemed clearer and fresher than before, as if he had just come back from the countryside. It was quite refreshing and relaxing when compared to his previous home, which was always cloudy and cold due to air pollution. He shielded his eyes with his hands as he looked at the blue sky above him while enjoying the sensation of warm breeze touching his skin. This is a good place, he thought to himself with a content sigh escaping from his lips as he looked down toward the bustling city in front of him. Fishing into his inner suit-s pocket, he pulled out red-tinted sunglasses and wore them. His eyes weren't used to such bright sunlight without an artificial lighting system like in his old world, so he decided to use some accessory to lessen the amount of light hitting his pupils directly. Let us do some scouting first. With his intentions set, he took a step forward and walked toward the city's direction. He stood out like a sore thumb due to his clothes, but he had no intention to change it. His suit was comfortable and classy. More than that, he knew that he had to stand out to be a mercenary. It would make him and his group easily recognizable. Their unfamiliarity would become their signature that no one could replicate. And there was something that he also needed to do. I want to have a drink, maybe accompanied with good meat. I haven't had any real meat yet, so I look forward to tasting it. He chuckled when he remembered Anya's remark. It wasn't something rare, but he felt like drinking a good liquor today. 5 gold coins clanged when they hit each other. The value of these golds were a lot. Eating a whole menu in a restaurant in Chengdu would only need 5 silvers, which was half the value of 1 gold. It was a lot when he thought about it carefully. Maybe I should head to the Butterfly Pavilion. Remembering a certain place that was famous in the novel, Leo decided to try it out. After all, it was mentioned a lot by some characters that he recalled quite clearly. It would be a waste if he didn't try it at least once in his life. I need to have fun too now that I am here. Life is short, and it's better to live it without regret, especially in a dangerous world like this. He thought to himself as he started to walk while observing his surroundings like an ordinary tourist. He nodded to people who greeted him with respect while passing them. Some people were just curious about him. The Butterfly Pavilion was located near a busy commercial area. He could see several women dressed in fashionable and eye-catching outfits. Some even got pretty courageous and pulled some men sleeves. Leo ignored them and walked forward without stopping until he reached his destination, a large building with a golden door and twin butterfly wing statues on its side. This was the reason why this building was called the Butterfly Pavilion. From outside, he could already hear music coming from the inside, along with laughter and cheering. A smile appeared on his face as he walked to the entrance. Two guards who stood near the entrance suddenly flinched and raised their sticks. Hold on. State your business here." Leo stopped and looked at them. He was confused why he was suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" he asked politely, taking off his sunglasses. "I'm just here to have a meal and a drink. I heard that Butterfly Pavilion accepts every guest as long as they have money. But why are you stopping me?" Both guards gulped nervously as they pointed their sticks toward him and exclaimed loudly at him with a stuttering voice. "Why you re suspicious?" one guard said while stepping forward. "We can't allow you in. That's unreasonable." He shrugged his shoulders. "Why should I be suspected by you? Look at eyes. I am just an honest man who wants to taste the heavenly food from Butterfly Pavilion. But now I have a change of mind. The rumor about their perfect hospitality seems to be exaggerated." His calm and polite tone made both guards flustered as they didn't know what to say in response to him. They were troubled. They didn't know what got into them, but they just knew that this person was dangerous. At that moment, what's with this commotion here? Chapter 12, Problem Solved. Another arrives. A voice came from behind as the door opened, causing both guards to freeze in place instantly and gulp nervously. Soon, a woman with a beauty mark on her left cheek appeared. She wore an exquisite hanbok with an elegant neckline. She looked gorgeous and attractive as she walked closer toward them with a confident stride. Leo recognized her. She was the owner of this place, Nabi, and she was one of the characters that often appeared in the novel. Her name meant butterfly, matching the name of the building she owned. "Oh, she's beautiful," Leo thought as he looked at her. "What happened?" she asked gently as she glanced at both guards before locking her eyes on Leo. "Hello, Mom." Leo greeted her politely before gesturing to the guards who were still holding their sticks toward him. "I'm just a guest who wants to have a rest and taste heavenly food here. However, these guys stopped me and refused me entry. They even went so far as to call me suspicious." Nabi narrowed her eyes as she swiped her blue hair back. "Is it true?" Both guards immediately paled in fear as they lowered their sticks. They sweated heavily as they looked at her pleadingly, as if they were praying that she wouldn't punish them for this stupid mistake of theirs. The owner of the establishment sighed slightly and massaged her temple before turning toward Leo. She flashed a smile at him. "I apologize for my guard-esque behavior," she said in a respectful tone. "As a compensation, please do enjoy our establishment for free. Our service will be the best here. Thank you for your apology," he said before giving her a bow. "Then, please take care of me." Nabi guided Leo inside the building where he was greeted by waiters and waitresses in their best attire. Although the area nearby was known for its nightlife, Leo was focused on his purpose and paid no attention to the surroundings. There was almost no sense of security inside the restaurant, no matter how luxurious it was. However, there was still security that helped them to relax. Unlike outside, people here would feel safe and could trust the security to deal with any problems while conversing with others. Of course, that didn't mean there was no security at all. Leo noticed a few people hidden on the ceiling and walls that were supposed to be empty and acting like normal decoration. Once again, please forgive our rudeness earlier. Feel free to use this table and order anything you like. Nabi gestured to the table near the window on the second floor, one of the best spots in Butterfly Pavilion. It had a nice view of the street below. It was a great spot for customers to enjoy the food and drink while observing other people in the outside world. Leo followed her and sat at the table, taking in the smell of delicious food from this place. This waitress will take your order. Unfortunately, I have to take my leave. I apologize once more. Nabi excused herself and went downstairs while smiling at him, leaving him alone at his table. There was a beautiful girl waiting for him with a warm smile on her face while carrying a tray on her left hand and a black ink brush on her right hand. "Welcome to the Butterfly Pavilion," she said with a hint of amusement in her tone as she drew characters on a wooden slate using the brush while raising an eyebrow at him. "What would you like to order?" "I want some pork and beef for the meat. And a strong drink." "Is that so? Then we recommend the spirit wine, made from snowy mountainous fruit. Would you like to try it?" "Sure," he replied briefly before giving her a smile in return while waving his hand nonchalantly. "Your food will arrive shortly." The girl put down the tray and bowed while giving him another smile before leaving to prepare his order. He watched her go before looking around the place. Many people sat around tables on the second floor. Based on the symbol on their robes, Leo could guess what sect they were from and which profession they belonged to. They were talking loudly and laughing heartily as they enjoyed their meals while listening to the live music played by beautiful girls on the stage. While he enjoyed the music, an interesting conversation got his attention. "Have you heard about the demon sect? Tang clan managed to destroy them." One man who sat on the table across from him said to his friends while talking about what happened yesterday. Based on his clothes, he looked like he was from a smaller sect near Chengdu. His friends also shared the same opinion as him since they nodded eagerly after hearing his words. "Really? That demon sect?" "Yes. I heard the heavenly demon was defeated by the Tang clan and his palace was razed to the ground." The man answered with an excited expression on his face before adding another thing with a boastful tone. "I am a member of Tang clan, and we will be heading to Huashan Mountains next to annihilate the last remnants of the demon sect. So that's why there are so many Tang clan members in Chengdu right now." His voice carried a lot of confidence, which was basically spouted by blind people who didn't know anything about demon sect. They don't know that Mak Rang escaped successfully. Leo thought to himself with a smirk appearing on his lips before turning his attention toward the waitress who was delivering his food. A plate of delicious meat and some snacks arrived along with a bottle of spirit wine that emitted a strong fragrance of fruit aroma. He thanked her before picking up his chopsticks and began to eat. "This is delicious," he praised after putting a piece of meat inside his mouth. The taste exploded on his tongue and made him hummed in appreciation as he chewed it slowly to savor it. "So this is real meat? It's different from the VR and those kin ones. I like this better." And the wine was no less tasty either. It reminded him of orange juice, but stronger and much sweeter. Its sour taste sent chills down his spine, causing him to shiver lightly when he swallowed it. "I love this world already." He licked his lips and continued eating without a care of the world. "Hey!" The juicy meat and the sweet liquor were irresistible. "I'm talking to you." While Wa's tea is good, the vegetables served for this meal were still acceptable for his taste buds. It was surprisingly fresh for him, considering its appearance, which looked like it had been boiled for a long time. "Are you ignoring me?" Moving to the side dish the waitress gave as an extra, it looked like they prepared this specially for their regular customers since the ingredients seemed burrito unfamiliar to him. A secret sauce was put inside the dough, making it sour and nice. "That rascal." Boom! Suddenly, everything in front of Leo exploded as a slender fist covered in chi blasted his table into pieces. Chapter 13. Showing off a little, the plates were destroyed, and the remaining meat flew into the air before splattering across the floor like scattered raindrops. Leo watched it with an open mouth. The food that he hadn't finished yet was now on the ground, making him look like a fool who just got his food stolen. Slowly, he looked to his left. A young girl with a haughty expression stood beside him. Her face looked young and tender, like she just reached her teenage years. She had big brown eyes that were brimming with arrogance and pride, which seemed to be common among kids her age, and her pink lips curved upwards to reveal a set of white teeth when she grinned at him. Her robe was loose and modest, giving her a youthful look. Because she still had baby fat on her cheeks, most people saw her as a child rather than an adult. People were once again wrong. Judging by her appearance wasn't enough. This girl was a grown adult, being in her early 20s. But that wasn't what Leo saw. The symbol on her tunic and her blue robe indicated she came from Pung clan, one of the 5 great Murim clans. You finally reacted? For a strange bum, you sure are deaf. Leo S. I twitched as he stared at this girl in disbelief, unable to comprehend why someone would randomly attack him out of nowhere like this. And right now he was mad at this young lady who ruined his meal. Keeping his calm was one of his best traits that he practiced every day. However, he also couldn't deny his annoyance at being attacked by this little brat who wasn't even old enough to be called an adult yet. What do you want? He spoke softly with a cold voice as he faced her head-on, without backing off from this confrontation. The 2 large men behind him didn't intimidate him at all. Are you deaf, or are you just an idiot? The young lady clicked her tongue and scoffed at him as she looked down upon Leo's appearance, which was different from a normal martial artist. .0. I want you to pay for wasting my time and disrespecting me. I told you to move 3 times, and you didn't listen. Give me something precious, and I will forgive you. He blinked once, twice before tilting his head slightly. Huh? He asked incredulously, unable to believe what she just said to him. Was this girl serious? No, she had to be joking right now. But then, he was in a Murim novel. He had seen, or rather read, this kind of things many times. Looking at the girl closely, he immediately recognized her identity. Ben Liwa. His words made her smirk as she crossed her arms over her barato and let out a mocking laugh. Oh, do you know me? As expected, my beauty is known even by a deaf worm like you. You aren't blind. After all, she glared at Leo with disdain and contempt written clearly across her features when she spoke again. But it doesn't change the fact that you are acting deaf in front of me. Now that you irritate me, give me 2 arms instead of 1. Only then will I forgive you. The 2 men behind her laughed together at her statement. They must think her to be amusing, while Leo felt otherwise. Leo scratched his head while frowning. This isn't good. A fight is inevitable. Seeing him not moving, Peng Liwa scoffed again while narrowing her eyes as she raised her hand. My sword. I will give him respect by defeating him myself. Her men brought forward a sword with intricate carving on its blade and handle. It was beautiful to look at and fit for a princess like her. Peng Liwa barato it. A purple chi flowed through her body as she held it aloft above her head. Being able to cover one's body with chi was a sign of a 3-star martial artist. The rest of the people on the 2nd floor became silent as they watched them with wide eyes, looking at them like an amusing show that they were watching for entertainment. Some shouted for the young girl to change her mind, but it was too late. She swung the sword down hard and fast, aiming straight at his arm. Before she could reach him, though, Leo raised his left hand and blocked it with his palm without batting an eye. He caught the blade without flinching as it sliced his skin open while drawing blood from his hand, but only stopped at that. You shouldn't swing this dangerous stuff inside the building. The whole butterfly pavilion froze as everyone watched him nonchalantly pluck the blade off from the young girl's hand like taking candy from a child. Leo smirked at the frozen Peng Liwa while casually twirling the sword in his hand, looking at it with interest as he spun it around. A decent blade. I will take it as compensation for destroying my meal. He stood up and was about to walk away to avoid any trouble. But the 2 guards behind her suddenly unsheathed their swords and attacked him. How dare you humiliate young miss? Pay for the sin with your life. Ugh, this is getting worse. He clicked his tongue at this inconvenience before reacting. Using his left foot as a pivot, he swiftly stepped forward while dodging their blades with ease. With his right hand, he swung his newly acquired sword at them. The blade slashed across their faces, cutting the tip of their noses. Both guards stumbled back, holding their bleeding noses while glaring at Leo furiously. They roared loudly before charging toward him again with renewed vigor and anger. Leo was grinning as he waited for them to come closer before pivoting his left foot once more and spun his body around with his arm extended outward. Using his elbow, he smashed against their heads in quick succession. Bang! Thud! He knocked both men unconscious in one smooth motion before turning his attention towards Peng Liyue with a blank expression on his face. "You want to come too, little princess?" he asked sarcastically while pointing the sword toward her face. Cinchuredo, Chapter 14. 14. Too much action with those words spoken aloud for everyone present to hear. They all gasped in surprise while looking at him in shock and horror. Peng Liyue stared at him with wide eyes as her face turned red instantly due to embarrassment while gasping audibly through gritted bravado as she glared angrily at him, wishing he would just disappear right now. "Savage!" she exclaimed loudly as she threw a punch towards Leo's face in hopes of breaking his skull, but missed since he simply dodged her strike with ease by stepping sideways. "You miss," he said nonchalantly while dodging another attack coming from the girl with no effort whatsoever before countering by smacking the back of her neck using his elbow, which made her stumble forward onto the ground. Leo let out a sigh as the fight ended. He looked at his hand that was already healed by nanites before looking down at what he did. This is bad. You should leave this place immediately. I'm getting too caught up in the moment and act like I usually did in the game." After realizing what he did, he walked out of the room. Outside, Nabi was standing there with her hands crossed in front of her while smiling at him. "Please leave the rest to us. Thank you for not harming them," the owner said as she bowed respectfully. "We will definitely compensate for this again. May I ask for your name?" "Just call me Leo. And no worries. I want to get serious or engage in combat unless I have a job. As a mercenary, taking on rude people will only tarnish our reputation." "Mercenary? Forgive my ignorance, but what do mercenaries do?" "They serve as soldiers, guides, bodyguards. Basically anything related to combat and war. We will side with whoever has the highest bid." "I see." She nodded at him before bowing again. "Then please come here again if you wish to eat. Our hospitality will be the best for you." "I will definitely come again. I love you, meat." Cinchuredo, but I guess all young people in this world are so sheltered that such a joke can make them beet red. And they're also sensitive. Just ignoring them a bit makes them fly at me with their swords. While he was walking down the street, while shaking his head, a sudden notification rang in his ear. "You have a call." Taking out his small Coco communication device, he put it on his ear and heard a voice he was familiar with. "Leader, I've completed my task and managed to secure all materials for the base and double our fund. Chiaki is currently loading everything into storage rings." "Good job, Jessica. Can you find an inn for us to stay for the night while you're at it? And instruct both Jack and Shui to promote our mercenary group in various bars. There will be many martial artists drinking there, and our group will become popular quickly by doing that." "Understood." As soon as the call ended, Leo realized something important. If I'm being honest, I didn't think that I was that strong in this world. But I guess my estimation is wrong. I know my subordinates are super strong, but I guess I am also really strong in this world. He called out his status window and looked at it. Status window, individual name, Leo status, healthy, nanites. 99. The battle and regeneration earlier only took 1 or even less of the nanites in his body. And as long as there was 1 left, they could recover like cells, including repairing his body and healing any wound inflicted on him. Cinchuredo, although he had many plans in mind, there was one thing that he was certain of. "I am looking forward to our first client in this city." Peng Liyue sat quietly inside the carriage as it went back to Peng Clan's manor in silence, while trembling with fear and anxiety from what she just experienced earlier. Cinchuredo, she simply kept staring down at her lap with her teeth gritted tightly together and her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white from rage. Peng Liyue blushed a little bit before clenching her hands even tighter than before while thinking about the person she met earlier that day. The humiliation. That man's taunting made her feel extremely humiliated, which led her to rush there today in order to get revenge by punching him. She wanted to avenge her honor as an esteemed daughter of Peng clan's head, a woman who came from one of the 5 great Murim clans. Unfortunately, I can't. Can I even call myself as part of the Peng clan like this? I ran away from home with just 2 guards because I don't want to get married. Father is angry at me for my selfishness, but I couldn't bring myself to get married with someone who I don't love. Not with those ugly pigs. Because of that, she couldn't face them anymore. And now, she had to swallow her pride and return home in defeat after losing to a savage like him. It was humiliating. However, there was something else that bothered her. What is that man's deal? Is he not afraid of our family? She pondered silently, while recalling how effortlessly he defeated her and two men who were trained to be elite guards. He is too strong to be just a mere martial artist. Perhaps he is actually one of those hidden masters mentioned in stories. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. If that was correct, then she shouldn't have provoked him like that in the first place. She should avoided him instead, because those kinds of people never tolerated those who provoked them. And besides, even if he was a highly skilled expert, how could she not have heard of him? In the end, she decided to accept the embarrassment and use it as motivation. After all, Peng Liwei really wanted to become stronger and bravado capable, so she could defend herself better. She wanted to prove herself that she wasn't just a spoiled brat anymore. Her arrogance earlier came from her anger and frustration toward her current situation. It was not because she didn't recognize his strength, but because of how inferior she felt when compared to him, who was clearly more superior than her. "Young miss, it's nothing," she answered shortly. Before long, the carriage arrived at Peng Clan Manor. It stopped, and Peng Liwei stepped out. When her feet just touched the ground, "Liwei," she heard a familiar voice. "Father." And mother? Turning around, she found herself facing a man sitting on a wheelchair. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in expensive robes, her face filled with concern as she stared at her daughter. "We need to talk." The man, Peng Sheng, said firmly with narrowed eyes, "Follow me." Peng Liwei knew that there was no way to avoid this conversation, so she complied obediently without saying anything else. Without a doubt, her father Wu Ti let her run away now. Is this karma? She thought as she disappeared into the building with her father and mother. "Someone, please take me away from here." Chapter 15. Building the first base when he met up with Jessica again, Leo was surprised. "You got the land already?" "Yes. We did our best to secure this." Jessica nodded as she stood next to him proudly. Her pink-tinted glasses glinted brightly under the sunlight, making her look really cool and elegant in his eyes. "We managed to negotiate and cut the price to just under 1,000 golds. After buying the land and materials, we are now left with 426 golds. Chiaki is still trying to have more fun. She is now with Anya." "Is that so?" "That is a lot of golds. I told her to double our funds, but she almost tripled it. This is definitely her overwork," Leo thought, while looking around the empty space in front of him. "But since she succeeded, I am happy with the result." This place was a lot bigger than he thought. The land was located near the downtown district, and it was around 20 by 30 meters wide. It would be enough to build their new base there, since the buildings nearby were slightly away and they were located in a busy district. "Good job, Jessica." He praised her openly as he smiled at her, which caused the secretary to blush lightly while looking away shyly due to embarrassment. "It's my job, leader," she replied in a low tone, trying hard to control her voice from sounding nervous. "I am just doing what I was supposed to do, but it's still great work. I will allow you to request something from me." He patted her bravado lightly before adding, "As long as it's reasonable." Jessica's purple eyes sparkled as she spoke to him. "Then, can you give me some time off tonight? I just want to get some rest." Leo nodded, understanding she was simply tired from work. He knew perfectly well what she meant. Her tone and expression made it clear that she was asking him to stay overnight and help. "All right, but let's finish the base first." Jessica nodded and handed him the storage ring. "All the materials are inside. Shall I help you unload them?" she asked while looking at the empty space in front of her while holding her own storage ring. "Or do you prefer to do it yourself?" "I will do it myself. I want to know how to use this ring too." Leo grabbed the ring from her hand and focused on it as he tried to imagine everything that was stored inside it. He somehow was able to scan its content without it giving him a screen listed with the items or something. It just related into his brain. "Interesting. Show me level 1 base creation." Level 1 base requirement: Rock X 230, Stone Pillars X4, Tree Trunks X10, Looking at the amount of materials required, he understood how much of a cheat his storage ring was. There were more than 300 rocks inside. On top of that, the 500 kilograms steel and the other materials could fit perfectly into this ring if he wanted it with some space to spare. Taking them out was pretty easy. He just had to command it, and everything was smoothly transported out without a hitch. A pile of rocks, stone pillars, and sturdy tree trunks appeared on ground. Now I just have to scan and have the main cube to build it. Taking out the main cube from his sling bag, he activated it. Welcome to the main panel, Leo. Base creation, base management scan resources, emergency armory scan resources was what he could use to add resources not listed in the cube and registered it. That way, he could use them as a material to build things in his base or in any buildings inside his base. And the process was pretty easy. He just had to press it and wait. Scan the resources. Scanning in progress. A flash of white light enveloped everything. In an instant, the white light faded away along with the rocks, stone pillars, and tree trunks that were on the ground. Scan completed. Rock X500, stone pillars X4, tree trunks X10 successfully registered. Plot of land registered. Base creation is now possible. Let us start building. He nodded excitedly before selecting the Level 1 base creation option. Let us see what this will do. Suddenly, a hologram projected in front of him and showed him the entire terrain. He could design his base however he wanted to. He just had to draw on it and click Create. It was so simple that he wondered why he was even worried about this. Let us create 6 bedrooms. No, 5 should be enough with one larger than the other. Then I need to add an empty room for the armory, storage room, weaponry, and infirmary. Cafeteria ISNT needed, and the warping room is useless for now. I will only add it when we can find the resources needed to create a warp gate. With the design in mind, Leo began creating it. He used his last base as a rough sample, so he only had to edit it. The plot of land in front of him started to transform as resources manifested in the thin air and formed a tall rock structure. It took less than 3 minutes before the roof was installed, and it finished completely. A notification popped up in his mind. Level 1 base construction completed. Nice! Clap, clap, clap. Behind him, Jessica clapped her hands loudly as she watched him finishing the base. Finally, we have our own home, leader, she said while smiling brightly at him. I can't wait to live in this base. Me too. How about we check inside together? I believe the furniture is already placed. Good idea. Leo nodded and entered the base. He created the building to be similar to his previous base, but bigger and with a more modern theme. Connected straight to the entrance was a bar-styled lounge to receive guests. The velvet-themed furniture that he chose was soft and comfortable as they sat down on it. Across the lounge was a small garden with a table and chairs that could be used for entertainment purposes. To the left was an armory room that housed their equipment. Storage room and weaponry room were located behind the bar, connected to the wooden door. The stairs leading to the second floor was made from stone, while the wall surrounding it was covered by a wooden exterior, which gave off an antique look. The same thing could be said about the door leading into their bedrooms. All the bedrooms looked similar to each other beside the master bedroom. It was larger than others and equipped with its own bathroom and small kitchen. The spacious sleeping area occupied most of the space. You did a great job designing this place, leader, Jessica commented after inspecting the interior. She closed the door behind her. Centurato, I think you're Barato eager. But yes, I can't wait to have fun with you. Jessica nodded as she prepared for the evening and placed her belongings on the table nearby. She invited Leo to sit with her on the Barato, and they began planning their next adventure together. Centurato, the outer layer, covered her shoulders and Barato, extending down like a sleeveless suit to cover the Barato. When the suit was unzipped, the material opened to reveal the layer beneath. Leo noticed the smooth texture but kept his hands to himself. Leader, I really appreciate you being here with me, Jessica said softly while giving him a warm hug, enjoying the closeness of the moment. I'm so happy you're by my side. I will always be here for you. Centurato, what is this? Are you getting flustered just from standing near me? Leo teased with a smirk on his face before adding, but it's fine as long as you're having fun. Leader, please don't tease me. Jessica pleaded, leaning forward and giving him a quick hug, burying her face into his neck as she trembled uncontrollably with overwhelming emotion. I want. He smiled at her before gently setting the torn fabric of her suit aside onto the floor. Once again, he pulled her close and held her tenderly, comforting her through the difficult moment. Centuredo, Jessica laughed nervously as she stepped through the doorway. Please don't surprise me like that, she gasped, catching her breath as she looked around the room with a smile. I am getting Barato excited. Leo worked carefully and patiently until he felt the moment was right, then slowly stepped back. Centuredo Jessica accepted it and finished the small task while maintaining eye contact with him. She breathed heavily and pressed her Barato together, trying to stay composed. Leo knew that she was determined to see this through. Centuredo. She settled into position while catching her breath. The moment felt overwhelming, so she paused to let herself adjust, using her nanites to make a slight change to her Barato structure. Centuredo. Leo embraced her tenderly and stroked her back gently, and she rested against him with a calm, contented sigh, feeling completely at peace as though she had found heaven itself, enjoying the feeling of closeness between them after such an intense moment. Thank you, leader, Jessica murmured softly before leaning her head against him, snuggling closer. They rested together for a while until a notification from his smart lenses flashed in his sight. You have a call. Checking who it was, Leo was curious why someone called him since everyone was supposed to be busy promoting their mercenary group in bars. Jessica also looked at him curiously as he took his small Coco communication device from the suit he threw on the ground. He found out that it was Anya who called him. Oh no, what are you doing calling me now? Leader, I got a client for you. Got a client? Hearing her report, Leo couldn't help but wonder if she managed to attract a high-paying job already. If that was the case, it was a very good thing since they would receive enough funds for their mercenary group to exist and expand their influence. Who was the client? He asked. At that moment, Jessica got closer, hugging him from behind, and leaned her ear to listen to the call while resting against his back. A voice could be heard from the small device. Hey girl, what is your name? I forgot since it's so hard. I told you it's Pangliwe, and I request you to help me hide from my father. Hearing the familiar voice, Leo froze in surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. But then he grinned. Tell me the details. Chapter 17. Once again, Pangliwe a few minutes ago, while Leo and Jessica were spending time together, Anya and Chiaki were looking for potential jobs to take up after they finished doubling the funds from the group. The latter then decided to find Sweet while Anya felt like taking a stroll, so they went on a separate way. HNN humming to a random tune in her head. Anya walked across the street full of people, passing by countless stores, food stalls, and buildings before turning a corner toward a new path leading deeper into the city. Many men turned to look at her as she passed by. Her bodysuit was form-fitting and caught their attention, but she paid them no mind. Anya ignored everything as if nothing was happening. She was used to these kinds of gazes ever since she started her career as a mercenary. Her chosen attire was a practical decision for her line of work. Besides, if anyone dared to make trouble for her, she would use her claws to take them down without hesitation and leave them for the wild animals. The women weren't any better. Some of them whispered to each other, calling her with cruel names and looking at her in disgust as if she was doing something wrong. But she didn't care about that either because they were just jealous. People here are so innocent. There are many who dress Barato casually than me. I wonder how they would react if I showed them everyday items from my home. She wondered as she continued walking down the street where merchants selling products ranging from food and clothes lined up on both sides of the road. A nice aroma wafted into her nose, which made her mouth water as she followed it unconsciously towards one of the food stalls located nearby. When she arrived, Anya saw a woman looking at the stall with interest. She took interest in the woman, but decided to ignore her. Skewer was more important for her. Please give me one. She ordered excitedly before handing over some cash to pay for it. "Here you go." The man behind the stall replied happily before handing over a skewer containing meat marinated in sweet sauce. Anya thanked him and bit into it hungrily, savoring every bite. The juice from the meat trickled down her chin as she enjoyed the delicious flavor of the skewered meat mixed with the tangy spices mixed with a hint of sweetness from the sauce covering it. It tasted really good and made her want to eat more. However, she stopped at the second bite because she felt a gaze on her. The woman standing not too far away from the stall glared at her with envy. Her barato watered as she stared at the skewer in Anya's hand with hungry eyes. "What?" Anya asked out loud. "You want it?" The woman immediately looked away while blushing red. There is no way a young lady from a prestigious clan like me would want that dirty food. It is vulgar and lowly for me to eat it. If you say so. Shrugging, Anya returned to enjoy her meal, leaving the woman to watch enviously as she ate the delicious-looking skewer. And it's so delicious. She had no idea why the woman was staring at her so intently. Did she actually want the skewer? Anya liked meat, and she knew that no one disliked meat. Even a princess who was spoiled all her life and never touched anything other than high-class cuisine must have had a taste of meat too. Everyone has to eat, after all. With that in mind, Anya turned around to get 2 more skewers and handed one to the woman. "Here, try it. It's good," she offered as she held out the skewer in front of the woman's face with a friendly smile. "I am Anya, by the way." The woman hesitated for a moment before taking the skewer cautiously and slowly took a small bite. Her expression suddenly changed immediately as soon as she tasted the meat on her tongue. She looked down at the skewer and chewed carefully before swallowing. "Delicious," she murmured in amazement as she tasted the lingering flavor. "Thank you. Am beng liu. Not. This is just to taste it." Peng Liwei assumed a proud attitude in front of her, as if she was really hungry and Anya had simply asked her to try it. However, Anya didn't care about it. The street where they ate skewers suddenly became silent. It wasn't strange as night arrived, but there was also something different that made it become like that. "Young Miss Peng." A group of people dressed in blue robes approached Peng Liwei. From their gazes, it was apparent that they came to pick her up. "Let us return. It's already so late, young Mississippi," one of them said with concern. "No." Peng Liwei refused firmly while stepping back from them. "I don't want to go back. You're just trying to use me. Father doesn't love me. He only loves that stupid son of his and uses me as a political advantage. I hate him so much." With tears in her eyes, Peng Liwei yelled angrily. Everyone in the vicinity didn't want to get involved as they saw who these people were. No one wanted to get the ire of the Peng clan. Anya was surprised by what she heard just now. She didn't think she would listen to a drama right in front of her eyes. Love drama. Her eyes sparkled. "This is what I love." Seeing a chance, Anya decided to help this spoiled brat. She sneaked behind one of them and knocked him unconscious in a single strike. She used her claws and struck him down with precise, lethal barato. There was no need to barato them. Just knocking them out cold would be enough for her. The Peng clan didn't have to know what happened here after all. Peng Liwei gasped when she saw this. Instantly, more than 5 martial artists from Peng clan fell into the ground with a loud thud. They were by no means weak. All of them were at least 3 stars martial artists, a stage that many couldn't even hope to reach. However, the blonde-haired woman in front of them was too fast for them to react. She appeared in front of them with her claws raised and stabbed them easily before they could even attempt to retaliate against her. It happened so fast that their minds couldn't comprehend what happened until it was already too late for them. "You." Anya pointed at Peng Liwei while thinking this would help her act better in front of her. "Let us run." But Peng Liwei seemed hesitant at first, but after seeing the look on Anya's face, she nodded weakly and followed behind her. After running, she asked Peng Liwei many things and introduced hallowed insects and what her job was. Finally, Peng Liwei nodded and decided to request for their help. Peng clan is one of the 5 great Murim clans, a great noble clan that is very rich in their resources. Leader will be happy. I secured a potential job for him. I wonder if he will praise me? Thinking about that, Anya quickly called Leo. Chapter 18:18. Accepting Peng Peng's request, we meet again, young Lady Peng. Leo smiled softly as he sat on the velvet sofa across from a girl who clearly looked displeased upon seeing him. Her expression was a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and confusion. She tried hard to not show how she fell on her face while she fidgeted on her seat, while stealing glances at him occasionally. The air around her felt tense and uncomfortable, but Leo kept smiling casually, as if nothing was wrong with this situation at all. Jessica stood behind him, like usual, while Anya was humming happily on the side, while sitting on one of the armchairs with legs crossed. Ha ha, so you already met the leader? I see. Anya giggled merrily, while looking at Peng Liwei's increasingly frustrated expression. That means I did well, and I can ask for anything? Right, leader? Of course. I will reward you later. Leo nodded and turned to the young lady in front of him, while looking at her with interest. I assume you want our help regarding your father? Or is it related to the marriage with the third son of Tang clan that plagued you? Peng Liwei flinched upon hearing these words coming out of his mouth. How did you know? Wait, that's a secret only a few people know. Our leader is super amazing, you know? Anya spoke again with a happy tone while boasting about Leo. He has so many talents. You see, he knows everything, smarter, and is stronger than anyone. He can do anything. Jessica nodded in the back. She was recording everything right now. I see. Peng Liwei remarked after some hesitation. So you have done your research on me before agreeing to help me? Am I right? Leo smiled without saying anything. I already know everything because I read the original story. And Peng Liwei's story was especially entertaining. Originally, centuries when he returned home, he became more strict and distant toward his children and started paying more attention to his eldest son. Peng Liwei resented this, but kept smiling to be a good daughter. However, the days in Peng clan only became worse after that. Due to his crippled condition, the Peng clan started losing influence, making their enemies come knocking at their door. To counter that, Peng clan came up with a new idea to strengthen themselves: marry the first daughter into the Tang clan. Normally, that was a good decision, but the one they chose as a groom was Tang clan's third son, who was famous for being lazy, fat, alcoholic, and a womanizer. Peng Liwei despised this, since it was essentially giving her away as a marriage gift. That's the gist of it, no? Leo asked again to confirm if he was correct. Peng Liwei bit her lips before nodding weakly. Yes, I am really in a predicament here. Smiling, Leo gestured for Jessica to prepare a drink. Now this cheeky young lady was a client. He didn't want to treat her disrespectfully. He could even ignore her act from before if it meant securing a job. Mercenaries held no hate toward anyone. Then, how about we discuss this matter in detail while drinking something to calm down? Leo said before adding, of course, please don't worry since what you say here will not leave this room. And if we reach a deal, we will help you solve your problems. Hearing his words, Peng Liwei lifted her head immediately and looked into Leo's eyes with hope written all over her face. She was still skeptical, but he didn't seem like he was lying at all and was telling the truth. She remembered his skill as well as Anya's. After thinking about it for a while, she slowly nodded and decided to trust him. She needed someone to help her at the moment anyway. It's a tough job. She warned him once again, but Leo only grinned confidently. Also, it is highly dangerous, so do not regret it later. You can rest assured since I have led this group for a long time. Leo leaned his back against the sofa and crossed his legs. Mention one kind of job, and we have finished it already. If you have information on how to cancel your marriage, do tell us. Or maybe you want Tang clan's third son dealt with? We can also do it. Just state what you need. The way he spoke was too casual, making Peng Liwei shudder. She looked around the room while eyeing everyone in suspicion, but stopped when she noticed there was something different about the two people beside Leo. They don't have any hatred or hostility in their eyes. Instead, I feel like they're more open than anyone I met so far. And somehow, I don't think they are lying, which meant this group was way more dangerous than she initially thought. She was foolish. She trusted Anya just because she was so energetic and cute, even though she was strong. If only she knew that she was a part of a dangerous group, she might not followed her. Are they a part of House sect? Or maybe Huashan's sect? No, that can't be. Their clothing and behavior are too different from what I have seen from them. Then, a demonic faction? That is also not possible. I can't feel any corruption surrounding them, which meant they weren't from the evil faction. Still, the thing he said before, can he really solve my problem? Her thoughts raced within her mind as she pondered whether or not she should reveal everything to him. Hey, Pung Pung. Pung Pung, are you referring to me? Yes, you. Anya grinned happily. Don't think too much. Just tell us what you want, pay us, and we will solve it. You will be able to enjoy meat better than before after that. Peng Liwei froze for a moment before smiling wryly as she shook her head slightly at the absurdity of what just happened. Then, let me explain the details. She spoke at last while looking straight into his eyes with a serious expression on her face. I want you to fight for me against the representative of the Tang clan's third son in an upcoming martial arts tournament. Martial arts tournament. It was a yearly event that was held by a major clan and sect to display their strength to the world. It was also a good way to recruit talented youths into their clan or sect. This is it. Leo's eyes lit up the moment he heard that. We can finish a request if we join the tournament. We can also show our strength for our future client. This is a perfect chance to showcase hallowed insects. He decided to do it and replied without hesitation. Let us talk about the payment now. The word no didn't exist in the vocabulary of a mercenary after all. Chapter 19. No one messed with the secretary after finishing their discussion with Peng Liwei. Leo had Anya to protect her until the tournament started. Based on what she said, it would be held in a place called Qin City. Leo already read that this would happen in the novel. The protagonist, Kim Min-gu, would make his appearance here as an independent martial artist. He would advance through the tournament while using underhanded tricks to win and gain the recognition of all the major forces in Sichuan. It's the start of his fame and despair. Knowing this made Leo feel a bit sorry for the protagonist because he suffered so much until the very end of the novel. But that story might be different now that Heavenly Demon was alive. The protagonist had no reason to join the tournament, and Leo could use this chance to gain fame. The tournament format is simple. Independent martial artists would engage in a free-for-all to get spots, while a prominent family can choose a representative to get a spot in the tournament. That would require a lot of energy, and I don't want to enter it. However, there is an exception. As a prominent family in Murim World, Peng Clan and Tang Clan were given privileges to have an exhibition match after everything was over. In this tournament, Peng Liwei and Tang Clan's third son, Tang Jiuyang, were going to send their representative to battle. In the original novel, Peng Liwei made her first appearance here, announcing his bet against Tang Jiuyang, which he agreed to kindly. Without her knowing, her representative was chosen by her father and was told to lose. The plan was for Tang Jiuyang to win and announce his engagement with Peng Liwei at the tournament, cutting her way out. She only made an appearance way later after Kim Min-gu rose in rank and was chosen as Tang Clan's warrior. But she's just a husk of her old self. That's why I don't recognize her immediately back in the Butterfly Pavilion. Not that recognizing a novel character is easy. Anyway, they got the job, and he would finish it flawlessly. Excuse me. Jessica entered the bar where Leo sat alone, pondering about the mission. She wore her secretary's clothes like usual. A white business shirt and a short skirt completed her professional attire. The bodysuit she wore gave her a confident appearance. Do you need something, Jessica? Leo asked after giving her a glance. I am here to report on our current situation. Jessica walked forward and stood next to him. Anya is protecting young Lady Peng at the hotel. I have also contacted the others, besides Chiaki, to return to the base and explain that we have a job. Shui is the most excited about it and requested to be chosen to finish this job. Choose him for the job then. Leo commented before asking, what about the funds? How much money do we have now? Chiaki is currently in the gambling den. She would be already won most of the games by now if she is still there. I'm just worried that she would get into trouble. When you gave her an order, she would always overdo it. So I will check on her after Shui and Jack return. As for our funds, She pulled out her smart lenses and pressed something before turning it toward him. These are the numbers in our account currently. Leo checked the numbers before nodding with satisfaction. It's amazing. We only have 950 golds from Heavenly Demon at the start, and now we have more than 5,000. Most of them were gathered by Chiaki alone. She spent her time in a gambling den called Soul Dragon Arena, playing with the rich kids who thought they were the best in town. As someone who controlled Coco and all kinds of technologies, gambling was like child-esque play for Chiaki. She didn't even need to cheat to win. She was good at math and strategies, so winning in a card game like poker was a piece of cake for her. But gambling alone won't secure our funds. And I think Chiaki will get banned soon. Right now, I don't want to make any trouble with House Sect, the one who owns the gambling parlor. We should make a business too. And this, it seems Jessica has already planned it. Under the monetary report, Jessica put a plan to create a few businesses that she thought would benefit their mercenary group. And she chose the most popular one to work on in the meantime, bar and restaurant business. Good work, Jessica. Thank you. She replied with a proud tone, as if she was waiting for him to praise her hard work. At that moment, the entrance creaked open as two people entered. The alcoholic smell that came from them was noticeable as soon as they entered the room. Joe, leader. Jack greeted him enthusiastically as he made his way over before sitting down on the couch in the corner of the room. So what is the job? Jessica has already explained it, gun maniac. Shui muttered as he walked towards Jack and sat next to him. Then, he looked at Leo with a serious gaze. Let me work this job, leader. I want to try fighting those martial artists and clans in a martial arts tournament. That's the plan. Leo nodded. I will stand out too much, and so will Chiaki. The only choice here is you, someone who uses a sword. Hearing that, Shui smiled excitedly. I understand. I will not disappoint you, leader. Jack raised his brows in surprise. What? I can also use a sword. Why not me? Because I am better. The swordsman smirked. Dude, do you want to go outside? I will punch you with my new machine gun. As usual, they bickered with each other. Shaking her head, Jessica decided to stop them like a stern teacher. Enough. Go back to your room. I will have you help me investigate something tomorrow. Normally, they would agree and not talk back. But because they drank too much alcohol earlier, their senses weren't completely sober yet. Come on, lady boss. You said that, but you'd still spend the night with the leader anyway. Look at those clothes. It looks like you're trying to impress the leader right now. Am I wrong? Jack remarked, grinning widely. Hey, Jack, I don't think saying that is a good idea. Shui, being more sober than Jack as he purified the alcohol using nanites, already moved away from the couch. Huh, what are you, Bam? Jessica's fist passed through the wall beside him, leaving a large hole while missing Jack's face by a hair's breadth. Smoke emitted from her hand as she glared daggers at him. Don't, she threatened. Say a word about my personal business. Jack looked at the Barado in disbelief before swallowing a mouthful of Barado. He was sober instantly. Yes, mom. Understood. Seeing his frightened expression, Jessica clicked her tongue before leaving the bar to cool her head while grumbling in annoyance. She didn't like anyone poking into her private business. A girl is scary after all. Leo and Shui laughed upon hearing what he said. Even though they said that, they were not joking that Jessica would spend the whole night working alongside Leo. Their partnership had grown that close after all. Chapter 20, finishing the base week had passed since Peng Liwei entered Hallowed Insects Care. In that duration, she stayed in the inn under the supervision of Anya. Thanks to this arrangement, she had more freedom to wander around the city as much as she liked without anyone following her. She could also relax in peace and eat all kinds of delicacies she wanted without worrying about getting caught by those people from Peng Clan or Tang Clan's henchmen. Anya did her job flawlessly and was given 25 golds to enjoy anything she wanted as long as she protected Peng Liwei. Meanwhile, Jessica dragged Jack and investigated the Peng Clan and the current head, Peng Liwei's father, Peng Sheng. And as expected, he was a cripple after losing one leg during an expedition in some country in the Murim world. She also discovered that his personality turned very bad after that. His wife, a beautiful woman named Tang Yuxuan, currently supported him. She was responsible for relaying his command to Peng Clan elders. Leo had nothing to do besides waiting, so he decided to upgrade the base. Leader, I have bought the wood and iron sand you need. Chiaki helped him to buy resources with the money she earned from gambling. She looked so happy to be able to help. Do you need help? She asked hopefully. Can you set the defensive system? Make the outside defense manually operated while the bedrooms, armory, weaponry, and storage room defense an automatic one. Only allow me, you, and Jessica to enter. 2 turrets and 1 medium Coco should be enough for now. Leo laid the building plan for the base on the table and explained in detail about what he needed to her. He had finished these 3 rooms and only had to upgrade the infirmary to level 1. With the material brought by Chiaki, he would finally be able to finish the base. Yes, leader. The short-haired puppeteer nodded excitedly while moving to the said room happily like a puppy wagging its tail. The metal doll on her shoulder seemed to match her movement as it swayed left and right. Leo quickly got to work on finishing his base. First thing first, he grabbed the storage ring given by Chiaki and moved to the last empty room. Then he removed his gloves and released some nanites to absorb all of the materials in it. Metal wires, panels of metal sheets, pipes, bolts, cement bags, iron sand, woods, etc. Everything taken out from the storage ring was scanned by Main Cube and could be used to upgrade the room. Base management, he muttered. Just like when he created the base, a design appeared in the Main Cube panel. This time, there was a room creation option on it. He tapped the button and instantly, a new menu was shown. Infirmary level 1, armory level 1. The option was there from the beginning, but it was locked because he didn't have resources to use. Now that Chiaki brought in the required materials, he could finally finish this job. Without any hesitation, he tapped the first one, infirmary. Sounds of mechanical whirring could be heard inside the room as soon as he did that. Equipment that could often be found in hospitals rose. They looked more futuristic with a cylindrical shape, glowing blue lights on some parts of the body, and smooth surfaces unlike the equipment on Earth. On the walls were a lot of human models with information displayed next to them, like bones, organs, and skin structure. Beds that looked better than a normal one in hospital were lined up neatly with a computer near each bed. There were also a few more shelves around the room where all kinds of medical instruments could be found inside. There was no doubt about it. This could be the most advanced infirmary in this world. And it was just a level 1 infirmary. Nice. With this, my base is complete. I just need to upgrade them. Leo grinned to himself before going out of the room and heading toward the bar again. Waiting for him, there was Chiaki and Shuei. The latter stood behind the bar and gave Chiaki a drink. The swordsman's hobby was making cocktails. That was why he loved alcohol. Oh, nice timing. Leo wanted to talk about the tournament that would be held in a week with Shuei. He approached them and sat beside Chiaki. Give me the usual. Roger. Shuei nodded and grabbed a glass before mixing some alcohol in it. After that, he handed it to Leo with a grin on his face. Here you go, leader. Thanks. Leo grabbed it and sipped a little before setting it down on the counter and saying, we will head toward Sheen City in 2 days. The match you will participate in will be an exhibition one, so you're not allowed to kill your opponent. Have you done some research about the martial arts power level in this world? I watched some fights in the slum. Shuei nodded while rubbing his chin. Though I haven't seen any martial artist with crazy power who can easily crush commoners like bugs. The highest rank I've seen in Sichuan province is around 4 stars. And I'm sure I could defeat them with closed eyes. He wasn't wrong. People like that didn't exist here. Even Leo could defeat them easily. Stronger martial artists often did a closed training that ordinary people wouldn't know of to achieve higher rank. It would be weird for them to display their real strength in front of people like Shuei if they were powerful enough to change the tide of war in one move. How about comparing them to Coco? Leo asked as he turned his head toward her. That's difficult. I have no idea how strong Coco is. Chiaki replied honestly while stroking her companion's head. Coco could handle the old man we escorted before without any problem. But if it's twice stronger than that, then it will get damaged. I see. Twice as strong as an injured heavenly demon, meaning around 7 to 8 stars martial artists. There are not many of them, but they are around. For example, like the Murim Alliance leader, Coca can't take him down by herself. The only way for her to win is by ambushing him while he is asleep or by overwhelming him with numbers. While they were strong, they weren't invincible. If we want to go against them, we will need proper preparation. He thought. Raising his glass, he looked at it glistening underneath a soft neon light. Cheers to our future. Leo smiled happily. Our hallowed insects mercenary group will shine the most in this world. Cheers. They replied enthusiastically before raising their glass and clinking it against his before gulping down the alcohol in one shot. Chapter 21. Qin City was a hub for commerce and trade with massive markets, luxurious mansions, and noble villas, as well as the administrative office of the city officials. It was located in a prosperous area bordering Sichuan and Shaanxi province, where there was a large amount of trade traffic coming through it, and thus brought great profit to its owners. Outside of it was a large sign hung up by the guards showing a list of rules regarding what could or couldn't be done within city limits. Many carriages were lining up on the street as they waited to get inside, while merchants bargained with the gatekeeper to get an easier time entering through the gate. Be respectful and don't cause trouble here, Peng Liwei said as she sat within a carriage looking at Anya. The blonde-haired woman had been strangely quiet this entire journey towards Qin City and only hummed cheerfully to herself. It was obvious that she was too excited to watch the tournament, since this was the first time she experienced something like this. Seeing the lack of answer, Peng Liwei sighed and turned to Leo, who sat next to Anya. Can you tell her to act more like a normal human and less like an uneducated girl? I am afraid she will make trouble. It's fine. We want to cause trouble, Leo replied calmly. Maybe. The young lady from Peng clan didn't seem to believe what he said, making him chuckle. He looked out the window and saw Shui ride a horse with a soft smile. He wore a black and purple robe that covered his body while holding a sword at his waist, the one Leo took from Peng Liyue before. He was disguised as a wandering martial artist who joined hallowed insects to avoid suspicion. That was Shui's identity to hide his strange power. Not that it would matter. With nanites, he could imitate a chi sword attack or hid his true power perfectly, even changing his body structure if he wanted to. I don't want those stuck-up martial artists to say his win is invalid because he uses a strange power. Worse, Shui could be branded as a member of the evil demonic faction, and our plan will be thrown into jeopardy. Only 3 members joined this trip. It was Leo himself, Shui, and Anya. Jessica was staying in the base, supervising Chiaki and Jack, and preparing for the next plan, as well as gathering funds. Entering Qin City was easy. With Peng Liwei's identification, they didn't need to stop in queue. They could go through a special gate without checking. After 2 days of journey, getting checked was the last thing Leo wanted. So this was a blessing. Of course, her arrival would be announced to Tang Clan's manor, where she would most likely stay for the night with a representative and guard, Shui. If guests were possible, Leo and Anya would stay in the same place. But if it was possible, they had to find an inn near the manor and wait for Shui to report his progress to them. Tang Clan's manor was at the heart of the city. The sheer size and splendor of it spoke volumes of its wealth and status. In the courtyard were lush trees and beautiful gardens full of flowers in all colors imaginable. Guards dressed in Tang Clan's uniform were posted at the gates and around the perimeter of the mansion, and various servants could be seen bustling around inside the manor itself. Upon entering the gates, one would be greeted by a large, spacious hall with a high ceiling supported by 2 rows of columns on either side. Fortunately, Leo was allowed to enter with Peng Liwei after being introduced as her servant. He exited the carriage and stood behind the young lady. Anya and Shui were next to him as they followed her into Tang Clan's manor. The moment they entered, there was a young man with dark brown hair who smiled faintly at them. His average face and his bright eyes showed fake happiness to see them while wearing a luxurious crimson robe with a green dagger embroidered on his chest that hugged his chubby body loosely. It's been a long time, Liwei. He spoke softly as he gestured toward them to enter the manor. I'm glad to see you are still in good health. Same to you, Tang Jiuyang. Peng Liwei replied without warmth, let alone friendly. Her voice was colder than usual when she looked at him. So I guess this means father sent you here to welcome me? The man simply shrugged and said, of course. The moment I heard that you arrived after missing for a few days, I have been waiting for you to arrive here. He then turned his gaze toward Leo and the other two standing behind her with an unreadable expression on his face. Who are these people? A bodyguard and servants, perhaps? They have strange clothing. Senchurito Leo shook his head with a smile as he lightly tapped her shoulder with his fist. No, it's fine, Anya. We will not beat him. Shui will. Ah, is that so? Okay, she replied in a dejected tone while looking at Tang Jiuyang. But if you change your mind later, can I beat him? Why not? They weren't even trying to keep their voice down. Tang Jiuyang could hear everything. His face reddened from anger as he gritted his teeth. On the other hand, Peng Liwei face-palmed as she shook her head helplessly. This was why she asked Leo to stop Anya from talking before. She didn't want to cause trouble here. To think he even encouraged her. She was wrong about him. Those manners. Are you even a maid? Tang Jiuyang fumed angrily as he pointed toward them with a shaky finger. Guards, capture them. Before anyone could react, dozens of guards charged forward like a herd of water buffalo and surrounded them before raising their weapon in preparation to attack them. Specifically, Leo and Anya. Tang Jiuyang, what are you doing? Peng Liwei asked with a frown. Chapter 22. 22. Thunder God Liwei, they insulted me. It's a show of disrespect against me. Tang clan's third son. We have to punish them. Don't you see it? He looked at her with furious red eyes as he shouted loudly. His real nature was showing now. This guy was nothing more than a lazy fat brat who used his father's authority to do whatever he wanted. When he wanted something, he would get it immediately without questioning. Leo wanted to smirk so bad right now as he listened to Tang Jiuyang's reason. He held himself back since it wasn't appropriate to do that now. He is a perfect cannon fodder, the first ever in the story. There is no way I'm going to let them walk away like that after the insult. Now, why don't you calm down? You were the one who insulted my subordinate first. Leo pointed out as he walked forward while staring at the guards who blocked his way and tried to stab him with their swords. He seized their wrists with his hands and pushed them aside with enough strength to disarm them, sending their swords clattering to the ground. They screamed in pain while holding their wrist with a frightened expression on their faces. Peng Liwei, who witnessed it, trembled from shock. What happened was too fast for her eyes to see clearly. Leo kept walking toward Tang Jiuyang, who watched him with terror in his eyes. He couldn't help but fall backward to the ground and crawl away from the madman while trying to put some distance between them. Who are you? Don't get close to me. How dare you injure my guards? Do you know who I am? His words were all ignored as Leo continued to advance until he stopped directly in front of him before speaking in a casual tone. Boy, you're the one who doesn't know who I am. Do you think that you can use your daddy's money to buy anything? To look down on people around you with a superficial authority you have? Let me tell you one thing. He raised his palm up with a grin as an outline of black armor wrapped around it. Nanites reacted to his command and formed electricity, which arced across the surface of the gauntlet while cackling menacingly. You can't. Then he brought his fist downward. Bam! Like thunder clapping in the middle of the stormy sky. A massive amount of energy exploded the moment his fist hit the ground. The ground cracked and fragmented like broken glass, while a large crater was left where Leo stood. Shockwaves rushed throughout the manor, while some guards lost their balance from the sudden powerful quake that rocked the entire building. Tang Jiuyang's eyes widened in horror as he scrambled away from Leo without caring about what he looked like. Leo was a lenient person. He didn't even care if he was looked down upon. In his heart, he was a mercenary, someone who would do all kinds of jobs for money. Tolerating his client's rudeness was also a part of the job, but when it was related to his creation, he would protect them with all he had, and it included his family, hallowed insects. When people tried to hurt or look down on what was precious to him, he would get angry. I did it again, he thought as the armor covering his hand receded under his sleeves. I plan to scare him a little, but he has too much. Servants? Disrespect? We might be paid to do someone else's work, but we're no servants. The word servant triggered him due to his past memories. A dystopian-like world where humans were forced to live like cattle and could only follow orders. No freedom, no self-will, no choice of living a life they wanted to. They could only follow an absolute god called Mega Company, or else they would die starving. Returning to Peng Liwei, he whispered as he passed by her. Shui will protect you without any problem. Just tell them you hired us as bodyguards, and our job is done here. I will go first with Anya. You don't talk to me anymore, not around this manner. This is also a necessary step to stop you being engaged to them. Leo interrupted Peng Liwei and explained briefly before walking out with Anya. When he looked at Shui, the swordsman nodded at him with a smile. That was the signal that he would be okay by himself. He already knew what needed to be done. No guards were brave enough to stop them from leaving. They were all frozen still, their hands trembling after seeing the thunderclap Leo displayed before. They were horrified by that attack. Thunder God, someone muttered softly as Leo passed by. He is Thunder God. To think such an expert exists. That person's mutter made others understand the meaning behind his action. This was a declaration of war against Tang Clan for disrespecting him. Word spread easily in Qin City. Before night even arrived. The word that a martial artist nicknamed Thunder God rampaged in Tang Clan manner because Tang Jiuyang, called his comrade Servant, was known by every martial artist in the city. Hiya ha ha. You're really famous now, leader. They even give you a nickname, Thunder God. It makes me want one too. What would they call me? Cool Claw. Or rather, Silent Claw. I don't know which one is better. Ah. By the way, all of that was part of the plan, right? As expected of you. While he was making his way through the city's south main street at night, Anya jumped out from behind the corner of a nearby alleyway and landed next to Leo with a huge smile on her face as she tapped his shoulder repeatedly before continuing to speak excitedly in her usual cheerful voice. Leader is really smart, unlike me. Jessica is also smart, but she is still nowhere near you. You exaggerated it. That is not true. Leo shook his head slightly before looking at her and replying in a calm tone. It was totally out of the plan, but the result came out better than he thought. He probably had to get used to a big clan's arrogance soon, at least to some point. Let us find an inn to spend the night. There will be barato fighting in this town than in Chengdu. To avoid that, let's visit a good establishment. Okay. Anya nodded as she pulled Leo's sleeve gently and guided him through the crowd while humming a song happily. But if you want to spend time with me later tonight, just let me know. Centuredo, remember that we all love you, leader. From our heart. You have saved us in our lowest time and gave us a place to belong. That is my job as your leader. Nothing more. He replied flatly as he thought to himself. Isn't Jessica supposed to be quiet about this? Her mouth is worse than Chiaki. No, she is probably too happy and wants them to be jealous. A smile unintentionally appeared on his lips at that thought before he removed it immediately by force. He knew he was loved, and he also loved his creations. Their backstories weren't the best to be mentioned, so he preferred not to bring them up. Centuredo, let's talk about that more when you truly need it and we're in a safe place. In other words, their own base. Anya giggled quietly as she patted his back playfully. You look so cute when you're thinking, leader. Hee hee, if you need my company, I am ready anytime. Chiaki might not show it. Centuredo, she pecked his cheek and giggled happily as she leaned close to him. She kept holding his arm as they walked around. They found an inn to stay in after a few minutes of walking through the packed street. Pushing the door open, a familiar sight greeted them. A large counter and tables that littered around the room, with many martial artists drinking their alcohol while exchanging information and gambling with cards. It was a lively atmosphere here. Because this was one of the better establishments, Centuredo, it has a spacious room and large bed perfect for a couple. We also provide free dinner and breakfast. It's pricey, but it seems reasonable for a big establishment like this. He thought as he retrieved a gold coin from his pocket. I will take it. Give us the key. The receptionist nodded cheerfully with a bright smile as she handed over a small jade plate. Here you go, sir. I will send her maid to clean it right now. Meanwhile, please enjoy your free dinner. If you show this to the waitress, she will bring the food for you. Thank you. Enjoy your night. They went to the table on the second floor, which was reserved for guests, and called the waitress. As usual, Anya asked for a meat dish while Leo decided to try a stir-fry vegetable. Both of them enjoyed their food in silence for a moment before Anya suddenly looked around and narrowed her eyes. "Leader, I feel a killing intent," she reported quietly while biting off a large chunk of meat and munching on it vigorously as if nothing was wrong with her. "And it's aimed at us. What should I do? If they do need something from us, they will go to the second floor. Let us wait." Leo bit a small piece of food on his plate. "More importantly, you should eat these vegetables. They are fresh and good." "No, vegetables taste sad. I would rather have more meat. Even if you order me to, I want to eat them, leader." She puffed her cheek and denied him stubbornly. "Whatever you want then." She asked, childish yet mature at the same time. "Well, I was the one who set her personality like that, though." "Wow, leader, you're smiling," she exclaimed happily as she leaned her body forward on the table and put her chin on her palms. "Am I?" Leo asked with a raised brow and touched his lips. He did smile. "I didn't realize it. He must be because you like me. Leader is such a tease." She smiled like an innocent girl. "So, what should we do now?" They are moving toward us. Glancing to the left, Leo noticed a few people getting up from their seats and heading upstairs. To be exact, for with one in the front looking stronger than the other three. They looked calm and didn't show any intention to draw their weapons on them. They were wearing Tang Clan-S robe and badges. No one stopped them from walking up the stairs with a noble expression on their faces. They walked past many people, ignoring them completely as they reached Leo's table. "Are you the one named Thunder God?" The middle-aged man at the front asked in a deep voice. His voice was rather deep, and it echoed throughout the room when he spoke, making his words more clear than before. "I would like to talk for a little bit." Everyone's attention was focused on them now. The normal people who sat on the tables moved to the corner while keeping a distance from the Tang Clan-S members. Only a few could stay there and pretended to be drunk so that they wouldn't attract attention. Leo looked at the middle-aged man and smiled softly. Just like before, the people who saw his smile flinched. He was confused why they reacted that way every time he smiled. This guy must be sent by Tang Juyong, right? Or not? He thought as he tapped his fingers on the table. Either way, I guess the playtime has come to an end. "My name isn't Thunder God." "Though," he said, "then what is your name?" "That is what I'd like to ask. What is your name?" Chapter 24. Potential client Leo asked back without changing his expression, making the middle-aged man's eyes twitch in irritation. A vein popped up on his temple. A green energy seeped out of his body, visible to naked eyes. From the density alone, one could see that this person was at least 5 stars martial artists. "Listen, kid, we aren't here to play games. I will ask you one more time, what is your name?" The middle-aged man said impatiently while trying to intimidate Leo by releasing his aura toward him. Anya seemed unfazed by it as she bit the bone of the meat she ate without even glancing at them. She licked it clean, and suddenly a clawed gauntlet covered her right hand. It touched the middle-aged man's neck easily, piercing through the chi defense covering his body. "Look, man, my leader is asking your name kindly, and you threaten him. And you call him a kid, too. Don't you see that you have done enough disrespect here? I think you should be taught a lesson, yeah?" She raised her hand and delivered a firm strike. How did the middle-aged man look surprised as he tried to grab Anya's hand? But she pulled it away before he could. "Now, Anya, let him speak." Leo gestured at her to step back before facing the Tang Clan-S members with a smile. Looking at the fact they sent 5 stars martial artists to meet him meant they weren't sent by Tang Juyong, but someone higher than the young man. Now, this is interesting. The hostile intent directed at us was also gone when they entered the second floor, as if they were just testing us. Martial artists really love those kinds of things. Are they not afraid that people could attack them immediately? He mused before arriving at an answer himself. I guess not. They are from a large clan. Being a part of a large clan guaranteed power and respect. No one wanted to be their enemies, so no one attacked them in their territory. As I said, My name ISNT Thunder God, but Leo. May I know your name now? And please pull back your chi. I must be tiring to use it for this long. The middle-aged man coughed before closing his eyes to calm down. With a frown, he retracted his aura and opened his eyes while giving Leo a glance as he introduced himself. My name is He Junyu, Tang Clan S Guard Captain and currently the second young Master Tang Yao as protector. We have been ordered to send an invitation letter to you as soon as possible. He pulled out a brown envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. With that, our business is done. Let us go, men. Wait. Leo called him before he turned away. You forgot something. He Junyu stopped and turned to Leo with a confused look on his face. What did we forget? The way to apologize. Leo replied casually. Did you think you could just get away after being rude and showing off your chi? Imagine if our position is reversed. I know you would come after me for showing off like that, but because I'm a kind and lenient person, I just need to hear your apology. Silence surrounded the area as He Junyu's face darkened, and he gritted his bravado angrily before regaining his composure and glaring at Leo with a fierce, hostile gaze. I apologize for my rude attitude earlier. Veins were visible on his forehead as he tried to suppress his anger from erupting while apologizing to Leo. We also apologize for interrupting your mealtime with your friend. Leo waved his hand while tilting his head with a grin on his face. No, it's not a problem. Good work at delivering the letter. After that, he didn't speak anymore and observed them walking down the stairs slowly. Their stiff and rigid steps, as well as the fact that some of them had a nervous expression, showed how bad their mood was after being humiliated in public like that. Leader, you're so evil you humiliate them in public. They must be really embarrassed. His face turned as red as a tomato. Not as much as you. He chuckled lightly and took the envelope on the table before ripping it open. A letter with Tang Clan's family symbol was inside. Leo read its contents silently before sighing and saying, There's only one thing left to do now. Leo looked at the luxurious Tang Clan's manor with an indifferent expression on his face. Yet at the same time he seemed bored because he didn't care about what was going on around him. He returned again the next day due to the letter given by the second young master of Tang Clan, Tang Yao. He and Anya were invited to a party that was held before the tournament tomorrow. Apparently, it was a way to apologize for the third young master's rudeness against a strong martial artist. That was the pretense written in the letter. Of course, it wasn't as simple as that. Inviting someone who just humiliated their family, right in their manner, was just plain stupidity. There must be something in this party, or else Tang Clan would lose face in the future when Leo tells this story to others. I know that this is going to be troublesome. Entering through the front gate, the atmosphere seemed different from yesterday, as if something changed within the manor. Tang Clan's guards were doubled than usual, and there were a lot of martial artists staying at the side. They looked at Leo with a mix of curiosity and caution as he passed by them, before whispering something among themselves. They must have heard about his action yesterday, as well as what he did to Tang Juyang. Fear and respect were shown on their faces. So, Leo acted like nothing happened. As they got closer to the main hall, servants dressed in Tang Clan's uniform came out to guide Leo and Anya into the manor while bowing deeply to them with polite greetings on their lips. Welcome to Tang Clan's manor. Young Master Tang Yao and young Miss Tang Soso are waiting for you in the main hall. Chapter 25. Tang Clan's sly snake. The servants escorted them into the inner area of Tang Clan's manor, where there were a large number of martial artists hanging around here. Leo also recognized the name Tang Soso. She was the first daughter of Tang Clan's leader, who was called a martial genius after reaching 3 stars at a young age of 16. Now, with her being 27 years old, she was already a 5-star martial artist at her prime. Aside from the previous information about her, there were other rumors circulating about her as well, but they were all often exaggerated with a grain of salt. For example, she was born under the heavenly body constitution, which explained her early awakening of Qi at such a young age. However, as for whether or not that rumor was true, no one knew. When they arrived at the main hall, there was a young man sitting on the front with a beautiful woman beside him, They were Tang Yao and Tang Soso. Upon seeing them, Leo smiled softly and imitated people in Murim, cupping his hands together as he bowed. Greetings, young Master Tang Yao and young Miss Tang Soso. It's an honor to be invited to your party. Anya looked confused, but followed what he did regardless. A mercenary group would do this before a potential employer as a sign of respect before getting the job. It was one of the rules made by him to keep their image. Raise your heads, both of you. Tang Yao spoke with a gentle tone as he stood up and walked toward them. The young man had an average face and average stature, yet he carried an air of confidence about him with his gait and mannerism. He was different from his naughty and cocky younger brother. Leo had a good impression of him. A rich person, he thought. I apologize for my brother's rude action yesterday. Please accept my sincere apology. He bowed deeply until his upper body was almost parallel with the floor while looking at Leo. Tang Clan's members situated inside the room were surprised at their master's behavior. Some of them wondered why Tang Yao was bowing in front of this black-haired man in front of him, as if they were strangers who just met for the first time. Even if the other party was suspectedly someone who could use elemental change, which was only possible for 5-star martial artists or higher, it was enough for him to do something like this. Even their young miss, Tang Soso, was able to control poison too, and was a proper 5-star martial artist. Wasn't he afraid of losing his face in front of the crowd? Other people simply watched everything without doing anything except murmuring among themselves quietly while glancing at Leo, who kept smiling at Tang Yao. Instantly, he recognized the second young master's personality pretty well. Ah, a freaking snake. Leo had always been wondering about why the genius Tang Soso decided to stick with the second son instead of the first son. It was too uncommon in Murim that the first son would be the heir and the second son would be training to become an elder, but it depended on what type of character they were. And right now, Tang Yao's behavior matched his identity perfectly. He was a snake in Leo's eyes. I accept your apology. He said now, may I hear why I was invited here? Tang Yao immediately raised his upper body before smiling faintly and gesturing Leo to the table that had various kinds of dishes and drinks on it. Please enjoy. Let us talk while enjoying the feast that we prepared. That would be nice. I haven't had any breakfast yet. Leo nodded as he glanced at the table and sat down. Sitting beside him was Anya. She already eyed the meat dish prepared on the table eagerly with a sparkle in her eyes before picking up a plate and starting to fill it with a large amount of meat as if she hadn't eaten for months. She gave him a bright smile as if she was saying, you can do whatever you want while I eat, leader. Sighing, Leo looked at Tang Yao. My apologies, my friend here really loves meat. You can think that my decision is also hers. Very well. The second young master smiled calmly before waving his hand at the servants who served more plates of meat on the table. You're a very interesting individual. I have never heard of you before yesterday. Young lady Peng Li Wei said you were some kind of soldier or an escort. She was right. Leo took a sip of the tea on the table before replying to him in a flat tone. No, we're not soldiers. Our profession is being a mercenary band with all kinds of services available, although we will reject any request that we don't agree with morally or we think not worth it. But as long as someone pays us, we will do anything, including wars. Mercenaries? Tang Yao muttered with interest. That sounds different. It's normal if you haven't heard of it yet. He smiled at the Tang clan's young master. We're probably the first ones in this world. Our goal coming here is to escort young Lady Peng Li Wei. As for the details, I am afraid that I can't disclose that. She has paid us quite a hefty sum. Giving enough clues while hiding the actual reason was part of his plan. This way, the Tang clan would think that there was no deeper meaning to his visit to Qin City than protecting the young miss from the Tang clan. But this snake of a young master would still connect the dots that they were the ones hiding Peng Li Wei when she went missing for the last few days. That will guarantee our ability, Leo thought. Also, this will make us seem trustworthy as well as more mysterious since our band doesn't really exist in Murim yet. Tang Yao kept smiling as he asked, I see. That's very impressive. You accepted a request from anyone even if it's from a person you don't know about and hasn't seen her before? What if you are employed in a war by two different sides? We side with the highest bidder. Leo answered honestly while a plate of stir-fry vegetables was brought to him. Even if they are evil? Tang Yao's voice was colder than before. Raising his head, Leo just smiled without saying anything. The guards around the area instinctively moved their hands to their sword, but were stopped by Tang So. She glared at them, and they lowered their arms while waiting for an order from her. That's a bold statement, she said while touching her lips gently before looking at Leo, who stared back at her with an indifferent expression on his face. Silence ruled the room for a brief moment before Tang Yao suddenly laughed out loud while shaking his head. "Your answer is good enough for me," he exclaimed while smiling brightly. The 25-year-old young master was a handsome man when he smiled like that. "Since you said that you will do anything for money, I have one proposal for you. Would you be interested? Let us hear it," Leo said, relaxing his position. Chapter 26. We're not that cheap, giving us a job already? He thought. He sure moves fast. Tang Yao rested his chin on his hand while looking at Leo before starting to explain slowly. The Central Plains isn't in a great condition since the heavenly demon's demise. Many bandits appeared because the group they are afraid of are now gone. One of them is Green Forest Bandit. It's getting hard to move around and buy goods without having to worry about bandits robbing you. Oh, Leo, didn't he expect Green Forest Bandit, or often known as Nokram, to make a move already? The false information about Heavenly Demon's demise was taken seriously by them, it seemed. Not bad, he thought to himself. It works. With your strength, I would like to propose to hire your mercenaries as my personal guard while I travel around doing my business. Usually my sister would come with me, but the timing is a bit unfortunate. He glanced at Tang So and gave her a reassuring smile. That is why I would like to ask for your assistance, Mr. Thunder God. Just call me Leo, the black-haired young man said as he narrowed his eyes. Why should I accept your offer? Because of the price, Tang Yao said seriously before putting a large pouch on the table. 500 golds for escorting and protecting me. This is the deposit. I will give you another 500 golds when we return safely. A total of 1,000 golds. It was definitely a large amount of money. Chiaki might already be banned from the gambling den, so we can't really make more money by using dice. Leo thought and frowned. We also need funds for our next project, whether we want it or not. But this was not exactly ideal. Tang Yao, Leo called the young man's name while resting his chin on his hand, while leaning his upper body on the table slightly. Are you sure that 1,000 gold coins is enough to hire us? He gave Tang Yao a meaningful stare, ignoring the nasty remarks from the Tang clan members around, because he called the second young master without any respect at all. We might be slaves to money and ally to the highest bidder, but I am not stupid. We always have a choice to refuse the job we don't want to do, especially one that is clearly a scam and not paying enough. He grinned and said calmly, either you give us a good deal or you find someone else to work for you. You, restrain yourself, Tang So said coldly to stop the nearby guard before looking at Leo. Can you explain why you refuse? 1,000 golds is already an extravagant amount for an escorting job, and it's just to Shangxi, which isn't that far from Qin City. It should be easy for someone of your level. Even if it's easy, money is always the issue. He smiled at her, tapping the table lightly with his finger. Do you think I am not aware of your destination and goal? Nokram is a large group. Their executive members are 6 stars martial artists, and their leader is rumored to be 8 stars. That means it will be more dangerous than you think. Leo smirked before continuing. Hiring us for a war with a mere 1,000 golds means you are underestimating us. I will ask again. Are you sure that 1,000 gold coins is enough to hire us? Once again, silence dominated the room. No one said anything to break it. No one dared to do it, because they were all aware that Leo was correct in his remark. While Tang Clan didn't know the extent of Leo and his group's capability, they knew that hiring a martial artist to join a war for 1,000 golds will not be enough. The story was different for clan members and its warriors. They were loyal and merits were more important to them compared to money. But Leo had mentioned at the start that they would work for money. Based on what they knew and what happened yesterday, Tang Yao knew the man in front of him didn't care about merit or respect at all. He even said he's a slave to money. The second young master thought. He's true to his words. Rude he might be, he was an honest person. That was his evaluation regarding Leo, a mysterious individual who acted differently than most martial artists in Murim. My apologies, I didn't take that into consideration. We can talk about the compensation more if you want to. As if Leo knew Tang Yao was just testing his character. In Murim, no matter how much someone loved money, they always wanted merit more than money. Tang Yao should have known this. So, the 1,000 golds offer was just bait for him to respond and show his attitude. We can increase the compensation, Tang Soso suddenly said while glancing at Tang Yao as if they were discussing something in secret telepathically. Just name it. Tang Yao sighed at her response and nodded his head slightly at Leo before saying, "What do you want?" This was difficult. I don't know what price I should ask for to fight the Green Forest Bandit. In a way, that fight was unavoidable if he accepted this job. Tang Clan planned to eradicate the Nokrum and took all their resources as part of their scheme to monopolize the weapon industry in Qin City. Tang Yao wants to get merit and increase his status in the clan, as well as getting more power to stand up against his brother. It's a risky move for him, but beneficial when it succeeds. Leo thought while stroking his chin. There is something I want from Green Forest too. I'd like to accept this job. Considering the enemy numbers, terrain, how long the job would last, and his group's overall strength, Leo had estimated their strength in fighting the bandits. 9,000 golds. He finally decided on a fair price after doing a mental calculation in his head. That is my final offer. Oh, and an upfront payment of 1,000 golds. So the total is 10,000. That's too much. One of Tang Clan's martial artists exclaimed. Chapter 27, a different plan this time. No one interrupted him, though, as they looked at Leo in disbelief. Even Tang Soso thought that was too much. With 10,000 golds, they could hire more than 100 independent martial artists whose strength was no weaker than 4 stars. They didn't know how many people Leo had, but it was still too much. Agreed. Tang Yao's voice resounded through the hall. 10,000 golds is too much even for us. We would rather hire martial artists staying in Qin City. So, I apologize, but you're going to have to lower your price. Leo was offended by his response. He just silently stood up and waved his hand. Negotiation failed then. Goodbye. Wait for me, leader. Anya immediately rushed after Leo, leaving half-eaten food on the table as she trailed after him, leaving the other parties in a confused state. They didn't expect this to happen at all. Negotiation over and they left. They didn't even try to negotiate the price further. They just walked calmly without even care of the gazes showering him with disdain from Tang Clan's guards and martial artists. Wait. Tang Yao stopped Leo before he reached the gate. A smirk formed on his face. It disappeared as soon as he glanced back, looking at the Tang Clan's second young master. We can't provide 10,000 golds, but we can provide you with other things. Just name it. Material, item, anything. Turning around, he stroked his chin. 9,000 golds and 100 kilograms of star metal. A negotiation was opened once again. Leo was sure he could do it better than Jessica, but he had his way to play this game as well. Star metal was an expensive mineral in Murim, for it had a lot of uses. For making a weapon and armor, it was also used to make pills to enhance one's cultivation speed. Only Tang Clan knew where it could be mined, making it more valuable than normal metals or steel distributed in the market. That is still too much. 100 kilograms worth of star metal is worth more than that. Let us make it 5,000 golds and 100 kilograms star metal. I know the value of star metal pretty well. It's expensive, yes, but not that much. 8,000 golds and 150 kilograms star metal. Leo countered with a smile as he returned to his seat. That's just plain robbery. Tang Yao frowned in frustration while Anya sat down beside him and returned to eating as if nothing happened at all. Our price is already very generous for your service. I know that you're a 6 stars martial artist, and your friend probably has a similar power to yours. But there are only 2 of you, so I think 5,000 gold are maximum, and I am willing to add 100 kilogram star metal as a friendship gift. Isn't that enough to employ you? Indeed, that was more than enough to hire 2 6 stars martial artists. However, I never said I am a 6 stars martial artist. And since when did you assume I only have Anya in my group? I never mentioned that at all. Leo said in a low voice, 7, 500 gold coins, and 150 kilograms of star metal, plus 3 items from the Green Forest group, if we manage to defeat them. That is my final offer. Tang Yao froze upon hearing Leo's words. An unseen power seemed to hold him in place, stopping his movement completely. Not 6-star martial artists. And there are more than 2 of them. A slight glance from Tang Soso was enough to get his mind working again as he made his decision. Forming a relationship with Leo and his group would benefit them better than he previously thought. I can invest in this, he thought while smiling gently as he spoke. 7, 500 golds is acceptable. Green Forest has many rare items stored in their vault that no one knew about. Taking their items isn't a problem either. I want to ask about it if you need something from there. Perfect. Leo stood up while chuckling softly before cupping his hands together and giving Tang Yao a bow. Let us work well together then. Peng Liwei was nervous as she sat in the garden. The tournament that would decide her fate would be held tomorrow. She must win in order to avoid the marriage with Tang Juyong, but her chance was slim at best. She found that her opponent was a Tang Clan's core disciple and one of the candidates for the next Dragon Warrior First Squad leader, a 5 stars martial artist. Aside from that, she had heard rumors about how talented he was in controlling poison with her chi. I wonder if the warrior sent by Leo can win. His name is Shui, right? She looked at the man standing next to her. He was silent and mysterious like most martial artists in Murim. He barely said anything about himself in the conversation between them. Shui wore a gray robe with a wooden badge on his chest with an insect carved on it, looking like an emblem of some kind of group or organization. Peng Liwei guessed it was the mercenary band's emblem. The woman noticed that Shui always looked at the surroundings with a bored gaze as if he wasn't interested in anything. At this point, they didn't talk a lot even though they had known each other for the last few days. He mostly talked when he needed something or had to inform her about the plan. Otherwise, he kept silent. Are you sure you can win tomorrow? Peng Liwei decided to strike up a conversation due to the awkward atmosphere between them. She had no one else to talk to anyway. The noisy one wasn't on her side anymore. She saw the young man snapped out of his deep thoughts and shifted his gaze from the sky to her instead. He glanced at Peng Liwei silently before looking up again. Foolish question, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I just need to fight. So arrogant. She thought in annoyance. Can't he be polite and proper for once? You don't need to talk to me like that. She retorted in a soft voice that barely reached Shui's ears. But she didn't care about that at all. Peng Liwei was bothered by this guy's attitude toward her. My apologies. This is how I usually talk. Shui said in a nonchalant manner. Don't take it personally. Jerk. She frowned in annoyance, but didn't say anything more. She decided that she will have a long chat with Leo regarding his attitude toward her, because this was not good at all. Just as she thought about that, a strange sound suddenly rang. Tiring, she wondered where it came from because she was sure she had heard about it before. She managed to find it easily as she saw Shui pulling out a similar metal toy, but with the blue color that Anya had. From what her noisy bodyguard told her, it was a device to communicate from a long range. Shui brought it close to his ear and said, Yes, leader? Understood. He nodded his head before speaking again. I will protect her safely. Don't worry about that. After that, he looked at Peng Liwei and asked, Ms. Peng, I need to report the news about the Tang clan. The situation has changed greatly, and there will be another problem in tomorrow's tournament. What is it? She looked at him in surprise. The tournament was an event held by the Qin City's lord every year, with strict protection from the Tang clan's warriors, as well as various powerful martial artists from all over the continent attending this event. Something unexpected like another trouble being added to it was beyond her belief. According to him, Nokrum will make trouble. Instead of stopping them, Tang clan will actually benefit from it. Shui explained everything Leo had informed him with detail calmly when he talked about Nokrum attacking the tournament, killing civilians and martial artists alike in order to fulfill their goals. He also added the details regarding the possibility that Tang Yao and Tang Soso actually released information about the city's secret entrance to them. What? Nokrum? She raised her voice in surprise, but Shui blocked her mouth immediately. Lower your voice. Leader has taken a job to take care of them, so it will be fine. I will also stay by your side and protect you. This is all just an internal strife of Tang Clan. You will be fine, and I will ensure the job you requested is fulfilled. If you understand, nod slowly. Understood. After he assured her, she managed to calm herself down and nodded her head. Please make sure that you will keep your promise. No worries. He released his hand from her mouth, allowing her to breathe freely. Peng Liwei, didn't he expect this? Was Leo mistaken? If what he said was true, then there will be a civil war within the Tang clan. Chapter 28. Fight Tournament Day arrived like a crash. Leo was standing on the spectator seat with Anya. Though Tang Yao's invitation yesterday was out of his plan, the progression was just as he had expected, similar to the one in the novel. A sly snake tried to use me. Too bad I already have plans to use him instead. He smiled as he looked at the arena, where two martial artists were fighting fiercely. Every blow was destructive, and their fight created a cloud of dust from the destroyed ground below their feet. This was the level of 3 stars martial art, where they could realize chi outside their bodies. Soon, a clash occurred and the winner was announced, causing the crowd to go wild. These are not 5 stars martial artists from large clans or sects, but they still showed great performance. It was normal considering they had trained under a competent master that gave them proper guidance. The strongest people who entered this tournament are 5 stars martial artists, but they're all still young. Those 6 stars and above probably aren't interested with the reward Tang clan prepared. That or training is more important to them. Leo looked at the center of the stage where a man bowed his head slightly toward the spectators, ignoring the cheers coming from them and the person he defeated at the same time. That's exciting, leader. It's as if I am watching underground boxing with a special effect. Anya exclaimed loudly next to him as she watched the match with sparkling eyes. I don't understand your reference, but it sounds fun. Leo chuckled softly at her reply. Keep enjoying yourself then. We still have time to wait until Peng Liwei's turn. Or until Nokrum's advanced in disguise strike, he added quietly in his mind. So far, he had identified 50 of them in the spectators. The numbers roughly were the same as described in the novel. Gotcha. She nodded her head before concentrating on the match that was about to begin once again. Leo realized that he had never known such a peaceful life before transmigrating into this world. It had always been work, day after day, as a company slave pushed far beyond reasonable limits. He didn't have many friends or family either. He had lost every one of them, even while working for that company. At least, here, I don't need to worry about that. Surrounded by friends he could trust, Leo felt satisfied with his life right now. He didn't feel guilty when he had to do something with morally questionable contents, because he learned from experience that being merciless was the best way to survive in a competitive society. That was why. Let us wait until Tang Yao makes a move before helping. Some people may be in danger, but that is already part of his plan. Right, Sly Snake? He looked at Tang Yao, who sat next to his sister near the stage where they could move easily. Tang Juan, the third Barado, sat on the elevated platform with his bodyguard. Peng Liwei had to stay next to the young lord due to her position. Her expression was bad at best. A strained smile never escaped her face. However, Shui stood between them in case something happened. The swordsman from Hallowed Insects exchanged glances with Leo and nodded. Now, what worried Leo the most was the city lord, Qin Weiqi, who sat on the opposite side of Tang Yao and Tang Soso, but nevertheless acted very close to Tang Jiyuan. He had bodyguards, but they weren't that strong. When a fight broke out, he would definitely be the easiest target among any other important individuals in this place. Saving him isn't part of my job. I don't care if war breaks out too. That will only give us more jobs. There were 6 martial artists with a cultivation level of 5 stars that might appear today as well. So, he was conflicted as to whether he should focus on stopping Nokrum or helping Tang Clan wipe them out instead. Or to just watch. That's also an option. The final started leader. Both of them looked strong. Anya pointed at the 2 men standing on the stage opposite each other and starting to size up their opponent. Come on, fight. He sighed at her antics. But he was also curious. The first person is the original protagonist Kim Min-gu's opponent in the novel, Tang Xiang. The Tang Clan member who is also a 5 stars martial artist in the same generation as Tang Yao and Tang So-so. As their members' first priority was always about the clan's glory, Tang Xiang was someone who lived up to that. His opponent was someone that Leo didn't know, a beautiful martial artist holding a silver blade in her hand. Her short brown hair, which was rare for girls in this world, rested on her shoulders. He recalled that her name was Mu Yunbai. From what he had researched, she was the oldest daughter of a minor clan living in Qin City. That was all to her. However, the fact she was a 5 stars martial artist should be enough for her to rise in fame and maybe join a bigger clan if she wanted it. Leo wondered why no rumors about her spread. Both sides are ready. The referee of the tournament, a white-haired man wearing a green robe, checked both parties if they were ready. Both nodded their heads simultaneously after taking a stance. Fight! The moment that word came out, they moved immediately, intending to end this fight as fast as possible. Mu Yunbai's sword was covered in a layer of icy cold qi as she closed the distance between her and Tang Xiang in a blink of an eye, showing that she specialized in speed. Her blade was faster than any other weapons he had ever seen so far, and it forced Tang Xiang to stay on defense. A fury of slashes landed on his guard while Tang Xiang used his arms to protect himself from getting hurt. A thin layer of ice appeared on his arm with every touch of the blade, but was removed quickly by his qi. You're pretty good. Tang Xiang praised his opponent's swordsmanship while smiling in a composed manner. Let me show you my level 2. Chapter 29, Sudden Attack. The next second, Mu Yunbai was launched backward after Tang Xiang smacked his hand into her abdomen. A green dragon that looked like a snake appeared and disappeared as soon as it came out, crashing into her entire front side before dissipating. That was when Mu Yunbai attacked again, as her blade once again clashed with Tang Xiang's guard as a pair of wings on her back flapped lightly. They emitted a special aura, but Leo couldn't tell what it was from this far away. Materialization of Qi element. It was probably a skill she learned from her master. Each martial artist could use the element to attack and defend when they cultivated their Qi properly, depending on what kind of cultivation path they used. Sharp winds and flames were the most common elements utilized by martial artists during the fight, since Mount Hua sect and Wudong sect were quite famous in this area. But that didn't mean there wasn't anyone capable of utilizing other elements like water or ice as well. They were just not popular. Mu Yunbai was probably an expert of an ice element considering the type of sword she used and how cold it was even from this far away. A typical swordsmanship from Kunlun sect. The difference in their power level was clear in just a few moves from them, as Mu Yunbai found herself overwhelmed by Tang Xiang's strength. She didn't give up, though, and continued to press on him with the help of her fast speed. It's useless. Flaring his green poison qi, Tang Xiang changed his strategy and dodged instead of using a defensive method that would wear her down over time. He ignored her blade as he fished hidden daggers from his sleeve. Hidden dagger technique. Dance of jade leaves. Rows of green leaves surrounded the stage and cut through the air like blades as they danced around. This wasn't just a qi art, but a real knife art combined with an ability of qi that could enhance the blade. They were covered in poison as well, causing Mu Yunbai to frown as she used her sword to defend and cut them down. Not bad, Leo thought while analyzing their fighting style, but something is off. The fight dragged on, or felt like so. Mu Yunbai should be able to defeat Tang Xiang faster than this, Leo thought while smiling. He has more skill than her, but she has at least one step faster than him. If she makes a surprise attack, then he realized The fight was indeed dragged as if it was planned beforehand. He looked around the arena to find anyone acting suspiciously. At the arena, Mu Yunbai was trying her best to block the flying daggers while trying to move closer to Tang Xiong to deliver a death blow. Meanwhile, Tang Xiong waited for an opportunity to counterattack with another hidden dagger as she rushed toward him. A fierce fight that caught everyone's attention. Cheers Barato as Mu Yunbai managed to get closer to Tang Xiong as she decided to sacrifice herself to land a single fatal blow while shielding her form with Qi defense, catching the man by surprise. She was a decisive person after all. However, that never happened. Boom! Smoke spread throughout the whole arena as something exploded near the fighters, separating them. Green gas filled the air and blocked the view while shouts echoed between the spectators who panicked at the sudden event. Oño, respirator. Leo immediately commanded the nanites in his body to change his bodysuit. A black mask covered his lower face, acting as a respirator at the same time, preventing him from inhaling the gas that covered the whole arena. "I'm ready, leader," Anya shouted. Her bodysuit already changed and gave her a similar mask. "That's poison gas. There must be an enemy somewhere." "That is my thought, too." He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Our priority is Tang Yao. If possible, protect our client. We have signed a contract with him, after all." "Roger." Anya jumped into the stage that was in chaos and disappeared into the cloud of smoke, heading toward their client's location. Meanwhile, Leo pulled a Google from his sling bag and wore it. The red visor was transparent and allowed him to see through the green smoke that surrounded him. Heat signature. The goggles scanned the green gas and isolated the heat source in order to provide him with information. He saw many people headed toward a certain direction. Some were locked in combat already. Others were trying to escape through the hole. Anya managed to reach Tang Yao. Strangely, none of the attackers were going in that direction. Instead, they went toward Qin City Lord and Mu Yunbai. As expected, Tang Clan wanted to get rid of their competitors. But those competitors were also Leo's potential client. In the novel, Qin City Lord met his end in this place along with his bodyguard. He guessed that Mu Yunbai was originally his bodyguard, but because Kim Mingu didn't enter the tournament, she managed to go into the final, allowing Tang Yao to pull this plan. "My contract with Tang Yao is about annihilating Green Forest Bandit. If I act right now and protect the Qin City Lord in the guise of the free job I provided, that wouldn't be strange. Allowing Tang Yao as planned to succeed here would harm his reputation. They can use me and my group as a scapegoat if Qin Weiqi is killed, saying that we're not as good as we advertised. And he couldn't allow that." With nanites enhancing his body, Leo could sense his surroundings even better as he charged forward. Someone was rushing toward Qin City Lord at a fast speed. However, Leo was faster. He landed in front of the confused Qin Weiqi and pulled out his photon sword. The blade hummed as it materialized with a pale light. A flash of metal crossed his vision, and Leo received an attack from an assassin, coming from the attacker's right hand. A quick move that caught everyone in surprise, but not him. He was able to see the attack in slow motion with his heightened senses due to nanites. With a sharp motion, Leo drove his sword upward, slicing through the man in one swift strike. Before he could make a sound, the Barato collapsed to the ground with a heavy thump, shocking everyone who witnessed it and causing the crowd to scatter in fear. Turning toward the Qin City Lord, Leo nodded and asked, "Are you okay, City Lord?" Chapter 30. Wandering Sword Saint. Yes, I am fine. Qin Weiqi nodded his head while looking at the attacker's dead body in disbelief. "Thank you for saving us." "Good. My name is Leo, a mercenary from Hallowed Insects. This is my service to introduce myself. If you need a fighter or warrior, just contact me in the future." He smoothly handed him his new business card. Perplexed, Qin Weiqi took it and read the contents written on it. "Well then, please leave this area soon and drink an antidote. This smoke has a poison mixed into it. I have to go." After saying that, Leo headed toward where the rest of the attackers were located. Qin Weiqi stared at the business card in his hand before commanding his bodyguard. Let us leave. One of you call Mu Yunbai and send an antidote to her. She must be affected by the poison more than anyone else due to her injuries. Yes. At the same time, one of the bodyguards moved to call Mu Yunbai back. Leo confronted 3 men on the spectator area. They were wearing Nokrim's cloak with a forest symbol on their chest, giving away their identity, as well as telling everyone they weren't sent by Tang Clan or Qin City Lord. You're from Nokrim? Leo asked while pointing his sword at them. What are you doing here? No one answered. For a bandit, they were pretty quiet. Leo smirked as the nanites inside his barato became active. It allowed him to move at a speed faster than them as he aimed at their heart. 3 men were swiftly defeated all at the same time. It was a startling sight, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He swung his photon sword to clear residue from the blade. They aren't from Nokrim at all. He analyzed the corpses on the ground after they took off their disguise and found that their skin color was darker than natives. Is this how you set up a trap? Making these attackers pretend that they are from Nokrim and create a reason to go to war. He felt bad for the victims to get involved in this damned plan involving Tang Clan's internal strife. The victims were innocents who got pulled into this war between factions after all. Looking around, Leo tried to find a certain someone. The man who was hiding among Nokrim, a strong assassin who originally killed Qin Weiqi. Since earlier, that man was still hiding among the spectators, but made no move at all. From what he knew, that assassin was just an outsider that somehow joined Nokrim because of money or something. He didn't care about Murim at all. This was just a job to him and nothing more. I wish I could capture him to get a favor from Qin City Lord, but Qin Weiqi had left the area. Still, why is that assassin still here? He asked in his mind when suddenly he felt someone staring at him. A shiver ran down his spine as he looked for the origin of the feeling. There, behind one of the spectator-esque seats, sat a man with a calm face who wore a gray robe. Leo immediately noticed that his clothes were different from Nokrim's cloak and other martial artists as well. Forget the assassin. He felt this man was dangerous. That's fantastic swordsmanship, young man. I wonder if you could show it to me once more. The mysterious man smiled slightly. Will you entertain me? Leo remained silent while watching the man carefully. He seemed ordinary despite the strange feeling he was emitting, but he had learned from his experience to never underestimate anyone or anything. In Murim, a hidden sage could appear in many shapes and forms. This man could be one of them, for all he knew. Pulling off his hood, unkempt long hair flowed out of the man's head as his beard wiggled from the sudden movement. The smile on his face looked friendlier than the neighborhood grandma, who always gave sweets. His movement was smooth, even a movement when he unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it into the ground was beautiful. A nice sword you have there, he said, glancing at the photon sword Leo was holding, strange but sharp. Will you do me a favor and get it to me if you lose the duel? Leo didn't answer. Instead, he merely placed his sword on his guard position while glancing around, checking if there was someone else around or behind him. Now, he recognized the man, Wandering Sword Saint. What is happening? He gritted his teeth in anger while letting his nanites flow in his body. This is different from the novel. Why is this crazy Wandering Sword Saint here? In the original novel, Wandering Sword Saint was mentioned to be a neutral party who took no side in Murim's war and didn't care about it all. He was a traveler who had been wandering around the world for many decades without having a place to call home. Even so, he was strong. I am honored that you know me. The old man smiled gently while pulling the sword out of the ground. I would like to say it's good to meet you too, but a sudden slash appeared in front of Leo, cutting everything in its path, including the seats in the way. He immediately raised his photon sword and blocked the slash while using his right leg to strike at the man's waist. A fierce clash occurred with a strong gust of wind, scattering the green gas into the sky and clearing up the view for people nearby to see it. Boom! They were blown away from each other after their clash ended while their feet dug up the ground, creating a huge crater below their feet. Leo's hands felt numb from blocking the strike head-on with his sword. It was much stronger than any enemies he had faced so far in this world. What are you doing here? I thought you didn't take part in Murim's interest? Liu asked with a slight frown. How come you are here? I'm here for nothing. I was just bored and wanted to take a walk when I heard about a tournament. Once in a while, watching young martial artists showing their potential is enough to warm my heart. He answered while laughing softly. And because I saw your sword, I became interested in it. Nowhere in my plan did I know I would meet a martial artist like you. Slowly, white chi enveloped the man. It took the form of a barado, coiling around the man's body like a serpent. The appearance of such a thing meant that this man was beyond the level of any 6 stars martial artist Liu had ever known. This was something that only a martial artist at 7 stars level could do. One of Liu's problems in this world was that he was unable to feel chi unlike other martial artists. He couldn't really feel where his opponent was or how strong they were at first glance. Not only that, the techniques all martial artists use to cleave ground and mountain was also unavailable to him. He had to use weapons or other methods instead of those arts because they required chi usage to activate. That was why he felt frustrated whenever he met a strong opponent like this. So suddenly, even though he was confident in his strength and ability, he wasn't a fighter but a mercenary. Preparation was his strength as well as his weapon. But he knew that could only take him so far when his enemy was too strong. Like this person in front of him right now. Tell me your name, young man. I am known as the Wandering Sword Saint, but you can call me Xiao Atian. The old man looked at him with interest shining in his eyes. Lowering his sword slightly, Liu moved his left hand behind his back. He looked at the Wandering Sword Saint through his goggles. Liu from Hallowed Insect Mercenary. A low click could be heard from behind him. Nice to meet you, while shouting. He threw something round into the air at a very fast speed. It flew straight towards Xiao Atian, who raised his eyebrows in surprise and disappeared in front of Liu's eyes. Swoosh! He swung his sword horizontally, cutting the round object in half. However, that was a mistake. Boom! Chapter 31. Shui, I choose you. A loud explosion occurred, creating a vortex of plasma that engulfed the whole arena with its bright light and force. The explosion was so powerful that it carved up the ground several meters around the epicenter. Even Liu found himself pushed away by the impact. Zang! All gas and smoke covering the arena was blown away by the explosion, while a few spectators who got too close were also pushed away in great distance. Why am I getting targeted? He should have fought Shui instead. He complained in his mind while straightening his barado. Without spending any barado seconds, he ran away from the spectator's seat. He made eye contact with Shui, who cut down his opponent in a swift manner before jumping into the stage below as well. He was protecting Peng Liwei pretty well. Shui! Liu shouted from below, switch. Roger. And just as Shui jumped down to switch places with Liu, a sudden gust of wind sent the vortex of plasma scatter into pieces like mist in the wind. Liu looked back and saw the Wandering Sword Saint was standing in where he was before with a burned robe and damage on his skin. However, he was pretty much alive and kicking. Crazy lunatic. He only got injured slightly from a photon bomb. What is his barado made of? Liu shouted in his mind. Don't run from me, coward. A wave of chi could be felt from the man who spoke in a sharp tone while his eyes gleamed in anger. He looked like he was about to destroy Liu right here and now. You have interesting things. Come and fight me again. No. Liu answered in a clear voice as he passed by Shui. Fight him instead. With a speed faster than sound, Shui ran toward Xiao Atian with a feral grin. His sword was slashing through the air, creating a trail of light behind him as he approached his opponent. Swirling vortex art. At that moment, a spinning black dragon came out of his sword as he slashed it into the air, creating a vortex that formed by swirling winds and headed towards Xiao Atian. It was just a visual effect created using a projection in his bodysuit, but worked very well to make his opponents hesitate. Unfortunately for him, his attack was ineffective as Xiao Atian moved his hand. White barado met with the black one in midair and consumed it entirely before disappearing into thin air. Metal clashing could be heard when he exchanged strikes with Xiao Atian. Whirlwind sword. Rock dragon art. Two swords clashed again and again, producing sparks with every impact and causing a wave of winds to push everything in their surroundings away. Ha ha ha, you're good enough. Fine, I will take you as an opponent. You're not bad yourself, Shui commented back. Their hands were a blur as they exchanged hits after hits while attacking and defending at the same time. It was truly a high-level battle that showed no sign of ending soon. As Leo looked at them with shock in his eyes, he noticed the people inside the arena had started to leave. Even Tang Yao and Tang Soso had left the arena guarded by Anya. Good, he thought, arriving beside Peng Liwei, who looked dumbfounded as she watched the clash between Shui and Wandering Sword Saint. Who is he? She asked in a dumbfounded tone. Wandering Sword Saint. Leo answered indifferently. I know who he is. What I mean is, who is he? The person you ordered to be my representative. She raised her voice, her eyes fixated on Shui, who fought fiercely with Xiao Tian. My subordinate. Argue. If you want to keep it a secret, fine. The girl shouted loudly, much to Leo's confusion. He answered honestly. Why was she mad? It's not important. He shook his head. That is how martial artists fight, huh? Shockwaves that could destroy any building shook the earth below them every time they exchanged hits. All of it happened just because they swung their sword at each other, sending the power of the Sword Saint's chi flying around. Shui only used nanites inside his body, as he couldn't use chi. He could imitate chi slash if he used his nanites skillfully, but his specialty was body enhancement. He didn't need a fancy technique. All his strikes sent wind pressure that was strong enough to damage the surrounding terrain. What is happening? Peng Liwei thought while watching Shui fighting. Is this reality? That arrogant person is fighting against 8 stars martial artist on an even ground. Peng Liwei, we must go now, Leo said, snapping her out of her thoughts. We will use this chance to eliminate Tang Juyong and annul the agreement between you and him. Rest assured, you will live and become free after this is done. Hearing him mention Tang Juyong, she stared at Leo in surprise. Defeat him? She just wanted to be free. Let us go. He urged her and moved away from the scene with her, leaving Shui alone to fight against Xiao Tian. All right. She nodded her head, seeing that she finally agreed. Leo relaxed a bit as he continued to lead her away from the arena while vigilantly observing their surroundings. He could track Tang Juyong easily. Shui had planted a tracking device in the middle of the commotion earlier. Let us take this dagger, he thought, grabbing the dagger from one of the corpses from the Nokram people. He exited through the gate, followed by Peng Liwei. Based on his smart lenses, Leo found Tang Juyong in one of the safe houses. He seemed to be running away already, as well as planned his route from here. However, if they hurried up, we will catch up to him when he reaches his safe house. He thought. Hold on tight, Leo suddenly said and approached Peng Liwei. He reached for her before activating the nanite's ability that enhanced his muscles. The power of the nanites flooded his system, making him run faster than a car. Varshava! The unexpected change made her cry out and hold on tight. He jumped onto the roof and kept running across it without stopping once. They moved very fast and arrived at where Tang Juyong was hiding with his bodyguard. Stay here, Leo said, and pushed her behind a house after seeing a bunch of martial artists wearing Tang Clan-S robes. Are you sure? She asked softly. Her face turned red from embarrassment as she straightened her clothes while glaring at Leo. Yes, I'm not as good as Anya in this kind of thing, but I am better than most. Just hide here. We'll solve this problem. Leo turned toward the direction where Tang Juyong and his men were located. He gripped the dagger tightly and spoke again. It won't take long. Chapter 32. Assassination and Shui versus Wandering Sword Saint. Alright. I will wait here. Hearing her answer, Leo nodded and stood up. His appearance immediately changed to something similar to Tang Clan Warrior using optical illusion, a part of his bodysuit's capability. With that, he sneaked into the house with ease without anyone noticing. He just walked without much care after all. There was a commotion between Tang Juyong and his guard about their failed plan, which allowed him to sneak in undetected. It seemed that Tang Juyong ordered his bodyguard to kidnap Anya and Peng Liwei for revenge. Trash, Leo thought in disdain. I can't let my emotions get to me. He reminded himself while passing through the group of men and finding the room Tang Jiyang hid in. The room wasn't T-guarded after some warriors left, so he entered with ease. "Who is there?" Tang Jiyang immediately asked upon seeing Liu coming into his room. "A bodyguard? Why are you here? I didn't call for you." "Well, I'm here to do something you will hate so much, O young master." While saying that, he deactivated his optical illusion. His real appearance, unmasked, was revealed before the third Barado of the Tang clan. "Unfortunately, our job is to prevent you from bothering our client." "Why you?" As he said that, a dagger flew out of his sleeve and struck Tang Jiyang, wounding him severely. He let out a loud cry as he struggled to defend himself. It was quite a pathetic sight, making Leo smile coldly as he witnessed how weak his opponent was. He quickly approached him and disarmed him, and struck the side of his head. The blade found its mark, ending the fight instantly, while everything seemed too easy for Leo. It was a Nokram's way to deal with an enemy. That was quick, he thought while standing up, wiping himself clean. Now, for the last part, let us pull some string and have Anya to escort Peng Liwei. Leo used optical illusion again. This time, he took the appearance of a Nokram member, covering his body with a hologram robe and hood. He purposely stood beside the still warm corpse and waited for the guard to arrive. "Young master, are you all right? What happened?" One of them stormed into the room upon hearing Tang Jiyang's scream and found Leo standing there, waiting for him with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" "Green Forest shall thrive. No mercy to those using our names," Leo said as he jumped through the roof, destroying it, and disappeared from their view. Meanwhile, back at Qin City's arena, Shui and Xiao Atian were still fighting each other. Two of them were locked in a fierce combat as sparks flew with every swing of their sword and left scars on the ground below. Xiao Atian swung his sword at Shui, who blocked it using his sword. Then, he ducked and attacked the man's abdomen, but was dodged by the man instead. Both of them were more skilled than anyone else in the area despite having the same cultivation level. It was like watching a duel between masters and one wouldn't know who would win. Nonetheless, there was no spectator to their duel. It was too dangerous, and everyone had left the place already. "You're pretty good," Shui muttered, praising his opponent's skill and ability to keep up with his speed. He leaped backward as he composed himself, the first person to be able to do that in years. "You too. I thought the person before was a coward, but he gave me a better opponent instead. Forgive my leader. He is not the type to deal with a person like you directly. His specialty is more on schemes and tricks than real battles." He looked at him calmly before changing his stance. "And then, I requested him to give me a worthy opponent. I deem you worthy to be that opponent." Xiao Atian listened to what Shui said while closing his eyes. In the end, he opened them again and pointed his sword at him. "Then, are you ready to show me your greatest move? Let us end it in one strike." "Gladly." Two dragons collided and dispersed into particles of light in the air. One hologram created by nanites and one made from qi. Afterward, Xiao Atian made the first move and charged at Shui. His strike was so strong that it split the air and sent out shockwaves, sending debris around them flying in every direction. Shui also moved as he swung his sword, aiming it at his opponent. With the power of nanites, he utilized the bodysuit to full potential. His speed and strength were doubled due to the use of nanites, while his perception was increased as well. Their swords met in the middle, sending strong gusts of wind and causing several explosions around them. All chairs near the arena were destroyed within seconds, and all things inside were blown away with strong force, leaving no trace of its existence. With just two attacks, a big crater was created beneath their feet while cracks formed on the surface of their swords. Boom! Their swords clashed and shattered like glass upon meeting each other, but Xiao Atian didn't stop. His hand was immediately covered in white qi resembling a sword. He threw the sword at Shui, who dodged it easily at a speed faster than sound, and gave him an opening for him to deliver a fatal blow. A slash that could cut a mountain split the air as it went straight for Shu's throat. Still, Shui looked at it calmly as he pulled his sword from his sheath. It hummed like a machine as it materialized with pale light, while the blade resembled a crescent moon with two pointed protrusions on its spine. Snake Fang, Chapter 33. 33. Winner decided with shout. He slashed horizontally towards Xiao Atian. Suddenly, his sword morphed into the form of a snake, taking on a sickle-like appearance as it struck toward its target with a piercing motion. A sharp shockwave spread in the air. Cinturito, his expression remained calm and unbothered as he glanced at his injured arm. Oomph. With a hum, the wandering sword saint used his chi to control his muscle and stop the bleeding. He put his injured arm into his spatial ring. Then he smiled and bowed slightly at Shui, showing his respect. It's my loss. You're a worthy opponent and a talented martial artist. Do whatever you want with me. Defeat me or spare me. It's your choice. Shui bowed in return. Thank you for the fight. I'm honored. I don't kill those that's not my target, so I will spare you. And my name is Shui from Hallowed Insects. Ha ha. Shui, you're an interesting person, but naive. What would I do if I seek revenge? I would love to fight you again, but... Xiao Atian smiled softly as he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with disappointment. It seems I need to train myself again how to use a sword with just one hand. Thank you for sparing my life. I will repay it in the future. Goodbye. And with that, he was about to leave. But Shui stopped him. What if we can fix your arm? He asked. Would you fight me again? Xiao Atian raised his eyebrows at him before sighing with a wry smile on his face. I appreciate the kindness, but this wound is severe even for someone at my level. It's impossible to recover from this. But we can fix it. Another voice said behind Xiao Atian. The person in question turned around and saw Leo standing behind him, wearing a smirk on his face. Though we will have to ask for your cooperation in something. Hearing what Leo said, Xiao Atian stared at him incredulously. He couldn't believe what he just heard. It was impossible. No one could recover from a wound like this. We have an excellent doctor at home. Shui over there has hurt his arms many times, but we can heal them easily. If he can help us, we can also help you to heal your arm. How's that sound? Shui nodded his head, as if what he said was true. It's true. The wandering sword saint became silent while pondering the offer in his mind. There is nothing wrong with trying. You're the victor. Anyway, I will honor your request. He turned around and said, Lead the way. You heard him, Shui. I will tell Chiaki and have her prepare for it. Anya will take over your job as young Lady Peng's bodyguard. Our next job 1T starts so soon after the commotion earlier, so take your time. Yes, leader. Shui saluted before moving to pick up the destroyed sword lying on the ground. Please follow me to Chengdu City. I believe you can still hold on until then. Haha, that's easy. Lead the way. Xiao Atian laughed as he followed Shui, who walked out of the arena. Meanwhile, Leo talked to Anya through the communication device to talk about Peng Liwe's situation. She asked the girl to help Peng Liwe to hide in Qin City for a while until the situation calmed down. If she could, she should help her to run away from the city too. Leo looked around the arena after everything was done. The aftermath of Shui and Xiao Atian's duel was pitiful. The spectator area had been swept away by a powerful impact and was Barado in the distance. Meanwhile, the stage below was also destroyed, revealing a large crater. Thinking about the repair cost, Leo couldn't help but give a wry smile. Luckily, he could just blame it on the attack and not compensate for anything. Their conspiracies might be deeper than I originally thought. The attackers aren't real Nokram. They didn't take down people the way real Nokram would by targeting the side of their heads, but instead they removed people using Barado common methods. He looked at one of the corpses near his foot with cold eyes. What is the purpose of this attack? Green Forest Bandit had nothing to get here. Is it just to give them a reason to eradicate the bandit group? Or maybe there's another goal in this. He really felt that this plan had multiple layers to it that he hadn't been aware of yet. This was something far bigger than he thought it would be. Tang Clan wouldn't send their men out just because of revenge after all. I will have Jessica to look into it more. The job from Peng Liwei was finished with Tang Juyong's death. We just need to help her create a new identity and get the payment, and that's done. What worries me is the job Tang Yao asked me for. I shouldn't have accepted it, no? Being too greedy might backfire on him in the future, but that was life. A mistake to some was an opportunity to others. And in this case, Tang Yao's job was an opportunity for him. After saving Qin Weiqi, I have leverage against him. If it comes to the worst, I will just return to Chengdu and ignore the Tang clan as threat. But I better be careful about this. The good news is the Wandering Sword Saint seems to be interested in Shui now. If we play our card right, maybe I can recruit him into our mercenary band. PLL proved to be useful. He thought in his mind as he decided to return to the inn. Chapter 34. A scheme in Chengdu. Jessica was sighing. The plan to create a new business came into a halt due to the lack of funds. She realized that creating a shop wouldn't be as easy as she thought it would be. Preparation cost money, and her plan was not an exception to that. Buying another land and creating a new entertainment place required a lot of money she didn't have. We don't have enough. She sighed again in regret as she looked at the blueprint for the place she wanted to build. Unless we can get some loan from banks, we can't proceed with this project. But is there any bank here? I don't think so. The plan was to create an entertainment place with a theme inspired by a casino and a modern lounge, where staff served non-alcoholic beverages. They also wanted to recruit friendly staff for this place to serve the customers while promoting the venue at the same time. This combined both the modern and Murim world into one place. A gambling house was the thing that interested her the most in Murim. The method they used was quite unique. Many people came here to bet and play games instead of fighting. The martial artists here lacked entertainment, just like people in the modern world did. So they played games that originated from the modern world to entertain themselves. They even went as far as creating their own version of poker using the cards. She thought that was very amazing. So amazing that she wanted to join them and gamble too. We also need a chef, Jessica said, thinking about the high-quality food she enjoyed eating in Langyan. Our customers will need delicious food as well. As for the bartender, we can hire someone and have Shui teach them how to make cocktails. The secretary once again let out a sigh and leaned her back on the chair. She felt tired already despite it being just 10 in the morning. Sigh. Maybe I should get some rest first. She stretched her body a bit before laying down on the table in front of her. Just as she relaxed, a voice called out to her. Here you are. Jessica immediately raised her body and turned around. She couldn't be seen sleeping by anyone from her workplace, especially in the base. Luckily, it wasn't a stranger, but merely Chiaki. Chiaki? What is it? She asked while clearing her throat awkwardly. Leader contacted me to open the infirmary. Infirmary? The secretary raised her eyebrows in confusion. Shui fought an unexpected opponent, and Leader wanted to recruit him. He managed to hold the sword maniac for 5 minutes in a fight. Apparently, this said man is a famous 8 stars martial artist. He asked me to help treat his injuries. No one in this world is able to do it. Reconnect his arm. That is a simple matter that a basic infirmary we currently have can do. Jessica muttered quietly, realizing something. That might work. Chiaki looked confused. Why did Jessica suddenly smile like that? She didn't know what she meant by that. But there was a saying among the members. Prepare for a war when the leader smiled, and prepare for trouble when Jessica smiled. And now, Chiaki felt like she would be overworked once again. Just hold back a little, she said as she patted Coco, who somehow trembled on her shoulder. Leader also asked you to investigate something. He wants you to look deeper about Tang Clan. All right, I will report directly to Leader after I am finished. When the death of the 3rd young master of Tang Clan was announced a day after the attack, the atmosphere in Qin City suddenly changed. All Tang Clan-esque guards were put on alert, while all residents were restless. As a clan in charge of Sichuan province, Tang Clan was pretty influential. Its influence reached out of the province as well and was spread throughout the Central Plains. So the news about their 3rd young master's death spread very fast among Tang Clan's subordinate families and clansmen. The number of guards patrolling Qin City increased exponentially with every day passed. From a few dozen, they eventually reached several hundreds as they marched around the city while checking each nook and cranny of it. There was no one allowed to enter or leave Qin City for a time being by Tang Clan's order, and even those who resided in Qin City weren't allowed to leave without proper identification. Another thing they did was to declare a war against the Green Forest Bandit Band, stating that the third young Lord Barado, because of them as they attacked during the tournament. They blamed them for the Barado and swore that they would bring the bandit group into extinction as payback. Hearing that, Leo noticed that everything went as that sly snake had planned. Indeed, they have no shortage of people to use. He thought in his mind while listening to Tang Yao's speech about justice and eliminating evil from the world. In the original novel, they used Qin Weiqi's death as the reason. But because I saved the city lord and killed the third young master, he decided to use his relative's death to declare this war. How sly of him. He didn't take part in the Tang Clan's decision to declare war. It wasn't his job to take care of the announcement anyway. So he just watched them and decided to sit still for now. The mercenary was still doing well and making money, so there was no need to intervene right now. Currently, he was watching Tang Yao give a speech to the Tang Clan's warriors in Qin City, gathering them before starting to head out and raid Green Forest's territory. There were hundreds of them gathered there and around the city right now, waiting for Tang Yao's command to begin the attack. There was also Tang Soso standing beside him that boosted everyone's morale. He is pretty good at giving a speech. He commented from the roof of a certain building, not visible from below. Don't you agree, City Lord? He turned around, looking at the person behind him who wore a black robe covering his whole body except for his face. I didn't think I would be found out. Chapter 35. Personal benefit above all else, a middle-aged man in his 30s muttered as he observed Tang Yao's speech from the same rooftop. It seemed like he was enjoying himself so much that Leo noticed his presence. You can't fool my senses, City Lord. He chuckled, secretly turning off the radar that showed someone's heat signature in his smart lenses. Am I meddling in your plan by saving you that time? If so, I apologize. No, that's not it. I was also surprised and couldn't react properly. I never expected a member of Nokrim to attack me. You did well at saving me, Leo from Hallowed Insects. Qin Weiqi shook his head in denial as he turned around and faced Leo. You have my gratitude. It's nothing, but if you need our service, do contact me in Chengdu. Or maybe, just tell me directly right now. We're on the side of the highest bidder. Leo smiled faintly while bowing slightly toward him. That's an interesting way to live. But are you not afraid of making enemies? The way you said it, you would betray your former employee if there is someone bidding higher than him. Leo immediately shook his head. Oh no, you misunderstand me. When the job is ongoing, I want to change sides. Because our job usually requires us to defeat enemies. Changing sides after the job starts won't change anything. I can just take what the other party offered from their fallen opponents. Qin Weiqi fell silent for a while after hearing his answer before chuckling softly. He smiled warmly and nodded his head in acknowledgement. I understand. In short, you will side with the highest bidder before the job starts. Yes, and right now, our job hasn't started yet. We were just offered 7,500 golds and 150 kilograms star metal, as well as a right to choose 3 loots I want. Please forget it. I made a slip of tongue. The city lord laughed, hearing Leo's explanation. It seemed like he thought it was amusing because of how he looked when he laughed. Don't worry. The wind is too strong for me to hear anything. Indeed, the wind is too strong. I'm afraid a fire will start if nothing is done. Both of them looked down as Tang Yao finished his speech. Everyone raised their fist high as they cheered in excitement. It seemed like they were eager to fight against the bandit group as they cheered loudly. Time to go home, Leo said as he stood up. I need to prepare for work later tonight. Keep yourself safe, City Lord. Be careful on your journey back. The City Lord nodded his head slightly and looked at Leo. By the way, yes. How does 10,000 golds and 200 kilograms star metal sound? Grinning, Leo answered the question. It sounds like a dream. And with that, He left the city lord alone on the rooftop. Qin Weiqi looked at the distance where Tang Yao and Tang Soso were leaving with all Tang Clan guards following them in awe. The cheers of the crowd echoed in his ear as he shook his head in disbelief. He went too far. He muttered with a hint of anger in his tone. Attacking Qin City during a tournament just to have a reason to eradicate the bandit group. Who do they think I am? I want to let them do as they please. Qin Weiqi turned around and walked away from the roof at a quick pace. His robes fluttered in the wind as he rushed into the direction of his city lord manor. Censurado, 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 he suddenly whispered into her ear while laughing softly. Shut up. Tang Soso blushed furiously as she screamed in rage while recalling an embarrassing argument they had. She pressed her barato together tightly as she remembered that heated moment when she had lost her composure under the influence. The second barato of the Tang clan betrayed her trust through manipulation, an event she could never forget. The humiliation from that day stayed with her, and the difficult training that followed left a lasting impact on her life. Censurado, I already promised you a good position when I become the Tang clan's head. Right now, I need you to do something. What is it? She asked suspiciously while leaning backward. You know I love you. He ignored her cold stare and smiled gently instead while caressing her hair gently. But first, I need you to convince that mercenary called Leo. Hearing those words, her anger flared up once again as she couldn't help but raise her voice while glaring at him. Are you insane? Why should I convince someone? Tang Yao only laughed at her. Foolish question. From what I heard, he managed to fight evenly against the wandering sword saint for a few seconds before retreating. Pang Liue's bodyguard, whom I guessed was Leo's subordinate, took over the fight and defeated the fabled sword saint. If you can form a sincere bond with him, it may make it easier for me to achieve my dream. My lovely sister, this is an order. Chapter 36, Broken Tang Soso wins someone over. I thought you were just messing with me. This is madness. There must be something wrong with your brain. Go back to your usual self, second brother. I'm always my usual self. Or censurado. Report everything you find about him to me when you're finished. And if you found something important, immediately tell me about it. After getting released, Tang Soso lowered her head in shame. She looked down at her trembling hands on her lap and frowned. Censurado, I will do it, second brother. Thank you, dear sister. He smiled at her and put something wrapped in paper in front of her. You can now drink this. It's your favorite beverage. Tang Soso looked at the object before her with a complicated expression. She unconsciously pressed her barato together and reached for it. A smile formed on her face as she unwrapped it carefully with both of her hands. The blue pill inside looked like a precious treasure. She felt a wave of calm wash over her. She wanted this. She needed this. If she couldn't have this moment, she would be devastated. Censurado, Yao, the eldest daughter of the Tang clan, knelt down, laughing uncontrollably while clutching her head in pain. Tears streamed down her face as a sharp barato shot through her barato like electricity. Her clothes were damp with sweat as she trembled on the ground. Censurado, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he grinned evilly. His face changed to that of a sinister-looking man whose appearance resembled a snake barato than a human being. All hail Supreme Evil. Loud cries and screams echoed through the manor, but no one noticed because Tang Yao had installed soundproofing. Censurado, she turned around and went back to her inn with a disappointed expression. That's disgusting. Leo honestly didn't expect anything that disgusting to be in Anya's report that afternoon. Training? Drug addict? That Tang Soso? He thought, thinking about the cold girl he saw in the meeting before, this is messed up. I thought she's just a cold genius. To think she would fall easily to a mere drug like that is beyond me. And Tang Yao, he said he had no relationship with the Tang clan. Not a single blood of the Tang clan's patriarch flowed in his veins. Anya nodded at her question. Yep. Censurado. He told her slowly with an indescribable expression hovering between cold and rational. I have told you my goal before, right? Slowly, the blonde girl nodded her head and lowered it in shame. She was reminded of her first meeting with Leo, where she heard about his ultimate goal from the start. She felt stupid for forgetting it just because she didn't like the person she was tasked to follow. "If the work is over, can I get back at him?" Anya asked in a soft voice with her hands clenched into fists on her sides. She trembled as she spoke with anger clearly visible in her eyes. "That's not our responsibility." Leo looked outside the window, at the large manor that didn't lose its splendor even when compared to Tang Clan's manor in Sheen City. It was an old, ancient palace that was only maintained well by the old man and his family, or at least that's what the novel described the place as. "Not our responsibility." Anya walked over and stood beside him, crossing her arms. She frowned and said, "I just don't like it when our job is like this. I'd rather deal with a difficult target than look after a disgusting guy like that." There. He patted her head gently as he felt the girl's tears landing on his arm. "I know what you feel. I want to force you to join this job, but can you at least protect Peng Liyue until it's over? I already sent Shui back to Chengdu to heal the Wandering Sword Saint. HNN, I don't want a leader. Sorry. I will protect Peng Peng from harm. It's okay. It's my fault for telling you to follow someone like that." He pinched her cheek lightly while sighing softly. "What about Tang So-So? She acts like those people on Earth. Addicted to drugs, and her mind is broken. So, something we had seen every day." He nodded, confirming his suspicion. "Any chance for her to recover?" Anya shook her head. "Doubt it. She's a puppet now." Sigh. He sighed again while thinking about the future. "All right. You're dismissed. Once again, sorry to put you in that experience." "No, it's okay. Just make sure my efforts are well compensated when we return." She leaned forward and kissed his cheeks before standing up and walking away. If it's me, then I will follow what you said without even drinking any drugs." Her usual smile returned on her face as she giggled mischievously, looking back at Leo while waving at him before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Anyway, Chapter 37. Situation in Tang Clan. Leo shook his head and switched his attention toward Tang Yao's next move. It seemed like the conspiracy inside the Tang Clan was more complicated than he first thought it would be. In the novel, Tang Yao was just a normal person who didn't care about his family, so he never took part in the plot and only tried to gain influence within the clan for his own benefit. But now his action was completely different from the novel. He actually took part in the conspiracy against his family to seize the Tang Clan's head position, went as far as plotting against the city lord, and manipulated the first daughter of the Tang Clan into becoming dependent and a puppet through the use of drugs. That was far too different from the original novel. Or maybe it had always been like that off the camera. The novel was just focused on the protagonist. The side stories of the characters were barely explained because the main character would never meet them and the story would just skip their developments altogether. This caused Leo to have doubts about some of the characters in the novel. What appeared to be a good person might be a ruthless scoundrel who controlled the shadows of Mirim in reality. At first, Leo thought this world would be so simple. Fight and fight to increase their fighting strength so they could survive. But he was wrong. This was not merely a normal Mirim setting, but a world where personal benefit was above everything else. And he was familiar with such a world. "I thought I could enjoy my life here, but it seems like I have to play with those idiots again." He slowly stood up from his chair and walked toward the bed inside the room. He needed a nap. Based on the speech earlier, they would attack Nokrim in 3 days after they gathered forces from each city in Sichuan. It would take time for them to gather it all. After all, there were many cities in this province, and Tang Clan's warriors were spread. They would need at least a week to prepare. Cutting it down to 3 days was already a miracle. Doing this alone might be too much for me. I need Chiaki, but she will be needed to operate the infirmary. And we don't have a warp gate to allow us to move everywhere easily. So travel takes time, he thought while slowly falling asleep. I can only pray for the best until then. And then he drifted to sleep in the worst mood ever since he came into this world. He needed to meet someone he didn't want to meet that night. Well, I better get prepared then, he thought as he closed his eyes, There is nothing better than a good rest to make you relax for a hectic night later. When evening arrived, Tang Clan's manor was filled with guards patrolling around the area with their weapons ready while checking every nook and cranny of the place. The sky was dark with clouds covering most of the bright moon hanging above it. Everyone was wearing black clothes for the funeral and walked around solemnly with low heads while mourning the death of the third young master. Candles lined up in the corridor as they walked quietly, ignoring the whistling wind blowing around them. None of them were there for the fake mourning. All of them were there for guard duty. A man with an impressive beard walked outside the manor quietly while scanning his surroundings. His gaze stopped at the coffin with white flowers covering it as he stared at it in silence. The body of his third son was in that coffin, unmoving and unresponsive to his voice or touch. He went there slowly while moving between people and climbed the stairs to reach his destination before kneeling in front of the coffin silently. Tang Jiaofu stayed there without saying anything. Only the sound of crying people inside the hall could be heard from where he was kneeling. Tang Clan's patriarch was here to mourn for the death of his beloved son. That was what everyone thought. And if they saw a lone tear escaping from his eyes, no one said anything about it. No one dared to say anything about it, either because they were scared or they understood the grief of losing someone dear to them. No matter how bad his third son's behavior was, Tang Jiaofu still cared for him as a father. In fact, the number of times Tang Jiaofu shed his tears could be counted with his fingers. This time, it was also a rare occasion that happened in public. After a few seconds of silence, he put a white flower inside the coffin and stood up. The clan leader stared at his son for a last time before turning around and leaving with his head lowered. His robes fluttered as he walked into his remaining family. 2 sons and a daughter. The first son, Tang Ao, nodded at his arrival with a cold expression on his face. The second son, Tang Yao, was looking down and didn't raise his head at all. As for Tang Soso, she was having her usual cold expression. Her body was trembling a bit as if she was uncomfortable with something. Tang Yao's voice quivered as the patriarch stopped near them. It's all my fault, father. If only I sat with him, this wouldn't happen. He died because of me. Tang Ao immediately held his brother's shoulder and glared at him. Second brother, you did nothing wrong. You can't blame yourself for everything. You were also targeted by the Green Forest Bandit Group, but I shouldn't have left him. I have the eldest sister with me and the bodyguard I hired. If we stick together, enough. Tang Jiaofu shook his head and firmly held Tang Yao's shoulders, turning him to face him. No one but the assassin is at fault. It's a danger that we, Tang Clan, must face when we rule this province as its guardian. He said solemnly, and you, Yao, the man who attacked us is not easy to deal with. If he can assassinate my son with ease, imagine what would happen if he managed to kill you. So I'm glad that you're okay. Centuredo, she seemed to be lost in thought about something. From the distance, a soldier shook his head. She looked too miserable in everyone's eyes, but looked crazy in this soldier's eyes. With his smart lenses, he was able to see why she was trembling. You lunatic, he thought while shaking his head again, while watching the Tang family. To think she would behave like that while at a funeral. I guess she's indeed broken already. No, I knew that she was. No use getting surprised with this much. Chapter 38. Drugged Leo, who had disguised himself as a guard, watched everything silently. He wanted to confirm something before leaving quietly without anyone noticing him. I expected it, but Anya's report is a milder version. Now that I scan them, Tang Yao is indeed strange, with his skin appearing oddly marked by something dark beneath it. There's no doubt this is caused by a mysterious dark power. With that thought, he followed other guards to their post before sneaking away. He deactivated his optical illusion when he wasn't seen by anyone. He was in his suit again. His slightly long hair, tied in a ponytail, fluttered when hit by the wind. Ready to meet someone crazy, he confidently walked toward the Tang Clan manor once again. The funeral was coming to an end. When he got to the entrance, the guard stopped him. Where do you think you're going? I am here for business. Leo answered simply. Inform Tang Yao that Leo is here for a visit. He He will understand my reason to come here. P.S. Morning. We don't allow any guests to meet him. Tell him I will meet him right now, or the deal is off," Leo declared while pointing at the leader of Tang clan inside the manor. "I'm sure if I just walk away here with my words, you will be in trouble." With that, the guards seemed conflicted and started whispering among themselves before nodding in unison. The lead guard said, "All right, wait here. There is no need for that. P.S. my guest." A voice interrupted their discussion before Leo could answer, causing all of them to look at the figure behind them. Second young master. One of the guards greeted Tang Yao with a smile as he passed by them and stopped in front of Leo. With that, he smiled at Leo and waved his hand, signaling him to follow him. Both of them entered the manor after Tang Yao ordered the guards to stand back. "I will handle this. Don't disturb us." Yes. There was no hesitation when they bowed and obeyed his command. After all, this was the second son of the Tang clan as patriarch, and he was the man who had successfully defended Qin City from the Green Forest bandit group invasion. Not directly, but he was still able to do it and impress the citizens with his speech and leadership skill. Tang Yao led Leo into a room on the second floor of the manor before sitting on a chair while offering another one to Leo. "Please forgive the guards. They are really on edge right now." Tang Yao chuckled softly while stroking his hair. "The assassin who killed my brother is still missing, and people in the city are restless. I'm sure you understand." "Of course," Leo answered with a nod. "The assassin is right in front of you," he added in his mind. Surely, Tang Yao didn't think that a real Nokram people appeared and took revenge for getting framed. No, but that begged another question, which was why? Why did his brother die? Anyway, what brings you here? Is there something wrong with our contract? Leo nodded his head and waved his hand lightly as he answered, "Not really. I just want to confirm about the job. If you want to cancel the contract, as written before, I will take the advance payment of 1,000 golds and leave. Nothing personal." Tang Yao smiled faintly. "What if I don't want to cancel the contract? It's just a little setback for us. I'm sure my father will solve this issue soon." "Oh, that is great to hear." Leo smiled happily at his answer and shrugged. "In that case, I will protect you and your companions when you begin your business travel. Please do. I have confirmed your skill yesterday and would like you to protect me. And your friend, Miss Anya, is it? She is really skilled as well. Thanks to her, I came out of the attack uninjured." Leo nodded his head in agreement. "She is one of my most trusted team members. So it's no problem. Our prize still stands as I promised before." "Of course." The second young leader nodded his head slightly. "You will be rewarded as promised." With that, he poured tea for both of them and sat in silence. It was unusual for a person of his status to offer tea to someone like Leo. By the way, Tang Yao looked up from his teacup and stared at Leo intently. Was the swordsman fighting against the wandering sword saint yesterday? "You're a friend too?" Leo paused and nodded slightly yes. "Yes, my friend. Have your doubts about our abilities disappeared now?" "Ha ha, yes. You're just amazing, Mr. Leo." Tang Yao chuckled softly as he answered. "I thought you were hiding your strength from us, but I never guessed it would be something that amazing. Ah, please drink the tea comfortably." After saying that, the second young master drank his tea. He looked like he enjoyed it a lot. "We don't get spring tea often, so this is a rarity for us." "Is that so? Then let me partake in it." Leo then tasted his tea and found it slightly bitter but delicious, with a hint of fruitiness hidden beneath the herbal aroma that made it taste almost like water. The subtle flavor and aroma were enough to make him crave for Barato, but he knew better than to keep drinking it. Hazardous substance detected. Unidentified additive detected. Unusual compound detected. Warning, continued consumption not advised. Goodness, the smart lenses informed him of the harmful substances inside his Barato. He had guessed that Tang Yao tried to drug him, but he didn't expect the drug to be so dangerous. And many. His throat moved involuntarily as he read the description. That snake. Neutralizing harmful substances. Complete. If not for his nanites curing him from whatever it was that poisoned him, he would become an addict right there and then. That was how powerful those drugs were. "Is there something wrong?" Tang Yao asked him innocently as he saw Leo stop drinking his tea. "Nothing. This is the best tea I have ever drunk." Cinchuredo the sly snake maintained his perfectly crafted smile when he saw him drinking the tea mixed with drugs just now. However, his goal was plainly obvious as he suddenly changed the topic. Ah, is it fine if I invite my sister here? To talk about the plan 1T advance without her, the commander of the attacking army. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly at the request, but he nodded nonetheless. He pretended that the drug was working. I don't mind. Good. Just wait here then. I will tell her to come here. Tang Yao called a guard that stood outside the room before saying something in a soft voice. After that, the guard left in a hurry. It only took him 3 minutes to return, followed by a girl walking behind him with a pale face and empty eyes. Her cold expression showed no emotion whatsoever as she entered the room. Second brother. What is it? So-so. Tang Yao muttered with concern in his voice. Are you okay? You don't look good at all. The eldest daughter of Tang clan walked slowly toward where they sat and sat beside Tang Yao. Her expression had softened considerably. The cold demeanor he saw the barato was nowhere to be seen. I was just feeling unwell. What do you need me for? Second brother? Tang Yao didn't seem to care about what she just said as he proceeded to explain everything to her about what he talked about with Leo earlier. Leo paid attention to him while trying his best to ignore Tang So-so's pitiful state. She was still affected by what happened based on a scan. Did they have such a bizarre obsession? He was disgusted. What kind of people do that? Only scum. Ah, I would reject the request if not for the fact my plan needs me to do this. I don't mind working under evil people, but scum like him? This is the worst. He complained in his mind. When the explanation was finished, Tang So-so nodded slowly and looked at Leo with a feverish gaze. When are you and your friends ready to escort the second brother? We need to travel as fast as possible. Well, Leo put on a thoughtful expression as he thought for a moment before answering her question. In 2 days, or 3 days, if our preparation has not been finished yet. After considering it a little and seeing Tang Clan's army, Leo thought that he would only need one person to accompany him. Jessica would be perfect for this kind of job, so the preparation wouldn't take that long. If she uses the vehicle I left in the base, she will be able to reach Qin City in less than 2 days. He thought, but let us not say that. I still need to prepare something using the remaining time. 3 days. My apologies, but where is your home located? Tang Yao seemed to have considered something before asking him where their base was located. However, Leo simply waved his hand with a smile on his face as he answered in a cheerful tone. No need to apologize before asking. Our base is in Chengdu for now. That's why it will take some time to prepare everything. Chengdu. And you only need 3 days to prepare? The second young man sounded surprised at Leo's reply. Is there anything wrong with my answer? No. Tang Yao shook his head and chuckled softly after calming down. I'm just surprised you live so far away from here, yet can prepare in such a short notice. It's impressive. The sly snake secretly smiled and mumbled something. Leo smiled sheepishly and waved his hand. Cinchuredo. I do like to hear the details of the plan, so I can prepare accordingly. Let me put this bluntly. Are you going on a business trip or a war now that the situation has changed? Silence followed his question. Tang So-so looked at him and broke the silence afterward. We're going to attack. She answered in a monotonous tone, like she had no interest in the discussion at all. Her eyes were empty as she stared at him like a broken puppet who had lost all emotions. Seeing her condition, Tang Yao quickly took over. Let me explain. We need you to guide us, because we have been preparing for a long time. The original plan is just a normal business trip, but something happened, so we need to change it. The elders of our clan are furious now. He sighed and clenched his fist tightly with anger showing in his eyes. They will exact revenge on those bastards who had offended us. Will you still escort me through the battlefield? I believe the contract we have stated that you would help me reach my destination safely. Leo nodded slowly as he heard his answer. Well, just as I expected. Hiring him with a guise of escorting and then changing the content of the destination at the last minute. Leo was used to this kind of trick, and he actually knew about Tang Yao's plan before he signed the contract. I will still have the right to choose 3 items from Green Forest Bandit. The purpose of the mission is to protect Tang Yao until he reaches his destination safely. After that, the contract is over, and the destination is Shanxi Province. To reach that, they had to cross the border where Green Forest Bandit's base was located according to rumors and reports. That's why Leo didn't refuse their offer. "We will help you reach Shanxi's province with success," Leo answered confidently as he reached out his hand to Tang Yao. "Just as stated in the contract I made with you." The second young master smiled happily as he took his hand and shook it firmly. "I'd love to hear that. Now, let me tell you the details of the plan." After that, Tang Yao explained when they would depart and which direction they would take before asking Leo to leave since he had to do something for his brother's funeral. The first young miss of Tang clan kept trying to win his affection, but to no avail. They didn't realize the poison had no effect on him, but he kept on acting to extract more information. Leo could only nod obediently before leaving the place with the information he got from him. He understood his limit as a hired mercenary and left the Tang Manor quietly with a satisfied smile on his face. His mission here was accomplished. Now, he just needed to wait for 2 more days for everything to go well with his plan. He fished his communication device once he was out of the guard's sight and contacted Jessica. "Jessica, come to Qin City. This job is ours to take. I allow you to use that to get here faster. And bring me my weapon, just in case." "Yes, leader." With that, he cut off the line before returning to his inn. Chapter 40. Imminent war. Many people entered Qin City in the next 2 days. A train of carriages formed a long line as they entered the city. Whether it was in the morning, afternoon, or night, they went into the city without being stopped by guard stationed near the gate. The citizens who were busy with their day-to-day life were anxious because many martial artists were coming in and out of the city. Subsidiary clans and sects allied with Tang clan gathered in the city to form an army under Tang Jiaofu's command. A few of them entered the city together with Tang clan's warriors, and they wore Tang clan's emblems proudly as they marched through the street. Just outside the city wall, amidst the long line of carriage, a strange sound everyone not familiar with rang. "Virum! Virum!" The sound was similar to an angry beast roaring, but it was too mechanical to be one. Everyone's attention suddenly turned around. A cloud of dust billowed from the horizon and rushed towards the city at lightning speed. "What is that? Demonic beast. I swear that's a demonic beast. Is that the Barato cart? Those filthy Barato robbers." Everyone was surprised and scared of the foreign object rushing towards them. The guards on the walls hurriedly put their bows up, ready to Barato at the incoming threat. However, they were stopped by someone before they could release their arrows. "Hold on. That is not a demonic beast. It's just a transport vehicle that I own." A man dressed strangely spoke in a voice that could be heard by everyone. He walked out of the gate. The black suit made him look unique as it stood out amongst the crowd, causing people to lower their guard against him. They recognized him. "Thunder God. It's Thunder God. I heard he fought Wandering Sword Saint equally." "You're kidding." Leo smiled slightly at the murmurs around him as he walked calmly towards the approaching vehicle. He quickly recognized it from the shining black surface and the sound alone. It was his beloved bike. The design looked similar to the one in his past life, a Panigale V4. He immediately saw his companion riding it with a confident smile on her face. She had tied her hair into a ponytail. On top of her usual tight business suit, Jessica wore a black leather jacket. The jacket and hair fluttered as the wind blew by her body. Her pink-tinted glasses glistened under the sunlight as she spotted him. She waved her hand and immediately stopped in front of him. The guards' eyes widened in surprise as they saw the vehicle coming to a halt with the slightest movement of the handle. "Good morning, leader. I came here as fast as I could," she asked him while smiling warmly with her hair swaying gently in the air. "I brought what you asked me to bring." She pulled a small capsule from her pocket and handed it to Leo. He took it and looked at the capsule. Plasma railgun reading the words written on it. Leo smiled in satisfaction and nodded his head. If someone like Wandering Sword Saint appeared again, he would use this to create a hole in their head. Surely they wouldn't come out unscratched, right? He threw the capsule into the air before catching it again. "Good work, Jessica. let me tell you what we're going to do today. He said to her while stroking the bike he hadn't ridden for a long time. It's been a long time since I ride this. How about we talk while riding? Based on a map I found, there is a beautiful cliff near this city. That would be wonderful, leader. Jessica hopped onto the back to allow Leo to drive it. Put on a helmet. With a voice command, his bodysuit reconfigured into a black helmet and a tinted visor covered his face. He took a deep breath as he savored the feeling of riding the beast again after so long. He looked up and gazed into the sky, allowing a strong feeling to fill his heart before letting it go in a flash. Let us go. As if on cue, he activated the engine and rode off in the same way as Jessica did earlier, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. Many people gasped at the speed the black object moved, disappearing in the matter of seconds, even on a slightly uneven dirt road. A phantom stead. Someone exclaimed in shock when he saw Leo and Jessica drive away. The others also gasped in surprise at his reaction. That's the Thunder God's phantom stead. How fast? Hey, quickly. Report it to the sect. Young Master Tang, Yao needs to know this. People from various backgrounds hurriedly ran toward their leaders to report what happened. They seemed excited by what they saw. Meanwhile, Leo laughed as he went full throttle, accelerating even faster and reaching the maximum speed the bike could achieve in short bursts of 1 second each before slowing down to 100 km/h, then back up to full throttle. It's fun. He smiled as he drove toward the cliff that could be seen in the distance. I will explain it now, so listen well. Yes. Leo began to explain the job he received from Tang Yao, the problem, and the possibility of how it would end. Jessica listened quietly while noting everything in her mind. Time passed quickly. Before long, they reached their destination. A valley that separated Sichuan and Shaanxi province was located here, not far from Qin City. Leo drove up the cliff, leaving a long line of dust behind them as they raced towards it. At the peak of the cliff, Leo finally slowed down his bike before stopping it completely. He parked it and controlled his bodysuit, making the helmet recede. We've arrived, Jessica. He turned around only to see her face close to his. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek when their eyes met, an affectionate greeting. Sorry, leader. I missed you so much. She apologized as her face reddened slightly after she got off the bike. Her gaze lingered on his face. Smiling softly, Leo shook his head as he gently touched her cheek before moving forward to bravado her again. You should have told me. I also missed home. There are many things happening in Qin City, so will you share bravado of your warmth with me? Hearing that, Jessica smiled and leaned forward. Gladly. Anything for you. Chapter 41. Attack 1. She murmured happily as she hugged his body, letting him lean against her body and holding his head with both arms wrapped around his neck. Leo closed his eyes and kissed her. She tried to speak, but he gently stopped her, and they shared a brief bravado before stepping apart. The bravado of strawberries lingered nearby, likely from her cocktail. Jessica smiled softly. Come on, let us settle our business first, he said as he broke away from her arms and started walking towards the cliff edge. We have a lot of things to do. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. She chuckled happily and followed after him. Her hands didn't leave his arms. When they reached the edge, he released the capsule in his hand. It popped open, releasing a cloud of dark matter before materializing into a rifle-like weapon with a long barrel and a glowing blue gemstone embedded in the middle of it. The blue crystal pulsed with electricity every second as it cast its light onto the grass beneath it. It's been a long time since you wielded that weapon, leader, Jessica commented as she saw Leo playing with the railgun. I haven't seen you using it ever since we finished the S-rank mission from Grand City S Governor. Well, I have no reason to use it, he answered with a sigh while stroking the sleek black metal body of his weapon. Anyway, just as I explained before, this will be a great war. This valley might disappear after the war is finished. He pointed to the valley below them with his right hand before turning around to face Jessica again. The valley was a vast stretch of flatland surrounded by cliffs on both sides. It was naturally a perfect location for war between two factions as it provided them with a good advantage and disadvantage in terms of terrain and weather conditions. The enemy will use ranged weapons and martial arts. Some 6 stars might join the battle, and at the peak, 7 stars, or even 8 stars martial artists might appear. He sighed as he shook his head. We only have ourselves to rely on. Why didn't you ask for help? She asked while tilting her head curiously. Shui and Jack will be ready any time for you to call them here. They will be needed in Chengdu. Leo answered simply while placing his index finger on the trigger of his plasma railgun. Knowing that we accepted the job only based on a contract between 2 sides without any witness, and given they secretly approached me as business escorting that could evolve in a fight against Green Forest Bandit. I think they still have a plan behind the scenes. Silencing us, yes? Jessica guessed it correctly. After all, we are basically mercenaries with no connection to any faction yet involved with this war and have a high possibility of taking down many of their enemies or their allies. Once they realize our strength and know that they can't control us, they will resort to one thing. And I have proven my strength already. Leo said proudly as he recalled how he fought Wandering Sword Saint. And he already spilled that Shui, who defeated the 8 stars martial artist, was his subordinate and that their base was in Chengdu. Which is why I want to confirm something. Their plan is indeed working out fine. But how will they execute it when I am involved? If they indeed targeted what's mine? Fu. They seem to underestimate you, leader. Jessica giggled lightly and glanced at him affectionately as she said, but let us just hope we're able to achieve what we want without sacrificing anything unnecessary. That's my job as your leader to make sure we do achieve that. Leo snorted coldly as he readied his rifle. His eyes narrowed dangerously while gazing at the valley below them. But let us get serious now. The battle will be held here tomorrow. Scan the terrain and determine the best location to put your traps. As long as it doesn't hurt Tang, Yao, it's still within the permissible margin of error. We have 7 hours left before the sun sets. Yes, please leave it to me. Jessica smiled eerily. Everything will go according to your plan, leader. Nodding, Leo looked at the distance. A soft breeze was hitting his face. It's nice, he thought as he looked at the horizon. This will be a nice place to belong. When the sun rose on the horizon, a huge cloud of dust formed from tens of thousands of horses and carts barreled down the mountain toward the valley below them. People were walking in front of it and behind it as well, a huge line of warriors heading to battle together with many civilians joining them as well. The green banner with a dragon symbol fluttered in the wind, and soon the army was stopped as they reached the foot of the valley. Stop! Tang Jiaofu, the patriarch of Tang clan, shouted in a loud voice, and everyone halted immediately at his command. He looked around with narrowed eyes and nodded once. We're going to camp here for now. Warriors, guard the civilians and start setting up camp. I can feel that we're already close to Nokram's territory. Leo, acting with Jessica and sitting in one of the frontmost carriage, listened to the command and peeked out. He saw Tang Clan's army from inside their carriage as they entered the valley. Each warrior was wearing a light green armor and helmet along with an iron spear in their hands. They looked like soldiers who just came back from war despite being martial artists and not real soldiers. At first, he planned to use his bike to join the army, but Tang Yao requested him to stay in the same carriage to protect them. He is so cautious, but it was within his expectations. So Leo chose to stay in the same carriage as them, with Jessica staying right beside him, observing the area with a cold smile on her face. And now that the march stopped, he exited the carriage. They're moving pretty slowly. Jessica commented as she followed him out of the carriage. If they have Humvee or some heavy vehicles that are able to carry a few dozens of men on a single transport vehicle, they should be able to arrive at Green Forest Bandit's territory in less than 2 hours from Qin City. Their technology is just that bad. Nothing advanced weapons, nor even air support. Leo replied as he shook his head. It's really the least expected from an established society that relies on martial arts rather than technology. That's true. Jessica nodded before giggling suddenly. I can't wait for this war to start, leader. Don't have high expectations. We will only be on the sidelines. I know, but this will give us nice data. That's what you want, right? Yes, you're right. But we have to wait for now. Leo sighed as he scratched his chin. At that time, Tang Yao approached them with Tang Soso following after him. Both of them were wearing Tang Clan's robe and had swords in their hands. Unlike the others, their swords looked a little different with green hilt and dark red scabbard with a golden dragon engraved on it. Oh, Leo, here you are. We arrived faster than expected, he said with a smile on his face. Chapter 42. 42. Attack 2. We will be moving in a different direction from the main army. Me, my sister, and all our Clan S members will be participating in this battle. I will lead a small army to ambush them from the side. We'll be traveling through this narrow valley before going down to the forest below the mountain. Tang Soso continued when Leo didn't say anything. We are planning to surround the Green Forest Bandit and annihilate them. Roger, I will follow the army. Do you have any instructions? Leo asked as he nodded his head slightly. I thought they were going to fight fair and square from the front. I should have guessed it. This Muram world is different from the normal one. Tang Yao and Tang Soso looked at each other and exchanged glances. After a moment, the two smiled together and answered him as one. Protect me until I reach our destination. Consider it done. The army began organizing itself while making preparations for their journey. Leo and Jessica watched in silence as Tang Clan's warriors prepared to march through the forest. It was clear that they had a destination in mind already. Let us wait and see. After a few minutes, everything was ready, and the army moved forward once more, heading deeper into the forest. They followed a trail leading directly into the heart of the mountainside, where there was only one path between two large rocky hillsides. As for Tang Yao, he was talking to someone that he recognized. He Junyu, the martial artist that sent a letter to him that day. After they finished their conversation, Tang Yao walked towards Leo, who waited patiently nearby, and showed him a map that he had drawn in his hand. Okay then, this is a map of where we will be going. We're going to the cliff and ambush the Green Forest Bandit from above. He pointed towards a certain part of the map. Are you ready? Leo nodded at him firmly. Of course. Let us go. There were only 10 warriors from Tang Clan included in his team, including Tang Yao and Tang Soso. They were going to ambush the enemy with a small but elite force consisting of 5 marital artists who had reached 5 stars and 6 martial artists who had reached 4 stars. Even when they hit it, Tang Yao and Tang Soso themselves had reached 6 stars, although the former was known as 4 stars while the later was known as 5 stars genius. It was based on knowledge Leo had from the novel after Jessica reviewed it with him last night. It wasn't clearly written, but seeing how sly Tang Yao was, he believed it to be true. Both of them looked confident and determined as they walked out of the camp with Leo following closely behind them. The forest was thick and full of shrubbery around them, blocking their vision and hiding the sunlight that shone brightly above them. It felt like being inside a dark tunnel with only the sunlight shining through tiny gaps in between the trees. Let us move faster, Tang Yao said, and headed toward the path leading to the cliff. I can feel a fluctuation of energy in the distance. The battle will start soon. With that said, they sped up their pace as they ran deeper into the forest. Everyone could hear the sound of metal clashing against each other from far away. They seemed to be coming closer and closer by the minute, getting louder by the second. It started. Jessica whispered to Leo as she looked around. The Allied army clashed against the enemy's army. Right? How is the situation? It's a siege battle. The enemy has built walls on the top of the cliff, while sending people to kill those who try to climb up. Jessica reported after scanning the battlefield with her smart lens through the camera they installed yesterday. The enemy seems to have anticipated their movement and prepared many men to counter them. It's as if they knew what Tang Clan was going to do. As if they knew what Tang Clan was going to do, huh? That sounded suspicious. But Leo didn't pay attention to it. What is done was done. Nothing could change the current situation anymore. He just had to finish his job. What about our allies? The enemy also sent their elite fighters to fight against our allies. I don't know their level, but they aren't pushed back from the attacks. It's amazing, leader. It's like I'm watching a movie. Some people could send a chi bullet and destroy a wall in one shot. Jessica described what happened with a wide grin on her face. Green Forest Bandit is actually pretty strong. Yeah, just like what I expected from one of the strong forces in the Central Plains. Leo nodded absent-mindedly as he looked at Tang Yao ahead of him. They were running silently through the forest without making a sound. Their running speed might be faster than a horse in a full gallop. It only took them a few minutes before they arrived at the cliff's edge, where they could see the battlefield below them. The green banner with the dragon symbol was fluttering proudly amidst the chaos. Many people were fighting fiercely as Barato climbed the wall and exchanged blows with people wearing black armor and blue hanbok. Some rough men could be seen battling each other in the valley. They wore no armor and wielded long swords with a blade made from metal and wore leather as protection. A few of them seemed to be wounded already, while others had already fallen on the ground, their forms still. Their base is actually decent, Leo thought as he saw a massive wooden structure built on top of a steep cliff surrounded by a wall made of stone. I guess even though they're bandits, they still care about their lives. A large building sat at the center of the compound where men wearing black armor stood guard. Several women and children entered the building frequently with pale faces. It's really happening. Seeing that scene reminded him of the tragic plot of the novel he had read in the past. These people, Leo sighed as he looked at the scene unfolding below him with pity in his eyes. Still, strong survives while weak perishes. It was only natural for the strong to conquer over the weak in this world. Sigh. Didn't he know why he was feeling sad when he saw it? But Leo just shook his head and decided not to think about it too deeply anymore. We will attack right now, Tang Yao said suddenly while taking out a sword from his waist and unsheathing it with one swift motion. Cool me. Tang Soso also took out her weapon, a double-edged saber with a gold hilt and dark red scabbard decorated with a dragon engraved on it. A green shi covered the blade as she held it firmly in her hand, ready to attack at any moment. They descended the cliff by jumping. There wasn't even a single shred of hesitation in their actions as they leaped off the edge and plunged straight into the chaos below them, landing right next to the enemy base. Charge! Tang Yao yelled out before rushing forward along with Tang Soso and the rest of the Tang Clan's members following closely behind him. Their movements were fast and agile as they dashed towards the enemy soldiers guarding the gate of their base while cutting down anyone who blocked their way without mercy. Various chi attacks struck against them, sending them flying backward as they were injured, staining their clothes crimson red. Chapter 43. 43. A job is a job. Take down these men. A man roared angrily as he launched a powerful punch toward Tang Yao's head. However, it never connected as his fist was gone. Standing beside the second Barato of the Tang clan was Tang Soso. Her sword was covered by a green chi before she slashed horizontally toward her opponent's stomach. He staggered backwards from the powerful impact and collapsed. Scoundrels! People from the Green Forest Bandit group and the Tang clan charged at each other, exchanging fierce blows and clashing in combat. Meanwhile, Leo and Jessica were standing atop the cliff, watching everything that transpired below them calmly. They had been there since the army started their charge down the cliff, watching everything without moving an inch. They're doing pretty well even without us protecting them, Leo commented as he watched Tang Yao swing his sword and cut down his opponent with ease while fighting against two opponents simultaneously. They were going to breach into the Green Forest's base soon. We have to work for our pay now. Let us go, Jessica. Yes. Leo began descending from the cliff, while Jessica followed him closely behind, smiling eerily as she imagined what would happen later on. It would be their first job as an independent group working under their banner after all. Hallowed Insect's official first job in a war. They jumped from rock to rock with great speed before reaching the ground quickly. They arrived right behind Tang Yao just when he finished off his opponents. His clothes were stained while his sword dripped all over the ground as he stood there breathing heavily. Huff, huff. The enemy is strong, he mumbled under his breath. This is my Barato facing such a formidable foe. You shouldn't push yourself. You have made a good contribution already. Liu advised as he looked at Tang Yao seriously. The other martial artists will breach through that building sooner or later, so you should take your leave now. Tang Yao wiped off some blood on his cheek before shaking his head stubbornly. No, I can't run away after coming here. I have a duty to fulfill for my clan. I will continue fighting until I fall. Falling will do nothing to help your clan. Liu reminded him calmly. Besides, you're not strong enough to fight against 6 stars martial artists. You're just a 4 stars martial artist who can barely fend off against a 5 stars one. There's nothing wrong with retreating here. You've accomplished your mission by luring out Green Forest Bandit and making them reveal their scheme. No, this is my duty to see the end of this attack. My father and older brother are fighting in the front line. Tang Yao refused to leave despite his advice. I don't want to waste my life for nothing. I will fight until the end. Liu sighed tiredly upon hearing that response from him. What a terrible liar. The smile that Tang Yao showed briefly when he approached earlier was an undeniable fact that this snake's plan was going smoothly. As for what kind of plan it was, Liu could only guess it roughly. The battle is reaching the peak. The sound from the front line is getting louder and louder. Maybe the leader of the Green Forest Bandits has appeared and is now confronting Tang Jiaofu. Soon, one of them may bravado or be unable to participate in this war anymore. That will determine the future. Of course, as the contract stated, he would only protect Tang Yao and not Tang Jiaofu or the Tang clan's heir. Tang Ao's safety was none of his business. Very well. We will protect you to the best of his ability. Thanks. Tang Yao smiled at him. Let's attack their base now. Sister, if you please. Tang So nodded before raising her saber into the sky while focusing her chi into it. The blade glowed brightly before shooting out a green lightning bolt towards the building's gate, instantly blasting the wooden wall. Dust filled the air as everyone turned towards the source of the explosion, revealing a large hole where a wall once stood. My sister is really amazing. Cinchuredo leader, that girl. I know. Anya already gave me a full report. Nodding slightly, the secretary looked at Tang So with a pitiful gaze. She didn't say anything at all. Now that the gate has been breached, let us get inside and help our allies fight against the Green Forest Bandit. Tang Yao shouted loudly before charging forward with the rest of Tang clan's members following behind him closely. Let us go. With that said, they entered the base along with other warriors from Tang clan, heading straight towards the large wooden building at the center of it. Liu grabbed his photon pistol and followed suit with Jessica. Her hands were now covered in her bodysuit-esque gloves. Shining threads covered her fingers. Many soldiers guarded the entrance to the building, blocking their path. The martial artists were fighting each other furiously, causing destruction around them as they battled against each other mercilessly. Some managed to break through their defenses and rush forward, while others remained where they stood. Stop them. That's Tang clan's young master. Defeat him. Avenge our brothers. Take them all down. The warriors charged towards Tang Yao with their swords raised high above their heads, ready to strike him down when they got close enough. Wah! Tang Yao raised his sword defensively and blocked most of the incoming attacks, but was unable to withstand all of them. Some attackers aimed their swords toward him, ready to strike. Seeing it, Tang So immediately tried to head towards him. However, her opponent was strong. She surged and blocked her attack before throwing a powerful kick at her. In response, she drew out her own chi and used it to defend herself against the incoming attack. That kept her busy enough to be unable to help her brother. A true predicament, indeed. But before they could reach him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. A job is a job. Chapter 44. Liu's specialty Jessica moved her hands. Threads extended from her fingertips and swept through the air, binding her opponents and swiftly neutralizing them before they could react. Not even she could protect them from an ultrasonic vibration capable of tearing apart human skin tissue. They were dead within seconds. The fight didn't stop. More enemies flooded towards them after seeing the two die instantly. They wanted revenge against the attackers that killed their allies. Do Zhang Dan Clan, how dare you attack us? We did nothing at all. Everything that happened was all your fault. A man wearing a tattered robe appeared from within the wall. His beard was long and scraggy while his hair was messy and unkempt. He looked like a beggar more than an evil bandit with his sickly yellow complexion and gaunt face. Yun Dio! Tang Yao shouted the name of the bandit, a name that rang in Central Plain as one of the feared 6 Stars martial artists who roamed the land in search for treasures and resources. He was known as one of the most powerful martial artists in Green Forest Bandit. Hence his name was feared throughout many clans and sections. Is it you? Yun Deho narrowed his eyes like a predator at Tang Yao and the other members of Tang clan as he examined them carefully. What your name? Tang Yao. Tang Yao answered coldly and raised his sword. I shall destroy Green Forest Bandit and return peace to Central Plain. What arrogance! Yun Deho replied coldly as he snorted and laughed mockingly. Who do you think you are? Returning peace to the Central Plain? This is Miram. No one can bring peace to Miram. Everyone is a slave to their desires and craves for power. Our clan will bring peace to this world, Tang Yao declared firmly as he tightened his grip on his sword. Huh, show me how much power you have now. Yun Deho laughed loudly as he pointed at Tang Yao. Take them all down. The rest of Green Forest Bandit members charged towards them after hearing his order, try to take out as many warriors from Tang clan as possible before reaching their leader. 10 versus 20. Overwhelmed by numbers, the Tang clan members retreated back while defending against their enemies' attacks with their swords and shields. But they couldn't last long with such low numbers, soon being forced back against the wall. Yun Deho's chi flared as he charged toward them while sending a barrage of chi bullets towards them. Tang Yao blocked it with his sword and parried against his attack, clashing against his blade while defending himself with his. Chi covered his blade while he struck with quick slashes towards the enemy's chest. But the bandit was stronger than he expected, easily blocking every blow by sending counterattacks that hit his shoulders and arms, cutting into his flesh and leaving painful wounds that made him retreat. What's wrong, kid? You said you would restore peace, or whatever. Where's your energy from earlier? Yun Deho taunted him while brandishing his sword once again. His eyes gleamed with fierce resolve as he charged forward, determined to finish the fight quickly. If that is all you have, then fall. A surge of energy burst from his blade, shooting straight toward Tang Yao's barato. It was fast and powerful, enough to cut through steel easily without needing any effort. If Tang Yao was hit by that, his life would be gone. Yao, Dang Su So Sao Det Lao Li. An enemy suddenly appeared before her, blocking her movement with a grin. Where are you going, little lady? He laughed wickedly. Let's have some fun while waiting for your brother. Grr. The attack was fast and fierce, catching Tang Yao off guard. But Leo reacted even faster. No, you can't hurt him. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Electricity cracked around it as plasma bullets shot out and impacted against Yun Deho as Chi's strike, dispersing it into air. In the end, Chi was just another form of energy. It could destroy the ground, which meant it had mass and density. It could move fast enough to break the sound barrier, which meant it had momentum. And energy had its limits too. If the amount of energy in something was more than the object could sustain, it would explode. That was what happened to a bullet. What? No way. Yun Deho shouted in surprise when he saw his attack stop completely. What did you do? What is that thing? Jaya Jaya Jaya. You're talking too much. Leo shook his head as he sneered coldly at Yun Deho. You think you have time for that? Huh. As a martial artist, Yun Deho's senses were enhanced beyond normal humans. He could feel the air shifting around him as electricity crackled near his ear. Then he noticed Leo was pointing his gun at him. Dodge! Yun Deho shouted while jumping back away from Leo just as a large bolt of electricity shot out of his gun. A flash of light passed through him and hit the person behind him. Huh. Without realizing it, something terrible had happened, and he had been struck down. Wah! Yun Deho couldn't believe what he saw. Yang Gutayo, his friend, his fellow comrade in crime, was gone before he could even blink. Yang Tayo, He cried out in anger and sorrow as he watched his companion fall lifelessly onto the ground, a deep wound visible on his barato while his eyes turned red. Unable to contain his anger, Yundeho's chi flared violently around him as he screamed hysterically before charging toward Leo while swinging his sword. His movements were fast and precise like a gale. Leo prepared to take him on directly. He raised his left hand, covered in the bodysuit, and took the attack directly. He grabbed the chi-covered blade with his left hand without flinching as sparks flew when they collided against each other. A surprise was apparent on Yundeho's face. He certainly never expected his attack to be stopped by a bare hand. Not even blood could be seen from where they clashed together. Using his leg as a pivot, Leo kicked his enemy in the stomach. Gah! The impact sent Yundeho flying away. He crashed against a nearby tree as dust scattered in every direction before falling onto his knees while coughing violently. He was badly hurt, but he managed to stay alive thanks to his strong vitality and his chi. However, Leo wasn't kind enough to let him recover. Jessica. Yes, leader. The secretary suddenly appeared behind Yundeho. Her threads shot out like snakes toward the enemy, swiftly restraining him and pulling him down. Yundeho was struck down with devastating barato, his barato overwhelmed by the attack. Sea coward. You call yourself a martial artist. Yundeho used his last strength to grab onto the threads with his hands, trying to break free from its grasp. However, Censuredo, their barato, leader fell lifelessly to the ground, defeated in an instant. One of Green Forest Bandits' main forces had been taken down. The remaining ambush team noticed their leader was gone and their morale crumbled. Noticing it, Tang Yao gave out his order. Take them down. Chapter 45. Warping up the first one to follow the command was Tang Soso. She lunged at one of the bandits with her sword drawn, striking him down in a swift motion before pressing forward into the fray. Another one rushed after her with an axe in hand, but was cut down by a quick slash across the neck, taking him down instantly. Leo also did his job barato his pistol, while Jessica used her threads to take care of any stragglers or escapees. The casualties didn't only happen on the Green Forest Bandit side either. The Tang clan lost their people as well when they were surrounded by Green Forest Bandit soldiers and were defeated. It was a devastating loss on both sides. After dealing with the fighter inside, Tang Yao and Tang Soso surrounded the hall where women and children gathered. They were either bandits' wives or homeless people who sought shelter under the Green Forest Bandit. They were on their knees in fear when they saw the battle happening outside. Most of them were crying while covering their mouths to suppress their sobs. Some were screaming in horror and trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down their cheeks continuously, flowing freely along with their droplets of sweat that dripped from their foreheads down towards the ground below them. Some held onto each other tightly as they stared at Tang Yao and Tang Soso standing before them with wide eyes full of terror. Please spare us. We innocent. A woman wearing a red hanbok pleaded pitifully while kowtowing to them. Don't kill us. Have mercy. I have a baby here. A woman in blue hanbok exclaimed loudly as she pulled out a baby wrapped in white cloth from her chest. Her expression was full of desperation and despair as she looked at Tang Yao with pleading eyes. He's only 6 months old. Please spare him. Stop lying. Tang Soso shouted angrily at them furiously before turning towards Tang Yao. Yao, we must defeat them. Leaving them alive will only cause trouble for our clan later on. Wait a second, sister, Tang Yao replied calmly without taking his eyes off the bandit women and children in front of him. Let me think about this. Tang Yao thought for a moment before speaking again, slowly while staring straight into Tang Soso's eyes intensely. Let us spare them. There is no reason to kill the innocent. We're not bandits, nor an evil sect. Yao! Tang Soso gritted her teeth as she heard his decision, but she didn't argue anymore and stepped aside obediently without saying anything further. Your kindness is really admirable, but are you sure about this? Yes, I am. He nodded firmly before looking around at everyone kneeling down before him and asked, I will spare you and the kids. But I can't allow you to leave freely. We will give you a place to stay and monitor you. That's the least I can do for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The women sobbed in relief as tears rolled down their cheeks while they hugged their babies tightly. Thank you so much for sparing our lives. Leo watched the charade with a frown on his face. Yes, a charade. That miserable wretch. He didn't know what Tang Yao planned. Usually, removing these people from the equation was better than letting them go free. The risk would be minimized once they were all dealt with. Letting them remain would only fuel the hate and cause future troubles. I don't know what he's planning, but I'm sure it's not going to be something good. I pity these people. Death might be a blessing for them. It seemed he needed to do some deeper research regarding this guy, since he began to sense something shady on him. At that time, a loud sound rang from outside. A shadow could be seen in the sky. It was like a giant humanoid form made of yellow light descending from the sky toward the hall where they were located. Bam! The glowing form landed with a loud thud, sending dust and debris everywhere and knocking everyone away with the shockwave. The women and children who were sitting on the ground were thrown backwards, crashing against walls before falling onto their backs unconsciously. Some who managed to protect themselves from the impact had their mouths open in surprise. El leader, someone muttered. The dust disappeared, revealing the Barado, badly wounded. Many daggers were stuck into his Barado, while several arrows struck his back. A lifeless corpse of a middle-aged man laid there motionless with his eyes closed shut and mouth hanging slightly open. Following that, another sound was heard from outside. The army under Tang Clan's banner entered the base and started occupying it. Many cries of agony echoed throughout the surrounding area as screams reverberated across the entire compound, sending chills down everyone's spine. In front of them, Tang Jiaofu walked confidently. He had suffered serious injuries, but he didn't seem bothered by them. His first son, Tang Ao, followed closely behind him. A noticeable wound could be seen on his neck, which was bleeding steadily, yet he still managed to walk straight without limping or showing signs of weakness. Both of them stepped past the fallen figures lying on the ground around them as they approached Tang Yao. Tang So-So. Good job. Tang Jiaofu praised them proudly while smiling widely before noticing the living bandit women and children here. Yao, why didn't you kill them? I decided to spare their lives. Tang Yao answered calmly while looking straight at his father's eyes firmly. There's no need to kill innocent people, father. Tang Jiaofu fell silent upon hearing his reply. He looked at them resolutely before nodding slowly and replied calmly without showing any signs of doubt or hesitation in his tone. You did well, he said as he patted his shoulder lightly. I'm proud of you. Tang Yao nodded at his father while smiling faintly. Centuredo, the air was tense and heavy around them as they regrouped. Tang Yao approached Leo with a relieved face. Thank you for saving me. I owe you one. He smiled weakly. I will pay the rest of it once we reach Qin City. You have done a wonderful job. I'd like to hire you again if fate allows me. Leo only nodded at what he said while Jessica ignored him. Both of them didn't participate in the cleanup and just watched from the side. Many people looked at them with awe and admiration due to their amazing skills earlier, especially Leo, who had single-handedly killed and fought Yun Dai Ho. Many wondered how he could grab the chi-covered sword without getting injured. The survivors from the ambushing team spread the news of his fight to the others, exaggerating what he did. The name Thunder God rang once again throughout the battlefield as everyone began gossiping about him. Well, let them say what they want. Nothing wrong with being famous. Just as he thought that, he felt his sleeve was pulled from the side and turned around. There, Jessica was holding a small pink cocoa close to her ear with a serious expression. Leader, it's just as you expected. All right, then let us go. Now that he got the news of the worst thing that could happen, there was no need to hesitate. He walked resolutely to Tang Yao's direction and patted his shoulder lightly to get his attention. Young Master Tang, if I may have your time a little. Sure. What is it? Tang Yao asked curiously while tilting his head sideways. Our job ends after the war. If you will be so kind, can you pay us right now? We have An emergency situation at hand. I believe you have our pay ready in your storage ring. No? Hearing that, Tang Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. My apologies, but didn't Ti say that I would pay once we are in Qin City? How about? We have an emergency, sorry. Leo interrupted him coldly. Once again, we have finished our job. We'd appreciate it if you pay us right now. What's going on here? Tang Jiaofu emerged and appeared beside them while looking at Leo suspiciously. The Tang clan patriarch frowned deeply upon hearing him asking for the payment right now. Greetings, patriarch. I'm only asking for the payment, Mr. Tang promised. We've completed the job, but we need to leave because of an emergency. What emergency? Tang Jiaofu said with an arrogant sneer. Don't be impatient. Wait until we reach Qin City. Leo was about to push back, but Tang Yao stopped him, who raised his hand and shook his head slowly. It's fine, father. If he wants the payment now, I can give him. He saved my life and helped our clan destroy the Green Forest Bandit after all. Tang Yao said calmly, while looking straight into Tang Jiaofu's eyes resolutely before turning to Leo. Here, as your payment. The promised golds and star metal appeared on the ground. The amount was enough to make one's mouth drop open in disbelief. A total of 9,000 golds and 150 kilograms star metals laid there before him. Even the patriarch was surprised. He looked at his second son in surprise as he exclaimed loudly, Yao, why did you give it to him? That's enough to buy a palace. His help allows us to minimize the loss, father. He and his group also stopped the attack in Qin City, protecting me and the eldest sister as well as the Qin City Lord. Besides, this is not really that much for us. Just as Leo had expected before, Tang Yao would try to look good in front of the patriarch. He asked for the payment, knowing that Tang Yao would not refuse. As he had hoped, Tang Yao took out the pay without any problem. As a mercenary, he had a code of conduct that forbade him from robbing clients until they gave their payment. But if they refused, he would use violence to make them obey. It was something every mercenary had in common. Thank you for the payment. Without any hesitation or waiting for Tang Jiaofu to reprimand him, Leo immediately picked up the golds and star metals, putting them into his storage ring. Following that, he took out his pistol and aimed at Tang Yao. Now, for the emergency, why don't you explain why the poison sect attacked our base? Silence befell everyone as they looked at Leo with shocked faces. But Leo continued talking calmly without waiting for their reaction. Tang clan patriarch, Centuredo, it was you who brought this fate to your clan. Everyone was dumbfounded at Leo's words. Tang Jiaofu also didn't do anything. He felt a cold, thin thread wrapped around his neck and everyone else's, tracing them back. He could see they were connected to the woman's arms. Since when? The patriarch thought in horror when he found out that he couldn't move at all. Just as Leo had said, his neck would fly if he made any decisive move. His chi defense did nothing. His injuries from fighting the Nokrames leader was also not helping at all. As a hidden weapon master, getting caught off guard like this was truly not something he ever thought would happen. It was humiliating, but more than that, scary. Let me ask you again, why did the poison sect attack us? Tang Yao stammered his words out as he stared at Leo with wide eyes while trying to find a reason that could make him lower his guard down. What are you talking? Stop acting innocent, you little brat. Leo glared coldly at him. Do you think I didn't notice that your plan is to destroy Green Forest Bandit and then eradicate your clan members so you can inherit all of them? Little rat who played the snake thinks he is smart, huh? Planning a coup d'etat against your clan? A betrayal against your family? Selling your brother to save your own life and gain your father's approval? Training your sister like a servant and making her your obedient barato? Tang Yao froze instantly upon hearing that, turning pale as all the color drained from his face while looking at Leo with disbelief. Not only him, but Tang Jiaofu as well as many others also stared at Leo in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? The Tang clan patriarch sneered angrily as he spat out coldly. My son never did something like that. Do you think I'm a liar? Leo said calmly. His eyes were as calm as a sea without a wave. No normal person could maintain that kind of attitude when surrounded by the elites from Tang clan and even facing the patriarch directly. I never mentioned your son did any of that. But let us see. Why don't you explain to your father, Tang So-So? Blue spider pill. What an ominous drug. A prominent genius and beauty was transformed into a helpless puppet who submitted to his fake brother's demands with just one pill. Everyone turned to the first daughter of the Tang clan patriarch. They could see that Tang So-So's face had gone completely white from shock. She shook violently as she struggled to breathe properly while gasping loudly for air. A cold beauty famous for not expressing any emotion suddenly panicked and shivered while looking at Leo with wide eyes. Everyone knew it was abnormal behavior for her to react this way. Not even her father would expected this kind of reaction from her. Now he harbored suspicion as he looked at Tang Yao. The sly snake was still hiding in the dark while smiling evilly inside, watching his own father struggle with disbelief. But that mask cracked when he heard what Leo said next. If you don't want to confess right now, I think I'll stand over the supreme evil Esperado. Don't you dare. Chapter 47. 47. Tang Yao's true color. A roar burst from Tang Yao as murky chi surged from his barato without warning and enveloped him. Eerie purple glow. His eyes shone brightly with dark intent as his face contorted into an ugly expression full of hatred while glaring viciously at Leo. The vile energy was proof that Tang Yao wasn't the person they expected. What's the meaning of this, Yao? Feeling betrayed, Tang Jiaofu shouted hysterically as his mind went blank from shock and anger. Unable to comprehend the current situation clearly, he questioned his second son with a trembling voice, demanding an explanation while glaring hatefully at Tang Yao. Ha ha ha! Tang Yao laughed maniacally as his purple eyes shone brightly with malicious intent. I should have finished you off right away. How dare you? How dare you expose my meticulously planned plan? With a mad laugh and a flick of his hand, Tang Yao summoned a bright purple knife in his right hand while his left hand formed a claw. His face morphed into a furious expression full of resentment as he hissed venomously. Scales appeared on his body, along with sharp fangs. Yao! Tang Jiaofu realized what Tang Yao truly was and muttered under his breath with an expression of despair and disbelief etched onto his face. He had just lost his third son, and now he had to face the fact that his second son wasn't he himself? You wretched being! What did you do to my son? Fueled by rage and hatred. Cinchuredo, what are you doing? Tang So-So held onto her blade tightly as she gritted her barato angrily. A tear fell down her cheek while she glared coldly at her father without wavering. Her whole barato trembled uncontrollably while a thin line of red trickled from a wound on her neck. You want harm barato? Father, you won't do that, she shouted with determination barato strongly within her eyes. I won't allow it. But So-So, Yao is possessed by supreme evil's followers. So what? I can't live without him anymore. Not after he makes me realize my worth as a woman, as his partner. If I don't get that pill, Good job, So-So, Tang Yao said as he laughed happily and walked toward them. I will give you your reward later, okay? Tang Jiaofu couldn't believe what he just heard and witnessed. He didn't care about her unusual barato or anything else anymore. His daughter was brainwashed? That was not possible. But how? Then he remembered that pill she mentioned earlier. Blue spider pill, the evil drug created by the supreme evil in the past. No way. My apologies, father. I will let you die in peace. With those words spoken, Tang Jiaofu's last hope of surviving vanished completely as he saw Tang So-So strike him down with her sword. Father, Tang Ao, freed from the threads that bound him, jumped forward to save their father, but he was too late. Tang Jiaofu had a painful look on his face as he collapsed backwards, lifelessly towards the ground before crashing heavily onto it. Betrayed by his daughter and son, he was fatally wounded by his own child. How dare! After these years, Tang Jiaofu finally realized how useless and powerless he was. The so-called strongest martial artist in Central Plain fell easily without being able to do anything against his daughter's attack. At that moment, I told you that you should VE treated your kid better. Gah. Leo kicked Tang So-So's neck, knocking her down the ground before putting his leg above her back. It was all done in one swift movement, without anyone able to see what happened. She immediately lost consciousness. Jessica, give the patriarch treatment. Keep him from dying. Yes, leader. The secretary, retracting her threads from binding all people in the area, immediately rushed to Tang Jiaofu while pulling a pill from her pocket. Drink this. This will make you feel better. Why? Tang Ao, who rushed toward his father, questioned the woman while glaring coldly at her. He didn't trust her. Earlier, Centurado, right? That guy over there's not your real brother, but someone else who took over his body. He couldn't say anything. Patriarch, just trust us. Our medicine is, as much as you don't believe it, currently better than Tang Clan S. This will keep you alive until you can get proper treatment. Jessica handed the pill to the pale-faced man and showed him how to swallow it without any harm. Tang Jiaofu made an unreadable expression, but after a moment of hesitation, he eventually accepted the pill and swallowed it. After that, she brought him away from Leo while nodding at him. Seeing that, Leo nodded and turned to Tang Yao. The man didn't do anything and just wait while sneering at him. Are you done? A confident smile appeared on his face as he asked Leo that question. Aren't you confident? To think you would stay still when my subordinate saved the patriarch. Isn't your goal to defeat him and take over the Tang clan? That was indeed my goal, or at least one of them, Tang Yao said with a stern expression before clenching his jaw like a madman. But you ruined everything. You discovered my plan and stopped it. Not only that, you pretended not to know and approached me. This is your plan from the start, right? I have to admit that you're really good at acting. Nah, I never have any plan to stop your plan. Who cares about the Tang clan? They can get destroyed, and I can still live without being affected. Leo's calm response made Tang Yao burst out in anger. But you know my plan. Why didn't you stop it before? Why did you wait until now to do that? Because you touched what's mine. An eerie voice suddenly resounded from Leo's mouth. It was different from his calm and collected tone from before. Everyone unconsciously stepped back. Even Tang Yao, who clearly exuded an evil aura, got frightened for a second. He already took a step back before he even realized it. Didn't I tell you before? I'm a slave to money. If you pay me, I will do your job. Evil or good, I don't care. We never identified ourselves as heroes of justice. We are mercenaries, and our hands have seen plenty of violence. And I have warned the Tang clan before. When your brother dared to take what is mine, I held back. However, how dare you attack my base while I am away? You jerk. The man who acted calmly all this time had finally shown his anger. A demon-like expression appeared on his face as sparks of electricity crackled around his barato while his hair rose upwards. The moment Tang Yao realized the real reason why Leo interfered, he felt goosebumps rising all over his barato. A thought flashed in his mind. I shouldn't have touched the sleeping barato. Before he knew it, Leo was already in front of him. Brace yourself. I don't want this to be the end for you. Boom. Chapter 48. No mercy to those touching what's mine. Leo's fist struck him hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Centurado, I will attack your face now. The second he said that, Tang Yao concentrated his chi on his face. However, the attack never landed on that. A sudden sharp pain struck his leg instead. The bone broke instantly after contact, and he cried out as an intense barato spread through it. Arg. Stay connected via MVLEM-PY. Our Leo barato his barato once again, forced him to the ground, and scolded him. Ha! Even evil guy like you complain just because of this? I thought you would have some resistance against pain or something. Leo asked with a raised eyebrow. Whatever, it's better this way. Let's try another one. He let out another electric current to stun Tang Yao before continuing his interrogation, carefully avoiding any lethal outcome. Tang Jiaofu raised his body and asked a question. What is he doing? Father. Tang Ao rushed to his body. He was surprised to find him able to move after seeing what happened just now. The wound that was supposed to be fatal was slowly healed. I am fine. More importantly, Who are you? The Tang clan as patriarch looked at Jessica with a questioning gaze full of doubt and confusion. We're hallowed insect mercenaries. We were originally employed to escort Tang Yao until he reached this destination. However, when we finished the request, we got information from our comrades in Chengdu that the poison sect had attacked our base. With the information we had beforehand, we knew that it was Tang Yao's doing. Poison sect. But they are your subsidiary sect. Yes, I am aware. However, it's the truth that they attacked our base. Jessica explained calmly, without showing any emotion on her face, before pointing at Tang Yao with her eyes. It was a perfect opportunity for him to silence us. His mistake is his overconfidence. He underestimated us and never expected us to know his real identity, a supreme evil cult-esque follower. And how did you know that? Tang Ao asked. How can you tell that he is possessed by an evil spirit? That's not really a big mystery, Jessica answered with a simple explanation. We just spy on him. Collecting information is one of our specialties. At that moment, the disturbing noise in the distance suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their eyes towards the place where Tang Yao laid with shocked expressions on their faces. The man was still lying on the ground, clearly injured, while traces of bravado marked his wounds. His face was badly battered, but from the subtle movement of his bravado, they know that he was still alive. Leo, the one responsible, wiped his face as he dragged the injured person over to Jessica. He also lifted Tang Soso and carried her on his bravado. Keep him alive, Jessica. Anya wants to deal with him later. His words were quite friendly, but everyone shivered just by hearing them. Yes, leader. What about the girl? The question grabbed his attention as he turned his gaze toward the unconscious girl. Then, he looked at the patriarch and asked, Is she still your daughter? Depending on the answer, Leo's decision would change. He had no enmity with Tang Soso. He only felt pity, and Anya wanted to keep her out of misery, so he would do his best to keep his promise to his subordinate. Thungal felt his His lips trembled in grief as tears flowed down his cheeks. He remembered the way she stabbed his father. He wanted to say that she was still indeed his sister, but all decisions were left to the patriarch. He looked at his father with hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Jiaofu's mind was currently a mess. He didn't know how to decide. Many things had happened all at once, making him dizzy and unable to think properly. In the end, he made a decision. No, she has not. Do as you please with her. Fath, Ao, this is my decision. Tang Jiaofu interrupted him without allowing him to finish his sentence. She has become a stranger to our clan after what she did. As long as she betrays us, she is not my daughter anymore. I am kind enough to let her live because our benefactors here spare her. Tang Ao felt mixed feelings. He couldn't say anything more after that. Very well. Please excuse me. I advise to look into poison sect deeper. The traders aren't limited to the surface. Leo and Jessica walked away after he said that. He took out a capsule and decompressed his beloved bike before pushing Tang Yao's unconscious form into the cargo box at the back of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Jessica held Tang Soso gently. They got onto the bike and drove away from Green Forest Bandits base while leaving the Tang clan behind. Patriarch, is it okay to leave them? Someone asked Tang Jiaofu nervously as they looked at him with worried expressions on their faces. They didn't think it was a good idea to just leave them like this with the traitor bodies. However, Tang Jiaofu shook his head as he turned towards them and said in a low voice, It's fine. Even if we fight against them, we would be the ones getting destroyed. Have you realized the moment that lady put the threads around our neck? Even I, a 7 stars martial artist, failed to notice it. Whoever they are, I won't mess with them. Understood. Looking at the disappearing bravado of the hallowed insect mercenary leader who drove away with Tang Yao's injured bravado on the back of a bike, many people shivered involuntarily at the mere sight of him. Look deeper. To think that I would miss such an obvious thing. If only I took a better look at him. Chapter 49, Spies on base riding his bike at full speed. Leo decided to look at his status. It was his first full-blown fight. While he did hold back a little, his nanite's consumption must be crazy. Show my status. Status window, individual name, Leo status. Healthy. Nanites, 76 I used 24 in that fight. It's more than I thought. His consumption was so bad. He didn't even use the railgun he prepared, yet he used more than 20 to fight 6 stars martial artist and Tang Yao. He was barely able to use a half of the tricks he planned, and the enemy was still not dead. But at least he was able to do that much without any bloodlust. There was no rage or thirst for revenge that blinded him at all. Call Chiaki. Contacting Chiaki. His smart lenses responded to his command. The communication device, connected to his helm, immediately rang. Before it could ring more than one time, the other side picked up the call. Leader, do you need something from me? Sheki. Prepare a private medical room and a recovery ward. We have a patient with a fragile condition. Understood. I will prepare everything you ask for. The answer was instantaneous, as if she already expected him to give that order. Anything else, leader? I am returning to the base right now with Jessica. While we're riding, why don't you be a good girl and give me a detailed report of what I missed in the base? Yes. Chiaki's voice somehow sounded more cheerful as he called her a good girl. Following that request, she began to give him a detailed report. This morning, why is it only Jessica? Chiaki heaved a sigh as she prepared the infirmary for the patient that would arrive with Shuei, someone her leader called Wandering Sword Saint. Based on the swordsman's rough estimation, they would arrive tomorrow at the fastest. While preparing for the place, she heard that the leader asked Jessica to bring him a report. She was sure that the reason why he asked Jessica wasn't because she was Barado capable than her or something like that. But she also understood that her leader had his own reason and won't tell her what it was unless he thinks it was necessary to do so. Since they created the mercenary band, their leader was always like that, mysterious and fair. No one could guess what he thought. When they knew it, everything was finished just according to his plan. In the hallowed insect, everyone's strength was equal. Although they had different specialties, they had each other's back and understood each other's difficulties. That was what made them strong together. For the most part, her leader let everyone do as they please if it didn't have any impact on the group. But when he needed them, he would give a precise order. All his orders were absolute. There must be a reason why, a good one, the leader chose Jessica for this mission. Nodding to herself, Chiaki returned to the bar after making sure everything was perfect. An operation to repair an injured arm was something easy, especially since the said arm was cut by Shuei. The procedure wouldn't be complicated at all. Upon reaching the bar, Chiaki found Jack, a man she didn't like the most. His attitude wasn't something she could stand. The man had the bad habit of arguing with the other person she didn't like. Their loud mouths tended to make her hear things she didn't want to hear. But again, Chiaki didn't like men in particular. She only liked Leo, a perfect image of a prince on a dark horse. Still, that didn't mean she wouldn't talk to the other members. Without the sword fanatic by his side, the reckless marksman was tolerable. She approached the bar and tapped his Barado. Jack, feeling the light tap, turned to her with a curious gaze. Need something from me? Chiaki? Chiaki ignored the questionable look on his face and said what she wanted. There are rats outside. Kill them. After Jessica departed, Chiaki's defensive system caught rats near the perimeter of the base. They were sneaking around, clearly targeting this place. Can't your turret do something? Bullets. With them being low in money and material, it was common sense to save physical bullets used in turret. Rather than using them to eliminate the rats, it would be better to do it manually. That way, no trace would be left at all, meaning there would also be no smell left. What about using cocoa against them? Actually, never mind. I will do it. Just as he suggested, he immediately noticed the dark gaze Chiaki shot at him. While Chiaki disliked everyone, her disapproval towards someone who told them to use cocoa was towering above all else. To even suggest something so reckless and self-destructive. He understood her feelings because he also didn't like it when someone suggested to him to use Fosni to deal with pests. I almost stepped into a landmine, he thought as he grabbed a photon pistol laying around on the table. This would be enough for pests trying to enter their base. He walked out of the entrance while whistling. No tension could be seen from his face. His hair, split in the middle, covered a part of his eye as he looked around. The smart lenses embedded on his eyes quickly scanned the area and found the rats. All right, show yourself or never breathe again. Choose wisely. Oh, Cinceredo, several shots fired from the photon pistol as it unleashed bullets toward the location of the rats he'd seen earlier. The light immediately passed through between their temples without exception. 7 rats died instantly. However, 1 rat managed to run away as it used its own kind to cover its escape. Enjoy news stories from MVLEM. PY. Or should I give chase? He murmured with a flat expression, Nah, it's not worth it. His owner will definitely send a new one. 7 rat corpses laid dead on the ground. Looking at it from afar, this was something no one would take care of. It was something anyone would ignore in normal circumstances. But for some reason, this didn't feel normal. He sighed, wondering if he needed to clean up this mess. He walked to the nearby fallen Barado and looked at it. What a familiar robe. It's similar to the one worn by someone I killed for the first time in this world. A poison sect member? Maybe that was the name if he remembered what Leo said correctly. Jack grinned and poked the corpse. Leader will like this. Chapter 50 Experiment Labs and Party Time. Returning to Chengdu straight from where the battle occurred took quite a bit of time, even with him driving at top speed. Along the way, he encountered many different things. First, a pack of beasts. Wolves with red fur tried to ambush him, but they were easy to deal with. Jessica cut them to pieces and grilled their meat. As an NPC from a post-apocalyptic game, she had more or less mastered her skill, cooking included. Secondly, the uneven road made them waste much more time than expected. It took them roughly 20 hours to travel back, during which they had to stop 3 times to rest before resuming their trip again. Due to the drugs they administered, fake Tang Yao and Tang Soso stayed unconscious until they reached their home base. Leo stuffed them into 2 barrels before he entered Chengdu to avoid suspicion. He also returned his bike into a capsule form. At first, the guards wanted to check what he brought. But Jessica, with her amazing negotiation skill, made the guard let them pass easily. After entering the city, he returned to the base without any problem. Nobody would bat an eye when seeing them. Cinceredo, you really know how to sew it. A loud and masculine laugh echoed inside the base. Let us have a spar later to test your new arm. Now, there are 2 sword maniacs. Fosni, you're really the only one for me. Hee, you're a funny old guy. Pung, drink more. Why am I here? As expected, guys are no good. When will the leader return? Based on the voices, Leo could tell that wandering sword saint, Xiao Ation, was inside. Shui wanted to have a spar with him, and Jack sounded annoyed from his own seat. In contrast, Anya seemed happy as she forced Peng Liwei, who didn't know why she was there, to drink. And Chiaki, being the introvert in the group, wanted him to return soon. They're too loud. They didn't even notice me opening the door. Jessica grunted in annoyance as she let out a sigh of hopelessness while glancing at the noisy people inside. Be quiet. Greet your leader when he arrives. Probably child. She entered the bar as if nothing had happened, ignoring the other's confused and surprised stares directed at her before slamming the door shut. Everyone looked at them before a cheerful voice rang. Leader. Welcome back. Anya jumped off the sofa with a smile on her face as she greeted him. This time, everyone else followed suit as they welcomed the leader of their mercenary group in their own unique way. Shui nodded slightly and prepared for a drink. Xiao Ation simply sat down again and crossed his legs after bowing to him, clearly grateful for snitching his arm back. Meanwhile, Jack only looked up in an uninterested manner while polishing his sniper. You're back, leader. Welcome back, leader. Chiaki smiled softly at him, and Peng Liwei snorted. You're finally here. Explain why that girl takes me here. Leo felt really welcomed. He smiled softly at them. A rare occurrence made the members pause briefly before returning to what they were doing. Anya was holding him with sparkling eyes. She looked like a golden retriever. He thought he saw her tail moving behind her. Cough. Attention, please. He cleared his throat loudly and got their attention. This was not a personal talk, but a briefing of their next job. As expected of a professional mercenary, they instantly focused their attention on him. Good job. We'll have a party at the Butterfly Pavilion tonight. Yahoo, we know you will say that. The hall erupted in cheers and laughter. The mood was festive, with all of them waiting for the reward they would receive after completing the mission. Even when they didn't join the mission directly, everyone contributed in their own way. So giving them a reward was normal. But before they went out to party, Chiaki, take care of the two in the barrels. Handcuff the guy and make sure he stays secured. As for the girl, for now, just do whatever you can to keep her alive. We won't be able to detox her drug until we upgrade the infirmary to level 3. If it takes too long, then... Chiaki nodded as she listened to his instructions carefully without showing any emotion on her face. Yes, leader. I understand your order. The blue spider pill was a dangerous pill. Researching what it did to a human body would be useful for them, especially since they had to live in this world from now on. Not only that, Tang Soso was called a genius who was born under an auspicious star. Leo wondered about something. Were there any differences between the bodies of people in this world and theirs? How were they able to use chi? How did it work? And whether meridians mentioned in the novel existed at all, or was it just a way to refer to the Barato's internal channels? Fortunately, Leo and Chiaki, responsible for research in the infirmary, had many samples here. An evil man named Tang Yao, a drug Tang Soso, the one who almost reached the pinnacle, wandering sword saint, and a martial artist you could find anywhere, Peng Liwei. It's perfect. Nothing was better than this. If he found out how chi worked inside humans' bodies, maybe he could also learn how to use it. Or maybe integrating nanites in a martial artist's bodies. Great. I am counting on you, Chiaki. The short-haired girl blushed when he patted her. She nodded slightly like a small hamster. For some reason, Coco on her shoulder shook slightly, as if expressing her happiness. With that, everyone began to prepare, while waiting for Chiaki to move Tang Soso and Tang Yao to the infirmary and cuff them. After she returned, all of them walked out of the base. It's party time. Chapter 51, Guinea Pig Butterfly Pavilion was crowded with people at night. Bright light illuminated the hall as music echoed throughout the building. Many people sang along with the song they heard. The whole place was filled with laughter and happiness as guests enjoyed themselves with a joyful atmosphere. On the contrary of such a festive scene was a certain room where everything was dark and gloomy. Despite the outside being lively, this room was pitch black, as if no light could pass through the door and walls. Two people sat across from each other. Their faces were hidden by the darkness of the room. But one couldn't hide her beauty, while the other had his wrinkly hand pouring a cup of tea for himself. A full set of tea utensils rested on a white cloth between them, with steam rising from a heated teapot. The room was permeated with the smell of fragrant tea. Tang Clan had attacked the Green Forest Bandit and destroyed their hideout. Their leader, Qin Jiang, died by the hand of Tang Yao. The wrinkly hand lifted the cup and took a sip of tea before continuing. This was reported to Chengdu's Martial Artists Association, and the remaining bandits scattered away with nowhere to go. I see. The female voice replied softly. It was calm and sweet to the ears, as if a melody of love was playing from a music box. And what about the female and kids? Where are they now? The man let out a hum as he tapped his finger on the table while taking another sip of his tea. According to our information, Tang Yao decided to execute them all after the battle between Green Forest Bandit and Tang Clan ended. There is missing information between the execution and when the battle ended. Missing information? Yes. Our informant was killed by someone. No one knows what happened in an hour span after the battle ended, but Tang Yao and Tang Soso went missing. We managed to spot a strange group. Two people, a man and a woman, someone that came from the city. After saying that, the man took two drawings from his sleeve and placed them on the table. The drawing clearly showed their strange clothes and appearance that seemed different from anyone else in the city. Upon seeing those drawings, the woman's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Her cinturado curved into a beautiful smile, as she took one drawing into her hand. She cincherado, the cincherado of a man, before touching the edge of the paper. So they're involved in this. Yes, I believe Tang Yao and Tang Soso are in their hands. We saw them arriving with 2 large barrels in a Chengdu an hour ago. They look like they just returned from an expedition. I see. Very well done. She dropped the drawing back onto the table and looked at the other figure sitting across from her. He was still sipping his tea calmly while having an emotionless face. Yuan, continue with your task. Yes, sect leader. The man bowed down in respect while getting up from his seat before departing from the room. Her gaze fell on the drawing on the table again as she thought about something. Well, I didn't think that man would be this famous so soon. Explore Barato stories with MVL. The person in the drawing was definitely Leo and Jessica. With their unique appearance, no one would mistake them for someone else. Especially Leo with his long hair and suit. His appearance gave off a mysterious vibe. The sect leader picked up the drawing Barato and held it gently. Her face was illuminated by the soft light of a candle. She looked at it with an indescribable gaze before clenching the scroll in her hand and crushing it into pieces. The beautiful drawing became a pile of pieces of paper on her palm before she burned them in a burst of flames conjured using her chi. I'm interested in you. Mr. Leo, what is your true nature? Where did you come from? Everything is still a mystery. With the scroll burning in her palm, she gazed at the candle flame with an undecipherable gaze. The flames reflected the darkness of her pupils, yet they couldn't reveal the fire within her heart. There was a saying that went around the Murim. When House Sect took interest in someone, they would draw that person into their fold like a butterfly caught in their web. Their cocoon was warm and full of beauty, but if one day someone realized it and struggled to get away, they would end up being the most tragic butterfly that House Sect ever caught. And Nabi believed in that saying. Or maybe it was better to say that she lived by following that saying, as she was the current sect leader of House Sect. She put out the candle flame and darkness engulfed the room, leaving only silence. When morning arrived, everyone was wasted. Be it Wandering Sword Saint, Peng Liwei, or even Leo, all of them were sleeping in the lobby. They finished the party late at night, but they still didn't stop drinking. Shui became their personal bartender and made stronger alcohol for them. In the end, the result was chaos. Truly, men are stupid. Chiaki, as the only person who was awake beside Jessica, muttered as she crouched in front of sleeping Leo. She didn't drink much and used nanites to wash away the influence as soon as she felt it. As someone responsible for the base S defense, she couldn't be wasted like everyone else. Chiaki sighed as she looked at the sleeping leader and gently caressed his cheek. A soft smile adorned her usual stoic face. Even you can act stupid sometimes, leader. Like when you were like this. Or when you try to save me that day. You really do like saving people from danger. Or maybe you just like girls like me. That is a dream come true for me. She giggled, amused by her own fantasy. She knew it would be impossible for their leader to like her in that way. He liked them all equally, which meant that he had no romantic attraction toward anyone in their group. Or maybe not. She knew he had been close with Jessica. Do you find me unappealing? Is it because I don't look the way you'd like? Chiaki quietly asked into the quiet room before closing her eyes. She couldn't believe her own feelings as her cheeks grew warm in embarrassment, but she liked him and wanted to be noticed by him. At that moment, she heard the door behind her open. Chiaki, don't be stupid. Leader is a good man and won't judge you from your appearance. You know that the best, right? Have faith in him. It was Jessica who spoke to her. Chiaki wanted to say something, but decided against it. She believed in Leo and wanted to show herself to him in the future. She wanted him to pat her and acknowledge her strength. I know. She nodded as she looked at him with a fond gaze, but I'm still bitter over it. The past. Huh, I can't help with that. But Leader trusted you a lot, so it's fine. Everyone trusted Leader deeply, and Chiaki knew that very well. And that was why she would answer that trust. Are they ready? Yes. The secretary replied calmly. I am sorry for giving the dirty work to you. Know that the leader was proud of your effort. Of course, I am part of the hallowed insect mercenary group after all. and I know that he actually doesn't want to give me such a job. He had a pained expression every time he asked me to do something like this. With that, Chiaki entered the inner area of the base where the infirmary was located. She looked at two people. One was severely injured and barely recognizable, while the other looked healthy on the outside, but had no life within her. Her mind was broken. Both of them were laid on an operating table with straps securing them. Even if they tried to break out, they wouldn't be able to. Many tools were ready to restrain them and render them helpless. What they did was unforgivable. Chiaki thought as she looked at them. Aothi dare to attack leader. He told me to keep the woman alive, but nothing about the guy. Cinchuredo moving it toward Coco. Knife. In response, Coco opened wide and spat out a surgical knife toward her open palm. Chiaki held the sharp weapon with one hand while the other took hold of Tang Yao's hand. Without any hesitation, she made a precise cut across it. Cinchuredo Chiaki interrupted him and silenced his protests without any remorse. Now, let's discover the secret of Chi. We will meet often, first guinea pig. Distressed cries echoed within the room. Soon, Chiaki continued her work without paying any attention to the commotion. Chapter 52 Calm Dayug. My head hurts. I drank too much last night. Leo slowly rose from his seat in the lobby as he rubbed his temples and sighed. His clothes were stained with wine and alcohol, but he didn't seem to care about it at all. As a former employee in an office who had a daily commute for about 10 years, he had drunk one too many times. He was used to it, but here is some water, leader. Oh, thanks. You really saved me there. Jessica appeared from the side of the room with a glass of cold water on her hand. Oh, this feels good. Thanks, Jessica. Leo took the glass and gulped its content down. Then he went to the bar and washed his face with ice-cold water while letting out a satisfied sigh. At the same time, he used nanites to get rid of his drunken state and heal the headache. What happened after I fell asleep? Looking around the room, which turned into a mess with bottles and bodies laying around. Their appearances were rather nasty with wines and food stuck on their hairs and face. Even the distinguished young lady, Peng Liwei, was no different with her dress dirted up. Her face was covered by wine as she slept with her mouth opened. The one with the tittiest appearance was, surprisingly, Anya. She was sleeping on the table with an empty bottle in her hand. Her face was a bit red, but otherwise, it was nothing special. It was clear that the others were trying to one-up each other in terms of drink. Jessica, can you wake Peng Liwei up and give her some makeover? Her request is to let her have a new life. Ask her whether she wants to join us or not after that. The payment given by Peng Liwei was all of her assets. That included lands in Chengdu and other cities such as Xiangyang. Other than that, she also had many valuable treasures like jewels and precious antiques that were worth thousands of gold coins. And because she paid everything she has, she offered everything in her power. However, I am not that kind of person who take bravado and pressuring someone into something they don't want to do, so I will grant her request. Leo thought as he glanced at sleeping Peng Liwei. Jessica approached the young lady and held her shoulder firmly before shaking it violently while calling out her name. Peng Liwei, you must wake up now. Huh? What? Peng Liwei slowly rose from her seat while rubbing her eyes sleepily. What is going on? Jessica? Why are you here? Where am I? It's already morning. I wanted to talk to you regarding your request. Tidy yourself up and follow me. Jessica explained with a serious tone before giving her a makeup kit. My servants can do that. Where are they? Still half awake and half drunk. She didn't know what happened around her and forgot where she was for a moment before quickly realizing something. She turned around and faced Jessica, who looked at her with a blank stare. Oh, my apologies. I will do it myself. Her face flushed red in embarrassment as she accepted the makeup kit and walked to the bathroom. It seems she still thinks of herself as a young lady from Peng clan after doing something ridiculous like yesterday. Leo found her reaction amusing, but didn't say anything more as he waited for her to come out from the bathroom. In the meantime, he decided to go outside for a bit and take a breath of fresh air. The street in the morning was lively with crowds. Many carriages bringing fresh vegetables from outside Chengdu passed through the gate of the city, with people coming in and out from it. Children ran around with smiles on their faces while talking about food and stuff related to them. A food vendor near the base was cooking barbecue with a fragrant smell spread around him, inviting people who had just finished the party last night to buy. Fresh grilled. It will help you cure your hangover. Fruit just picked this morning. Everyone should try some. Many stalls were standing side by side as they presented their goods for sale to the public. Fui? Leo looked at the stall selling fruits curiously before deciding to have a look at it. The stall owner welcomed him with a large smile as he looked at the variant of fruits displayed on his stall. There was apple, watermelon, banana, and many more. He was amazed by the sight of it. They are fresh, real fruits, he exclaimed in his mind. Although they didn't look as good as the one he often saw in advertisements in his original world, they were still real fruit. Sir, how much is this? Which one? Oh, that S10 copper for a stalk. 8 if you want a bunch of them. How about this? Leo pointed at a watermelon. Only 7 copper for you. Ha ha ha. I just picked this one myself this morning. I tell you, it's so sweet and juicy. If you're interested, you could try some before buying it. The stall owner took a knife and cut the watermelon open with an experienced swing before giving it to him on a plate. Try some. Gulping, Leo looked at the red watermelon with sparkles in his eyes before picking up a slice and eating it. The first thing he felt was refreshingness. The juice filled his mouth as he tasted the freshness of the fruit. It was different from the canned and dried ones he ever had. This is delicious. Ha ha ha, of course. I sell only the freshest of fruit. Go on, buy them all if you like. I'll even give you a discount. Well then, I will have them all. When Leo said that, the seller blinked in surprise before his face exploded in joy. Really? Thanks for your patronage. Young man, all of them will be 2 silvers. They're surprisingly cheap here. Leo thought as he paid 3 silvers to the seller. A bonus. Thanks for the fruit. No problem, sir. Please come again. Let me wrap them for you. No need. Leo stopped the seller before he wrapped everything in a large cloth. Extending his hand, he put everything in the storage ring. The sight of the fruits entering the ring without the seller noticing anything, but she had no bodysuit yet. Her long hair was cut shorter and her face lost all traces of makeup she applied when she met them first. His secretary did a great job at her makeover. And more important than that, she appeared to have managed to negotiate with Peng Liwei and convince her to join their mercenary band. Her hands were holding him as if it was the most natural thing to do. Leo's gaze was fixed on Peng Liwei. He snapped his fingers and grinned. If you really plan to throw away your past identity and join us, you will need a new name. A new name? The woman asked with confusion written all over her face. Yes, a new name. Leo nodded his head. Peng Liwei is not here anymore. Shibarado, after a confrontation with the evil martial artist, Tang Yao. My new name. Her voice trailed off as she fell into deep thoughts. A few moments later, she asked with determination written on her face, would you accept Xingyi as my new name? Nope. He rejected her request instantly. Huh. Having been rejected instantly surprised her. Why? That is a good name and has no relation at all with my previous name. Everyone in the hallowed insect is given their names by leader. Jessica pushed her pink-tinted glasses up as she answered instead, we were just living corpses. We are mere insects living in a dead body until leader appeared and gave us the new light to live. That is why we are called hallowed insects. Is that true? She stuttered her words in disbelief before facing Leo again. Something like that. Some creatures can adapt and continue on in remarkable ways. I'm simply giving them another chance to live their lives peacefully alongside me. After hearing what he said, Peng Liwei closed her eyes in contemplation before looking up at Leo with firmness in her eyes. Fine then, but please give me a good name. One that rings with flowers or elegance. Leo hummed as he fell into deep thought while stroking his chin. Many names appeared in his mind. There were some beautiful names fit for her, and some that ringed with elegance, as she said. However, he already had a perfect name for her in mind, a name that would suit her perfectly. How about Peng Peng? That's just harassment. She yelled in anger. Fu. That suits you well, you know? Anya loves to call you that. Jessica commented with an amused grin on her face. She's just doing that to make fun of me. Please don't make that my name. I will be crazy. Ha ha, I was just joking. He laughed loudly before taking a deep breath and stopping. He put on a gentle face and smiled. From now on, you're Astrid. It's a beautiful flower that grew in my hometown. Its other name is Flaming Sword. Fitting your chi element? No? A purple barato. Flaming Sword. Astrid. Huh, it's not bad. She murmured softly, looking thoughtful. Of course, that's a good name. Leader gave it to you after all. Anya's cheerful voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The blonde assassin with black bodysuit underneath her white jacket walked toward them with a smile on her face. She sat next to Leo, sandwiching him with Jessica as if it was natural. Pung Pung, you're joining us? Yay, it's nice to have a cute girl like you. Don't call me that. Astrid furrowed her brows as she glared at the smiling Anya. She crossed her arms and puffed her chest. Now I am Astrid. Flaming Sword Astrid. Everyone looked at her blankly. The proud expression on her face and the smug smile. Everything looked at her with deadpan expressions. That's cheesy. Jessica commented bluntly. Whoa, was drinking too much destroying your embarrassed nerves? That's cringe, Leo said, amazed by the girl's shamelessness. Even Anya was cringing hard. Ha, Pung Pung, let us take a step back with the Flaming Sword thing. You're not even close to having mastered chi, like the gorillas sleeping with the boys over there. Anya pointed at the snoring, wandering sword saint on the side. Embarrassment quickly appeared on Astrid's face as she looked away in shame. Please just bury me. You're so fun, Pung Pung. Anya jumped to her feet and pulled her hand forward. Come on, let us do something fun. Let us get along well, okay? I'm so bored being stuck here. I will treat you to something to celebrate. Let us eat meat. Wait, I can walk by myself. Don't drag me. Help! Astrid could only scream as she was dragged by Anya away from the sofa. Leo watched them leave the base before turning toward the pile of men sleeping on the floor. How long are you guys pretending to sleep? Get up from there. It's noon already. Upon hearing his voice, 3 guys, 2 young and 1 old, opened their eyes. They stood up and stretched their bodies in unison. Ha ha ha! How long since you noticed that we just pretended to sleep? The bearded old man, Xiao Tian, laughed as he talked to Leo. Probably since the start. Leader is a monster. His understanding of human psychology and nature is above all of us. Shui commented as he walked toward the bar to prepare drinks for everyone. Exactly. By the way, how did you cure your hangover? Is it using chi? Jack asked Xiao Tian as he took a seat on the couch. Yes, something like that is simple and easy. I just need to throw away the impurities in my body using my chi. What intrigues me is how you did it. I couldn't even feel a speck of chi from you lads' bodies. Yet, your physical abilities are on par with me. No, even stronger. It's really interesting. Xiao Tian curiously glanced at Leo and the others while stroking his beards in thought. His eyes were fixed on them as he observed them closely. Will you tell me the secret if I join your group? I will. Leo nodded without hesitation. He intended to do so anyway. The man would need to know the secret of their power if he joined their group and participated in missions. But the question is, do you have a plan to join us? Chapter 54, Future Plan Indeed. Wandering Sword, Saint didn't get his title by sitting in one place or joining a group. He was known as a lone wolf who challenged everyone, even the Emperor's guard for a duel. Imagining someone like that joining a group was difficult, especially a group that didn't just focus on a fair duel, but a large-scale job like joining wars with trickery and traps. I think the best we can do is have a good relationship with each other and promise not to fight to death if we somehow meet on the battlefield. The Central Plains and Murim were just hit by turbulence. Many clans will use this chance, when the Tang clan is weak, to try and seize controls, which means wars will break out between many clans and sects in the Central Plains. Jessica finished his word in an emotionless voice. We will probably move from one battlefield to another. I doubt you, as a person, are interested in that kind of life. As she said, Leo nodded and looked at Xiao Tian. You're right. The Wandering Sword Saint nodded deeply. I am interested in a fair and square fight, not a war. Battlefield is tasteless and has no respect for warriors. Even the strongest can fall from ambush in that kind of environment. That's indeed not the kind of life I wanted to have. And what do you want to do then? Shui asked as he poured 2 cups of alcohol for himself and Xiao Atian. His monotonous voice was still the same as ever, but it had a hint of curiosity inside it. Continue roaming around? If you want to fight me again, just give me a call. Chiaki gave you a small cocoa yesterday, I believe. Yeah. I didn't expect to receive something like this, and I would use it well. Dueling with you and your leader was fun. Let us meet again in the future. Leo chuckled and replied with a smile. Sure thing. After that, Xiao Atian let out a sigh and shook his head before leaving the base. The wandering sword saint continued to walk straight forward with no destination in mind, but it was clear that he would return and meet them again in the future. Maybe on the battlefield. Days passed pretty quickly. Anya was responsible for teaching Astrid about the base and how they operate. Surprisingly, the brunette accepted her new life pretty quickly. At first, she struggled with the new clothes and eating habits, but after a week of learning it with Jessica's help, she finally got used to it. No job came to them during that time, so the gang spent their days enjoying the lavish life without doing anything. This was due to Tang Clan still taking care of the aftermath of their attack. News about the fight had spread far and wide in the Central Plains. Sometimes, the name Thunder God and Hallowed Insect Mercenary were also mentioned in some rumors. Although only a few people knew their faces, it was still a lot more than before. Despite this, no job came to them for the whole time. Everyone focused on tasks at hand. Jessica was focusing on making connections by visiting some places with Jack. Shui protected the base and cooked, while Chiaki was doing research in the infirmary. The bob-haired girl never exited the place since she entered, making Leo worried. Currently, he was laying on his bed, rereading the novel to remember every important detail of the plot and taking notes to prepare for the future. I can't believe that Tang Yao actually appeared like this. In the novel, Tang Jiaofu fell in that battle, And Tang Soso managed to break through 6 stars after that, or so it was said. But the reality was different. She was already 6 stars before the battle. The author really hides a lot of things from the readers. This kind of author was trash and had a big problem. He hid a lot of information and plot twists in a sense that readers couldn't catch up until it was revealed to them in the book, which explained why the story progressed pretty quickly with tons of cliffhanger without giving many answers to readers. The story hasn't finished yet. But now, Kim Min-gu is with Heavenly Demon in the Hidden Village. I believe they're training to become stronger. Kim Min-gu, when he is strong enough, he will go out to join Murim and exact revenge. Also, it's best if I don't help the Tang clan right now. If Leo remembered correctly, Kim Min-gu was only 18 years old at the end of the first volume, which means he had plenty of time to train under his teacher. I don't think he will appear anytime soon. I need to concentrate on consolidating my influence here in Central Plains as fast as possible while not offending anyone, which is impossible. Let's try not to make too many enemies, then. People in the Central Plains got offended easily. For example, having a different opinion from another could lead to a serious fight. Even bumping shoulders could get someone seriously hurt by a martial artist. Their egos reach the sky, even taller than the tallest mountain. He couldn't have Tang Clan as an enemy. There were some groups in Murim that he needed to avoid too. Being a mercenary wasn't always doing a job and getting paid. As a leader, he had to think about the consequences of his actions and avoid creating unnecessary enemies that might hunt him down in the future. As for now, he believed that no one would dare to touch them other than House Sect. They knew no dangers and would risk their lives for information. The chance of an unknown person being hired by someone for an assassination was higher than him having enemies. The smart thing to do is build my base to level 3 before the large war in the future. I need access to some of my heavy weapons and recovery drugs to ensure our safety. The next thing after the Tang Clan's problem and Murim World's turbulence would be the Crazy Woman. Chapter 55, Anya's reward in the novel. That crazy woman came from outside the plane. She was a barbarian from the eastern part of the world who traveled towards Central Plains to seek revenge for her family. She was unpredictable and would become hostile toward people in a city if a restaurant refused to serve her. He estimated that she would arrive at Central Plains within a month. Leo murmured with a serious look on his face as he placed the novels tab aside and opened his note filled with information about the crazy villainess and other important characters. He looked at the floating window and groaned. There were just too many of them. Getting off the Barado, he decided to have a drink to forget about these things momentarily. The hologram screens disappeared as he passed through them. Just as he opened the door, he saw Yellow. Someone's head, shorter than him, was moving left and right as if looking for something. Was she trying to peek at me? He raised his brow before clearing his throat loudly. What do you need, Anya? Ah, leader. You found me. She laughed sheepishly before jumping away from the door and looked at him with sparkling eyes. I was looking forward to my reward. Today, no one was at the base, so I thought, hee. A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she moved closer to Leo, who furrowed his brows before sighing in defeat. So you planned this? You got me. Anya gave him a playful smile before her face turned serious. But it's true that I would like you to give me a reward for being a good girl. I was also satisfied with beating that guy up with Chiaki for a week. ISN tea at time already? The blonde girl acted as if she was a pitiful puppy begging for food, while looking at him with an upturned gaze. Facing that, no man would be able to say no. He pointed inside with his thumb. Enter. Okay. Leo returned to the room, while Anya skipped inside with a bright smile on her face. After reaching his Barado, he sat down on it while leaning against the wall. Anya climbed Barado onto the Barado and sat beside him. She looked at his face with anticipation. Her beautiful blue eyes sparkled as she hugged him. Resting her head against his Barado, she closed her eyes. I really love your smell, leader. Your heartbeat is also very steady, as if nothing can scare you. Of course, he chuckled as he leaned forward and whispered in her ear, I know I can protect everyone in the hallowed insect with my hands. You could trust me with that. We will definitely reach the goal we've been pursuing for a long time. I know. I do trust you a lot after all. She laughed happily as she closed her eyes and felt the warmth of his presence. After enjoying the hug for a moment, she pulled away with a slightly disappointed look on her face. Does the leader have a favorite? Imbarato's smaller than Jessica and Chiaki, but I think I'm taller than Astrid. And I'm pretty energetic too. Censurado. I am happy you are finally opening up like this. We have struggled with difficult feelings. But you accepted us for who we truly are and are not put off. Of course. I love all of you. There is no way I am put off. No, rather than put off, I am impressed. You are truly remarkable. Leo gave her a smile as they sat together. He held her close before placing a gentle Barado on her Barado. Anya let out a soft gasp of surprise, but smiled warmly as she felt a wave of happiness wash over her. She let out a soft laugh as Leo continued to show her his playful side in different ways. You're like a kid. Anya is happy to see this new side of you. At the same time, I am jealous of Jessica, whom you often show this side of yours to. Don't be jealous about that. I'll also give you special treatment. He responded with a smile. Leo gently guided her onto the Barado and gave her a tender Barado on the cheek. His other hand rested lightly on her Barado as they shared a quiet moment. By instinct, Censurado. I want to be disciplined. Treat me like someone who needs guidance. Challenge me and push me to improve. The girl shifted her stance confidently, showing him she was ready for whatever came next. Wow. Leo was taken aback by her reaction and expression. Normally, Censurado, although she was still the cheerful, blonde-haired girl who made trouble for everyone in the group, this new side of her made him see her in another light. Chuckling in amusement, he nodded his head and answered, okay. Chapter 56. Strong determination. Anya's blue eyes went wide at his reply before it was replaced with a joyful expression. Really? Let's do it then. Give it your all. Anya will handle whatever you throw at me. Very well. Then I will push you to your limits. Leaning forward, Censurado. Censurado, 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 Censurado. The girl stared at him with pleading eyes as she nodded eagerly in agreement. Grinning, Leo lowered himself onto her and pressed his barato against hers as he pulled her close. He barato deeply. Censurado, Censurado, Censurado. Censurado, 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 Censurado. I love it so much. Leader is amazing. Anya praised him happily. She smiled and looked at him with admiration. Can you give me a special treat now? Please share some of yours with me. I will enjoy barato of it. Leo chuckled in amusement while watching Anya happily enjoy the moment together. Censurado, 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 Censurado. She felt completely at peace as she focused on her work. The rich flavor was unlike anything she had experienced before, and she longed for another taste immediately. Here it comes, Anya, he called out before carefully handing the item over to her. Censurado, 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 Censurado. Amazing. But that satisfaction disappeared when he saw Anya lying on the barato in an exhausted state. He became worried about her. He climbed barato up beside her and gently helped her on her side. She was grinning like an idiot, making him feel relieved. Hee, Anya muttered while barato her fingers toward his hand as if she wanted to grab it before stopping herself and smiling softly instead. Ah, leader, I love you so much. I love you too. I know, she chuckled before lifting her hands up and hugging him. Leader is kind and also strong. Hee. You know that's not possible right now. Make sure to use your nanites to keep yourself safe. Will do. The girl laughed happily as she leaned her head against his barato affectionately. Her eyes were filled with love and happiness as she gazed at him lovingly. But in the future, maybe? Future. To think of this far ahead is something I didn't consider before. Maybe it will happen. Leo nodded while chuckling quietly to himself as he thought about Anya's words seriously. His vision moved down and saw that Anya had fallen asleep in his arms after exhausting herself in the exercise. Maybe not exhausted, but the satisfaction made even him felt slightly tired. He wanted to sleep right now, but her words from earlier made him think again. About the future, let us start to move seriously. In the end, he was still the leader. He had a responsibility to make that future where they could live happily and peacefully come true, in a place where they belonged, in a world without war or discrimination. Getting off the bed, he got dressed. He made sure his bodysuit was perfect and put on his suit. Before leaving his bedroom, he made sure to put a blanket on Anya's body. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing her peaceful sleeping face. How cute. Chapter 58. A date with Chiaki. When he went to the lobby, he found Chiaki sitting on the bar alone. She looked melancholic as she sat there drinking alcohol quietly, staring blankly into space as if deep in thought. Her black hair fell around her shoulders gracefully, while her eyes shimmered like emeralds in the soft light of the room. What are you doing, Chiaki? Leo asked as he approached. Hearing his voice, the girl perked up and turned around. Her melancholy expression disappeared instantly and was replaced with a stoic face. Leader, what's the matter? Nothing. I was just curious about what you did. It's been a week since I last saw you. Well, you could say that I'm somewhat worried about you. A week? Time sure flies quickly. She laughed sheepishly before taking another sip of alcohol and letting out a long sigh. I am researching something new. The information that I've collected so far is incomplete, but I hope it will be useful later on. The information. It was about her research on Chi. Since she was an expert in this field, Leo didn't doubt that she had progressed further than what she said. Did you finish it? Not yet, but I have an idea of what kind of direction I should take. There is still missing information, but I think I can manage. While Leo knew one or two things about biology, his knowledge couldn't be compared to Chiaki. He sat next to her and patted her head. Good job. If you need something, don't hesitate to tell me. Yes. She gave him a gentle smile before looking back at the cup in her hand. Thank you, leader. No problem. He waved his hand, dismissing her thanks before asking another question. Do you know where everyone is? Except Anya. She's in my room right now. How Jessica and Jack want to do their usual job scouting around town and socializing. Shui is with Astra to take back all her assets and liquidate them. That's what I know. I see. Liquidating Astrid. Family wa esaset. Ooh, that's not going to be easy. With her changing her identity, making all her assets into gold would be difficult. She would have to be secretive, erasing any trace of herself as she transfers them away from anyone's knowledge. Even then, it could still be traced back to her if someone is persistent enough. Everyone was still busy, so no work could be done. In that case, want to take a walk with me, Chiaki? I haven't gotten the chance to go outside this week. The girl paused briefly, as if considering his offer, before nodding her head with a smile. Okay. It was a beautiful twilight outside. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, casting orange rays of light across the sky as they walked side by side down the street. A cool breeze blew past them, bringing with it the scent of autumn leaves and flowers. Chiaki, surprised by the sudden invitation, had her face dyed red from embarrassment. Never in her life did she imagine that Leo would invite her out, just the two of them. Vuvuvu chud ido. This is unexpected. A date with leader. Leo's handsome face entered her vision as she stared at him intently. She noticed how his broad shoulders filled out his suit perfectly, giving him an air of confidence while making him look powerful at the same time. The soft smile he had when looking around was picturesque. She appreciated his well-kept appearance. It gave her a positive impression of him. She wanted to stay close to him and enjoy the moment forever, but she knew that would make her look strange in front of him. When it came to men, everyone looked so unappealing to Chiaki. They were immature and distracted by shallow desires every day, but Leo was different. Maybe it was because of his status as the leader, or maybe it was due to his looks, but whatever it was, she could not take her eyes off of him as they walked side by side under the starry night sky. As if a filter was placed on him, everything about him looked perfect in her eyes. Everything about Leo made Chiaki feel warm and safe whenever she looked at him. I should talk to him. This is a chance when these troublemakers aren't here. A date. Just the two of us. Nodding to herself with a stoic expression, Chiaki gathered her courage and opened her mouth to speak. But before she could get any words out, Leo suddenly turned to her and spoke first. About Astrid. He began with a serious tone. Do you agree with my decision to make her join our group? Hearing that question, Chiaki hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly without saying anything else. I see. Leo chuckled lightly as he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. He knew that Chiaki wasn't so happy with his decision, as proven by her hesitation earlier. Usually, she would nod without a beat when he asked. So this was pretty clear what she thought about Astrid. Sorry about making that selfish decision. And no, that's not what I mean. I know why you did it, but, well, I guess you're right to do it. Chiaki stuttered nervously while averting her gaze away from him shyly, trying her best not to stare at his handsome face too much. She moved her nanites inside her body to control her emotion, and it worked wonderfully. A perfect poker face replaced her flushed one almost immediately. While we need to discover Chi, we also need to discover whether we can safely put nanites inside a martial artist's body. Bam, Astrid is a perfect person to undergo nanite surgery. Based on a quick scan, her body compatibility with nanites is 72. With the initial surgery, we can increase it. That is not why I invited Astrid to our group. Leo interrupted Chiaki's explanation by shaking his head. I took Astrid because we need a native resident of this world. Maybe she didn't look like it, but she is a smart girl with vast knowledge. Of course, I would ask you to do her nanite surgery in the future, but that is after making sure that everything is safe. Just as Leo had expected, Chiaki would misunderstand his intention. She always thinks rationally and logically about everything, including his actions. And with the condition of his group, where everyone was a foreigner who transmigrated, she was driven to find ways to adapt. However, this time it was different. She will be a gate as well as a reminder that we're in a different world. Her opinion would matter in my decision in the future, just like yours and Jessica. He explained in an easy way. But don't worry. Among all else, she is still the newest member. I want to treat her the same way I treat you. I will be biased and trust you more than her. So, don't be jealous and support her, just like how I support you. All right, leader? The girl widened her eyes at him before lowering her head sadly and nodded weakly. I understand. Chapter 59. 59. Beggar Sect. Chiaki understood what Leo meant. In a foreign world where everything was different, they were a group of misfits trying to fit in. To do that, they needed help from other people and resources that only this world could provide them with. And most importantly, they needed to adapt quickly to this new environment if they wanted to survive for long. Having a native they could trust in their group was a massive help, especially a knowledgeable person. For example, a noble girl with good upbringing since childhood. It's truly perfect. Amazed, Chiaki gazed at her leader, who laughed carefreely as he walked alongside her while enjoying the night air under the stars. His handsome face shone brightly under the moonlight, causing her heart to beat rapidly within her chest as she blushed brightly. She enjoyed this moment, a rare time when she was alone together with her beloved savior. Unfortunately, that moment didn't last long. "Excuse me, Thunder God." Someone called out to them from the side. When they turned around, they saw a man with tattered clothing looking at them from ground. There was a cracked bowl filled with coins in front of him. No matter how people looked at the man, they would recognize him as a beggar. And Chiaki hated beggars more than usual when they disturb her date with Leo. However, she held her emotion in check after seeing Leo's serious expression as he looked at the beggar. A hint of amusement and curiosity appeared in his eyes when he looked at the beggar, then at the bowl of coin in front of him. A beggar? Or an assassin? Chiaki wondered if this beggar might be an assassin sent to harm Leo or something like that. She silently commanded Coco to subdue the beggar in case he moved suspiciously. But that thought was soon dismissed as Leo spoke. Should I say that I am surprised at how fast the beggar sect gathered information and connected it to me? Hearing that statement, the beggar let out a dry laugh as he bowed lowly toward Leo. He replied respectfully and politely, unlike a real beggar. "We heard about the rumor of the Thunder God making his base in Chengdu and sending out people to scout out the town. However, as your base is too close to House Sect, we're unable to make contact. Until now, that is." "I see." Leo nodded in understanding while staring at the beggar curiously with his eyes shining bright silver as he observed the beggar. "So you've come here to make contact. I'm glad you did. If you have nothing more to say, then excuse me. Please don't be so hasty. The beggar sect has something to ask of you." Leo stopped as he stared at the beggar intently with curiosity in his eyes while waiting patiently for him to continue. "We know how you, and your group, Hallowed Insect, work. Please listen to our request." Request from a beggar. Usually one would dismiss such a thing and not entertain the beggar for it was disrespectful. However, I will hear you out first. If it's reasonable, then maybe I will accept it. Leo gestured his hand. "Let us talk about it in a more private place." "My thanks. Please follow me." When that beggar said his sect had something to ask him, that wasn't just empty talk. Rather than that, it was a form of respect. The beggar sect was known for their information. If such a sect needed help from an outsider, it must be a serious matter. Leo followed the beggar into the slum direction. When walking, he whispered to Chiaki, "Sorry that we must take a detour. Chiaki, you can go back if you want." "No problem." Chiaki replied with a poker face despite feeling annoyed. "I will accompany you, leader." Although she wanted to have a moment alone with Leo, she wasn't stupid enough to let him go alone when facing a stranger. "Is that so? Then I'm counting on you." Realizing her intention, Leo gave her a knowing smile while nodding appreciatively toward her decision before returning his attention to the beggar who led them through the filthy alleyways of the slums toward his destination. Without the beggar realizing it, Chiaki had made a trail and sign at some places. She glanced behind, and a mini Coco, no bigger than 1 centimeter, could be seen scattering around the ground before vanishing. And after a while, they arrived at a rundown shack located deep in the slums of the city. The beggar waited patiently outside, while gesturing for Leo and Chiaki to enter first before following after them, without saying anything else afterward. When Leo entered the shack, he immediately noticed something off about this place. It was bigger than what it looked like outside. Runes could be seen on the walls. They were probably what caused the place to appear larger than what could be seen from the outside. The floor was clean and didn't have any dirt or dust on it. Even the lamps on the ceiling looked expensive compared to what one would find outside in this region of town. There were tables and chairs set up in front of him, and behind that chair, someone was sitting with his head resting on his hands. He was wearing a cloak that covered his entire body, making it impossible for anyone to see who it was beneath it until he lifted his head up. Upon seeing this mysterious person, Leo frowned slightly as he saw the person's face. No matter how hidden they couldn't hide their face outline from the smart lenses scanner. Greetings, Thunder God. I am Chun Mengliang, branch leader of the beggar sect in Chengdu. Please take a seat. Chun Mengliang was a tall man with long black hair and dark brown eyes. The only part of his face that was visible behind the cloak was his mouth. Sitting across from the man, Leo crossed his legs. Chiaki stood behind him on guard against any danger, ready to attack at any time if something happened. Greetings to you too. Please just call me Leo. I prefer to use my own name. Leo waved his hand nonchalantly. Tell me what you want from me. You must be gone through some trouble to seek me out like this. Actually, I really didn't expect to meet you so soon. But fate must have brought us together like this for a reason. Chun Mengliang said with an amused smile. Let me cut straight to the chase, Leo. Please promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. A serious expression appeared on his face as he spoke seriously without any hint of humor or jest whatsoever in his tone as he looked straight at Leo. Looking back with a cold gaze, Leo nodded his head solemnly as he answered back confidently in return with an equally serious tone. Don't worry. What we discussed here will not leave this place. Your secret is safe with me. The two leaders stared at each other silently for a while before Chun Mengliang sighed loudly and spoke again. We found one of the Supreme Evil S epigraphs. Chapter 60, Supreme Evil S epigraphs. Supreme Evil S epigraphs. Supreme Evil. In ancient times, the term Supreme Evil referred to the leader of a certain faction. His notoriety was so great that it spread throughout the world, causing everyone to fear and hate him regardless of where they were or what kind of country they lived in. Even now, no one in Murim didn't know of his name. Just by mentioning his name alone was enough to make everyone shudder in fright while telling stories of how he killed countless innocent people just for funsies. But besides those scary stories about the Supreme Evil, there was also one more thing about him that caught Leo's attention. Epigraphs. It said that his techniques were written on it. The blue spider pill that Tang Yao used to brainwash and break Tang So originally also came from one of these epigraphs. Of course, it was just one of the lower-level skills of the Supreme Evil that couldn't compare to his main martial arts and breathing technique. In my last job, I couldn't secure the things I wanted because Tang Yao acted recklessly. My contract with him is broken. I can ask for my 3 promised items from Tang Jiaofu, but I doubt I will get something that I want. So it's useless. And according to the time, the Supreme Evil S epigraph that was found this time must be that one. It's too dangerous. Many people would gather to take a look at this epigraph. If the beggar sect could find it, then there was no reason that other parties couldn't also find it and possibly steal it from the beggar sect before they could gain any benefit from it. It would be beneficial to take part in acquiring it too if he managed to make a deal with them. What is the job you want us to do? Let me warn you beforehand. If I think the job is too much, I have the right to reject it. But please don't worry. I keep secrets better than anyone else. That's reassuring. Chun Mengliang laughed. Please secure the epigraph for us. We will provide you with the storage ring necessary to store it, so you don't have to worry about the mean. As for the pay, he raised his fingers, showing a number that made Leo blink his eyes in surprise when he saw it. How about it? Do you agree to take the job? 3,000 golds? Yes. Isn't that enough? You could sustain an average family for a lifetime with that much money. Based on what he knew from the novels, a 1,000 gold would be enough for even a distinguished member of a large clan to spend frivolously in 2 months, even with their excessive spending habit. That amount of money was not small at all and would make anyone drool. Still, it was nothing compared to what Leo and his group got from Astratus liquidation and Tang Yao's request. They already had more than 20,000 gold stored in the group, and the danger is too high. I will need some equipment to use, and they will cost money as I need to upgrade armory and weaponry to level 2 before I could use them. To upgrade the rooms, he had to upgrade the base first, and it wasn't cheap. Level 1 base requirement: Rock X 230, Stone Pillars X 4, Tree Trunks X 10. Level 2 base requirement: Stone Pillars X 6, Wood Planks X 250, Iron Bars X 10, Iron 500 kilograms, Steel 500 kilograms. Then upgrading the rooms was as follows. He needed Weaponry Level 2, Copper Ingots X 400, Steel Ingots X 200, Armory Level 2, Wooden Logs X 200, Iron Bars X 100, Gunpowder X 250, Infirmary Level 2, Silk Cloth X 250, Cedar Tree Trunks X 50, Cotton X 50, Storage Room Level 2, Rock X 500, Wooden Planks X 250, Copper Ingots X 200, Steel Ingots X 100, Warp Room Level 1, Obsidian 100 kilograms, Warpstone. Yes, 3,000 gold would be far from enough just for the ingots alone. Of course, the weapon production only cost around 200 to 500 gold, but heavy weapons would cost him more than that, similar to upgrading the room itself. So, I'm sorry, but I declined your offer. He shook his head calmly before continuing with a smile on his face. The risk is too great, and the price isn't worth it. Decline? But it's 3,000 gold. Chun Mengliang frowned slightly in confusion when he heard Leo's answer before asking once more. If so, tell me your price. What is my price? Hypothetically, there would be some sects and large clans sending their warriors to secure the epigraph. Based on what he read, some old monsters, elders of these places, would also join the fight to secure that thing. It wasn't just an epigraph. It was a supreme art manual of a supreme evil. Surely many people would fight to get their hands on it. What he needed the most was information. If he refused the beggar sect right now, he would have a hard time getting them to sell him some information in the future. They were petty individuals who held grudges easily. Still, I have no price limit. But from this job, I want a minimum of 10,000 gold and a piece of information I want as payment. That's my requirement, Leo said confidently while looking straight into Chun Mengliang's eyes without backing down. Hearing those words, Chun Mengliang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ridiculous. There's no way we can give you that much, he exclaimed angrily while slamming his fists onto the table loudly, causing the entire room to shake violently. A deadly look appeared in his eyes as he glared at Leo. Who do you think we are? Beggar sect. We are not rich enough to throw money like that. Do I have to remind you how we work? Leo calmly answered as he raised his hand, stopping Chiaki from sending Coco after the man. We work for higher bids. With the information I heard earlier, I doubt how sect or a large group don't know the epigraph's location. And if what you said is true, there will be a large-scale battle for it. The beggar sect's branch leader fell silent. He gritted his teeth angrily, with hatred flashed in his eyes. House sect. Everyone knew the rivalry. Hatred between the beggar sect and House sect. The former was from Orthodox faction, while the latter was part of the unorthodox faction. Both dealt with information and sold them to martial artists. It was no wonder that they were at odds with each other. As the branch leader of a sect, Chun Mengliang hated the House sect for many reasons, but most of all, they get barato customers than us because they have a better public reputation. How can the House sect operate so freely in the open? That's our job. When Leo heard that, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It's because they know how to do business, unlike you guys. Even so, beggar sects were still respected by many martial artists and feared due to their large numbers. They could be out in the open, and in every city there were beggars. It wasn't unusual to see beggars wandering around a city at nighttime or early morning doing their jobs. At that moment, his communication device rang. "You have a call." He tapped the communication device in his pocket to accept it. "What is wrong?" he whispered. "Leader, we have secured a potential job. A client asked us to secure an epigraph, but we haven't talked about the details yet. If possible, would you visit the Butterfly Pavilion?" Jessica's voice came out from the communicator. What perfect timing. Okay. After hearing Jessica's voice, Leo grinned widely. He looked at Chun Mingliang before opening his mouth to speak. "My apologies, but I have to excuse myself. I have another appointment after this. Please don't worry, as I will not share anything we talk about in this room." "Appointment? We haven't talked yet." Chun Mingliang stopped Leo with a furious glare as he tried to stop him from leaving. "Once again, I apologize. I only followed the gentleman because I still have time. We can finish our talk next time, okay? Right now, we have to go to the Butterfly Pavilion to meet our client." Without saying another word, Leo stood up and left the shack with Chiaki. Chapter 61. House Sect's leader, Chun Mingliang, looked at the departed back with wide eyes. He couldn't believe the other party to leave just like that. The man who brought Leo and Chiaki to the hideout looked pale. He looked back and forth between the entrance and his leader. What should we do?" "Branch leader. If it's the Butterfly Pavilion, then—" "I know. You don't need to tell me." The branch leader of Chengdu Beggar Sect shouted loudly. "And what are you doing?" "Sorry?" I said. "What are you doing?" "Chase him. Listen to their negotiation or something, idiot. We can't let House Sect hire that group of monsters." Leaving the leader in a frenzy, the beggar immediately followed Leo and Chiaki. Earlier this day, Jessica and Jack went out to the Butterfly Pavilion to socialize. She was wearing a pretty luxurious hanbok, a black robe with golden embroidery over a bright red inner garment. Unlike what people think, she wasn't sent here to relax and enjoy her life, but to do her job as a socializer to get information about potential clients and recent news in Central Plains. Jack followed her everywhere wearing black sunglasses and a business suit. He looked like a professional bodyguard. When they entered the famous traditional entertainment house, they were greeted by two elegantly dressed women wearing Jisine costumes. They greeted Jessica with warm smiles, which she returned with a gentle smile of her own. After welcoming her, they led her to a private room where she could enjoy performances and drinks. The secretary followed them quietly. The reason why she entered this place was because she heard a rumor from a merchant she socialized with earlier, that the owner of this place was looking for help. The owner's name is Nabi, I believe. It literally means butterfly in Korean. This place was one of the few establishments where men and women could freely mingle. Based on the information she heard, that owner was also a martial artist and part of the unorthodox faction as well. Barato, specifically House Sect. The merchant is also a Barato of that sect. The token he hid on his body is an undeniable proof. Just like us announcing our affiliation with symbols in our suits, they also brought a token to show where they were affiliated to keep pests away. Of course, not all members were unorthodox martial artists. Some were just simple merchants, workers, and craftsmen who worked for the sect. Although they were relatively weak, they still had some tricks up their sleeves, namely information gathering. Based on a novel leader gave me, House Sect is one of two biggest information sects in this world. The other one is the Beggar Sect, a group of informants who gather information from around the world, making them a useful resource for everyone. A formidable rival for House Sect. Because they dealt with information, their combat powers would be extremely low compared to others. However, they had an endless stream of customers. Not only martial artists who wanted information about their enemy or friends, but they also had the support from normal people who were interested in gossip and rumors. Please wait here for a while. The performer will arrive soon. A servant placed a plate of fruits in front of Jessica before leaving the room after saying her last words. Jessica's eyes landed on the door. There were 3 women outside, talking and laughing loudly without a care in the world. Her sensitive ears picked up everything, though the man behind her was able to hear everything better. Is there anything you noticed, Jack? Sheesh. You know that I am not fit for this job, right? Anya would be better than me. Jack replied while nervously scratching his head. But well, just as I noticed when we partied here a week ago, there are lots of hidden rooms in this building. I counted at least 20 hidden rooms using the echolocation function. 20 rooms? Jessica blinked her eyes in surprise before shaking her head in dismay. They are more thorough than I thought. In some places in Urim, it wasn't uncommon to hide spies in taverns just to gain information. This was especially true for the house sect, which collected information in their name. What about this room? There is none. No spy, no listener. It's barado weird, to be honest. Even if they clean their area of bugs, the soundproofing material would be too thin to block my senses. So that means someone wants to talk with us privately. Most likely the owner of this place. The merchant was quick at informing the owner. While deliberately moving slowly, Jessica didn't expect they would be ready to receive them like this. If so, it meant that they would make contact with her soon. Jessica sat down and waited patiently for someone to come to her while enjoying the snacks on the table and sipping wine from a porcelain cup. Jack looked at her with an envious gaze, but he shook his head quickly to erase that thought. If I said I want a drink, who knows what she will do to me? It's too scary to even imagine. Ah, leader. Why did you put me with big sis Jessica? She asked. Too scary. Their roles and positions were very clear. Just a minute later, a knock could be heard from the door. A beautiful woman with blue hair in a white dress entered the room. When she saw Jessica sitting gracefully on her couch, the woman's lips curved upward in an elegant smile as she greeted her politely, without showing any sign of displeasure or discomfort at seeing her guest in the place where she was supposed to be safe. Greetings, esteemed guest. My name is Nabi, the owner of this pavilion, she said while bowing deeply toward Jessica in greeting. I shall be your entertainer for today. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Hello. You don't need to act formally with me. Please feel free to relax. Jessica smiled back kindly while gesturing at Nabi to sit across from her. I've heard of something interesting. That's why I invited myself here. My name is Jessica. It's my pleasure to meet the leader of House Sect. My, what a pleasant surprise. Chapter 62. A sweet deal. Nabi walked toward Jessica and sat down facing her while putting on a fake surprised look. How did you find out? It's supposed to be a secret. We know people that know people. Jessica chuckled lightly while shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. Please don't worry as we keep all your secrets safe. We only came here after hearing from some acquaintances that you might be interested in using our service. There was also information given by Astrid regarding what she knew about House Sect, but there was no need to explain that to Nabi. I see. The smile on Nabi's face was still there, but it lost some of its warmth when she heard that. As expected, not only excellent at combat, but also at information gathering. I sometimes wonder where a group as skilled as yours came from. I only throw some bait here and there, yet you find us in under a day. Foo. We just have a set of skilled people who know what they do. Oh, and thanks to Leader's intellect. She added secretly in her mind. After some small talk, they discussed the main subject at hand. Nabi quickly got to the point since they didn't have time to waste with unnecessary words and pleasantries. Actually, you're correct. We decided to test how you reacted to the information we threw around, and now I am sure. I'd like to hire the hallowed insect for a certain job. We already knew how you work after you helped Tang Yao some time ago, and I believe your group is strong and capable enough to take this job. Well, we appreciate such high praise coming from a true practitioner of the House Sect. Jessica replied with a delighted smile. But why can't you ask your sect members to do it? Silence filled the air in the room as Nabi stared at her with serious eyes. Then she took out a long scroll from the pouch on her waist and placed it on the table with both hands. The scroll was made out of fine paper that looked like silk cloth wrapped around a bamboo stick. The pattern on it was that of a butterfly with wings spread out. It was a beautiful painting that seemed to radiate light from the intricate design. This is a snippet of the epigraph we found 2 days ago, or at least the drawing we were able to recover from the corpse of our spy. It belongs to one of the supreme evil's strongest sects, the Venom sect. A pained expression appeared on Nabi's face when she talked about her fallen ally. Meanwhile, Jessica took notes of everything in her smart lenses. She didn't ask how they got it, since it wasn't relevant to her job. You're looking for us to secure it for you? Nabi nodded her head affirmatively. Yes, I would like the hallowed insect to recover it for me. An epigraph of a supreme evil. Jessica had already read the novel given by her leader until the last saved chapters. And based on the knowledge she gained from it, this epigraph was bad, news bordering on the worst. War could happen just to get this thing. Let me call my leader. Please, take your time. Nabi smiled softly. I believe you are a careful person, Miss Jessica. But please make sure not to reveal anything about this to others. We can pay a large sum of money for this. Whatever you want, we can provide it. I understand. Please give me a minute. While talking, Jessica already called Leo through the communication device, the Mini Coco. She spoke in a low voice while Nabi sat there waiting. What is wrong? He whispered. Leader, we have secured a potential job. A client asked us to secure an epigraph, but we haven't talked about the details yet. If possible, would you visit the Butterfly Pavilion? There was no need for Jessica to elaborate. She knew Leo would understand. That's what we're expecting. Leader, I will handle the negotiation for now. Just come here later, okay? Okay, I will be there soon. The call ended as Leo hurried to the Butterfly Pavilion. Meanwhile, Jessica turned back to Nabi with a gentle smile on her face. My apologies, Miss Nabi. My leader will be here soon. In the meantime, let us talk about the payment. Can you show me the amount you have prepared? Ah, yes. I have the amount right here. Nabi took out another scroll and put it on the table. This time, the scroll looked pretty worn out. It was probably older than the first one. And unlike the first one, there was a mark on it that resembled a flame. A symbol of House Sect. This contains the first epigraph House Sect, found decades ago. On top of 5,000 gold, we will offer this information. We believe what's written in this item mentioned here contains a way for a normal person to use chi. Your next journey awaits at a way to use chi for a normal person. Upon hearing that, Jessica narrowed her eyes slightly. Her pink-tinted sunglasses managed to hide a slight change in her expression, but she became increasingly wary of the woman in front of her. This is what we need. Maybe she underestimated how Sect's capability. The fact they offered this meant they knew what they wanted. And it also exposed the fact they couldn't use chi. Finding the fact that hallowed insect members couldn't use chi was simple. But making a decision to trust that the mercenaries didn't just hide, but actually had no shred of chi inside their body was dangerous. Even more so, exposing the fact of the other party, exposing that they knew their weakness. It was as if saying, hey, I know your weakness, and I am willing to help you. So work for me. Unless both parties had a close relationship, it could also be thought a threat. Jessica remained calm and composed while Nabi continued to smile as she watched her. She took out a brush and a piece of parchment from her pouch. She drew a few symbols on the paper and handed it to Jessica. This is the seal that you can use to access the room where the epigraphs are kept. You can come and collect it once you secure the item. The payment will be made after we verify the authenticity of the epigraph. The blue-haired woman said calmly. The epigraph can't be put in a storage ring due to the seal written on it. And we can't do anything about that, so we have to move it manually. And the reward, the first epigraph we secured, is also located in the same location. Feel free to learn the content, but we can't let you stay for too long in that place. Only a day at maximum before the trap will be activated again. In short, to get the reward, finish the job properly. The location also wasn't written in the scroll, so when they transported it, a member of House Sect most probably will accompany them to ensure they didn't betray them. Still, there is no need to show this to us yet. We haven't reached an agreement, yet nor discussed the specific task, the price, or anything else. Jessica said while shaking her head slowly, I don't want to rush. Let us wait for my leader to arrive before discussing further. Fufufu, all right. Nabi giggled and pulled the scroll back. I hope he arrives soon. She glanced at Jessica's eyes while hiding a cunning smile on her face. The negotiation continued with small talks as they waited for Leo's arrival. Chapter 63, Tense negotiation with House Sect at the same time. Leo was running toward the Butterfly Pavilion with Chiaki following behind him closely. The slum was located at the outer area of the city, while the pavilion was located at the center. It would take some time for them to reach their destination. But then suddenly, "Leader, there is someone following us." Chiaki glanced at Coco, who used its head to poke her neck. The doll signaled them that there was someone behind them. "Really? Who?" Leo slowed down his pace as he checked his surroundings using the smart lenses. His eyes flashed with a faint green light as he scanned the area. All people were normal, until a person was standing on the roof. Their appearance was hidden, making it difficult to make out any distinct features. Still, it was clear that they were watching the two people below. "It's the person from earlier," he thought as he turned his attention back to the street. "Let him be. It's not important." Chiaki was surprised by Leo's indifferent attitude, but she didn't say anything. She knew better than anyone that the follower wouldn't be able to do anything. All mini Cocos she spread in the area had followed the follower. In case he did something unpleasant, they were ready to attack and remove him from the area. And surely, Leo had plans involving the follower, so she just nodded. "Yes, leader." While the distance between the slum and Butterfly Pavilion was far and usually took 10 minutes to arrive, the duo's enhanced physical strength was nothing to scoff at. Even when they were careful, they arrived in under 3 minutes. A row of receptionists were lined up near the doorway. When they saw Leo approaching, they smiled and bowed politely. "U201C, welcome, sir. Are you here for an appointment?" "U201D, U201 size. Thank you. I'm here on business. I believe the manager has been expecting me. My name is Leo from Hallowed Insects." Leo shook his head and stated his purpose. The beautiful girls nodded their head and showed him the way. "I understand. Please, this way." He and Chiaki followed the servant girl, who guided them into the pavilion. They walked past several doors and rooms. Many sounds could be heard from behind the doors. This was an area he had never visited before. During his initial visit, he made his way to the highest floor, where they hosted a party and drank a lot. On his next visit, they were gathered in a large hall for another party. But today, he wasn't there for that. They finally reached a door with a luxurious engraving. The servant knocked 3 times and spoke. "Lady, Sir Leo from Hallowed Insects has arrived. Please come in." Nabi's voice sounded from the inside. Nodding, the servant girl opened the door and Leo entered. He scanned the room quickly, noticing that Jessica had sat across from Nabi, the beautiful owner of the pavilion. They're already discussing the job. Upon seeing him, they stood up. The owner immediately greeted him with a smile and a bow. "Greetings, Sir Leo. It's been a while. Nice to see you, Miss Nabi." Leo nodded his head politely in return. He didn't forget to give her a charming smile. In the past, she had helped him to deal with an annoying guard and gave him a bonus. Was that a calculated move? He didn't think so. Anyway, they had a chance to be acquainted. So, being polite was the best way to do. After greeting each other, he sat down next to Jessica while Chiaki stood with Jack. "So what is the job description?" he asked as he looked straight into Nabia's eyes. As she had negotiated with Jessica, there was no need to small talk anymore. His attitude shifted instantly, putting on a serious air befitting a leader of an amazing mercenary band. "Please allow me to explain the situation." Nabi gestured at the scroll on the table. Then she explained the whole situation, the job, and the pay to Leo, who had just arrived. He nodded a few times while listening, connecting her story with the knowledge he had from the novel. He tried to remember what kind of first epigraph the house sect found that contained a way for a normal person to use chi, but nothing came to mind. There's nothing like that in the novel. Kim Mingu has almost no relationship with the house sect even until the latest chapter, so this sect is still shrouded in mystery. But well, this is reality, not a story. The epigraph belonged to Venom's sect. It was a strong and vicious group that focused on poisons and dark techniques. They were not as influential as the 5 great sects, but they were not a pushover in the past. They are an atrocious sect. After Supreme Evil is defeated, the conservative group has been absorbed into the Tang clan and created a poison sect. What an ominous combo and relation. Was it just a coincidence? Perhaps so. However, Leo didn't have time to think about it. He was a mercenary and a leader. His priority was to secure the item and get paid. Leo gave a sign to Jessica and left the negotiation to her. It's not an easy job. I can't promise we will succeed, but we can try. But make it 10,000 gold. If I remember correctly, the epigraph is around half of this room and made from stone. Moving it manually is difficult without any kind of help. So, the extra 5,000 is for our specialized equipment. How's that sound? Nabi didn't expect them to succeed in the beginning. It was a treasure of a supreme evil, so it was expected to be very well guarded. The reason why she gave out an initial 5,000 golds was to test them and see how they worked. A specialized equipment. Is it their strange vehicle? She wondered, but she didn't question it. In any case, paying extra for a job with specialized equipment was always the norm, and the payment wasn't that high, considering what the job entailed. 10,000 gold, huh? You drive a hard bargain, Miss Jessica. Doubling the amount you asked is not an easy task, Nabi said, a hint of surprise in her voice. The content of the first epigraph we secured is worth more than any gold. Is that not enough for payment? Our specialized equipment needs fuel to operate. And because it's a precious material, it's not cheap. We also have to produce it before use, which also costs money. The cost of running the vehicle and the fuel consumption is quite high. Jessica's explanation was reasonable. Centurato, they will definitely try to recreate the fuel we talked about by tracing the materials we buy. However, they will never be able to because they're just fakes, Leo thought as he smiled warmly. Facing two people from the hallowed insect, Nabi felt a sense of danger coming from them. She felt that something was amiss, but couldn't place her hand on where it was. Still, their request was reasonable and not too outrageous. She had heard from her contacts that their vehicle was very useful and versatile, not to mention fast, but they never got to see in action. So, they had no idea of the truth behind their claim. No matter how much fuel they need, 10,000 golds is still too much. Indeed, securing the epigraph was their priority, but they also had to do it without hurting their pocket too much. Hostile parties could use the moment of their weakness to exploit them. How about we exchange 3,000 golds for information? We will pay 7,000 golds, the content of the epigraph, and free information that you want to know. We, the House Sect, is the biggest information gathering group in the world. We have a wealth of information. We even have a complete map of Central Plain. Nabi was quick to offer information as a counter. She was confident in her offer, especially with the vast information in their possession. Not to mention, she put bait on the Central Plain's complete map. Due to the fact that there were many mountains, valleys, and even rivers in Central Plain, creating a map was not an easy task. It was a closely guarded secret of the 5 great sects. No, thank you. We will prefer gold over the map. Information is not something that we can trust fully, especially if it comes from an unknown source. Jessica answered politely, and if we need your service, we will buy it through the right way. Nabi's proposal was declined immediately. They were a mercenary group, and money was their main goal. They had no interest in information unless it could help them get more money. Besides, they had their smart lenses to scan and create maps for them. A more detailed and accurate one. I don't think she will accept our offer. Nabi sighed in her mind. She had prepared the map, hoping to convince them, but it was in vain. It was something unexpected for her. At that moment, a commotion suddenly could be heard from outside. Stop right there. Get back here. You jerk. Chapter 64, Commotion and scheme shouts and sounds of clashing metal could be heard from the window. What on earth is happening? Nabi's face darkened as she looked at the door. She was in an important negotiation right now, and there was a commotion. Lately, her guards were getting weaker and stupider. And now this? Sir Leo, Miss Jessica, please excuse me for a moment. Please, take your time. Leo answered with a nod. She bowed her head slightly toward the guest before standing up and leaving the room. Her footsteps rang out clearly. Outside, a beggar was being chased by her guards. The beggar was a bit shorter than the average, with a dirty, patched coat and a tattered scarf covering his mouth. Upon seeing him, she narrowed her eyes and moved her hand. Suddenly, blue chi could be seen around her body. Following that, vines began to appear around her hand, growing quickly and shooting out toward the beggar like a snake. The beggar was shocked. His eyes widened as he screamed in fear. Help! Help me! He was caught off guard and unable to dodge the vines. They wrapped around him and tightened their grip. Ugh! The vines constricted around him, making it hard for him to breathe. He gasped weakly, his face turning red as he struggled. He became like a caterpillar stuck in a spider web. Nabi approached the beggar slowly with a cold gaze. She raised her hand, and the vines lifted him up into the air. You're bold, aren't you? For a beggar sect member to enter my pavilion. You think you're worthy of my attention? TCH. She didn't seem bothered by the intruder, but the fact that the beggar sect was here. Censuredo, spare me. I was just a messenger. In the end, he confessed that he was sent here by his boss. For a beggar, their life was not worth much, but a message was different. It was important, as he had to return to report what he found of their boss. I am just a messenger. I was ordered to watch Sir Leo and the lady with him. That's all. They have just returned from our base. I swear I am not lying. Upon hearing his confession, Nabi's face darkened even more. She was aware that they were trying to get the epigraph, but she never thought they would reach out to hallowed insects faster than her. Now the story was different. Initially, she thought her group was the first one to reach out to them. That was why she was confident with her offer. From what she knew, they would work for the highest bidder, no matter who they were. But now, there was a new player which would risk her negotiation from the verge of failure. That's why they asked for 10,000 golds. The beggar sect surely gives a better condition than me. Or so she would think. Inside the room, Leo explained to Jack and Chiaki what had happened. The other party that negotiated with them was a smart and cunning person. She would think of every possible outcome and prepare for it. With the appearance of the person that tailed Leo from the slum, Nabi would think that he had negotiated with the beggar sect and received a better condition. Leo had no doubt she would have a misunderstanding of her own accord, because he was also sure the beggar would say everything in the face of danger. She will come back to me, and she will offer better conditions. That's the perfect scenario. We will be able to get a bigger reward. If we are lucky, maybe she will give us the epigraph and more money. Guessing a smart person's mind is easier than guessing an idiot. The house sect needed hallowed insects. There was a reason why they couldn't move by themselves. Unlike big sects, Murim Alliance, and 5 great Murim clans, the house sect was secretive. They lived in the shadows to protect themselves from harm. They didn't have any direct influence or power in the political world, unlike other groups. Because of this, they had to rely on a few trusted people. That are people who were really neutral and wouldn't sell them out. But hallowed insects were different. They were not part of the Murim world. They didn't follow any sect rules or had a connection with any of the big groups. All their activities were based on money, and they were fearless. Not to mention their strange technology that was far more advanced than anything the world had ever seen. For the first time, the house sect had found someone they could trust. A group that was capable, reliable, and had the technology to do the impossible. And more importantly, not tied to anyone's influence. If hallowed insects were on board, they could get the epigraph safely and not risk their members' lives. The problem is their greed is a bit too high. With this, we can cut the source of their confidence and instill fear of losing our cooperation in them. And then we can have a better deal. As expected, after a few minutes, Nabi returned to the room with a changed expression. She sat down across from the two, her eyes staring at them. Please excuse me. There's a little bit of a problem. A problem? Leo asked as he raised an eyebrow, pretending to be oblivious. This time, he took over the negotiation himself, and Jessica knew that, so she stayed silent. Before we continue, allow me to apologize for the commotion. There's an intruder in my pavilion, and we caught him, but please don't worry. He was just a messenger. So, there's no harm done. Nabi gave an apologetic smile and waved her hand as if it was nothing. She sat down across from them again and took a deep breath. She took out a brush and a parchment and drew a few words on it. Afterward, she put the parchment on the table facing Leo and Jessica. I am willing to pay this amount. However, I want you to bring me the epigraph and return it in one piece. No matter what happens, the epigraph is the priority. The content is more valuable than anything else. How long did you need to prepare? As soon as you call us. Leo answered confidently. The epigraph will not be able to be accessed until 2 weeks. No? When he said that, Nabi's expression changed slightly, but returned to normal once again. She knew that she shouldn't be surprised about their capability anymore. Correct. Do you know the location? Unfortunately, my knowledge doesn't reach that far yet. He shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. Leo didn't lie. The novel did mention this particular war happening off-screen, but the novel's description had its limit. The location was said vaguely like the north area of Guangzhou, or between this valley and that valley. What he needed was the real location, not the one mentioned in the passing in the story. It's okay. I will provide you with the information. However, the location is a bit remote. It's around 2 weeks away with a carriage, so I'd appreciate it if you can finish the preparation tomorrow. 2 weeks away, huh? Considering the carriage moves only around 10 to 25 kilometers each and has to rest, it should take them 12 to 17 hours per day, not counting the breaks. So, we should expect around 2,500 kilometers distance. That is quite far, but not impossible. With his vehicle that could reach 200 kilometers each, he could cover that distance easily in less than 2 weeks. He was 10 times faster, after all. Given we ride 6 hours a day and the road conditions, a week should be enough to reach our destination. Is there someone from your side who will tag along with us in this mission? Yes, a member of my group will accompany you. We can't afford to lose the epigraph. Nabi nodded. Understandable. They would need someone to oversee the entire operation, of course. In that case, we need another vehicle. It's time to make a Humvee, huh? We will need steels and other stuff. Plenty of stuff. He calculated in his mind. All right, let us continue the negotiation. Leo was ready to take on the job and secure the epigraph. We will be the ones who will have the last laugh. The negotiation continued without any problem. They agreed to the price Jessica suggested. And because the payment was high, Nabi would pay half now and half when they return. Perfect. We will have enough golds to upgrade our base and one of our rooms soon. The materials needed to upgrade the base to level 2 wasn't much, but the price was thrice as the first one. And some of the materials required him to use the armory room to create. After the negotiation was finished, Leo took out the contract paper he prepared, changed a few things, and signed it. Nabi reviewed it and signed her name. Then, the job is yours, sir. Let us work together, shall we? Of course. Let us work well. Leo nodded his head. His face was serious, but he was smiling in his mind. There was no handshake because the culture here was different. Cupping hands and bowing their heads was the norm. The 4 mercenaries left the building after that, returning to their base. Chapter 65. Time to get serious. Meanwhile, Nabi stayed in her room. She was happy that the negotiation was successful, but the problem was the new player. Beggar sect. They're persistent. The beggar sect had been trying to get the epigraph and had almost succeeded twice. Their plans were thwarted by larger sects, but the beggar sect didn't give up. They were still waiting for a chance to get the item. She was worried that the beggar sect would do something and interfere with the job. For example, by sharing this news to Central Plains and make a big commotion. With that, no one would win, or at best had casualties. Still, those casualties would surely be a 6-star martial artist or higher. The epigraph was just that important for sects and large clans willing to sacrifice their people's lives. Even their elders might get sacrificed for their gain, and they would do it happily. Or they will be more reasonable and higher wandering warriors. I hope they choose that option. But it's hard to say since hallowed insects are the only neutral force in this area who wasn't interested in the epigraph. The other martial artists might just steal it for themselves. It was a headache for her. A sigh escaped her lips. Let us focus on the current problem. I will have to choose someone to join the group and secure the epigraph. Who should I order? Her brows furrowed in thought. I think I should ask Elder J.N. He is the most experienced and has a high position in our sect. I will give him the job. Nabi made a decision and called her contact, preparing for the mission. Unaware of her move, Leo and his group had already reached their base and were busy working on their preparations. Okay, we will need Humvees for this mission. The members who join will be me, Chiaki, Jack, and Shui. Jessica, You stay here and monitor our operation from here. Is that okay? Yes, leader. Jessica nodded her head. She didn't want to expose her identity too much, so she was more than happy to stay and handle the technical side of the operation. Although it was disappointing, she couldn't protect her leader herself. She trusted the other members. I will also prepare the materials needed for Humvee as well as the base upgrade material. May I borrow the storage ring, leader? She added. Of course. Use it as you like. Leo handed the storage ring to her. They were already planning on upgrading their base. With the 10,000 gold Nabi had paid, they could upgrade the base and buy more resources. Maybe if she did it right, she could also secure the ingots and upgrade the infirmary too. Right now, they didn't really need the storage room as they had the storage ring. It wasn't a priority for the moment. Okay, everyone, get to work. The beggar sect is on the move. They will probably send their members as well to obstruct us. We have to work fast and efficiently. Leo clapped his hands. Let us move, people. We don't have a lot of time. After that, they quickly moved to their stations and began their preparations. Jessica dragged Jack to come with her, while Chiaki mentioned she would continue her research. Leo himself went into the armory to check the material to make the Humvee. Inside the armory, there's a large machine that looked like a 3D printer. This machine was located at the center of the room. In front of the machine, there was a control panel. Leo sat in front of it and began to input the blueprint. Blueprint, 3D model. Activate the 3D scanner. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from the ceiling, covering the whole room. A moment later, a hologram of the vehicle appeared beside the machine. A 4-seater Humvee with a powerful engine and armor. Scan complete. Materialization process. Please provide the material. A mechanical voice sounded from machine. Leo nodded his head and looked at the material list. Humvee. Iron bars X80, steel ingots X30, copper ingots X20, hardened leather X40, wooden planks X60, glass shards X5. Looking at the list, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Creating a vehicle was always expensive, especially for a mercenary group. But it was a necessary cost, especially with the level of technology and martial arts they had. Materialization. Please provide the material. Cancel production. He canceled the process. He didn't have the material yet, as Jessica still secured them. We don't have a lot of money. As expected, we can only upgrade one room on top of getting a Humvee. The higher the room S level, the item choices and the quality of the items became better. Not only that, but the requirement to create a certain item would also be lowered as the machine got better. For example, some of the material needed to build the Humvee would be gone, like the glass shards or wooden planks. Still, he needed this vehicle in this world. All his vehicles in the last base couldn't be used. Just a single bike wouldn't be able to help him and his group anywhere. The gasoline isn't a problem. With the technology we have, even water is a good fuel. So we will be fine. We just need the money to upgrade the base and armory and the materials needed to create the Humvee. But well, with 10,000 gold, we can afford them just fine. With his mind made up, Leo left the armory and walked back to his room. He had to check on Anya and gave her an important job. Something had bothered him a little after he heard that the epigraph from the Venom sect had appeared. The coincidence with the Tang clan's attack a week ago was uncanny. Maybe there was a deeper scheme than he had thought. I have to ask Anya to gather information about the relationship between the Venom sect and the Poison sect. Let us see what's the truth behind the situation. Arriving in his room, Cinchuredo, Chapter 66. 66. Tang Clan's trouble. Anya felt comfortable around him. She had nothing to hide from her leader, and she trusted him completely, so she didn't mind. Barato embarrassment from being around her leader didn't beat the happiness of being able to Barato him. Leader looked surprised, she thought. Leo turned back around. I will assign you a special mission, he said. Investigate the Poison sect under the Tang clan. Cinchuredo, someone wants us to retrieve an epigraph from the Venom sect related to the supreme evil. We have to work together with another party. That is why I'm curious. There are no coincidences in this world. This epigraph discovery is too perfect that I think someone has planned this for a long time. You mean the poison sect may have a connection with the venom sect and the supreme evil? Hmm. Ah, that disgusting scoundrel is from the Tang clan. They're the closest to venom sect. She shouted in realization. She was done dressing and was standing next to him, nodding her head repeatedly. Correct. I have a feeling the Tang clan is not innocent either. Or at least some elders under Tang Jiaofu. But don't make a move yet. Just gather the information. Understand? Yes, sir. I'll work hard. She saluted and grinned silly. Leo shook his head and chuckled. He was used to her antics. Go. Remember to wear a disguise. Remember to report regularly. Okay. She skipped happily toward the door. Her mood was upbeat as usual, and Leo didn't stop her. He let her go and closed the door. That girl is always excited. He shook his head and sighed. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face as he remembered Anya's way to skip out of his room. But that's great. I feel at ease seeing her happy like that. It makes me feel better. Anyway, that was done. He just had to wait for now. In Tang Clan's main house, located in the center of Chengdu, the atmosphere felt tense and heavy. Several elders and leaders had gathered around the large hall, discussing the issue at hand. As the patriarch of the clan, Tang Jiafu also attended and sat on a luxurious chair located a few steps higher than the others. He wanted to lament and sigh so hard. The meeting had been going on for almost a week, and no one arrived at a conclusion. It was like a repeat of what had happened. One elder argued with the other, and soon they started shouting. The patriarch had to silence them, and the meeting went nowhere. If we keep this up, the other sects will hear of this and use it as a weakness, and the traitor will be able to escape. Everyone is too hot-headed and want to back down. This was a sensitive topic, and with the pressure from the outside, the inside was no different. The tension was high, and people were not willing to back down. If I have a choice, I would have ended the traitor's life a long time ago. But they are too deeply rooted. Tang Jiaofu scanned the hall, his gaze falling on every person present. He was the patriarch of Tang Clan, and he had the ultimate authority. But at the same time, he was not free from the shackles of the clan as traditions and rules. These elders had plenty of authorities that, combined, could frame him and drag him from his position. That was the reason he couldn't in the traitor's life himself. Everyone quiet. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. It was the clan's head of the secret guards, Tang Feng. As one of the three oldest elder, he had the authority to move and speak. His presence was strong, and the atmosphere became even more serious. TSK, we are wasting our time. What is the reason this meeting was held, anyway? We talked about a lot of useless stuff, and nothing is changing. If you want to do something, then do it. If not, let us stop wasting time and do something productive. He was the eldest and had no patience for these meetings. Veins popped up on his neck, his eyes were bloodshot. He had just returned from his mission and had no rest. Then he was given this nonsense. There was no reason for him to keep his anger. Old Feng, your opinion is noted, but we are trying to be careful. This is a delicate matter, and rushing will lead us nowhere. Another elder spoke up. He stroked his long beard and smiled slightly, but his eyes were cold. He had been the one arguing against everyone to push his own agenda. His name was Tang Heng, the clan's master of communication. Old Snake, you have no idea how much time we have wasted. Let's not forget that the traitor is still out there. He roared and slammed the table in front of him, creating a web-like crack. And Patriarch, how long will you stay silent? One of the traitor disguised himself as your second son. And our genius, Tang Soso, consumed blue spider pill and had her mind brainwashed. She became dependent and unable to live without that traitor. Yet, you're willing to waste time here. If this continues, the clan will fall into ruin. The hall was silent once again. No one dared to speak. They could see the anger and desperation in his eyes. He had been pushing for action, but no one was willing to move. Unable to hold himself any longer, Tang Jiaofu finally spoke. Elder Feng. His voice was cold and emotionless. The poison qi he tried to hold back threatened to escape his body. No one in this room is angrier than me. I hated myself and the fact I neglected my family for the clan. Please, I request you to mind your word. Dang Feng snot. He didn't apologize, but at least he kept his mouth shut. He understood what Tang Jiaofu talked about. Then, what should we do, Patriarch? We have a traitor in our clan, and our reputation is already declining. Even in Chengdu, rumors about our incompetence have been spread. Our allies and enemies are watching us. We can't allow this. Patriarch, what would you say? Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Anya's personal job I know, Elder Zhu. We can't continue like this. However, I have no authority to decide. It's up to the clan's council. As I said earlier, my judgment is clouded because I just lost 3 children in a day. If I made a decision now, what would you say? I believe no one will accept it. No one said anything. They were aware that he was right. In a sense, they could understand his anger and desperation. And the elders didn't want the patriarch to make a decision. Everyone sought the opportunity to get the highest position. Patriarch, how about we vote? Let us decide through democracy. Tang Heng proposed, this is a serious matter, and we can't just sit here and do nothing. We need to take action. The others nodded in agreement with his idea. I will bravado the voting system. With no other option, Tang Jiaofu nodded. All right, then we will begin the voting. He waved, and a servant entered carrying a sheet of paper and a brush. Everyone, write down your answer. What should we do in this situation? Find the traitors and execute them, or keep searching for more evidence? The hall was filled with the sound of scribbling. After a few minutes, the servants collected the paper and handed it to the patriarch. Let's tally the result. Yes, Patriarch. Tang Jiaofu's expression worsened after looking at it one by one. To find the traitors, something had to be sacrificed. And this time, the sacrifice was his reputation. He had a bad feeling about the future. A few minutes later, he cleared his throat and said, Then, I will announce the result of this meeting. Everyone looked at him, waiting for the result. As of today, we will not focus on the traitor. We will investigate more thoroughly and find out the source of the problem. But our priority is the clan's reputation and stability. That's all. Majority of elders voted to focus on the clan's reputation. Tang Jiaofu's face became paler and paler, but he said nothing. That's it. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting was over, the elders dispersed. Some went back to their own room, while the rest decided to meet somewhere else and discuss the issue in detail. As for Tang Jiaofu himself, he stood up and left the hall. It had been 7 days since he last slept, but he couldn't rest yet. There were still documents he had to check and the problem that he needed to solve. Spreading his chi thinly, he wanted to ensure that no one was following him. As an 8-stars martial artist that specialized in a poison and medicine that delved into the life and death realm, detecting life energy was easy. And he found something interesting. In one part of this mansion, near his room, he found a part that he couldn't detect. This hadn't happened before, and he knew this wasn't ordinary. An assassin? He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a voice rang in the room. Oh, you're able to feel my presence? That's strange. I am sure I can't be felt or even be detected by anyone or machine. Who are you? Dan Ziafu Zhao. His chi began to gather in his hand, creating a green sphere of energy. Oh, calm down, sir. Suddenly, the space seemed to distort and a bravado appeared from thin air. She was a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Her clothes were unusual and foreign-looking, but the feature that stood out the most about her was her clawed hands. Should I take him down? Leader's order is to collect information, but I was found. I can't allow anyone to see me. Her face changed into a dangerous expression as she mumbled quietly. A second later, she lunged toward the shocked Tang Jiaofu. Her speed was fast, and her claws were ready to strike. At the same time, Tang Jiaofu reacted quickly and said, Wait, are you from Hallowed Insect? The girl, Anya's clawed hand stopped right in front of his eyes. His chi defense was breached easily. If she was serious at targeting him, he might be gone already without being able to react. Huh, what's that? Are you talking about our group? Yes, I am from the Hallowed Insect. Why? I have a request. Tang Jiaofu said. From the meeting earlier, he knew that the traitor had probably taken over a deep root in the Tang clan. And this girl, from what he saw, was here not to assassinate him. Then, there was only one option. She's gathering information. The hallowed insect probably found something and decided to send this extraordinary girl to investigate. He had to use this chance. "What's the request, sir?" Anya asked, trying to be as polite as possible. But she still didn't retract her claws yet. She might look naive, but she wasn't stupid. Her life had resolved around the battlefield, where getting betrayed was normal. But from the information she gathered, this person here might be the patriarch that her leader talked about once before. One of a good person in this world filled with people who only cared about themselves, meaning a potential client. So she would hear him out before deciding what she would do next. "I want to hire you. Your group. Please, help me find the traitors who side with supreme evil within our Tang clan." Traitors? She blinked her eyes a few times. Why should we care about your internal problems? They'll pay anything. Right now, Tang Jiaofu couldn't believe his own clansmen. They were too busy with their own agenda, and he didn't trust anyone. At least, this group seemed neutral and didn't care about the Murim world's politics. But I shouldn't trust them blindly either. I need to keep my guard up. I don't have much time. I need to act now. Anya blinked her eyes a few times before a big grin appeared on her face. "Are they Venom sect people?" she asked innocently. However, that question enlightened the truth to Tang Jiaofu. He had never considered that possibility before. Venom sect had been long since gone. Hundreds of years had passed since they were destroyed and absorbed into the Tang clan as the poison sect. All their members were killed or enslaved. Yet, there were some remnants who had survived and were hiding within the clan. This information alone was worth thousands of golds. I should have guessed it. Tang Yao was replaced by no one but Supreme Evil's followers. He had acted as the patriarch's second son for too long. When Tang Jiaofu saw his fake son's transformation, with scales spreading across his skin, he understood that an evil entity had taken the boy's place. Scales and murky chi surrounded him. He should have noticed it earlier. "I see. So that's the case." He nodded. Anya had no idea what was going through his mind. From the look on his face, he seemed to be in deep thought. Not that it was that important to her. "Hello. Is your offer still valid, mister?" she asked again, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Yes, of course. You will get paid as much as you want. So, can we make a deal? Just tell me the identity of the traitor. I will pay 500 golds for each name. If you're able to bring evidence, I will pay an extra 500. That meant 1,000 golds each traitor if she could bring evidence too. Tang clan was willing to spend a fortune just to find the traitor. Anya was happy with the deal. Her private job from her leader was to collect information. If she could bring money back while doing the same job, she was willing to do it. Deal, she exclaimed energetically. Shall we write the contract? No need. I trust you. Tang Jiaofu was a cautious man. He wouldn't put his signature on the contract. At least not in a secretive work like this. This will be kept between us. Or maybe also your leader if you have to report it. Don't worry, mystère. My leader knows about the mission. He's the one who assigned me. Anya didn't say anything else. She didn't know how to explain her leader's genius plan. He surely knew that the Tang clan's patriarch needed to hire them. That was why he sent her to this place to investigate. There is no coincidence in this world. She remembered her leader's words before he assigned her a mission. That's right. It's all within his plan. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Tang Jiaofu smiled and sighed deeply. Having finished her business, Anya disappeared once again. Finally, he could rest. The weight on his shoulders felt lighter. He tried to sense her, but this time he was unable to. She had learned her mistake and learned how to hide herself from him almost instantly. What a terrifying talent. I wonder if she's willing to work under me. Maybe it was a mistake not to fight her, but he thought it was a better option to make them his allies. Well, it's not like I could defeat her anyway. At least, not alone. With a bitter smile, Tang Jiaofu sat behind his desk. He had a lot of work to do and no time to waste. As for Anya, she secretly communicated with Leo to report about her new job. She sounded pretty excited to secure a personal job from Tang Clan's patriarch by herself. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Moving out 3 days had passed since the deal with Nabi. Leo started the last-time preparation before heading out to the epigraph's location. By last preparation, he meant upgrading the base and creating the Humvee. Unfortunately, steels and irons rose in price lately due to large sects securing them in bulk. As a result, the advanced payment of 5,000 golds wasn't enough to buy all materials. They had to take money from their savings, depleting the golds they had left. Of course, they didn't touch Astrid's liquidated asset at all. This would be used for future plans. Anyway, spending golds right now was worth it. The upgraded base, armory room, and Humvee would improve their combat capability tremendously. They even had infirmary upgraded to level 2 from the rest of the materials. Steels and irons are so expensive. It costs more than when we bought in the past. Leo sighed. Even someone who is not interested in Central Plains realized the situation in Murim is now tense. All sects and clans are trying to secure weapons. War is imminent, and everyone wants to be prepared. That was the reason for the price hike. Not just iron and steel, but wood and clothes also increased. From his prediction, the price would continue to rise until war broke out, which most likely started by competing to secure the epigraph. No matter who got it, this would lead into a full-blown war between sects and clans. Centurado, I will explain the mission again. We have to retrieve an epigraph left behind by the Supreme Evil's Venom sect and return to the House Sect's warehouse. Other groups are our enemies without question. So, stay vigilant and watch out for any ambush or trickery. Yes, sir. All three of them answered with a nod. The path to the epigraph would open when the moon turned orange and bigger than usual. It's a phenomenon we usually call the supermoon. Don't ask me how it works, just think it's one of Chi's magic doing work. So be careful. By his estimation alone, there would at least be 5 to 6 large groups joining the fray. 2 which belonged to great sects in Shangxi, Mount Hua, and Wudong sect. Leo was particularly cautious of them. He had heard about their reputation. They were not like the small sects and clans who were only interested in protecting their territory. Instead, they were aggressive and ambitious. The 2 sects had the largest number of 6 stars martial artists and were willing to risk everything for more power and fame. Their reasons for getting the epigraph might be for good, as they were Taoist sect, but Leo wasn't naive enough to believe they would stop there. And with the epigraph's power, it would be easy for them to rise to the top of the martial world. We will stop by the Butterfly Pavilion to get the person from House Sect with us. The condition to finish the mission is to extract the epigraph or at least the content. Chiaki, I will leave that to you. Coco will be able to do it, right? Yes, leader. Centurado, please. Also, I will have Anya to contact you. Compile the information and do what you please. I understand, leader. May luck be with you. The secretary nodded and grinned. I will make sure everything is taken care of when you return. I am counting on you. Both of them had smiles that could even make the devil shiver as they chuckled deviously. The new member, Astrid, looked at the spectacle and took a step back. She had just joined the group and was not used to their eccentric behavior. Did I make a mistake joining them? She asked in her mind. Leo and the other 3 hop on the Humvee. The vehicle was a rare 6-seater with armor covering exterior and a powerful engine. It was an essential tool for the mercenary group. They departed immediately after everyone was seated. He started the engine and the Humvee rolled on the road. Many people looked over at the strange roaring beast sound. They were surprised when they saw the metal monster passing through. Some even recognized Leo and his group. Oh, the hallowed insect mercenaries are moving out. What is that beast? Or is that carriage? I could see it's moving with wheels. It's a vehicle. Remember the one the Thunder Gods ride? It's his divine beast. Ooh, divine beast. Naturally, people had misconceptions about something unknown and dangerous looking, especially when they saw a famous person with a god in their title driving it. Meanwhile, Leo was driving without a care in the world. His mind was on the mission and the possible threats waiting for him. Before long, they had arrived at the Butterfly Pavilion. He could see Nabi standing outside with a middle-aged man beside her. Nabi waved her hand when she saw them approaching. Her expression was a mix of surprise and fear. While she was told by Leo that he would bring specialized equipment, she had never expected something like this. A vehicle that roared like a dangerous beast. Nabi. Leo stopped the Humvee right in front of her. He and his teammates quickly jumped off and approached her. He looked at the middle-aged man with graying hair next to her and asked, Unfortunately, he couldn't judge how strong the man was, but he was sure he was at least 6 stars martial artist from his quick scan. His bone and muscle density was pretty amazing. Is he the person tagging along with us on this mission? Yes, he is. Mr. Leo, this is the House Sex representative. Please call him Jean. He will accompany you during the mission. She introduced the middle-aged man with a respectful tone, and he cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leo. Please call me Jean. I am a 6 stars martial artist, so I believe I won't be in your way at the mission. But if I do become the weakest link, feel free to cut me off, as long as it's for the mission. A person with a determined value and no hesitation. Leo liked him already. No worries, Mr. Jean. We will work together just fine. Great. Let's move then. Nabi seemed a little bit relieved seeing the two getting along well. She was a bit worried whether it was the right decision at sending the man or not, but it seemed like it was no problem. Jean was a 6 stars martial artist and was a valuable asset. But the house sect couldn't send any of their members or the sect itself due to the political pressure from other sects as well as the low manpower. Well then, feel free to hop behind with my subordinates. The one with long hair is Shui, and the other one is Jack. The girl who sits beside me is Chiaki. I will call their names a lot in the mission later to give command, so I hope you remember them. Oh, okay, Mr. Leo. I will take note of that. Good, then we will move out. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Moving out too, they returned to the Humvee and set off toward the destination. Jack and Shui introduced themselves to Jean as they drove to the exit gate, while Chiaki seemed to be indifferent. The location marked in a map given by Nabi was pretty far away from Chengdu. Not to mention, the map was hard to read. It was all over the place with the distance and the terrain not marked. So, they had to stop by a small village near the destination to gather information. There is no such place as the one in the map, sir. That place is a wasteland, and not even a single trace of any life can be found there. You should go around the Green Peak Mountain to reach the next village. I see. Then, can you show me where the Green Peak Mountain is located? Here, sir. The Green Peak Mountain is a tall peak and can be seen from afar. It's around a day's walk from here. Got it. Thank you. With the information, they left the small village and headed toward the Green Peak Mountain. The trip was quiet. Jack and Shui were talking with Jean, while Chiaki drove the Humvee this time. Leo had to map the area, so he was moved to the passenger seat. From his smart lenses scan, he realized the difference between what the villager said and the map. He looked at the map once again and raised his hand. Stop, Chiaki. A screeching sound filled the air as the Humvee came to a stop. Leo and the others felt the impact, but the vehicle didn't budge at all. What is it, leader? There's an inconsistency with the map and the villager's word. When he put the scan map and the drawn map together, there were parts that didn't match. This meant the map was either an error or intentionally misleading. I didn't expect that. He muttered, sharing his findings with Chiaki. What do you think? There are many possibilities, but we can't ignore the fact that someone is trying to trick us. Either the villager or... Her eyes sharpened like a blade as she glanced at the back seat. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the Humvee changed. Noticing the change of the atmosphere, even the two people beside him, Jean immediately waved his hands. He could feel their suspicion on him, and his heart sank. Wait, what is this about? Please calm down. We understand that making a map in this world is difficult. Leo immediately diffused the situation with a calm word. It was never his intention to put a blame on the house sect who provided the map. Rather, he just mentioned that the map had inconsistency. Based on the map, we should turn left here. But based on what the villager said, that place is a wasteland that we can't cross, and we should turn right. Then, based on the scan, we can go straight ahead and find the next village. I can't see another settlement other than that, but what is this? With the different information, the only logical explanation was that the map was either inaccurate or intentional. The only similarities of the two maps, compared to his scan map, was they avoid the settlement located around 5 kilometers in front of them. This can't be a coincidence. Leo had a bad feeling about this. He had the feeling he was being tricked. Leader, look over there. There's smoke coming from a distance. Maybe that's the next village written on the map? Chiaki said, pointing toward the smoke in the distance. He noticed it as well now that she mentioned it. Once again, the map scale was a little bit different from the real place. One part of the map had 1:1000 scale, while the other had 1:1500. So they couldn't exactly judge the distance and size of the place. Maybe we reached the second village faster than expected. Still, he wasn't sure. So he turned to Jean. What do you think, Mr. Jean? From what I read in the map, there should still be around 50 to 60 kilometers before we reach the next settlement. However, there is clearly human settlement right in front of us. Is it the second village we plan to reach or something else? Jean was not a stupid man. Also, as a member of House Sect, his information bank was vast. He knew the Sichuan and Shaanxi area like the back of his palm. That was why he was confused right now. I am not sure, he admitted. From what I know, the next village should be the one located 50 kilometers ahead, as you said. Then, how about the one over there? Leo asked, pointing at the smoke. No, that's definitely not the next village. There are no more settlements around the area, as far as I remember. Suspicious. The smoke he saw and everything around him smelt like a trap. But Leo couldn't figure out the reason. Leader, should I scout outside? Jack suddenly asked. His eyes were sharp, and he was ready for action. He was always the most eager one for a chance to use his favorite Fosni. Will you? Limit yourself to the roof of the Humvee only. We can't take any risk before reaching the determined location. Yes, sir. Jack jumped out of the vehicle and climbed to the top. With a pair of binoculars, he started to look around the area. With him scouting the area, Leo could rest easy and signaled for Chiaki to go again. They chose the left path, believing in how sex information. Seeing this, Jean felt relieved. If there is any inconsistency again, please just tell me. I remember this area like my own backyard, and from what I remember, there is no wasteland in front of us. My information is pretty recent, so I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Jean. We will be relying on your guidance then. No problem. Jean gave him a thumbs up and laughed, trying to lighten the mood. The road was pretty uneven in the area, so Chiaki couldn't drive as fast as before. There were plenty of rocks and bumps that made the Humvee shake a lot. Ouch, that hurt. Jack yelled from the top. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Ambush, you get up there. Jack. I'm fine, leader. Just Barado scratch. A rock suddenly flew from nowhere and hit my face. Darn, it's bleeding. Ouch. Heh, cried by being hit by a rock. How weak. Shui smirked. Shut up. At least I don't have an obsession with swords like you. You whoosh. Suddenly, a sound of splitting wind could be heard from outside. 3 of them at the same time. Hearing it, both Jack and Shui reacted immediately. The former caught something in his hand, while the latter jumped out of the Humvee and drew his sword. 2 silver arches appeared in the air and split something that targeted the driver and Jean. At the same time, Chiaki stopped the Humvee again with a screeching sound. It rocked for a second before coming to a stop. What the heck is this? Jack yelled as he realized the attack was from a person. He looked at his hand and saw an arrow. Leader, permission to shoot. Granted. Leo nodded and gave the signal. Fire away, Jack. Yes, sir. Jack pulled the trigger of his Fosni and a thunderbolt shot from the tip, aiming at the hidden enemy in the forest. A photon blast struck the spot where the arrows had been launched, creating a bright light. A cry rang out as the hidden Barado fell to the ground. Target down. He's immobilized, not deceased. Great job, Jack. Shui, Barado him over here, Leo said, opening the door and stepping out of the vehicle. Chiaki, protect me. As you wish. Yes, leader. Everything moved pretty fast. Shui jumped into the forest and grabbed the man incapacitated by Jack. He only needed 5 seconds to come back and bring the injured man in his arms. Ow, my shoulder. Let me go, you freak. Shut up, old man. Shui threw him at Leo's feet, and the man looked up, gritting his Barado. His Barado was broken, and his leg was twisted. He had suffered a serious wound, but he was not bleeding. Huh, he's not bleeding. Leo realized. This man is a martial artist. Probably a 4 or 5 stars if he could survive an attack from Jack's Fosni and healed it pretty fast. Great. A smile formed on his face as he stared down at the man. He had a feeling this was an ambush. A plan went on top of that. Of course his instinct could be wrong, so he asked questions. Who are you? Old man. You idiot. Don't think you could get away by attacking me. The man was furious and tried to get up, but he couldn't even move a finger. Shui had him immobilized with his feet. Somehow, it was pretty funny seeing an attacker saying that they attacked him first. Leo wanted to laugh so hard that his lips curled up like a crescent moon. The man, who saw that, immediately shut up. Jack stepped away, and Shui averted his gaze. Jin didn't know what happened, but he understood it immediately when he saw Leo smile. The 6 stars martial artist felt like surrendering his life on a plate the first time ever. Only Chiaki was able to stay calm in front of that smile. Now, did I hear that correctly? Leo said, stroking his chin in thought. If my memory serves me right, you attacked us first with 3 arrows. The arrowhead in your quiver and the bow on your back should confirm it. Am I right, Jack? Yes, leader. So, that means you were the one who ambushed us. Am I right, old man? He crouched and smiled. The smile was no longer the gentle and charming one. It was the kind of smile that could make anyone tremble in fear. Now, I ask again, who are you, old man? This is a question and a confirmation. If you don't answer, we will destroy the settlement inside that forest. And if you lie, you will be barato severely. Leo was a mercenary, and he didn't mind hurting someone to get his way. It was just his job. Dealing with this problem right here, right now, would be better for his job, too. Having an unknown risk could mess up his plan to get the epigraph. Also, for one, I hate liars, and I hate people who ambush me. You already have 3 strikes. 1 barato chance, and you will regret it. So let's try again. Who are you, and why are you ambushing us? I want to ask nicely again. Spare me. Please, spare me. The man cried and begged for mercy. He knew he was in serious trouble. Leo's eyes were sharp, and he could detect every twitch of his muscle and expression. The smart lenses did help a little, but most of it was from his sharp observation. Just answer my question, okay? I am quite kind to ask nicely once, but I want to ask nicely again. And no lies or deceptions either. Yes, I will tell the truth. I came from the hidden village nearby. We are all 5 stars martial artists there and have been living in hiding for years. We're just retired martial artists, and we only want to live peacefully. I swear on my life, no lies. The man was shaking in fear, and Leo nodded. Well, that's true. The smart lenses can detect his heartbeat and muscle twitching. He's not lying. But why did you attack us earlier? Leo's eyes were sharp. He couldn't afford to miss a single thing. The man gulped his saliva and finally gave up. I thought that was a beast. I just wanted to protect our home, he said as he looked at the Humvee. At that moment, Leo could understand where the old man came from. Even in Chengdu, his Humvee was mistaken as a divine beast. Then when he approached the first village earlier, the villagers were a bit afraid when he approached. The engine roared like a ferocious beast, and his team was heavily armed. Of course, he was seen as a threat and not an ally. Also, a hidden village for retired martial artists? Huh? Now that's interesting, Leo thought. So it's not a planned ambush, but a misunderstanding. All right, I believe you. Thank you for answering my question, he said as he stood up. We won't attack your hidden village. Instead, we will leave immediately. Thank you for your kindness. The man bowed his head in relief. Thank you for sparing me for my mistake. It's no problem. Just be careful next time. Don't attack people without knowing their background. Why, yes, sir. Thank you very much. I owe you my life. He bowed his head once again. Now let's move out, Leo announced, returning to the Humvee. Everyone else followed suit. But as they entered the Humvee, the man suddenly spoke loudly. There were many martial artists passing this path yesterday, sir. Please be careful of ambush and trickery. Leo was surprised, but he smiled and waved his hand. Thanks for the information. With that, he told Jessica to continue the journey. Now he understood why there was inconsistency in the map and why the villager told him to go around the Green Peak Mountain. By circling the mountain, they would need an extra day or 2 compared with taking the usual path. Leader, is it fine to leave him alone like that? Jack asked. Yeah, it's fine. He's no threat. Let's focus on the mission. Besides, I am pretty interested in that hidden village. All right. Leo smiled as he sat on the passenger seat. Retired martial artists? I've read about it in the novel once. Many martial artists who were declared dead or missing gathered to create a hidden village. In the novel, it's mentioned that it's just a rumor. To think that I stumbled upon it, and so close to Chengdu at that. He had to visit this village in the future, maybe after the mission was over. If only he didn't have a mission, he would stop by right now. Expanding his force in this world would be good. Even in the game, he had many branches of subordinates for smaller or large-scale missions. But with his current base, it was impossible to recruit the retired martial artists. It will take some time and effort. Maybe I should focus on that later. Let's see how the mission turns out first. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Leisure trip. The trip was planned for 3 to 5 days. On the first day, they planned to reach a city called Luoyang, which was located on the east side of Shaanxi. They had to rest there for the night and gather supply for the next 2 days. To avoid scaring people in the city, they stopped the Humvee a bit far away and walked to the gate. He put the Humvee into a capsule form, a shrinking pill that could be created in Armory Level 5. He still had a few of them in his main cube. The sun was about to set, and the sky was orange. Luoyang City wasn't much different from Chengdu. The main difference was the size and the architecture. While Chengdu had a lot of buildings, Luoyang was more focused on the castle and walls. It looks beautiful, Leo commented as he walked down the street. And there are more martial artists here. Is it because Luoyang is Wudong sect's territory? Yes, that's correct. Jun replied politely. Since the incident with the attacker, the middle-aged martial artist from the house sect turned so polite that Leo wanted him to relax slightly. But it was normal considering the horror he had seen and felt earlier. From the information I gathered, the Wudong sect is currently recruiting new disciples. Most of the martial artists gathering here are just 1-star or an apprentice who can't even feel qi yet. But they want the opportunity to get stronger by joining the Wudong sect. I see. Leo nodded. Then, shall we find an inn and rest for the night? Can we act freely, leader? I want to have some drinks. Jack made a drinking motion with his hand and grinned. Yes, of course. Just don't get drunk. We can't waste time tomorrow. The supermoon will appear in 10 days, and we need to be ready. I will watch over this gun maniac, so you don't have to worry. Shui said, patting his comrade's shoulder. Hey, you just want to drink with me? Jack retorted. Haha, I'll join you too. Jun smiled as he joined the conversation. The three of them seemed close and comfortable with each other. The group separated after agreeing to stay in a place called the White Horse Inn. It was a simple name, but Leo knew better than to judge the establishment from its name. After all, the building itself looked pretty good and comfortable. It even had a stable for the guests' animals, and the guards were well-trained as well as the dining hall. Leo sat on the table with Chiaki and ordered a few foods. Centuredo the aloof and cold Chiaki could appear cute. He wanted to tease her a bit, but decided not to. He didn't want her to get angry and ask Coco to bite him or something. Just like she said earlier, she hated men. Not for a useless reason, because they were disgusting or something. But it was related to the setting he created for her. She's an experimental subject who was forced to become a killing machine. All the men in her life abused her, used her, and treated her as an object, not even a human. But I appeared and saved her. It was a tragic backstory, but Leo didn't regret it in the past. After all, Chiaki's existence was his creation. But now that she was real, he wanted to show her some love and kindness. He didn't want to push her into anything she didn't want. Leader, can we walk around town together? She suddenly asked, and he was surprised. Chiaki was never interested in sightseeing or leisure activities. Oh, is that what you want? Yes. Our leisure walk before got interrupted, and I want to see this new place. It looks interesting. Her eyes sparkled, and he saw her smile a bit. It was a rare sight. Leo couldn't refuse such a request. He didn't think his NPCs would develop new interests once they became sentient. Out of the others, Chiaki had less interest and activity. She was always calm and collected. But maybe being in a new environment changed her perspective. Everything is just gray and destroyed in the game. So, she didn't have any chance to explore and see new things. But now, there are a lot of new things for her. Of course, let's have a leisure walk. The two left the inn and headed into the streets after eating. Night had fallen, and the streets were empty. Only a few stalls were open, and people were chatting while drinking. It's noisy, Chiaki muttered. Yeah, it's lively. Two different opinions. But it was clear they both enjoyed it. They walked toward a nearby fountain and sat on the edge. Chiaki was silent, and he didn't know what she was thinking. But he knew her enough to guess that she was thinking about something. After a while, she finally spoke. Leader, may I ask something? Sure, what is it? Am I be of use? My research stalled, and you even took this job to get the reward to help me. Was she of any use? What a stupid question. Leo wanted to say that she was stupid for asking, but he stopped himself. Chiaki was an intelligent person. She was just asking a question based on her insecurity. Of course, you're useful. You're a vital member of our group, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But I did a lot of things since we were stranded here. You got us our initial fund and helped us establish a base. Then you researched Chi and set up our defensive system. Leader, your work is priceless. Chiaki, you don't have to worry. The content of the epigraph we got from this mission will only accelerate your research and help us gain the best method to control Chi. That's why we're doing this job. He patted her head gently like a child. His fingers were careful, and she felt warm inside. Then I am glad, she said, leaning her head on his shoulder. Leo got surprised, but smiled warmly. He didn't expect such a gesture from her. Let's return. We need to wake up early tomorrow to find Jack and Shui. They might have drunk too much. I know. They're so annoying sometimes. She complained. Haha, I can't argue with that. The two returned to the inn and went to their room. Leo had the one at the end of the second-floor hallway, so they walked together. Well, good night then, Chiaki. Have a nice rest. You too, leader. After getting an answer, he opened the door and entered. Then he was about to close the door, but Chiaki unexpectedly entered with him. He raised an eyebrow. Do you still need something, Chiaki? She tilted her head in response. I am attending to you, leader. Without Jessica here, I will be the one to stay and protect you while you're sleeping. Don't worry. I will only be here at night. No one will suspect anything. That's... He scratched his cheek. That's right. Okay, I get it. Please stay with me tonight, then. Yes. Her expression was calm, and she nodded. Leo felt relieved seeing her like that. He closed the door and lay on the bed. He had been traveling all day and needed some rest. As if it was completely natural, Chiaki lay beside him. They didn't change their clothes and still wore their bodysuit because they were outside of their base. Good night, Chiaki. Good night, leader. In a short while, Leo closed his eyes. His nanites helped him fall asleep in less than a second. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. It's not safe in Niram night in Luoyang was serene and empty. No one walked outside, and only a few lanterns were lit. Most people slept early and woke up early. The town was surrounded by fields and farmland, so the villagers had to wake up early to tend their crops. However, that usually wouldn't stop people from drinking and partying, especially in a town where Wudong's sect was recruiting. Still, the loud laughter and cheering couldn't be heard at all. The reason was because it was too dangerous outside. Where martial artists gather, there would be fights. Only one area was lit brightly and had people partying, but the guards didn't allow just anyone to enter. They stopped normal people and only allowed martial artists to pass. In short, everyone in the partying area were martial artists, including the servants and server. Inside one of the buildings, a table with 3 people could be seen. They were more rowdy and drinking harder than anyone else. Hey guys, let's have another round. Jack shouted, raising his glass. Yeah. Shui cheered, clapping his hands. Both of you are drinking so much. Zhun shook his head and chuckled. I can't understand how you can hold so much alcohol. It's not that hard. My body can take it. Jack grinned, pouring more alcohol in his glass. The alcohol here sucks, but it hit the spot. Hey, Zhun, why don't you have some more? I've already drunk enough, my friend. Come on, a few more won't hurt. Jack nudged him with his elbow, and Zhun sighed. Barato and the alcohol, the rivalry and mocking between Jack and Shui disappeared. They had always been like this. If Leo saw their situation, he would shrug and say this was how best friend Barato. But that wasn't the case for Zhun. All right. Let's just drink and talk, he said, smiling. Yeah. Shui and Jack were grinning happily. Many people stared at them and muttered, They are too loud. How can they drink so much? Yeah, For two normal people, they are pretty heavy drinkers. One of them has strange clothes and a strange stick, while another brings a pretty good sword. Who are they? And what's up with the guy in the black clothes? He doesn't even drink, and somehow talk to them politely despite being a 6 stars martial artist. They might be princes or nobles who want to test their strength. It's not unheard of. True. The other party nodded in agreement. That means they are rich but weak, right? No one knew who uttered that, but the eyes of people gathering in the building immediately changed. Greed and envy filled their eyes as they looked at the trio. Now, they looked like easy prey. Still, the 6 stars martial artist accompanying them was a problem. Who would be able to handle such a guy? Unexpectedly, someone approached them with a grin. Hey, you three, are you bored of this place? If you want, I can show you the best entertainment in this town. Huh? Entertainment? Jack raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I heard young masters said the alcohol in this place is not that good. Actually, I know a place where they sell really good alcohol. It's called Spirit Lake Wine and is made by the master himself. The wine is really good and has a strong spirit that can make anyone drunk easily. Sounds interesting. Let's go, guys. I want to try that wine. Jack turned to Shui and Jean. The latter nodded. Sure, why not? I will tag along with both of you. Jean smiled, standing up. The three of them walked out of the building with the stranger. Unbeknownst to them, many pairs of eyes followed their movement. They are heading out. It's our chance. That person, I recognize him. He's the troublemaker from the Wudong sect. No one wants him around, and he always causes a problem. But being a 5 stars martial artist, he's pretty strong. He's the perfect bait. Should we attack them? Yes, we will ambush them and grab the money and weapons. Their guard won't be able to fight all of us if we take the young masters as our hostages. Many people were gathered, and all of them had ill intentions toward the trio. Greed filled their eyes. Easy prey were presented in front of them, and it was normal to take advantage of it. After all, they were martial artists, and the Murim world wasn't kind to the weak. This was the reason why this area was secluded by the guards. Outside the establishment, Jack, Shui, and Jean followed the stranger. The Spirit Lake wine is made from. The stranger that introduced himself as Jean was talking, but the three were no longer listening. Something felt wrong. Jack and Shui had noticed they were led into a dead end. Even when they went drinking, they didn't forget an important task given by their leader. Every time they went to a new city, they had to map the area and mark any potential danger or resources. They knew the surrounding area pretty well, so they immediately recognized the dead end. And that's why the two of them were prepared for the ambush while pretending to be a fool. Where's the store, Jean? Jack asked, tilting his head. It's located right after this intersection. Please follow me, young master. The location is pretty hidden and only a few know where it is. Oh, then let's hurry up. Jack acted ignorant and pretended to rush forward. But in fact, he was waiting for the trap to be sprung. Shu's right hand rested on his photon sword. Jun wasn't oblivious either. He could sense the danger, and his hand was ready to grab his dagger at any moment. Sensing that the three people tensed up, Jean knew they had noticed his ambush plan. He clicked his tongue and turned around. Since when did you notice, young masters? I should have known you're not an ordinary person. It's pretty obvious. Jack replied, shrugging his shoulders. From the start, it's clear that you're up to no good. You don't even need to be a martial artist to notice. Then, why didn't you run away? Why should we? Shui took out his photon sword. The blade hummed, and the sound was intimidating. We were having a nice conversation, but you tried to lure us here. We were curious about your intention, and now, well, you're just a petty thief who's aiming at our wealth. We shouldn't expect anything more from them. Jack mused. He was holding 2 handguns, pointing at the ambushers. Silently, Jun took out his dagger. Blue chi rose from his body. The ambushers showed one after another. At first, Jack thought there might be around 5 to 6 ambushers. However, wow, there are so many of them. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Ambusher in city from behind houses to the roof. Many shadows emerged. Even from afar, he could see them clearly. In total, 20 martial artists appear to try their luck. Leader won't be happy if he found out I was careless and got ambushed. So let's end this quickly. Shui said. Let's see who kills more, shall we? Jack grinned, twirling his gun. Heh, I'm always the fastest. Jin didn't say anything. He was tense and focused on his surroundings. The closest ambushers were 10 meters away. They were 5 martial artists. This situation was pretty common in Murim, but it was rare for a 6 martial artist to get ambushed by 10 or 20 people. The difference in power was just too big. Chapter year. What should I do? He thought. If he got injured here, the mission would be in danger. Should we run? Before anyone could make a move, a huge boulder flew out of nowhere toward them. Jin was unable to react to the sudden attack, but surprisingly, it didn't hit them. Shuei jumped forward and swung his photon sword. With a burst of white light, the boulder was sliced into pieces. What on earth? Jin and the others were shocked. Following that, Jack grinned and aimed his handgun. He pulled the triggers and the bullets flew. You all are nothing, he yelled. One of the ambushers was hit in the leg and fell to the ground. Majority of them got bullets straight to their brains. Without stopping, Shuei immediately leaped toward the nearest enemies once he landed. He was faster than a bullet, and his sword was no longer white. It was blue, and his move became a blur. In a moment, he cut 5 enemies. The others were shocked and realized that the 3 of them weren't just a normal group of young masters. What they faced were monsters. Only 5 ambushers were left, including Jean. Their legs trembled and they couldn't move. Shuei cut the other 2 again, including a burly man who threw the rock earlier and swung his sword, cleaning the blood on it. So what's the plan now? Jack asked, looking at the last 3 ambushers. Jean was sweating heavily and couldn't form a coherent sentence. The 2 men beside him were trembling in fear. As they saw Jack and Shuei approaching, the last 2 guys ran immediately. Still, being 3 martial artists, they couldn't run faster than Jack's photon bullet. Zoop! With a soft sound that rang thrice, Jack's attack struck them down. Loud thuds rang as their barato crumpled to the ground, spilling all the jam to the ground. The last thing Jean saw was Jack's irritated expression. Down. Now, we have to clean up the mess. Jack groaned, pressing his temple. The leader will be furious at us for being careless. Should we call Chiaki to clean them? It's your idea to follow this man, so I will not help. Centuredo House Sect has members in this city. I will tell them to clean them up. Sweat. So you offer a cleaning job as well. I will call you when I need to clean up in the future. Jack laughed loudly, and Shuei shook his head, sighing. They argued once again as the alcohol already left their system, making Jin wonder whether they had a good relationship or not. In another part of the city, people dressed in official robes and a few in black clothes could be seen gathering in front of a gate. It was the Wudong sect's gates, and a group of people who didn't wear their sect's uniform came, claiming to be recruits. A man with an impressive mustache stood in front of them, looking bored and indifferent. He was wearing a white robe with blue Wudong sect's symbol etched on his left chest. All right. Calm down, all of you, he said. His words were soft and gentle, but the authority was clear. All of you have been chosen as the mighty Wudong sect's new disciples. Be proud and work hard. Yes, sect leader. The young martial artists shouted in unison. They were eager and excited to start their training. Now, there will be a test for you. It's not a requirement, but I suggest you do it. Test, sir? Yes. The sect leader, Zhang Tian, nodded at the young martial artist's question. In a few days, an opportunity will present itself. You can use it to show your ability and how far you can go. You're free to refuse, but most people choose to participate. What is the opportunity, sir? It's a secret. Just know that if you join, your martial arts will improve leap and bounds. Reaching 3 stars or even 4 stars isn't impossible. Hearing that, the disciples couldn't hold their excitement. An opportunity that allowed them to improve martial arts. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Almost everyone gathered as new disciples were young, and the majority hadn't unlocked their chi yet, and only a 1-star martial artist. They wanted to get stronger and be respected as a martial artist. Now, that's all I have to say. Those who are willing to take the test, stay and register at the gate. Elder Jia, or you might know him as the Righteous Sword, will accompany you to the test. Those who don't want to, can return to their dorm. No one will judge you. After he finished speaking, the crowd split into two groups. One group was leaving the gate, and the other stayed, registering their names and age, while a minority of them returned to their dorm. Those who returned never had intention to join in the first place. And people who understood the underlying danger in this test. There are 3 new disciples who returned without hesitation. An elderly man standing beside Zhang Tian whispered. He was Elder Jie, the righteous sword from Wudong sect, a renowned 7 stars martial artist and a genuine powerhouse. I understand, Elder Jie. Zhang Tian nodded, glancing at the young man who didn't dare to look him in the eye. They are disciples who we can nurture into the future. Of course, but not all of them. We should pay attention to those who chose to stay. There are a few that show promise. The boy in the brown clothes, for example. He doesn't have any weapon, but his body is full of qi. For a 1-stars martial artist, that's impressive. Yes, I agree, Zhang Tian replied. And the girl with short hair. She's a 3-stars martial artist, and her movement is quick. She has the highest potential among the group. What about the other one? The one that came in tattered black clothes. He's among the 3. His name is Kim Min-gu. To be honest, his martial art isn't impressive at all. He's only 1-star martial artist at 17 years old. He's not talented in martial art, but he's smart. We can nurture him to be a scholar in the future. If Leo heard that, he would probably be rolling on the floor right now. The protagonist of this story wasn't talented. The young boy that heavenly demon nurtured and praised as the greatest genius under heaven. However, Zhang Tian and Zhang Jie didn't know that. They continued talking about their plans and left after saying something in a low voice. We will be the one who obtains that epigraph, even at the cost of these new disciples. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Strange village morning arrived. Leo woke up and exited the room with Chiaki after washing his face. He felt really great and fresh. That was until he listened to what Jack and Shuei did last night. I want to ask why you two did something so stupid. He said, frowning. But you will drive today. Understood? Yes. No problem. Jack bowed his head in apology. Sorry, leader. Good. Leo nodded and patted his shoulder. Chiaki looked at the 2 guys and clicked her tongue. They waste a fine specimen. She whispered quietly as she followed Leo, and he pretended that he didn't hear that. What specimen? He asked in his mind. Knowing more might traumatize me, so I won't ask. He looked at the map and the location of their next destination. According to the epigraph, it was located in a small village. They had covered 1/3 of the journey already, and the supermoon would appear in 10 days. Oh yeah, leader. We heard something interesting, Jack said, leaning his elbow on the table. Last night, in the tavern, I heard Wudong sect has recruited more than 500 disciples. Really? Leo raised an eyebrow. That's a lot. Jin said, surprised. Wudong sect is known for their strict selection. Why would they recruit so many people? There's only one possibility. Shuei crossed his arms and raised his head. Woman's babataktik. Chiaki finished his words. What's that? It's a common strategy in our place before where they used numbers to overwhelm other factions. No matter how strong the faction was, if they were surrounded by thousands or even 10,000 soldiers, they would fall. Leo explained to Jean, who seemed to be confused. This tactic wasn't used in Central Plains because it was disrespectful, cowardly, and considered inhuman. Disciples were important and family members. No matter how weak or strong the sect was, no sect would ever use human wave tactics, except for the demonic faction. If that's true, then Wudong sect's position would be threatened. There's a chance the sect might fall or be severely weakened. But why would the sect do that? Jin asked. To obtain the epigraph. Leo replied. It was the only reason why the sect would recruit so many people and risk their own. The epigraph was just too valuable for them to skip. Change of plan. Let's head out now and skip the next city. We have to lay some traps around the entrance before anyone arrives. He eventually decided and stood up. The fight of epigraph might be more fierce than I expected. We will steal the start and enter the ruin first before anyone else. Everyone nodded and headed outside the city. Once they were out, he opened the capsule and took out the Humvee. Leo sat on the driver's seat, and Chiaki took the passenger seat. The others sat in the back and waited for the next journey. As they started the engine, a group of people looked at them. They left immediately without wasting any time. Around 1,600 kilometers was left. The two-thirds of the path left were mostly mountain area filled with bandits. The main road wasn't really safe either, which would slow them down if they were normal travelers. Fortunately, they weren't normal. When night arrived, they already covered another 800 kilometers. Only halfway was left to their destination. But this was when things went pretty troublesome. Bandits became very active at night. They were drawn to the Humvee's bright light and prepared many ambushes. ZZT, another one down. Jack, who moved on Barato of the Humvee, reported in a calm voice. I spotted a group of 5 people hiding 300 meters away. There's a strong chance they're hostile. Requesting permission to Barato, leader. Permission granted. Esperado them, Leo replied, smiling. Within seconds, the area went quiet, and the bandits ran for their life. Well, that's done. Good job, Jack, Leo said. We shouldn't kill any of them. They will be useful to keep our enemy in check. Chiaki, have you prepared the mini Cocos? Yes. I spread them every 250 meters. They will give me a signal if they detect a large group of people. Good. Shui, change with me. I'm a bit tired driving. Got it. The driver changed, and Leo leaned on his seat, closing his eyes. The Humvee continued driving while Jack and Shui took turns at night. They also rotated the sleeping shift. Only Jean refused to sleep at night, saying that he would be fine, and the least thing he could do was to have a night watch because he couldn't drive. It was a long night, but it wasn't uneventful. Jack had a few fights, and Shui used his sword to stop bandits from attacking them. Chiaki commanded Coco to spew some mini Cocos on the way, spreading them everywhere to collect information. Finally, they could rest easy when the morning arrived. Leo drove the Humvee again after refilling its fuel with water. It was a quiet day, and they didn't run into any bandits or anyone. They reached the small village in less than 2 hours and immediately parked the Humvee near the entrance. We are already close. For now, let's stock our food and water in this village and head to the ruin immediately. Leo gave out command naturally. It was a small village, but it was filled with fields and rice paddies. It was surrounded by a wooden wall and had a big gate. For some reason, the gate was closed, and no one peeked to see what kind of thing made a roaring sound, which was strange. Every time Leo approached settlement, his vehicle, either it was his bike or the Humvee, would attract attention. Not to mention, his smart lenses didn't detect any life around the gate. It's strange. Jean suddenly spoke, attracting the others' attention. I can feel ominous chi from inside. Something is not right. There are too many of them. Should we investigate? Leader? Shui asked. We need to refill our water at least, so there is no choice but to enter. He said, turning to Chiaki. Do you still have enough nanites? Spreading mini Cocos surely took a lot from you. Yes, I have 60 left. I can still spread around 1,200 mini Cocos. And I also still have a nanites capsule to restore 20 of my nanites immediately in case of emergency. Then keep your nanites and stay behind. He said, taking out his handgun. Jack, stay here with Chiaki and protect the Humvee. Shui, you come with me. And Mr. Jean, may I require your assistance to detect where the ominous chi is located? Certainly. Jean cupped his hand and nodded. Understood, leader. Shui nodded firmly. I will follow as well. Chiaki insisted. No, Chiaki, stay here. You have to take care of Jack. If anything happens, you can help us escape with Coco. I trust you to secure our escape route with Jack. It's an order. Roger. I will obey, leader. She reluctantly obeyed, not wanting to make Leo worried. All right, let's move. Afterward, the group entered the village with Jean leading the way. They climbed the wooden gate with the help of a rope. As soon as they arrived at the barato of the gate, Leo's eyes were filled with horror and despair. Chapter Euro? Is this? Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Massacring ambusher many fallen barato, if they could be called so, could be seen. People with severe injuries and ruined clothes were scattered everywhere. Something terrible had happened to all of them. The scene was shocking, and it looked recent. Probably only happened 3 to 5 days ago. This is something, Jean whispered, clenching his fists. His face turned pale as he averted his gaze. Leo's heart sank. He was reminded of the worker society in his life. It was a similar situation where everyone was a puppet and couldn't live freely. Meanwhile, Shui was reminded of his hometown. His gaze turned cold and his fist trembled with anger. "Leader, what do we do now?" he asked, trying to be as calm as possible. "We can't stockpile here. But this... Did you mention that you felt an ominous qi?" "Jean?" "Yes, I can still sense it. The same qi came from these villagers on the ground. But even if I concentrated, the source of this qi has been long gone. I only felt a faint trace moving toward the direction of the next village." "Next village," he thought, rubbing his chin. Whatever caused this was a martial artist. Maybe it was a wandering monster or a demonic faction. Anyway, it was too late to help these people. "Let's get out of here," Leo muttered, and the group returned to the Humvee. He explained the situation to Jack and Chiaki before making a decision. The next village probably has the same fate as this one. But we will chase whoever caused this and kill him. "Is there a reason for such action, leader?" Chiaki asked, tilting her head. "Cinchuredo. Leaving a dangerous enemy that could devastate an entire village was not a wise choice. Especially so when there would be many enemies once they arrived at the location. 2. Leo had a suspicion about the ominous qi that Jean mentioned after he looked at the barato of the villagers. There was something he read in the novel before about a demonic martial artist titled Heartless Undertaker. A demonic martial artist that could absorb the qi of the living and the dead, turning them into puppets. If it was him, then Leo couldn't ignore him. Because if he reached the epigraph, Cinchuredo, if he's given enough time, then no one will be able to stop him. "I know," Leo nodded. "Chiaki, call back all the mini-cocos and recover your nanites to 100. This will be a race against time. We have to stop him before he reached the ruin. Reconnaissance is the last thing we need if that guy creates an army. We will need Coco at full strength to fight him." Chiaki obeyed and took back all the mini-cocos she planted all over the place. "Roger. Mini-cocos will return in 3 hours at the fastest," she reported. "That's okay. Based on the corpses, I believe the man has gone far from this place. Most probably he already reached the ruin ahead from us. Let's get out of here. The smell of death is suffocating." With that, the group returned to the Humvee and drove toward the next village. "I have a bad feeling about this," Jack muttered, his expression grim. "This is the first time I felt like this in this place." Leo couldn't agree more. If it was a normal enemy, he wouldn't worry. But this was a demonic martial artist. He prayed that the epigraph wouldn't fall in the wrong hands. No, there was no need to pray. He would be the one to secure it, as it was his job to do so. The novel mentioned Heartless Undertaker was suspected to be Supreme Evil's follower, but has never been confirmed. But if it's true, then we are facing a dangerous enemy. After driving through a bumpy road for an hour, they managed to spot another village. Black smoke rose from the houses, and no one could be seen. "I can feel ominous qi from the village, the same one as before," Jin informed, and Leo nodded. Another devastating attack. Everyone in the Humvee had a gloomy face. "Leader, let's get off and check the situation," Shui suggested. "I can go alone if needed. Who knows, there is a lucky survivor among them." Leo thought about it a little and nodded, letting the swordsman check the village alone. Being a mercenary sometimes required one to be heartless. However, that didn't mean they stopped being humans. After waiting for a while, Shui returned from a village while holding something in his hand. A small long creature with scales and sharp barato. A snake. "This is the only survivor," Shui said, showing the snake in his hands. "I found it near one of the fallen. It's a pretty fierce creature and has a strange body. Let me see it." Jin leaned forward and observed the snake. He was an expert in identifying animals, so he could tell what it was. Upon looking at it closely, his expression changed. This snake is a mutant. It has a strange body and a different genetic structure than normal snakes. It might be a new species or a mutation. The scale is something you often find in green swamp snake, a dangerous creature that lives in the swamp and attacks its prey by spitting poison. However, this one seems different and has a stronger venom. It's not something you find around here. It's a weird snake, Chiaki added, using her specialty as the infirmary nurse and the smart lenses to scan it. Its genetic structure is unstable and mutated. It's not something a normal snake can do. It has a different brain and eyeball. The brain is larger and the eyeball can detect heat. Leo fell silent, staring at the snake. He opened his note secretly, making only him able to see the hologram screen through his smart lenses. If you remember correctly, he took a note about this snake in the novel. It was called Green Poisonous Mutant and was a dangerous creature that lived in the swamp. However, the snake that Shuei held was different. Its skin was black and didn't look like the one that was described in his note. Get rid of it, Leo said. It's a mutant and dangerous. If it grows and multiplies, we will have a problem. Shuei obeyed and used his sword to stab the snake. Once it was dead, he burned the body with a lighter. They watched the snake turn into ash, but Leo knew that they were lucky to not encounter any trouble. They couldn't relax yet. After burning the body, they headed to the next village. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Crowded night, the situation of the next village was the same as before, and so were the 3 villages they passed by. The mood turned pretty grim as they saw the devastation. The ominous chi became bravado prominent, and Jun could feel it getting closer and closer. It was almost night, and Leo knew that their enemy was just up ahead. Let's stop here now, Leo said as he stopped the Humvee. We will rest here and continue tomorrow morning. The ominous chi is getting stronger, so be prepared. We will encounter our enemies soon. How is your nanite, Chiaki? Chapter stay. I am fully recovered, leader. And I left 1 mini Coco in each village in case the perpetrator returned. Please don't worry. They don't even take one my nanites reserve. Good. Leo nodded. Shuei, can you cut some branches for our Barado? Yeah. Use your sword and gather the Barado, sword maniac. Jack laughed, giving Shuei a playful jab. But the swordsman didn't take it too kindly. At least I am useful rather than becoming an extra baggage in the group. He sneered back. You idiot. Come here and fight. Jack yelled, ready to jump at him. But Leo interrupted their quarrel. Enough. Don't fight here. Jack, go and help Shuei gather the firewood. Start the fire too. And, Mr. Jean, can you help me set the tent? I will teach you how to do it. Understood. Leader, I can help you with that. Chiaki offered. No, Chiaki. You're to set a defensive alarm around the area. I'm counting on you. Yes, leader. After a few minutes, everyone was busy setting their camp and preparing for the night. The man from House Sect was surprised when he saw the modern tent Leo took out from the Humvee's trunk. He was impressed with how comfortable the tent was and even asked for the price. Unfortunately, Leo couldn't mass-produce these tents yet, so he only laughed and didn't answer. Once the sun started to set, the night came. The sound of wood burning was the only noise around them, and it was the most peaceful night they had so far. Leo talked a few random things with Jack and Shuei. They also retold their stories from the past. While the 2 guys talked, Leo glanced at Jun. The middle-aged man was lost in his thoughts, looking at the fire without blinking. It was obvious that the situation was getting to him. Mr. Jun, let me be clear. Leo's voice rang clearly in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Your purpose in this journey is to watch over us and ensure the epigraph reached House Sect's warehouse safely. And our job is to secure the epigraph and transport it. To be honest, your safety is none of our concern. Facing Leo's cold words, Jean frowned. However, you are a 6-star martial artist. I believe you are skilled enough to defend yourself. He continued, that's why, leave the fight to us. Stay near the Humvee with Jack. He will be hidden from a safe distance, and you can focus on protecting the vehicle. That's your job. Understand? Yeah, I understand. Good. Now, everyone go to sleep. We will have a long week ahead of us. This might be the last time we can sleep comfortably. Everyone nodded and went to sleep. Their sleep didn't last that long. Around 2 hours after midnight, the alarm Chiaki had set up started ringing. A light shock ran through Leo's Barado as he was jolted awake. He immediately jumped from the tent and gave out orders. Everyone, wake up! We have intruders. Within seconds, the other three followed suit. Shui already had a sword drawn, and Jack held Fo's knee. Meanwhile, Chiaki placed a reassuring hand on Coco's barato, ready to give command to the metal barato. There are 30 people. Chiaki said they're probably scouts as they keep their distance. Coco is ready, leader. Your command. Take them all down. No need to hesitate. Once they arrived around the ruins area, Leo was ready for action. Once Chiaki heard the command, she gave command to Coco. The small metal toy responded and became bigger. Its size was now bigger than Chiaki. It hovered around her back like her shadow, but moving on its own. Coco, eat them. GRR. The metal toy growled and rushed forward. Its sharp claw tore through the trees and tearing them down. Nothing could stop its advance. It was like a road roller that rolled everything in its path. What on earth is that? One of the ambushers shouted in surprise, alerting his friends. Many people in dark clothes got surprised when a monster suddenly appeared in front of them. It's a beast. Prepare to attack. Don't let it get close. They were quick to respond and drew their weapons. All of them were martial artists and had high potential. Their chi was like a raging storm, and they were ready to unleash their technique. Sword Rain, Nine Sky Piercer, Blazing Fist of Fire. All of them launched their most powerful technique at the metal toy. Fire Fist, Wind Sword, and every kind of attack were thrown toward Coco, but it didn't budge an inch. What? How can it take so much damage? They were shocked and confused, wondering what kind of monster it was. Coco was not weak enough to be affected by such an attack. Its body was made from the strongest nanoalloy, and the energy shield surrounding its body could withstand a nuclear explosion. Besides, it also had a self-regenerative function. The monster rushed toward them and attacked them one by one. While they were focused on Coco, Jack sniped the one standing behind. A zapping sound rang, and a barato fell to the ground. Following that, a blurry barato suddenly approached the man in black, separated from the group. A silver arc flashed, and the man in black collapsed to the ground. Oh, that was impressive for a sword maniac. It's the least I can do. Don't get distracted. There's still enemies around. The two men who were arguing a second ago were now focused on the battle after Leo spoke. Coco was still rampaging and took down 20 people while Jack and Shui fought the rest. It was the definition of a one-sided fight. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Ominous Chi-S source in the middle of the chaos. Zhen was watching from afar. His eyes were filled with surprise and respect. These mercenaries were not simple. Their combat ability was impressive and their teamwork was smooth. Even the way they divided their role was well thought out. Their enemies weren't simple ambushers. Most of them were 4 stars and even 5 stars martial artists. They were probably hiding power from some sect, assassins trained to take down strong. However, these mercenaries didn't show any hesitation and fought with all they had. Not only did they detect the ambush from so far away in their sleep, their reaction was fast and their action was smooth. They were truly a top-notch team. Even Jun himself wasn't confident in dealing with such an ambush alone. He was also late, only waking up due to Leo's voice. It was truly a humbling experience for him. If he could add them to his sect, then the future would be bright. But he knew that would be impossible. They were too strong, and their leader, the man called Leo, was one big mystery. The woman who took care of our back is actually a puppeteer. The swordsman is as strong as Wandering Sword Saint, or even stronger. And this confident man, wielding a strange stick, can take down any enemies from afar. As for their leader, I can't imagine his strength. He's surely stronger than them. Jun, real name Elder Ming Jain, shuddered when he remembered Leo's smile from before. Such a man who gained respect from these monster-like individuals surely couldn't be simple. We better stay on his good side. Forget the epigraph. If we manage to make ties with them, then our future will be secured. The fight ended with Coco strolling back to Chiaki, wiping a red stain from its barato, Cinchuredo looking at his barato. I never thought they would ambush us this fast, even though we're still far from the ruin. I guess that shows their desperation to get that epigraph. They're also strong martial artists. Shui commented, their Barado are trained. If not for Coco breaking through their ranks and making them confused, and Jack's timely support, I would probably be a little bit overwhelmed. Heh, I am the best. You should just be honest and say that Fosni is the MVP in this bat. No, I was just kidding, Chiaki. Of course, Coco is the MVP. Jack immediately stopped what he was doing once he saw Chiaki raise her chin. She almost ordered Coco, still in its large form, to attack him. I was just joking, Chiaki. Don't get angry. I was just messing with you, he said, sweating bullets. Don't try to joke. I won't be so nice next time, the woman replied, frowning. Jack immediately shut up, not wanting to provoke her. Leo clapped his hands to get attention, and everyone turned to him. Then he spoke. Anyway, this confirms that other parties have arrived at the unopened ruin. He said, we have to move fast. Another change of plan. We won't lay any trap. We will go all out and use brute force. I will take the front line with Shui. Jack, support me. And Chiaki. He turned to her. You and Coco will be our secret weapon. We will need you to surprise the enemy when they gather. Don't reveal yourself until the right moment. Understood. Then let's move. Follow us closely, Mr. Jean. Jean nodded and followed the group. They didn't take the Humvee and chose a stealth method as they advanced. Leo scanned the area and mapped it. Jack also looked out for hidden enemies with Chiaki. Surprisingly, there were a lot of them, divided into many groups. It seemed like a war between factions was going on. The atmosphere around the area was so tense that no animal noise could be heard. Small crickets that were usually active in the night didn't make sound. It was so quiet that it felt suffocating. Mr. Leo, the ominous chi I felt from the village is so strong here. Probably. Jean whispered, his expression serious. This is the work of a 7-star demonic martial artist. The chi is just too dense. And it spread across the whole mountain in front of us. Standing tall in front of them was a huge mountain range. Its summit could be seen from where they were standing. Based on the map, the Venom Sect ruin was located in a ravine at the center of the mountain. It was well hidden, but the problem was that Chi Jean felt it was blocking the only way to enter the ravine. That's not a good thing. Can you estimate how far it is, Mr. Jean? It's not far. If we take the shortest path, we can reach the center of this ominous chi before sunrise. Then we have to move. Darkness is our friend in this kind of situation. We will estimate the numbers of the corpses this heartless undertaker controlled. If there are more than 2,000, then we have to be extra careful. The group moved quickly. Leo led the front with Shui, while Jack covered their back. The atmosphere around the mountain was thick with ominous chi, making them unable to see the sky or the moon. Even Leo and the others who couldn't feel chi could see the chi's effect. The mountain was shrouded with darkness, and the air was so thick with chi that they had a hard time breathing. It was suffocating. Normal people wouldn't be able to stay in this place for a prolonged time. Thankfully, they had nanites in their bodysuit to help their circulation and increase their oxygen intake. Something like this wouldn't harm them. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Solo mission. I can't believe a single person could control and change the atmosphere of such a huge area with just chi alone. Jack commented, his voice muffled. They're crazy. This is a level of a biochemical weapon already. I wonder if we will be able to do it too if we learn chi. I'm also interested. Xiao Atian's sword technique is pretty strange. He only swings it once, but there are 3 shadows attacking at the same time. It's like a 3-on-1 battle. The technique is too hard to grasp. Shui added, that's not surprising. You are a sword maniac. Of course you will be the one who gets excited at learning those martial artist chi. Their light-hearted conversation didn't fit this kind of situation at all. No surprise there. Over the years since they joined Hallowed Insects, they had done plenty of dangerous missions that faced unknown enemies and terrains. One time, a poison cloud suddenly filled the camp, and they were forced to survive for 3 days in a swamp filled with venomous snakes and insects. And it was just one of many experiences. As they talked, Leo noticed that the ground suddenly changed. The brown soil turned black and sticky. It was like tar and had a weird smell. Are we getting close? Yes, we are near the place. The chi is very dense. Be prepared, everyone. Jin warned. I could detect many people in the vicinity. Jack, whose bodysuit covered his whole head like a helmet, reported. His equipment was a specialized tool for surveillance. There are 300 people, no, 378. It's not a small group. In the north, another group is approaching. There are around 100 people, just a kilometer on our right, and there are a few individuals scattered around. It seems the group from the north detected us, leader. They must detected me, Jin said, narrowing his eyes. I can't hide my chi signature completely in this situation while your group has no chi at all, so these martial artists won't be able to detect you unless they search for vital bravado. I think it's better if I split up for now. I trust you to recover the epigraph for me. Let's meet again after a few days. Let's do that. Wait for us in the camp from before. One of our tents is still there. Good. I will leave the rest to you, Mr. Leo. Go, Mr. Jun. And remember, don't do anything foolish and put yourself in danger. We will need your help to transport the epigraph. I will do my best to hide. The middle-aged man smiled wryly and ran back to the tent. It was the best choice in this situation. Martial artists relied on their chi signature, so once he was separated from a group, he would be easier to track. It would put Jun in danger of getting pursued, but that would also make the mercenary invisible from other martial artists. Not only did they not have any chi signature, but their weapons and equipment were designed to be low profile. They didn't want to attract any attention, so they only brought their main weapons and necessary equipment. Activate the stealth. They are blind to us, but the same could also be said for us. We have no one to detect their chi, so we will completely rely on our bodysuit and senses now. I trust you to look out for me. Leo nodded to Jack, who was their eyes and ears. He nodded back, and their bodysuit morphed. On top of the mask they wore, the bodysuit now covered their whole head and put on an optical illusion. With a slight distortion, they disappeared from each other's eyes. Now, they could move freely without being detected. Back in Chengdu, Anya hid on the ceiling of a certain room like a ninja. Her optical illusion and her specialty at controlling her presence allowed her to move undetected. Ah, so good, Sensei. Your technique is amazing. No one can resist you. Stand up and prepare. Cinchuredo. Anya plugged her ear and moved on. Something like this unexpectedly happened a lot in this place. After all, she worked at one of the busy nightlife establishments where the crowd could get rowdy. She was a professional performer, and her skill was the best. Cinchuredo went investigating them. She found out that there was a place where they gathered every month, a week before the full month, to discuss their plan. She was here to uncover the truth. After checking a few rooms, Anya finally found the one she was looking for. It was a meeting room with a bunch of old men wearing masks and a young man. That young man strangely sat on the revered seat, and the others looked at him with reverence. Tang Jiaofu is suspicious of us, since the revered disciple of Supreme Evil got defeated by those Raff mercenaries. He hired a few private investigators, and they're on our tail. We have to move the plan faster. Fortunately, they haven't found us yet. We managed to steer them away. That's good. We have to prepare for the next stage. Supreme Evil has been dormant for a while, but his return is imminent. We have to be ready when he returns. We have to find the secret technique to summon him, no matter what. Our master will bring back the glory of Murim. The young man spoke with eloquent words, but his gaze was filled with greed. He couldn't hide his true nature as the follower of Supreme Evil, someone who had learned the dark and cruel martial art methods. The darkness in his heart couldn't be hidden from Anya's eyes. So it's him, the one who has been pulling the strings behind the Tang clan. She immediately activated the recording function in her smart lens and captured the meeting. She also scanned their physical forms, getting the data to send her leader later. Once she finished, Anya quickly left the building. She couldn't stay long, or her presence would be detected. She knew that those martial artists had a strange way to detect her, and their methods were different to each other, so one method might not work for the others. Still, when she escaped from the building, she found something interesting. She stopped by one of the rooms and looked at the shelves filled with novelty items. She paused to take in the unusual display. She quickly looked away and left the building with a mischievous grin. When she disappeared, one of the items displayed on the shelf was gone. The staff would try to find it, but the item would never be found. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Howling Ravine, Awu. Howling Ravine received its name due to the howling wind that always blew through it. It was a natural formation and the wind was strong, making it difficult to enter and leave the area. The ravine was located at the center of the mountain range and was well hidden. Usually, wildlife avoided the area due to the high amount of ominous chi, and the human couldn't approach the place without getting lost or dying. But for those who dared to enter, they had to be ready to face the darkness and its army. Heartless Undertaker, the 7-star demonic martial artist, was hiding in the ravine. His chi was so dense that it affected the air and the sky above him. He was sitting in front of a large gate made from stone, hidden behind a waterfall. The gate was closed, and its inscriptions were ancient. The demonic cultivator had been researching it for a while, trying to find the secret inside, and he was so close to unlocking it before the time. Soon, a low growl escaped a man's lips. His appearance could be described as a walking corpse. His skin was pale, and his face was filled with cracks like broken glass. He was wearing a ragged cloak, and his hands were covered with sharp nails. Around him, a few corpses were standing still. Their robes indicated they were martial artists, and their chi was still present in their barato. Their barato moved up and down as if they were breathing. True enough, signs of life could still be detected within them, albeit taking on a different color. Their eyes were blank, and their form was stiff because they were the army of the Heartless Undertaker. O Supreme Evil, leader of all creations and martial artists, this blessing of yours, I shall take it. Please, allow me to have a few hours to open this resting area of yours. Once I do, your return will be imminent. I, your loyal follower, will not disappoint you. The man kneeled, facing the gate, and started praying. The corpse army around him didn't move an inch, their chi still flowing back and forth from and to their commander. A growl escaped their maws, as if they were trying to talk. It was a terrifying sight, and their presence could be felt for miles away. Outside the water wall, a group of martial artists were watching them. They were overwhelmed by the horde of corpses and struck down one by one. Their barato was drained, and their chi was absorbed by the corpses. Before long, their lives came to a sudden end. However, their barato magically stood up. Dark and murky chi swirled within them, forming a beating dark heart in place of their original one. They became a part of the corpse army, with no will and only following orders from their leader. This was the power of Heartless Undertaker. 100 corpses dance. Meanwhile, the mysterious mercenaries were slowly advancing, hiding in the shadows. They watched everything from a high vantage point. A distortion in the space could be seen from where they were. It was the result of their bodysuits' unique feature. Jack, you have a good view. What's the situation? There are 1,663 corpses in the ravine, including the new ones. There is a heat sign behind the waterfall, probably Heartless Undertaker. He said that he would open the gates soon. I thought it would only open at full moon. That guy must be the leader of the corpse army. I think we can take him down easily, leader. Shuei said, holding his sword tightly. Coco will be able to handle these mindless corpses. Chiaki added, they don't have any intelligence, just following orders. Leo mused, narrowing his eyes. Heartless Undertaker must prepared something special to open the gate a week ahead. Let's wait for a while and see what he will do. Jack, keep an eye on the situation and let me know if there is anything different. Feel free to fire an explosive bullet or a laser. Got it, leader. With that, the group continued their observation. The next hour, the corpses started moving and digging the ground. They dug a large pit and placed a strange stone inside. That's a soul stone, a dark artifact forged through terrible, forbidden rituals. Leo explained with a frown. Creating soul stone was forbidden by Murim, and it was considered the darkest deed. The soul stone was used to absorb the soul and use it as fuel for demonic chi, allowing the user to control the souls that were sacrificed. The way to create it was also lost, and, once again, could be found in one of Supreme Evil's epigraphs. At one time, Muram Alliance managed to keep the method and the epigraph that contained a secret, but it was lost a few decades ago. And from this, it was clear that Heartless Undertaker had stolen it. Should we stop him, leader? Not yet. Wait for him to open the gate. Everyone waited. When they heard that the Soul Stone required a terrible sacrifice, they wanted to confront him right away. But their leader's words stopped them. They couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to get the epigraph, especially since they were on a mission. Thankfully, they didn't need to wait long. Grumble, grumble. The ground started to shake, and the air filled with ominous chi. The corpse army stopped digging and stepped aside. Supreme Evil, I have brought you a gift. Heartless Undertaker's voice rang clearly in the ravine. His expression was calm, but his body was shaking with excitement. The gate started to tremble, and a dark mist appeared from the cracks. The energy was so thick that the ground broke apart and the mountain trembled. At that moment, Leo canceled his optical illusion. His figure, clad in black suit, appeared on top of the mountain. He was holding a large rifle crackled with electricity. Following him were 3 other people. 2 of them squatted, while Jack was in a prone position. One of his eyes looked through photon sniper scope. Without any warning or hesitation, Leo pulled the trigger. Chapter 80. Chapter 80 versus Heartless Undertaker 1. A laser, crackled with electricity, shot through the air and hit Heartless Undertaker right on his chest. The man screamed in pain and stumbled back. He didn't die yet, but that should be enough to incapacitate him for a few seconds. Go! With a simple command. Chiaki and Shuei jumped to the ravine. Coco turned into a giant alien toy and put Chiaki on its shoulder before running down the ravine. They headed straight toward the corpse army and began to fight. The corpses were slow and clumsy, but they had great strength and durability. Not to mention, they fought bravely, but they were no match for Chiaki and Shuei. Coco created a natural shield shaped like a sphere. The undead army could not harm it and was thrown back instead. Chiaki and Shuei defeated them without difficulty. On the other side, Leo and Jack kept Barato the laser and bullet at Heartless Undertaker. What a monster! Jack shouted, his Barato pressed on the ground. How can he take all this damage and not Barato? Is his skin made of steel or what? It's probably his chi. Leo answered. His finger kept pulling the trigger. The railgun was set on the lowest power, but the electric current could still cause serious harm. It didn't work on Heartless Undertaker, though. The demonic martial artist absorbed the chi from the living corpse around him to regenerate. Still, Jack and Leo kept blasting their weapons to prevent him from moving. Although the damage was healed, the electricity created from the photon bullet and the railgun kept him immobilized. By now, the gate was half opened. It would be enough for them to enter. Chiaki, do it. Leo gave out command to Chiaki, and she responded immediately. Coco, get the gate. The metal toy nodded and charged forward. Its speed was quick, and it could crush anything in its path. It ran past the corpses, ignoring their attack, and stopped in front of the gate. Its hands stretched to the sides, holding the gate together. Seeing that, Leo grinned and set the railgun to the highest setting. Protect yourself, Chiaki. She immediately put a barrier around her, blocking the light that shone from the railgun. Bang! A bright light exploded from the weapon, and a massive shockwave spread throughout the area. A laser larger than before shot forward, straight to the immobilized Undertaker, whose expression twisted into something resembling demon rather than human. He tried to say something, but he was blasted away by the laser, severely injuring him and leaving him unable to move. But the damage didn't end there. The shockwave reached the gate and pushed it open, revealing a dark tunnel that led to an unknown place. After a few seconds, a massive burst of energy erupted from the tunnel. All the corpses in the ravine were blown away, and the ground broke apart. Chiaki and Coco still held on, keeping the door open. The energy barrier around them shook, but that was it. No further damage was done to them. And then the energy stopped, but it didn't end there. That massive amount of energy from before got absorbed by Heartless Undertaker as he was on the last breath. Instantly, His body regenerated in midair as he was blown away from the hidden cave, and his expression turned vicious. Usually, a 7 stars martial artist would have no hope to survive from that. Not even 8 stars martial artist, Wandering Sword Saint, would survive against the railgun at highest power. However, Leo miscalculated. He didn't think the energy from the ruin would heal the heartless Undertaker from the verge of death. He was like a cockroach, unable to die even when he was killed. How dare you? He was furious. His body was filled with dark and ominous chi, and he roared like a monster. How dare you interrupt me? The air around him became thick with dark chi, and he rushed forward. His body turned blurry, and he appeared right in front of Chiaki and Coco. Move! His hand, covered with dark claws, extended forward, ready to tear them apart. Before he could reach them, Leo barrado another beam of energy from his railgun. The blast tore through the air and struck Heartless Undertaker, knocking him back. Heartless Undertaker was overwhelmed by the searing heat and electrical barrado, and his chi scattered. Still, he somehow survived. The thick, ominous chi in the vicinity kept him alive, as if something wanted him to reach the end of the cave. He regenerated once again, albeit slower than before. Seeing it, Leo gave out another command. Shui, enter the cave and secure the epigraph with Chiaki. Put it inside the compressing capsule. Leave Coco to hold the gate for you. Roger. Yes, leader. Shui nodded and entered the tunnel, his sword and his bodysuit protecting him from any danger. He was confident that he could defeat anything inside, as long as he could keep his sword. Chiaki followed suit right after, leaving behind Coco to guard the gate. Even without the toy, she still had ways to fight and shouldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Leo took away his railgun, returning it to its capsule form, and cracked his hands. Jack, cover me. I will take care of that guy, personally. Getting spirited today, leader? Leave the moving corpses to me and get wild. Jack laughed, his eyes glowing from the helmet. Leo grinned, hearing his subordinate's answer. Full release. As soon as he said that word, his bodysuit morphed into a black armor and covered his body. Only his head was visible, and his expression was serious. Electricity crackled from his hands and feet, and his eyes shone with bright blue light. He leaped forward, leaving behind a blue trail like lightning, and punched Heartless Undertaker in the face. His fist, coated with a special material, was Rainbarado D and could pierce a diamond. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Heartless Undertaker was sent flying backward from the barrado of the blow. But he didn't die. It soon regenerated as if time was rewinding. Quite tough for a demonic martial artist. But that's it. Compared to that monster Wandering Sword Saint, you only excel in regeneration and army control. Nothing else, Leo said, his voice low and menacing. He punched him again, and his hand glowed with electricity. It surged toward Heartless Undertaker, overwhelming him with its power and defeating him barrado. Ah! He screamed in pain as the shock coursed through him. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Versus Heartless Undertaker 2. The name Heartless Undertaker came from his dark style, where he removed the hearts of fallen foes and brought back the barrado to fight for him. His technique wasn't something he invented. It was a lost art that Supreme Evil created. And because this person only focused on that power, his martial art capability was low. I could do this all day. After saying that, Leo raised his leg and struck his opponent. The electricity gathered from his barrado and shocked the man again. It was a vicious cycle. Every time Heartless Undertaker was destroyed, his barrado regenerated and Leo would strike it down again. The demonic martial artist chi seeped out of his body every time his body returned to normal. Sensing that chi, the moving corpses around him got closer and tried to attack Leo. But he didn't need to care about them. Crackle, blue electricity exploded from his body and electrocuted the moving corpses around him, reducing them to ash. The others that escaped the range were cut down by Jack's bullets. All of them perfectly hit their targets, stopping them and making them unable to move. Heartless Undertaker saw it, and his eyes widened in surprise. He never expected to encounter such a group. When his head regenerated enough for him to move his barato, he spoke. Who? Who are you? You are not martial artists, but you are stronger than any martial artist I have seen. Are you some kind of demon sent from the underworld? He didn't expect to get an answer, but Leo replied, his eyes still shining blue. Centurado, Miriam's balance is broken, and the supreme evil's return will bring back the age of martial arts and balance the world. The world needs a leader to fix it. Heartless Undertaker was adamant in his belief. He was sure that the supreme evil would bring a better world for all martial artists. But Leo had heard the same excuse 100 times over. For the greater good? He couldn't help but laugh loudly. That was what those large corporations said. They put rules and regulations for the sake of greater good. However, that was far from the reality. All of their rules, regulations, and taxes were created to benefit themselves, not the common people. And the people below them were oppressed, left to rot in poverty, while their CEOs lived a lavish lifestyle. And this was no different. I don't care about your greater good. I only care about those around me. Also, you seem to misunderstand something. He looked at Heartless Undertaker coldly. We're not here to bring the epigraph to Miriam or some other nonsense. We're here to make a profit. That's it. Leo's words stunned the man. Profit? For profit. Fools. You're doing this for money. Yes, we work for the highest bidder. As long as the job doesn't clash against our moral code, which isn't exactly exist besides not touching those unable to fight, we will even work with your group. Money is everything, and you should understand that. You, act. Before Heartless Undertaker could move again, Leo struck him with powerful blows that disrupted his regeneration considerably. We're not interested in your beliefs or what you stand for. I only need the epigraph. The exchange lasted for another 5 minutes. All moving corpses in the area were destroyed, and Heartless Undertaker could barely move after repeating this for more than 100 times. Leo looked at his arm and realized that he already used 60 of his nanites. He decided to take a nanite recovery pill that could recover 20 of his nanites immediately for precaution. Heartless Undertaker was now completely immobile and couldn't speak. His head had regenerated up to his chest. His beating black heart could be seen. On it, various runes were inscribed. The runes glowed an eerie light. Leo had a feeling the light was dimmer than it was supposed to be. Heartless Undertaker must use the energy inside the gate to keep himself alive. And now he was completely drained. Any last words? The haggard man, what was left of the demonic martial artist Heartless Undertaker, grinned evilly and spoke in a hoarse voice. Long live. Sup. Ream evil. Centurado from the distance. They could see that the clouds spread all over the mountain and started to rain. The water turned purple and fell to the ground, creating a puddle. At that moment, Leo's communication device rang. Leader, we have secured the epigraph. Shu's voice rang. Following that, Jack spoke in a hurried manner. Bad news. Many people, approximately hundreds, are approaching our position. They must have been attracted by the sound of battle and that strange cloud. What should we do, leader? Should I shoot them? Oh no, they are fast. Sounds of battle shouldn't attract those martial artists too much. If Leo had to guess, they must have connected the strange purple cloud with the opening of the gate. And now, they were coming to investigate. Leo sighed and replied, Shui, how long do you need to finish securing the epigraph? A minute. Chiaki is helping me, and Coco is still guarding the entrance. I think we'll be done before those guys arrive. Make it 30 seconds. Run as fast as possible and enhance your body with nanites. I will hold them off with Jack. Yes, leader. There was no other way. They needed to finish the job. With that said, Leo looked at the corpse under his feet and sighed. He left such a troublesome gift behind. The cloud must be Heartless Undertaker's last effort to drag Leo down to the underworld with him. Well, at least we're getting paid handsomely for this job. He could only hope that he didn't regret it. Boss, Centurado Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Perfect getaway. Leo grabbed Heartless Undertaker's head and climbed on top of a mountain. There, he landed beside Jack and deactivated his black armor, turning it to a normal bodysuit underneath his suit. Once he was there, he could see what Jack reported to him earlier. Hundreds of martial artists were coming toward the ravine, their expressions grim and wary of each other. With a quick glance, Leo could recognize some groups, including the Wudong sect. It was pretty commendable that they were able to reach this place in just a few days. Maybe they used some secret path? He thought. As if on cue, they stopped a bit away from each other's. What seemed to be the leaders of each group stepped forward, taking the first step. The rest didn't follow. Seeing it, Jack became confused. He rose from his prone position and whispered, "What's going on, leader? If I have to guess, then they can't approach this place carelessly due to the thick demonic qi." From what Jin said before they parted ways, the ominous qi gathering in this ravine wasn't something to scoff at. For ordinary martial artists, the air around this mountain would be suffocating. And for higher stars martial artists, they would feel pressure beyond their capabilities. No one would be able to get closer easily. They would need to cover their bodies with qi and create armor to withstand the demonic qi. Leo's deduction was proved to be right as the people in the frontmost rows began to struggle. Their expressions were pale, and their breathing was rough. They couldn't breathe easily. Still, they didn't give up. They flared their qi and created armor around their body. The ominous qi around them was pushed away, allowing them to breathe easier and advance. Leo was impressed, and for one, he felt grateful for not being able to feel qi. The reason why we're fine is because we have strong bodies enhanced by nanites. Our antibodies are also strong, allowing us to withstand and adapt to any area easier. More importantly, our mental state isn't affected because we can't feel qi. This was their biggest advantage. While the martial artists struggled to advance, Leo stepped forward and said, "Stop right there." His voice rang clear, and everyone's attention turned to him. "If you advance any closer, I won't guarantee your safety. Your fate will become like this guy over here." With that, he hurled the grim trophy he had been holding toward them. It arced through the air and landed at their feet, twisting their expression into horror. This is the Heartless Undertaker. One of the leaders of the group recognized it and stammered, "If you keep coming, I will blast all of you. I won't go easy like with him. My weapons and ability are capable of handling it." Leo was confident in his words. His railgun was incredibly powerful and left no trace behind. He was like a silent bravado of nature. The group trembled at his words. They weren't stupid enough to underestimate him. At that moment, Shui and Chiaki arrived. They landed beside Leo and bowed in greeting. "Leader, the epigraph is secured. It's already inside the compressing capsule." Leo nodded at Chiaki and praised her. "Good job. We will try to escape now. Prepare Coco to fight. Go as wild as you want." "Yes," she answered. One of the leaders that originated from Sichuan recognized Leo and Shui. He took a step back and raised his voice. "Thunder God and Black Sword Saint. No, we can't fight them. We must return. That man is as strong as Wandering Sword Saint. And his subordinate, Black Sword Saint, even defeated the Sword Saint and usurped his title. Going against them are just suicide. Let's withdraw. The epigraph is as good as there's now." Thunder God and Black Sword Saint? Who are they? The other group didn't know about Leo and Shu's real identities because the rumors of their capabilities only reached Sichuan and some other parts of Central Plain. They were still unknown to the majority of Murim. Hearing the leader's words, the group retreated. But that didn't make any differences. Only tens of people disappeared. The others didn't retreat, only stepping back a bit. It was obvious. They wanted to snatch the epigraph. They thought that with numbers, they would be able to defeat 4 people. "It seems they don't want to retreat," Shui murmured. Leo nodded, his expression cold and unreadable. "I will open the path toward our camp. After that, we will run at our full speed, got it?" "Roger." "Yes, leader." All of them answered simultaneously. Leo took out his railgun once again and pointed at the crowd. He cranked the setting to the highest. At this setting, the beam shot out from this weapon could reach 2 kilometers and obliterate anything on its path. The martial artists didn't understand what was happening, but they quickly reacted and scattered when the beam came out. Run. Dodge it. Unfortunately, Leo had no mercy for anyone who was in his way. He didn't care if they were innocent or not. Once they showed their hostility toward him, he had no mercy. ZZT. The beam of electricity shot out and struck a group of people, taking them down instantly. Not only them, but the ones behind the group were also hit and defeated. The ground it passed was scorched and the air carried a charred smell. Static electricity ran through the atmosphere, shocking anyone nearby. Go now. Leo's command was the signal for them to start running. Chiaki, Jack, and Shui were already running, their legs enhanced with nanites, and they were faster than even the Humvee they used before. Leo followed, right behind them, after putting his railgun away. As they ran, Chiaki took Coco off her shoulder, and the toy enlarged. It became even larger than before, standing over 5 meters tall. Its foreign appearance, with venom dripping from its razor-sharp barato, the creature terrified the martial artists. They were afraid to attack, or even get close. Coco didn't care and attacked anyone who moved closer. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Next point, fortunately, not a single one dared to attack. Not even the leaders moved. They realized Leo and his group had no large stone with them and commanded their people to withdraw. There was no need to risk fighting a group of strong individuals who didn't bring the epigraph. Go to the ravine. We will be the one securing the epigraph. Don't let those people from Namgung clan take it away. It's the treasure of the Murim Alliance. The leader shouted, and everyone followed suit. Having all martial artists' attention away from them, Leo and his group managed to enter the forest without much fight. They stopped and gathered behind a tree's shadow. Coco returned to its usual size and sat on Chiaki's shoulder. Good work, everyone, Leo said, checking the condition of his group. Let's regroup and rest for a bit. We will wait until the enemy is gone before heading back to camp with optical illusion. Once they realized we had taken the epigraph, they would definitely try to chase after us. So we will go straight to the warehouse after this. Understood, leader. That was fun. I got plenty of practice in. That satisfied my urge to compete Barato. I'm Barato dissatisfied, but it's a good job. The targets have been dealt with. Their martial arts were tarnished. I am glad to help them ascend. Chiaki, Jack, and Shui gave their comments, while Coco was silent. The toy only growled as it had no vocal cord. Leo chuckled hearing their remarks. He had expected this mission to be difficult, but they finished it easily. Their only problem was with Heartless Undertaker and his annoying regenerative ability. It's not a bad start, but we need to be careful not to overexert ourselves. Our mission hasn't finished yet. He looked at his group and checked his status. Status window, individual name, Leo status, healthy nanites. 46 railgun truly used too much nanites to activate. This was the first time he used more than 70 of his nanites, and even had to regenerate 20 of them. Martial artists weren't to be underestimated. Still, their job was done, and they could finally return after delivering the epigraph to the warehouse. As Leo and his group were resting, the other group was in chaos. Some were angry and started accusing others for not being able to fight and letting the Thunder God and Black Sword Saint escape. They seemed to realize that the epigraph was gone from the ruin. However, a lot of riches and scrolls left behind by Venom's sect could still be found. Although they weren't as precious as the epigraph, they were still worth a lot. The ones who weren't able to escape, the ones who died and turned into ashes, were the unlucky ones. They were left behind, and their bodies were scattered all over the place, while the rest of the martial artists began to fight each other for what was left in the ruin. Using their commotion as a cover, Leo and his group escaped and disappeared, blending in the shadows. It was a perfect getaway. Leo returned to the camp with his subordinates while trying his best to be stealthy. Many martial artists roamed the forest, hoping to get a little bit of rich from the returning advance squad by ambushing them. Engaging in an unneeded fight was foolish, so they had to avoid them as much as possible. Thankfully, they weren't spotted, as those martial artists only tried to feel chi. Moreover, their bodysuits allowed them to blend with nature. They were invisible and could move freely, which made it easy to sneak back into their camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Leo detected a life signature inside the tent hidden by foliage. It was Jun who had been waiting for them. Knowing that it was an ally, Leo deactivated the optical illusion and made his presence known. You guys made it back safely, huh? That's good. The representative from the Hao sect greeted them. Sorry for taking so long. No, you're actually early. I just received news that the gate was opened. You must have had a hard time. I heard that the demonic chi in the ravine was thick, and the martial artists gathered to investigate the gate, but the ones who arrived first were defeated and vanished without a trace. Yes, we are fortunate to have escaped unscathed. We also have the epigraph with us. Leo answered, not bothering to explain that he was the one who turned the guys into ashes. Oh, so you succeeded. Then let's pack up and go. Where's the epigraph? Zhen's voice became clearly excited. The epigraph is inside a compressing capsule. Chiaki and Shui should have it. Bring it out. Sure. Shui answered and took out a capsule. He pressed a small button on it and threw it into the air. The capsule opened and a large stone floated out. The stone was pitch black and had a red mark on it. These marks created something similar to words, but indistinguishable. They were different from the words used at this age. Seeing the stone, Zhen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it. The stone was something he never thought he would see in his life with his own eyes. The epigraph. How? Zhen looked at Leo and the others with a questioning gaze. He didn't ask how they managed to secure it, but how they managed to put it away in a capsule. With the engravings that covered the epigraph, a storage ring or space bag couldn't be used. The epigraph's chi was too thick and would disrupt the item's function. We have a special capsule that can compress and store items regardless of chi. Well, you can call it our technology. Leo explained shortly and put the epigraph back into the capsule. But that's not important, no? We need to go to the warehouse right now. Yes, you're right. Now is indeed not the time to ask that. And there was no way Leo would expose his group's secret to someone he barely knew. Then let's pack up and go. They were already ready. Everything they needed was inside their bag, and their weapons were ready. They only needed to disassemble the tent and go. Here is the map of the warehouse. We can only reach a certain spot before being forced to walk. The rest of the way is filled with traps and pitfalls. Zhen gave a piece of paper to Leo and pointed at a red circle. Unexpectedly, it was pretty close to Luoyang City, where they stayed before. Here's where the warehouse is located. Because you secured the epigraph faster than scheduled, I don't think someone arrived at that place yet. Then we can take a detour to avoid being detected. The last thing we need is fighting off more people. Leo began to plan the route as he looked at his map. The usual path used to return to Luoyang undoubtedly had hidden scouts or ambushers. After a few minutes, he nodded and gave out the order. Take out the Humvee and follow the path I marked Chiaki. Make sure you stay on the path and avoid any unnecessary trouble. Roger. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. All for revenge. Their journey back to Luoyang took a week as they avoided the main road and stuck to the forest. The path was bumpy, and they had to go around rocks and fallen trees, which slowed them down considerably. However, they arrived safely without fighting at all. Luoyang City's atmosphere felt slightly different from before. The martial artists gathered in the city to join the Wudong sect already left, trying to find other opportunities to get stronger. Somehow, the city feels a bit colder, no? Jack commented as he looked around. Yes, I feel it too. Leo added. His expression was somber. The city's energy had become much duller. It seemed like a layer of happiness and liveliness had been peeled off the surface. No more the energetic and excited martial artists gathered in the street. Only a few stayed behind, looking dejected and lost. They weren't strong enough to join the Wudong sect or other martial sects, and could only remain in the city, trying to survive. And not only that, it seems Wudong sect experienced an immense loss in the war to secure the epigraph a week ago. Zhen, who returned from Hao sect's branch to the inn they used as a temporary base, explained. An immense loss? What do you mean? From what my informant told me, over 100 disciples and elders of Wudong sect died in the battle. The sect leader mourned for their loss and immediately returned to their sect. He swears that Wudong sect will exact revenge on the person who was responsible for their deaths, no matter what it takes. That sounded pretty unreasonable. However, reputation was pretty important in the Central Plains. If Wudong sect didn't show off their power, then they would be ridiculed and laughed at. And losing the epigraph, a treasure coveted by the whole Murim, even though they already brought hundreds of disciples, could make them lose face. Hence, they resorted to the extreme way. By the way, who's this person they're searching for? Leo asked curiously. In the past week, he had been cut off from information except from Jessica and Anya's daily report. The former still did her best to collect funds while the latter had finished her mission and got a handsome payment. Anya also reported that Tang Clan would make a big move soon, so he had to return to the base as soon as possible. Collecting information was necessary now that one of 5 Murim great clans, Tang Clan, would undergo a reformation. Ignoring the Wudong sect at this moment would be foolish. This was a good opportunity to make money. We can even offer help to find this person they are searching for. Of course, not for free. Leo thought as he waited for Zhen's answer. It seems there is someone who can control lightning. He single-handedly overwhelmed Wudong sect's disciples along with other factions in a single attack. They described him as a fearsome Barato wielding a strange artifact. No one knows his identity or background, only that he was a young man with blue eyes and strange clothes. Zhen didn't know the truth behind the battle. He only heard the rumor that a demon appeared and wiped out everyone. But those present there knew who it was. Jack and Shui only looked at each other and laughed. Meanwhile, Chiaki looked at Leo with an amused gaze. They could never forget the image of Leo obliterating everything in his path. The thundercloud and lightning that struck the ground and burned everyone was a scene that would forever etched in their memories. As expected of their leaders, they collectively thought. Leo pretended to be oblivious and said, "I wonder who that demon is. We only fought Heartless Undertaker after he opened the ruin ahead of time. Maybe it appeared after we left." No more was said after that, but Leo decided to return to his room after exchanging gaze with Chiaki and the others. "I can't show up in public for now. They're searching for me. TSK. I thought they were searching for someone else. I can't make money if the person they're trying to get revenge on is me. They had to deliver the epigraph tonight. After that, they could return to the base." He didn't expect the Wudong sect to have such an intense reaction toward him. It's a battlefield where no one knows each other and killing is normal. Everyone was focused on their own survival. Why did they blame me for killing their disciples? What an unreasonable demand. These martial artists were crazy. In Wudong's sect main manor, the sect leader sat solemnly as he listened to his subordinates' report. The news of the epigraph being taken away by the mysterious group was enough to make his heart drop. Not only the epigraph, even the riches and scrolls left by Venom sect were taken by other sect. Those who gathered in the Howling Ravine managed to at least benefit from their effort. But those who failed to reach the ravine only left with a bitter taste in their mouth. For example, the Wudong sect. How did it come to this? Zhang Tian sighed heavily and massaged his temples. He didn't want to blame anyone, but he couldn't help but feel the resentment in his heart. Not only they had lost the epigraph, they were also forced to admit their defeat to other factions. They also received backlash because they sent many new martial artists and let them die without gaining anything. Even the old elders were displeased. "I will find him. I swear I will find him and make him pay for his crime. We will get the epigraph back and bring it to our sect. No one can stop me. No one." Zhang Tian had made a vow. His clenched fist trembled at his side. His chi raged uncontrollably. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. No one dared to speak. Just at that moment, a servant entered and whispered something in the sect leader's ear. "What? The beggar sect has information about that man?" "Why, yes, sect leader. The representative of the beggar sect is here. He said he's a branch leader from Chengdu City. Bring him here." "Yes, sect leader." The servant quickly left, and a few minutes later, he returned with a middle-aged man whose clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. In simple terms, he looked like a beggar. That man walked through the hall and bowed deeply toward Zhang Tian. "Greetings, Wudong sect leader. My name is Chun Mengliang, the branch leader of beggar sect Chengdu City." His voice was hoarse, but it didn't hide his arrogance. Zhang Tian nodded and let him sit. Welcome, Branch Leader Chun. I heard you know the person I have been searching for? Chen Mengliang's face brightened. He smiled like a fox as he clasped his hands together. Yes,